Who says that a visit to Diagon Alley must include a trek through the shabby, dimly lit leaky cauldron? Who claims that a wizard's entertainment consists solely of gobstones, wizard chess, exploding snap, and Quidditch? Who asserts that Diagon Alley is limited to a mere dozen shops? Who maintains that pets are only round-faced puffskeins? Rats, cats, and toads? Our motto is, do not allow poverty to stifle your imagination. Chapter 1. Rebirth Through Time. Carter Young is a renowned British archaeologist and adventurer, celebrated for his expeditions to the tomb of Tutankhamun in Egypt and the Shamank Ghost Swamp in America, both of which he chronicled in best-selling books that have sold over 1 million copies worldwide. Yet, he harbors another, lesser-known passion, an ardent enthusiasm for mysticism and magic. He has perused countless tomes on magic and the occult, with a particular fondness for J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series. On this day, he embarked on yet another grand adventure. This journey led him to a remote mountain range in northern Tibet. Carter was no stranger to China. He was a British expatriate born there, moving to England at the tender age of 3 with his traditional Chinese parents, who were somewhat disapproving of his choice to pursue a life of adventure rather than adhering to the financial career they had envisioned for him. However, Carter's current accomplishments had silenced his parents' criticisms, shifting the family conversation to his marital prospects instead. His work often left him without a permanent residence, flying from one corner of the globe to another for months on end, to places so remote that even telecommunication was impossible. He found it challenging to settle down and engage in meaningful relationships. After several days of exploration amidst the mountains, he finally arrived at his destination, a mysterious cavern. The entrance was adorned with intricate symbols emanating an aura of enigma, which Carter recognized as an ancient script known as the Elder Futhark. This script, derived from the Phoenician alphabet, symbolizes the mysteries of the cosmos in Norse mythology, imparted by Odin, the All-Father, from his insights upon the world. As time passed, the Elder Futhark faded into obscurity, gradually replaced by the Latin alphabet following the advent of Christianity in the north. The modern runes that exist today, such as those in the Gothic script, are merely partial reconstructions achieved by various mystics and archaeologists dedicated to unearthing ancient texts, vastly differing from the original Elder Futhark of the medieval era. Carter prided himself on his proficiency in ancient scripts, rivaling that of Ivy League professors in the United States. Yet as he lightly traced the weathered symbols on the stone wall, he felt a pang of embarrassment at his inability to decipher even a single character. Armed with a specialized high-powered flashlight, he cautiously ventured deeper into the seemingly bottomless cavern. After 5 hours of navigating the lightless tunnels, he arrived at a stone wall densely inscribed with Elder Futhark runes. Gazing upon these mysterious symbols, a peculiar sense of familiarity washed over Carter. Though inherently cautious, he found himself transfixed by one particular rune, his eyes drawn to it as if compelled by an unseen force, while a faint whispering echoed in his ears that if summoned. He instinctively reached out to touch the swirling symbol. The moment his fingertip made contact, a subtle dark green light flickered, and an unimaginable horror ensued. The very fabric of the space around Carter warped indescribably. In the blink of an eye, he was engulfed by an overpowering force, vanishing from this world. June 5, 1980, Wiltshire, England. Wiltshire, located in the southwest of England, is home to one of Britain's most influential families, the Malfoys. Malfoy Manor is a sprawling estate, somewhat foreboding in nature, at the center of which stand a magnificent mansion, surrounded by meticulously designed gardens featuring fountains and freely roaming white peacocks. The ornate wrought-iron gates evoke a sense of passing through a veil of mist for any visitors. The Malfoy family has woven numerous enchantments around their estate, both to protect it and to keep ordinary folk at bay. The current head of the family is Lucius Malfoy, one of the most powerful individuals in contemporary Britain. Today, the manor is alive with excitement, a stark contrast to its usual tranquility. For today, Narcissa Malfoy has given birth to twins, a momentous occasion, as it marks the first time in centuries that the Malfoy lineage has welcomed twins, breaking a long-standing tradition of sole heirs. Indeed, Carter has traversed time. The silver lining is that he has found himself reborn into the world he cherished and admired, the Harry Potter universe, born as an infant in Wiltshire, England, in 1980. The unfortunate twist is that he has reincarnated as the twin brother of Draco Malfoy, the youngest son of the Malfoy family, and an antagonist throughout the Harry Potter series, named Sherryn Malfoy. Sherryn took considerable time to grasp his current predicament. While he reveled in the joy and excitement of existing within the magical world he adored, he also felt disheartened by the prospect of reliving the journey from infancy to adulthood. At this moment, the wizarding community in Britain was embroiled in turmoil, grappling with the first wizarding war instigated by Voldemort. Yet, Sherryn found himself unable to partake in these events, relegated to the simple existence of an infant, focusing on eating and sleeping. Since the birth of the Malfoy twins, Lucius had spent little time at home, instead occupied with gathering followers for his master, Voldemort, intent on establishing a society where pure-blood wizards would dominate over Muggle wizards. This situation persisted until October 31st, 1981, when the wizarding world witnessed the disappearance of the dark wizard Voldemort and the emergence of a savior known as Harry Potter, ushering in a new chapter in wizarding history. With Voldemort's downfall, the Death Eater's influence crumbled. Subsequently, wizarding society began to return to normalcy, with celebrations erupting across the nation and tales of the boy who lived circulated widely. The Ministry of Magic resumed its functions, and trials for the Death Eaters commenced in an orderly fashion. Some of Voldemort's most devoted followers remained in denial, threatening the officials involved in the trials, fully aware that they would likely face imprisonment in Azkaban. Others, like Lucius, adeptly portrayed themselves as victims of the Imperius curse to justify their allegiance to the Death Eaters, thereby evading punishment. Whether monetary transactions were involved remains a mystery, but such individuals were not in short supply. But a thorough examination of the Malfoy family's history reveals a pattern. Their allegiances at critical junctures have often proved astute. They yearn for power and wealth, but excel at navigating circumstances to their advantage. From their allegiance with the Duke of Normandy during the invasion of England, the Malfoy family has epitomized survival instincts. In time, the scars of the heart will fade, and people will intentionally forget their pain. Though the wizarding world is far from tranquil, at least the terror of the unknown has lessened. Chapter 2. The Eye of Magic. As a time traveler well-versed in the narrative, Shelley was acutely aware that at this moment, Voldemort was merely absent from the forefront. His fragmented soul lingering in a remote Albanian jungle, clinging to life while awaiting an opportunity for resurgence. Lucius's current self-preservation was, in Voldemort's eyes, tantamount to betrayal. Moreover, Shelley foresaw that in the near future, Lucius would commit a foolish act that would cost Voldemort a Horcrux. Consequently, upon Voldemort's resurrection, Lucius would not only lose his standing among the Death Eaters, but also subject his entire family to Voldemort's wrath. Malfoy Manor would be requisitioned, Lucius' wand seized, and Draco assigned a perilous task that could lead to his demise. Well, since fate had brought him to this juncture, Shelley resolved to make the best of it. As a time traveler familiar with the plot, he believed he might alter the fate of his family, with the rare chance to live anew. He was determined not to follow the scripted trajectory that would bind his future to an unseen destiny. Shelley brought with him not only the mature soul of an adult from his previous life, but also the indomitable spirit of an adventurer that had burned within his veins. To have a second chance at life, even if he could not rise to the heights of power like many protagonists in illustrious time travel novels, was still a gift. A life of stability devoid of worry, the freedom to live without the burden of labor, ample wealth to enjoy leisurely pursuits, and the dignity of not having to appease others. These were the bare minimums he sought. If he could manage to cultivate relationships with a couple of charming companions, it would be even more delightful, given that fate had granted him rebirth in the Malfoy family. Perhaps it was also his destiny to attempt to alter their fortunes, safeguard their honor, and elevate the family to even greater heights. Now, let us speak of life within Malfoy Manor. The estate was resplendent and sprawling, yet its interiors were largely vacant, housing only a handful of inhabitants. Apart from himself and his father Lucius, there were his mother Narcissa, his brother Draco, the efficient house elf Dobby, and the ever-unassuming butler, Kakarot. As Shelley gradually matured, he felt himself seamlessly integrate into this world, buoyed by an overwhelming sense of love and familial connection. In his previous life, while reading the original narrative, he had harbored a disdain for the Malfoy family, viewing them as despicable antagonists. Yet, immersed in this household, he discovered that regardless of Lucius and Narcissa's personalities, their devotion to family was beyond reproach. As for Draco, the boy was undeniably boastful and proud, idolizing Lucius's perpetually aloof demeanor while striving to embody the nobility of pure-blood heritage. Coupled with Narcissa's boundless indulgence, Draco exhibited certain traits of a spoiled child. Nevertheless, he too showered affection upon his younger brother, often adopting a protective older brother role, as though Shelley required such guardianship. This allowed Shelley, who had been an only child in his past life, to revel in the warmth of brotherly affection. The butler Kakarot was a competent middle-aged man, a loyal aide to his father, yet Shelley found little fondness for him. He is exceedingly obsessive about the tedious and monotonous family rules and etiquette, often reprimanding Shelley for trivial matters. In stark contrast, Draco enjoys the favor and attention of Lucius, having fully inherited the Malfoy family's arrogant and hypocritical spirit. His hair is always impeccably groomed, and he speaks with an air of superiority, each word dripping with condescension. The house elf Dobby shares the closest bond with Shelley. Whenever Shelley makes a mistake, such as accidentally damaging some valuable items in the manor, Dobby goes to great lengths to shield him from the ire of Lucius. In the quiet of the night, when Shelley feels hunger pangs, Dobby secretly delivers food to him. Shelley, in turn, treats Dobby with kindness, often saving a portion of the delightful treats he receives from Narcissa for their shared enjoyment during Dobby's visits to his room, relishing the joy of sneaking snacks together. As one of the sacred 28 pureblood families, the Malfoys hold an extreme obsession with the ideology of blood purity, bordering on arrogance. Shelley, having traversed from the modern world, inherently embodies the belief in equality, creating an irreconcilable conflict with the family's core ideals of blood superiority. In his childhood, he faced Lucius's wrath for displaying even the slightest friendliness towards Muggles. However, Shelley did not let this deter him. He continued to adhere to his own principles, merely reducing his contact with Muggles to avoid provoking Lucius. Yet, when Lucius was not looking, Shelley relished exploring the Muggle world and experimenting with Muggle inventions, often playing with Dobby. As for Narcissa, although she too staunchly supports the pureblood supremacy, her indulgence towards her son prevents major conflicts. She perceives her younger son as having a mind of his own, merely inexperienced due to his age. Her protective stance is likely why Lucius refrains from reprimanding Shelley too harshly. He would typically be inclined to frequently chastise him and attempt to instill the tenets of blood superiority deeply within his mind. Moreover, Shelley's ability to thrive in such a pure-blood family can be attributed to another factor: his prodigious talent. From the tender age of 1, he exhibited remarkable linguistic aptitude, learning languages at a pace far exceeding that of his brother Draco. His brilliance is not confined solely to linguistic skills. By the age of 4, he displayed extraordinary learning abilities. The various educational materials, including books on writing and arithmetic that Lucius procured for him, were effortlessly grasped by Shelley, often without formal instruction, an advantage stemming from the memories of his past life. In private, Shelley feels a twinge of embarrassment over his genius, for the academic content is, to him, utterly mundane. Do not speak of such superficial and elementary enlightenment content. In his previous life, he was an unequivocal academic prodigy, having achieved first place in the national A-level examinations in the UK, subsequently securing a scholarship to pursue advanced studies at the University of Cambridge. There, he earned dual doctoral degrees in archaeology and ancient linguistics with exceptional distinction, mastering various languages including English, French, Spanish, and other Romance languages. After his rebirth, it appeared that, due to the renewed experience of cerebral development, he discovered that his memory and comprehension abilities were even more formidable than in his past life. Regardless of what he had read, he could recall it flawlessly. No matter what he endeavored to learn, he could swiftly grasp and apply it. Ciel Lin could not help but exclaim, "Isn't this remarkable retention and intuitive understanding a form of golden finger? Is this a boon of reincarnation?" At the age of 4, Ciel Lin successfully triggered a magical surge, rendering the blustering old butler, Kakaro, unconscious with his formidable will. He was confirmed to possess the potential to become a wizard, awaiting the age of 11 when he would acquire his wand and gain the qualification to enroll in a magical academy to systematically learn the art of wizardry. It must be said that Ciel Lin breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had never appeared in the original text, and he could not ascertain whether he indeed possessed the potential for magical learning. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of the severe discrimination within the wizarding community against those who could not learn magic, colloquially referred to as dumb cannons. He could scarcely imagine the fate of becoming one. On the day of Ciel Lin's magical surge, Narcissa was utterly exhilarated, embracing and kissing him repeatedly, while Lucius maintained his characteristic aloof demeanor, although the slight upward curve of his lips could not conceal the joy overflowing within him. Draco, observing the scene from the side, could only feel profound envy. As for the butler, who had been rendered unconscious, once taken inside by the house elf, he was left unattended. Lucius and Narcissa prepared a modest celebration for Ciel Lin. However, more than the cake and desserts of the gathering, Ciel Lin was preoccupied with a peculiar manifestation of light in his vision. He noticed that when gazing at his family, they were enveloped in a faint, ethereal white glow. Initially, he suspected a problem with his eyesight, but after several attempts, he discerned the cause. His eyes only exhibited this white light when observing wizards, magical creatures, or enchanted items. Upon closer examination, the white light resembled a gentle stream, flowing over wizards or magical objects in a peculiar rhythm. Lin conjectured that this so-called white light was, in fact, the legendary magical aura. This hypothesis was soon corroborated by a document recorded in his family's archives. In the Middle Ages, the ideology of pure blood supremacy was deeply entrenched within the wizarding community for valid reasons. At that time, the number of wizards was scarce, frequently subjected to persecution by ignorant muggles. Led by Salazar Slytherin, the pureblood faction of wizards rallied under the banner of protecting pureblood wizards, intending to unify the strength of the wizarding world and safeguard the heritage of wizards from muggle oppression. In due course, the illustrious Salazar Slytherin, alongside 3 esteemed companions, established one of the most magnificent schools of magic in the world, Hogwarts, thereby bestowing upon generations of wizards a wealth of arcane knowledge, a subject that merits no further discussion here. In that era, the pureblood families boasted exceptionally untainted lineages, imbued with the mysterious forces that served as the very essence of magic. To safeguard the transmission of this potent heritage, it became imperative to engage in consanguineous unions to maintain the purity of their bloodlines. However, despite still bearing the title of pureblood, these lineages had, over countless generations, diluted significantly, rendering their once vibrant magical prowess a mere echo, a faded legend recounted among family members. The modern notion of pureblood families diverges drastically from that of the medieval epoch. In the original texts, only a handful of individuals have ever awakened this latent power. Within Shellen's recollection, only the Parselmouth Voldemort, the naturally metamorphic Tonks, and the somewhat deluded Professor Trelawney, with her faint prophetic ancestry, come to mind. Harry Potter's serpentine affinity was merely a passive acquisition, linked to a fragment of Voldemort's soul, rather than a testament to innate lineage. As one of the oldest families tracing back to the Middle Ages, the Malfoy lineage too harbored enigmatic powers. Yet, according to family historical records, since the 3rd descendant, Armand II Malfoy, there have been no further instances of awakened bloodline abilities. Thus, Sherryn's extraordinary magical surges went unnoticed by Lucius and Narcissa. For reasons unknown, Sherryn fortuitously awakened the Malfoy bloodline's power, referred to within family lore as the Eye of Magic, enabling him to perceive the currents of magical energy within himself and others. Historical accounts note that Armand II Malfoy employed this unique ability to converse with magic, forging exclusive magical tenets that etched a glorious chapter in the annals of the Malfoy history. Regrettably, the records of this legendary wizard are scant and shrouded in ambiguity for reasons that remain elusive. The awakening of the Eye of Magic is a secret known solely to Sherryn. It is not a matter of distrust towards his kin. Rather, the adult soul residing within Sherryn comprehends the value of discretion and the significance of possessing a hidden advantage. Such an extraordinary ability may prove invaluable in unforeseen circumstances. Through the Eye of Magic, Sherryn can discern the magical potency of every individual within his line of sight. It is widely acknowledged that a wizard's strength is largely contingent upon the magnitude of their magical energy. A notable example from the original work is the infamous Mad-Eye Moody, who remarked during a lesson on the killing curse that it is an incantation of considerable drain. When wielded by students with their meager reserves, it could at best induce a nosebleed. Observing quietly, Sherryn scrutinizes each family member. Lucius's magic is interwoven with an unsettling shade of gray-black. His overall power is formidable within the family context, though lacking a comparison to external wizards makes it challenging to ascertain its precise strength. In contrast, his mother Narcissa and the house elf, Kakaro, exhibit rather unimpressive magical energies. Chapter 3. The Legacy of the Family. Since the magical upheaval instigated by Shelley, Lucius has eagerly fostered her studies in the arcane arts, to the astonishment and delight of the entire family. Shelley's aptitude for learning has remarkably extended into the realm of magic. She has demonstrated an exceptional talent for magical studies, mastering various magical principles with ease, and occasionally posing inquiries that even Lucius cannot answer. Before long, Lucius relinquished the task of personally instructing her, allowing Shelley to explore and experiment independently. As a former academic prodigy, Shelley bypassed the arduous process of acquiring language and literacy, inheriting an insatiable thirst for knowledge from the age of 4. She often immersed herself in the family's extensive library, voraciously consuming a wide array of literature. For centuries, the Malfoy family has diligently enriched their collection, encompassing an eclectic variety of subjects, including history, spellcraft, transfiguration, herbology, magical creatures, and even the esoteric ancient magical literature and alchemy. Among these tomes are numerous invaluable first editions. The worth of a rare, out-of-print grimoire is incalculable, akin to treasures beyond measure. These volumes embody the very essence of the pure-blood wizarding lineage, and unless absolutely necessary, none would dare to part with them. Shelley's favorite genre is historical literature, through the family's historical documents. She gains a more profound and comprehensive understanding of this magical world than what is portrayed in the original texts. She acutely recognizes that this is a complete magical realm, populated by vibrant individuals beyond just the savior Harry and his companions, or the Dark Lord Voldemort and his followers. There exists a multitude of diverse characters and lives, such as curse breakers of the Egyptian pyramids, world-traveling magical biologists, and alchemists who create wondrous artifacts. What perplexes Shelley is the absence of any tomes on dark magic within the library of a family traditionally aligned with Voldemort. Could it be that the inherent dangers of dark magic texts prompted her parents to sequester them, fearing that she or her brother might inadvertently encounter peril? Pure-blood families, particularly those among the Sacred 28, possess an ancient and profound historical legacy, despite their portrayal in the original work as subservient to Voldemort. The true strength of these families lies not in brute force, but in their monopolization of lucrative industries within the magical realm, thereby controlling the economic lifeblood of the wizarding world and amassing immeasurable wealth and formidable political influence. Their ability to achieve this is not merely through the inheritance of wealth, but through the possession of invaluable magical secrets, such as the Ollivander family, which has thrived for over 2 millennia by monopolizing the craft of wand-making, thus generating substantial wealth. The documents that record a family's secrets are their most cherished treasures. Shelley understands that Voldemort's return is merely a few years away, and if she wishes to ensure her own safety and that of her family, she must hasten to bolster her strength. Being a natural scholar, she is even more diligent than most in absorbing all the knowledge contained within the family library. The relationship between Shelley and Dobby has always been strong. After several years of gentle persuasion, Shelley finally succeeded in convincing Dobby at the age of 5 to accompany him on a clandestine adventure. While the family was away, they stealthily entered the secret chamber located beneath the living room, using Shelley's ability to conjure illusions. The entrance to the chamber was heavily guarded by protective magic, which could only be breached with the correct unlocking incantation. However, a notable flaw in the wizarding world's protective spells lies in their disregard for what they perceive as inferior creatures, such as house elves. Thus, Shelley was able to rely on Dobby's unique elfin magic to gain access to the chamber. Inside the dimly lit chamber, the ceiling was adorned with several skulls that emitted an eerie glow, casting faint light throughout the space. The walls were lined with shelves filled with bizarre artifacts, unmistakably tainted with dark magic, blackened skulls, blood-stained daggers, grotesque masks, and rusted chains, among others. None of these items bore any labels, leaving Shelley utterly in the dark regarding their names or uses. He navigated cautiously through the cramped quarters, taking great care to avoid inadvertently touching any of the sinister objects. After all, even a figure as formidable as Dumbledore could meet his demise by carelessly brushing against one of Voldemort's cursed artifacts. Given that his father was a former Death Eater, Shelley was certain that such horrific dark magical items were indeed part of their collection. Amidst the myriad of items, one particular object caught Shelley's attention, a plain, old-fashioned diary with a black cover, reminiscent of an ordinary diary from the Muggle world, inscribed with the name Tom Riddle. Shelley recognized it as Voldemort's first Horcrux and, aware of his own limitations, refrained from making any reckless attempts to interact with it. After hastily scanning the dreadful dark magical items, he made his way to a corner designated for books. The tomes here were exceptionally ancient, some so worn that their titles were nearly indecipherable. Shelley selected 3 spellbooks from the piles: Dark Potions, The Fallen Beings, and Abathar Volume 1. Their exterior suggested profound antiquity, with many contents written in archaic runes. Additionally, in a hidden compartment, he discovered the family's spell notebook, which contained secret incantations exclusive to the direct descendants of the family. He had Dobby make a copy for him, since young wizards in the British magical community were not permitted to possess wands before the age of 11. Shelley could only transcribe the principles and methods of the spells without truly practicing them. Dark Potions acquired. The Fallen Beings acquired. Abathar Volume 1 acquired. Malfoy family spell acquired. As Shelley was about to depart with a heart full of satisfaction, he inadvertently caught sight of a dusty, dilapidated hourglass nestled in the corner. Were it not for Shelley's magical eye detecting faint magical fluctuations emanating from the hourglass, its antiquated appearance would have failed to capture anyone's attention. In the realm of magic, Items such as hourglasses and pocket watches that exude magical energy typically signify one thing. They are imbued with time magic. Time hourglass acquired. Indeed, this hourglass serves as a time converter, a first-generation relic from the Middle Ages. In the later sequel of the original tale, amidst the destruction of all known time converters, Lucius managed to have Theodore Knott craft 2 entirely new time converters from scratch. Although Knott may possess some talent, Shelley had always harbored skepticism about Knott's ability to create a time converter without a sample or reference blueprint. At this moment, Shelley confirmed his previous conjecture that Lucius had long possessed the most ancient time converter, from which Knott merely derived and enhanced a more practical version. Time magic is one of the most enigmatic domains of magic, and Shelley understood that it is governed by numerous rules. He had no desire to provoke terrifying consequences by transgressing these regulations. While the hourglass does not impose limitations on usage, excessive use can still burden the body. As illustrated by Hermione in the original tale, who ultimately had to relinquish her endeavors due to overwhelming fatigue. Thus, Shelley diligently flipped the hourglass only 4 times each day, utilizing the additional 4 hours for study, immersing himself in reading and learning day after day, despite the vast collection of volumes in the library. With hundreds of tomes at his disposal, Shelley, with the assistance of the hourglass, managed to complete all readings by the age of 9, acquiring knowledge far surpassing that of the average individual. With nothing else to occupy his time, Shelley began to entertain mischievous thoughts once more. Chapter 4. Enhancing Power. After Shelley turned 9, perhaps Lucius and Narcissa felt it was time for their child to forge friendships. Or perhaps they were concerned about Shelley's inclination to become a reclusive hermit. They began inviting several children of similar age and status to their home, hoping that Shelley and Draco would find like-minded companions before their enrollment. However, among these so-called similarly situated guests were predominantly children from pure-blood families akin to the Malfoy lineage, such as Theodore Knott from the Knott family, Pansy Parkinson from the Parkinson family, Millicent Bulstrode from the Bulstrode family, Gregory Goyle from the Goyle family, and Vincent Crabbe from the Crabbe family, among others. In Shelley's eyes, they were a group of arrogant, ignorant, and spoiled brats, and it was hard to imagine him getting along with them. Moreover, as far as Shelley knew, more than half of these children had fathers who were Death Eaters. Draco, on the other hand, was quite imposing. Leveraging the prestige of the Malfoy family, he effortlessly commanded the loyalty of Goyle and Crabbe, 2 rather dim-witted boys whose robust physiques made them excellent candidates for bodyguards. Even the haughty Pansy Parkinson seems to harbor a slight affection for Draco, admiring his somewhat childish arrogance. Honestly, at this time, Pansy sports a head of short black hair, large dark eyes, a pert nose, and 2 charming dimples, making her quite adorable. However, her demeanor is rather unpleasant. Apart from her interactions with Draco and Sherryn, her words are often sharp and caustic, relishing in mocking and ridiculing others. Goyle and Crabbe privately refer to her as the Little Witch. Nevertheless, Draco holds a fondness for her and has expressed to Sherryn on multiple occasions that Theodore is the only peer he deems worthy of equal companionship. Whenever this group of youngsters gathers, Sherryn frequently concocts various excuses to avoid participation. If the gathering takes place at Malfoy Manor, he will sneak away at the earliest opportunity. Draco, meanwhile, revels in the mutual flattery exchanged among his friends, eagerly engaging in the myriad activities of their little circle. Sherryn has received several invitations, but after a few rejections, Draco perceives that his thoughtful younger brother is not particularly inclined to mingle with his companions, and thus, he becomes indifferent, leading to Sherryn being excluded from future gatherings. Upon learning of this, Narcissa feels quite displeased and has chided Sherryn several times. However, upon witnessing his stubborn demeanor, she realizes her words fall on deaf ears and eventually resigns herself to his reclusive nature. Nevertheless, upon noticing Crabbe and Goyle's robust physiques, Sherryn resolves to prioritize physical training. The inability to learn spells does not equate to an inability to enhance one's combat prowess. In a magical realm of Harry Potter, the outcome of duels typically hinges on the potency of the spells cast, along with the accuracy and evasion rates of the combatants. After all, only spells that strike their targets are deemed effective. In rare instances, battles between wizards may devolve into prolonged conflicts due to an equal matchup, where the total amount of magical power becomes the decisive factor. Hence, it is evident that for combat-oriented wizards, physical fitness is of paramount importance. Agile wizards possess a significantly higher survival rate in chaotic skirmishes. Unbeknownst to his family, Sherryn begins a clandestine regimen of physical training with Dobby during the quiet hours of night. While reading the original text, Sherryn had often wished to criticize the fact that young wizards at Hogwarts have never engaged in any form of physical enhancement training. dedicating their time solely to the study of knowledge and spells. Throughout the 7-year Hogwarts educational system, the only class remotely related to physical education is the first-year flying lesson, which lasts a mere year. It is no wonder that while young wizards can master numerous spells, their practical performance is woefully inadequate. Perhaps this is due to the peaceful era, unless one aspires to become an Auror. Young wizards find it more practical to invest their time in learning household spells than in physical conditioning. In his previous life, Shelley was a master of survival in the wilderness, possessing considerable skills in long-distance running, climbing, diving, and combat. Drawing inspiration from the depictions of battles between wizards in the original text, he devised a systematic physical training regimen based on the training methods used in warfare games from the Muggle world, particularly focusing on evasion and accuracy. He had Dobby aim harmless marking spells at him while he maneuvered in confined spaces, practicing various dodging techniques, gradually increasing the speed of Dobby's spell casting to enhance the difficulty of his evasion exercises. After completing his dodging practice and taking a brief respite, Shelley then had Dobby conjure a flurry of paper birds with flying spells, while he practiced his aim with darts, determined to strike each paper bird with precision. During the day, Shelley cultivated the habit of diligently reading the Daily Prophet, actively keeping himself informed about the happenings within the magical community during this era of peace. In moments of leisure, he recalled that Bill Weasley from the original text had a pen pal studying at the Castro Brasher School of Magic in Brazil. On a whim, he decided to write a letter to the editor of a newspaper, expressing his desire to borrow a small column under the pseudonym Little Shrimp to publish an international friendship notice. Upon learning of this, his parents had varying reactions. Lucius scoffed disdainfully, but chose not to comment, viewing the British magical community as the most powerful and noble in the world, regarding other places as mere remote and backward lands. This perspective was not uncommon among those in the British Magical Society, as the lineage of North American wizards traced back to Britain, while the distant East was often perceived as lagging both economically and politically. Narcissa, on the other hand, was more concerned about Shelley's mental well-being. She often regarded him with a complex expression, likely perceiving that he felt lonely due to a lack of like-minded friends. She noticed that Shelley did not enjoy the company of the pure-blood elite, which filled her heart with a mother's guilt. Nevertheless, Shelley did not pay much heed to his parents' opinions when he informed them that he had finished reading over 100 books from the family library. Even the aloof Lucius could not suppress a look of surprise and delight. Narcissa then suggested visiting Shelley's grandmother, Druella Black. Druella had visited their home once when Shelley was very young, and she held a deep affection for her exceptionally intelligent grandson. In fact, Shelley and Draco were the only 2 grandchildren she truly cherished. Shelley had 2 aunts, his eldest aunt Bellatrix, who had joined the Death Eaters after marrying but had no children, and his second aunt, Andromeda, who had been removed from the family tree for marrying a Muggle wizard. Druella lived alone in a quaint cottage in Wiltshire, and upon seeing her beloved grandson, her face radiated with uncontainable joy. Hearing that Shelley wished to stay for a few days filled her with immense happiness. Therefore, when Shelley expressed his desire to explore her collection of books, Druella eagerly brought out all her volumes, allowing him to feast his eyes on them. The collection of books in the home of Druella is a legacy inherited from both her late husband, Cygnus Black, and her own family. Prior to her marriage, Druella was the esteemed daughter of the Rosier family. Hence the collection comprises volumes from both the Black and Rosier families, with a significant portion having been sent early on to Malfoy Manor as part of Narcissa's dowry. Subsequently, her Aunt Bellatrix and her husband were apprehended after the First Wizarding War and imprisoned in Azkaban for life. According to the laws governing wizarding property, aside from the vaults in Gringotts, all their assets had to be transferred to Druella's name. This fortunate turn of events allowed Shilin to discover not only the tomes of the Black and Rosier families, but also rare volumes from the Lestrange family, amounting to over 100 pieces in total. Though Druella was advanced in age, her faculties remained intact. The books she presented to Shilin contained no dark magic texts, yet they were replete with the secret spells of the Black, Rosier, and Lestrange families. Shilin recognized these as treasures of pure blood heritage and eagerly absorbed all knowledge he could, utilizing a time turner to indulge his thirst for learning. After spending a month at his grandmother's estate, Shilin and Narcissa bid farewell to Druella, who wore a face marked by reluctance. Druella generously decided to gift all those books to Shilin, commanding her house elf, Sasha, to deliver them directly to Shellen's bedroom at Malfoy Manor. Black family spells acquired. Rosier family spells acquired. Lestrange family spells acquired. Shilin was profoundly pleased with this gift, feeling as though he had acquired his own private library. He eagerly organized all the books he had obtained from Druella into his bag of holding, only to find that he had barely filled 1% of the available shelf space. Private library acquired. Chapter 5. The enrollment invitation. A year passed, and Sherryn was now 10 years old. During this time, due to a nourishing diet and ample physical activity, Sherryn had grown tall and slender, surpassing his brother Draco by a noticeable half a head. Coupled with his handsome appearance and gentle demeanor, he embodied the quintessential image of a wealthy and attractive young man. Draco, as the elder brother, often felt a mix of envy and admiration. At times, his height led him to perceive Sherryn as the elder sibling. However, it was not merely their appearances that diverged. The twins, despite being biological brothers, exhibited starkly contrasting personalities. Draco, influenced by his blind adoration for their father, had adopted a haughty and arrogant disposition reminiscent of Lucius, though his behavior still retained a youthful innocence. In contrast, Sherryn had inherited none of his parents' traits, consistently presenting himself as modest, composed, polite, and quietly confident, akin to a Hufflepuff. Lucius and Narcissa were pleased with Sherryn's maturity, which surpassed that of his peers, while they favored the more boisterous Draco, as his spirited nature aligned more closely with the traditional Malfoy demeanor, and his youthful exuberance stirred their protective instincts. Throughout the course of this year, through relentless diligence, Sherryn finally managed to finish the collection of books he had brought from his grandmother's house. With newfound determination, he set his sights on Grimmauld Place, number 12. Over the past year, he had frequently corresponded with his beloved grandmother, discreetly uncovering the exact location of the Black family residence. On this particular day, guided by Dobby, he materialized at Grimmauld Place, number 12, where he encountered the resident house elf, Creature. Upon learning that Sherryn was the son of Narcissa and bore the bloodline of the Blacks, Creature instinctively regarded him as a partial master, his tone and demeanor infused with respect and obedience. Sherryn understood that house elves, as sentient beings, possessed a profound sense of gratitude and loyalty. Only through kindness could one earn their true devotion. The original Sirius had made the grievous mistake of failing to appreciate this, leading to his untimely demise. Rather than adopting a condescending attitude towards Creature, Sherryn approached him with warmth and compassion, allowing Creature to prepare a clean set of clothes for him and gifting him some sweets he had brought from home. This gesture deeply moved Creature, significantly enhancing his loyalty. Creature graciously guided Sherryn through the opulent halls of the Black family residence. As a quintessential abode of a pure-blood wizarding family, Grimmauld Place No. 12 was adorned with decor that boasted centuries of history, including numerous artifacts crafted by ancient goblins. These items, if presented to the world outside, would undoubtedly fetch a fortune as priceless antiques. Following Voldemort's return, this house was to serve as the headquarters for the Order of the Phoenix. Yet it remained uninhabited and unprotected by any enchantments, as evidenced by the thick layer of dust that suggested it had been long neglected. As they ascended to the second-floor studio, Sherryn was captivated by a grand tapestry that nearly covered an entire wall, chronicling the genealogy of the Black family. To his astonishment, he discovered his own name woven into the tapestry. Inquiring with Creature, he learned that the matriarch of the family had passed away in 1985, the same year Sherryn had turned 5. He recalled that this room also housed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the Slytherin locket. But being still uneducated in the ways of magic, Sherryn dared not entertain any illusions about it, fully aware of the peril associated with such dark artifacts. Sherryn's primary objective for this visit was to explore the Black family's extensive library. As one of the oldest of the sacred 28 pure-blood families, the wealth of knowledge contained within the Black library surpassed even that of the Malfoy family, boasting numerous rare and out-of-print magical tomes, some dating back to the Middle Ages. The prospect of such invaluable knowledge stirred Sherryn's insatiable thirst for learning. The Black family has long been devoid of heirs, and rather than allowing these invaluable tomes to fall into the hands of the illiterate Harry Potter, thereby allowing such treasures to gather dust and be squandered, it is far more prudent to benefit oneself. After all, I am, at least by tenuous connection, a distant relative of the Blacks, and I am undoubtedly more deserving than that outsider, Harry Potter. After securing the consent of Creature in the name of the Black family, Shelley unceremoniously packed all the Black family's collection into his enchanted book bag. This collection comprises over 100 volumes, encompassing a vast array of topics related to magic, rivaling the extensive library of the Malfoy family. Many records concerning ancient magical sigils corroborate what Shelley had previously encountered within the Malfoy Archives, filling him with both astonishment and delight. However, the most precious of all is the secret compendium of spells, strictly reserved for direct descendants of the Black lineage. Although a portion of this tome had been glimpsed during his visits to his grandmother's home, the Black ancestral estate, being a bastion of patrilineal inheritance, holds a more complete and comprehensive version, especially since Druella's progeny consists solely of daughters, thus adhering to matrilineal descent. Acquisition of the Black family's spell compendium. Regrettably, the Black family's library still lacks any tomes on dark magic. Shelley surmises that, much like the Malfoy family, the Blacks likely possess a hidden chamber dedicated to storing prohibited items. Upon inquiring with Creature, the house elf expressed ignorance regarding such a matter. Bound by the inherent servitude of house elves, Creature cannot deceive Shelley, nor does it possess any motive to do so. Thus, Shelley deduces that the secrets of this hidden chamber are likely confined to the core members of the family, beyond the reach of house elves. Before his 11th birthday, the diligent Shelley, with the aid of temporal enhancements, successfully perused the entirety of the Black family's tomes and documents. Through the cross-examination and synthesis of the two family libraries, Shelley gained a lucid understanding of the history of the magical world, the formation of magical power, and the evolution of spells. His most significant achievement lies in piecing together numerous historical secrets of the Middle Ages from the vast wealth of knowledge, as well as mastering the interpretation and deciphering of ancient runic texts through self-study. The ancient runic script of the wizarding world shares its origins with the archaic human languages of Muggles, both deriving from a common writing system composed of 22 Phoenician characters. However, as wizards discovered the latent magical potential within these characters, the ancient runic script gradually evolved into its unique writing system over the ages. Ancient wizards developed various sigils exclusive to their craft, utilizing these symbols to gather and channel magical energy, particularly prevalent in alchemy. Yet, with the advent of a peaceful era, the use of magic became increasingly mundane, leading to the decline of ancient scripts. Having been an expert in ancient human languages in his past life, Shelley quickly discerned the patterns and nuances of ancient runic script through his past experiences and the extensive libraries of both families. Should word of this remarkable accomplishment spread, it would undoubtedly astonish many. The obscurity of ancient runes is widely recognized. According to the standard curriculum at Hogwarts, the study of ancient runes is only available as an elective in the 3rd year, and the course merely teaches the recognition of common foundational symbols and words. In contrast, Shelley, who has already immersed himself in historical texts authored in ancient runes, possesses a proficiency that far exceeds the highest level that Hogwarts can impart. With his 11th birthday approaching in just a few days, Shelley began to reflect on his initial progress, and he could not help but feel immense satisfaction with his current achievements. Although he was born into a family on the wrong side of history, likely to be ensnared in familial tragedy in the years to come, his starting point is significantly stronger than that of the original protagonist, Harry. Unlike the naive Harry, Shelley's understanding of the wizarding world is remarkably profound. The bloodline strength and secret spell heritage of his family further assure his future potential. More importantly, he possesses the hourglass of time, an extraordinary tool that guarantees his path at Hogwarts will be that of an exceptional scholar. As Shelley indulged in fantasies and aspirations for his life at Hogwarts, his 11th birthday swiftly arrived, bringing with it admission letters to Hogwarts for both him and Draco. The second page of the parchment detailed the textbooks, wizarding robes, cloaks, wands, cauldrons, and other essentials required for first-year students. Shelley believed that Durmstrang would be more suitable for him. Upon receiving the letter, Lucius made one final attempt to sway the decision, reasoning that the study of dark arts faced little restriction, and he would not have to coexist with students of non-pure blood. Lucius believed that Draco would receive a superior education there. Are you truly willing to send our precious son so far away? It's an island. How inconvenient that would be. Narcissa maintained her stance, wishing to send both sons to the closer Hogwarts. You are a board member. Perhaps you could look after them, she suggested. You know I am at odds with that old man, Lucius replied, his expression darkening. I have decided to attend Hogwarts, Shelley calmly declared his decision. Draco held a nonchalant attitude toward the matter, and with his brother and several already familiar friends also heading to Hogwarts, he naturally cast his lot with Hogwarts as well. Faced with the unanimous opinion of mother and son, Lucius could only shrug in resignation and agree. As Shelley and Draco needed to procure their school supplies, the family of four set off in their luxurious night bus carriage. After Lucius recited the incantation and destination, the carriage's ornate designs shimmered with a faint magical glow, gradually lifting into the air as it soared toward Diagon Alley. Shelley, well versed in the original text, knew that the seemingly empty carriage was actually being drawn by invisible thestrals, visible only to those who had witnessed death. The Malfoy family, being among the most powerful in contemporary society, did not need to navigate through the filthy, leaky cauldron. They could descend directly from above to their designated parking spot in Diagon Alley. Chapter 6. Acquiring Equipment. Due to the seasoned Lucius and Narcissa being well aware that procuring a wand is an exceptionally time-consuming endeavor, their initial shopping destination was none other than Ollivander's wand shop. Upon pushing open the antiquated door, a cascade of melodious chimes resonated throughout the small establishment. Shelley surveyed the surroundings. The shop was rather diminutive, and aside from a long bench at the counter, there was little else to be found. Not far away stood thousands of slender paper boxes, stacked nearly to the ceiling. Ollivander had been engaged in the wand-making trade for almost 2 millennia, and he was one of the 3 principal wand manufacturers in Europe. Shelley recalled that the Ollivander family was also among the sacred 28 pure-blood families. "Good morning," a gentle voice emerged, as an elderly gentleman seemingly materialized before them. Draco was startled, instinctively clutching Shelley's garment. It was evident that this venerable figure was Garrick Ollivander, the proprietor of the shop. Indeed, Ollivander's gaze fixated on Shelley. A wizard requires a wand to cast spells. However, remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. So, Gentleman Malfoy, who shall step forward first? Shelley gently nudged Draco forward. Ollivander proceeded to take his measurements, starting from shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally measuring his head circumference. He then produced a wand for Draco to test. Draco attempted several wands before ultimately selecting one crafted from hawthorn, with a core of unicorn hair. It measured precisely 10 inches, exhibiting a degree of flexibility and an elegant design. Ah, unicorn hair. It appears Draco is still a rather innocent child, Shelley mused. The unicorn, a beautiful creature native to the forests of Scandinavia, is characterized by its pure white coat and spiraled horn. Unicorns are often drawn to pure-hearted individuals, which imbues their hair with properties that favor the virtuous. In contrast, hawthorn wands are particularly favored by those with conflicting personalities or those navigating periods of uncertainty. Thus, the process of trial and error continued, with Shelley observing as the furrows on Ollivander's brow deepened with each attempt. As Shelley grasped a wand, a surge of warmth coursed through his fingers, and the wand's tip emanated a halo of white light, rippling outward like waves in water. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Ollivander's voice grew increasingly soft. Though I'm not particularly fond of using the tail feather of a thestral, I must say, sir, you and this wand form a most extraordinary pairing. Excuse me, Mr. Ollivander. Shelley could not help but inquire in a hushed tone, what precisely struck you as extraordinary just now? His curiosity was piqued. For most of the wands crafted by Ollivander utilized materials such as phoenix feathers, unicorn hair, or dragon heartstrings, while the wand in his hand bore a core of thestral tail feather, setting it apart from Ollivander's other creations. It is well known that thestrals are considered harbingers of misfortune. Ollivander gazed at Shelley with his milky white pupils. It is a rather peculiar substance, one only controllable by wizards who can master death. Moreover, the vinewood wand is rather uncommon, and I cannot help but notice that its owners are invariably ambitious yet unassuming wizards. My great-grandfather aspired to create a wand that could rival or even surpass the legendary Elder Wand. Personally, I believe this wand surpasses the Elder Wand in craftsmanship. The Elder Wand only acknowledges the mightiest of wizards as its master, and an excessive pursuit of power often invites misfortune. Few of its historical owners have met a favorable end. In contrast, this wand possesses a more understated elegance. I firmly believe that its owner, Mr. Malfoy, will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success in the future. Shelley's emotions were quite complex, yet he felt a sense of relief as the wand purchasing ordeal finally drew to a close. As they journeyed towards Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Sherryn curiously observed the surrounding shops. There was the dimly lit Owl Emporium, from which emanated soft, mournful hoots. A group of children, of a similar age to them, were peering intently into a display window, captivated by a flying broomstick. Sherryn overheard a boy exclaim, "Look, this is the latest model, the Firebolt 2000, the fastest broomstick." Returning to the present, Sherryn suddenly noticed that Draco was unusually quiet. "Sherryn," he murmured, lowering his gaze, "Orion said you would become an extraordinary wizard, while I am nothing. I feel so weak." Observing his demeanor, Sherryn instinctively embraced Draco's neck and replied, "Of course, I will be an extraordinary wizard. Have you forgotten who my brother is? You merely need to practice diligently, don't you think?" With that, he gave Draco's shoulder a gentle shake. "You simply enjoy playing too much. Making friends is wonderful, but immersing oneself in insincere flattery while neglecting one's studies is rather misguided. Wouldn't you agree?" "Ha, that's so true. Draco suddenly grasped the point and smiled. I shall begin to work hard as well. As your older brother, I absolutely cannot be outdone by you. Madame Malkin was a short, plump witch with a warm smile, dressed in purple attire. Standing at the store's entrance, she greeted Sherryn and Draco with a cheerful voice. Oh, two young gentlemen. Are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms? We have plenty in various styles, fabrics, and sizes. Sherryn replied with a gentle smile. Just give us each 3 sets of plain, well-fitting robes. I have a few other requests, but let us first secure the uniforms, shall we? As they were led to the back of the shop where a young witch would measure their sizes, Sherryn heard someone else entering for measurements. Turning his head, he spotted a slender boy with dark hair, and a sense of familiarity washed over him. At that moment, Draco also turned and spoke. Hey, are you going to Hogwarts too? The boy appeared somewhat taken aback, merely nodding in response. Draco continued, my father is next door buying our books, and my mother is out shopping for school supplies. Then I plan to drag them to see the flying broomsticks. I don't understand why first-year students can't have their own broomsticks. I believe I must persuade my father to purchase one for me, and then find a way to sneak it in. You think so too, don't you, Sherryn? Draco remarked. Sherryn rolled her eyes in response, choosing to ignore Draco, and instead offered a friendly smile to the young boy, saying, Hello, my name is Sherryn Malfoy. This is my brother, Draco Malfoy. We are both new students at Hogwarts this year, and it is a pleasure to meet you. My goodness, you are really Harry Potter? Draco exclaimed with excitement. Oh, I mean, it's a pleasure to meet you. The 3 stood together for a while, exchanging their dreams and fantasies about Hogwarts, discussing broomsticks and Quidditch. After purchasing their uniforms, Harry bid farewell, stating that he needed to acquire other items. Draco, bubbling with enthusiasm, wanted to drag Sherryn to see the broomsticks, but Sherryn, citing her lack of interest in Quidditch, gently dismissed him, opting instead to consult Madame Malkin about the various types of wizarding robes. Madame Malkin's shop specialized not only in the plain robes designed for Hogwarts students, but also offered a myriad of stylish, everyday wizarding attire. There were elaborately embroidered robes adorned with faint golden stripes, tailored robes that accentuated one's figure, casual loose-fitting robes, robes that adjusted in length as one grew taller, and even temperature-regulating robes that provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer. Notably, all the robes sold by Madame Malkin came equipped with self-ironing and self-repairing features, alleviating concerns about wrinkles, dampness, or damage. While reading the original text in her previous life, Sherryn harbored a lingering question regarding the design of wizarding robes, which seemed to have been inherited from medieval aesthetics. For over 1,000 years, their appearance and design had remained stagnant, showing no signs of improvement. Setting aside the subjective matter of aesthetics, the voluminous and billowy nature of these robes was decidedly impractical for swift movement and agile dodging, becoming a liability in duels amongst wizards, not to mention the misfortune of tripping over one's own robe. Moreover, these robes lacked any practical features, such as protection against certain curses, enhancements to agility and speed, or the ability to change appearance for disguise in conjunction with transformation spells. Given Sherryn's understanding of the wizarding world and magic, the creation of robes possessing such functionalities was certainly not a fanciful notion. When Sherryn presented her inquiries to Madame Malkin, the latter regarded the young girl with a complex expression, clearly impressed by the innovative ideas and concepts being proposed. Madame Malkin explained that while she could indeed craft robes with the features Sherryn described, she believed that, given the prolonged peace in the wizarding world, such expensive robes would not find a substantial market. Furthermore, she acknowledged that the wizarding community had been stagnant for too long, lagging behind the increasingly progressive Muggle world in terms of both aesthetic and functional clothing needs. Subsequently, Sherryn requested Madame Malkin to custom-tailor a set of battle robes for her. Articulating her specific requirements one by one, the design of this battle robe emphasizes a close-fitting and streamlined silhouette crafted from the supple skin of a bird snake, which affords ample elasticity to ensure the wearer's agility. Visually, it resembles a Muggle-esque tailored suit jacket. Each cuff must be adorned with a concealed pocket, allowing for the discreet storage of a wand or other weaponry, thus enabling the wearer to engage in combat at a moment's notice. The robe's pockets are to be enhanced with a seamless extension charm, expanding their capacity to accommodate personal luggage and a book bag. Originally, Sherryn had envisioned incorporating additional features such as defensive curses, gravity reduction, and aesthetic transformations. However, Madame Malkin candidly expressed her inability to fulfill these requests, stating that no amount of galleons would sway her. Consequently, Sherryn reluctantly acquiesced. The intricate tailoring and special treatments required for this battle robe are indeed labor-intensive and time-consuming. Madame Malkin had initially hesitated to accept this commission, as her esteemed position in the wizarding garment industry rendered her neither in want of business nor financial gain. However, upon hearing Sherryn's intention to present this concept to the mundane tailoring shop, potentially establishing a new reputation and bringing fresh visibility to the establishment, she found herself swayed. Madame Moken recognized that the realm of wizarding fashion was woefully lacking in innovation. Should the mundane tailoring shop successfully carve out a new market, it would pose a significant threat to her future share of the industry. With this realization, she felt compelled to commit to Sherryn's endeavor wholeheartedly. The value of this battle robe was set at 30 galleons, more than 7 times that of a typical wizardess robe. Madame Moken indicated that she would require 2 weeks for its creation. After Sherryn paid half the deposit, they arranged for the finished piece to be delivered directly to him via owl post, and with a sense of joy, he departed. Chapter 7. The beginning of school. Sherryn had long since committed to memory an extensive array of spells and potion knowledge. Now, equipped with his wand and cauldron, he was ready to practice casting spells and brewing potions. All that remained was to transform the knowledge in his mind into practical skills through relentless repetition. Each day, Sherryn diligently practiced every spell he had learned until he could wield each incantation with the fluidity and precision of an extension of himself. Mr. Ollivander was indeed correct. This wand resonated profoundly with Sherryn, as if his own magic intertwined seamlessly with that of the wand, allowing him to cast any spell with remarkable ease and naturalness. Notably, Sherryn discreetly discovered that this wand appeared to amplify the potency of dark magic, as the power of his dark spells often exceeded that of other incantations. 2 weeks later, Sherryn joyfully received the wizardess robe sent by Madame Moken. He examined it with great affection before packing it into his belongings for Hogwarts. Time swiftly led to September 1st. The Malfoy family arrived at King's Cross Station. After navigating through Platform 9, Sherryn was greeted by the sight of a deep crimson steam locomotive stationed at the platform, its sign declaring, Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. The dense smoke from the steam locomotive swirls above the clamor of the bustling crowd, while variously colored cats weave through the legs of the people, and owls hoot sharply. The throngs are immense. Some bid farewell to their children, while others exchange thoughts on their holiday experiences. 2 brothers, reluctantly parting from their tearful parents, board the Hogwarts Express. Shelley and Draco share a compartment, and as Shelley prepares to peruse the day's daily prophet, Crabbe and Goyle burst in, exclaiming, Draco, Shelley, did you know? Potter, Harry Potter, is on this train. I was aware of that a month ago, Draco retorts, eager to maintain his older brother's bravado. I met him in Diagon Alley a month ago. Since you mention it, I shall introduce you. Shall we go together, Shelley? The 4 children stride down the aisle, with Crabbe and Goyle trailing behind like bodyguards. Observing Draco's pompous demeanor, Shelley feels as though Draco is leading a band of underlings into a confrontation. Upon reaching a compartment, Goyle declares this is it. Draco boldly swings open the door, revealing Harry Potter seated inside, facing a tall, freckled boy with messy red hair and a smudge on his nose. Shelley recognizes him as Ron. Hey, Harry, how was your summer? Draco calls out loudly. Everyone on the train is saying you're in here. It was fine, Harry stammers, having gleaned from Hagrid that the Malfoys are treacherous and best avoided. However, Draco remains oblivious to Harry's unease and continues unabated. This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. They are eager to meet you. Finally, Draco notices the red-haired boy beside him. Raising an eyebrow, I presume you must be a Weasley. My father says your family is all red-haired, and you have an abundance of children. Shelley clears his throat, prompting Draco to fall silent. Turning to the now crimson-faced Ron, he says, Hello, I am Shelley Malfoy. This is my brother Draco. His earlier comment was unintentional, and I apologize on his behalf. Unfortunately, the seeds of a poor impression have already been sown, leaving both Harry and Ron with displeased expressions. Just then, a small girl approaches the compartment door, followed by a round-faced boy who appears somewhat timid. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville lost one, she announces. Her thick brown hair framing her face and her large front teeth making her voice commanding, an air of self-importance about her. Shelley recognizes her as Hermione. I've heard of you, Neville. You are from the Longbottom family, aren't you? Your parents are remarkable aurors, Shelley states. Is that so? Neville, who had been gazing downwards, suddenly lifts his head, his eyes sparkling with a newfound light. It is the first time he has received such positive recognition, even if it pertains solely to his parents. Sheldon continued, I haven't seen your toad, but I believe I can assist you in retrieving it. Hermione's face lit up with curiosity. How do you plan to find it? Sheldon flashed a confident smile, brandished his wand, and murmured, Neville's toad, come forth. Before long, a toad indeed fluttered through the window, leaf. Neville exclaimed, extending his hands to shield the approaching toad, his joy palpable. Hermione widened her eyes, inquiring, is this a summoning charm? Why did the toad come flying in from outside? The toad merely flew in from another compartment, Sheldon replied, tilting his head toward Neville. If you wish to avoid losing it again, it would be prudent to confine it in a cage. Having said this, Sheldon noticed Draco, Harry, and Ron were in a rather discontented mood, so he took Draco away. Suddenly, the compartment door swung open once more, and two tall, blonde girls entered. The girl in the lead quickly surveyed Sheldon with an appraising gaze before stepping further inside, while the one behind her followed closely. Sheldon did not recognize them, yet his keen observation allowed him to identify their lineage from the crests on their robes. The girl who entered first belonged to the Greengrass family, while her companion hailed from the Shafik family. Both were members of the esteemed Sacred 28 pureblood families. The original texts scarcely elaborate on these two families. However, the Greengrass family is notably represented by Astoria Greengrass, Draco's future wife. The women of this family are often afflicted by a hereditary blood curse, which tragically limits their lifespans. Astoria, in the original narrative, passed away at the age of 37. The blood curse is a rare and profound form of magical malediction that can befall an entire lineage, with each descendant possessing a certain likelihood of activation. The nature of these curses varies widely. Some may shorten one's life, others bring misfortune, and some may ultimately transform individuals into beasts. Unless the bloodline is severed or a counter curse is discovered to nullify the curse, it will perpetually be passed down through generations. Aside from the Greengrass family, the only known bearer of a blood curse in the current wizarding world is Nagini, the colossal serpent that encircled Voldemort upon his return. Nagini's curse differs from that of the Greengrass family. Although it does not lead to premature death, it irrevocably transforms her into a giant serpent. Sheldon rifled through his memories. The Shafik family left no historical record in the original texts, but his extensive study of the Malfoy and Black family archives had vastly broadened his understanding of the magical realm, far surpassing that of a mere reader of the original works. The book-born noble. The wizarding genealogy mentions that the Shafik family is a branch descended from Morgan Le Fay, the half-sister of King Arthur and the nemesis of Merlin. Historically, the Shafik family produced a formidable figure known as the Dark Queen, rumored to have inspired the villainous fairy Maleficent in the Muggle fairy tale Sleeping Beauty. Sheldon took the initiative to speak. Ladies, I am Sheldon Malfoy, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Is there anything I can do for you? In stark contrast to Daphne's amiable demeanor, Meredith exhibited an air of aloofness, scoffing disdainfully and remarking with a hint of mockery, "It seems your brother and Pansy Parkinson share quite the affinity." Shelley now discerned that the two must have recently quarreled with her brother's circle of friends, prompting their decision to switch compartments, unaware that they would end up here. From Meredith's tone, it seemed she almost uttered the derogatory term bitch, which was hardly surprising, as Shelley was well aware of Pansy's character, sharp-tongued and self-centered. Her words often offended many. Shelley offered a congenial smile, saying, "I suspect my thoughtless brother inadvertently offended the two of you, and I would like to extend my apologies on his behalf." She then produced two small gifts, urging the ladies to graciously accept them as tokens of contrition. With a flick of her wand, she transformed a cup on the table into a golden osmanthus flower and a purple delicate silk flower. The osmanthus, aptly named for Miss Daphne, was as beautiful as the lady herself, while the delicate silk flower, intended for the elegant Miss Meredith, perfectly epitomized her stately grace. Though Shelley's display might be perceived as an attempt to ingratiate herself with the enchanting ladies, her remarkable transfiguration spell genuinely astonished them. As the journey progressed, the women's gazes toward her began to shift, their conversation becoming more animated as they shared insights about their family backgrounds and aspirations for Hogwarts. They eagerly sought Shelley's counsel on various magical matters, soon discovering her considerable expertise in charms, transfiguration, and potions, which deepened their admiration and respect for her. By the time the train reached its destination, night had fallen. The platform for the first-year students was dim and oddly small. The cold wind rustled through their robes with a whispering sound. The school did not keep the newcomers waiting long. A lantern swung silently above their heads, followed by a booming voice calling out, "First-year students! First-year students, over here!" Hagrid, towering nearly 3 times the height of the newcomers and clutching a magical lantern, bore a jovial grin as he beckoned. "Come along, follow me. Any more first years? Mind your step. All right, first years, follow me." The students trailed behind Hagrid along a rugged mountain path, when suddenly a gasp of awe echoed from ahead. At the path's end, a vast black lake unfolded, shimmering with glimmers of light. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed atop a steep hill, shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Towering spires pierced the night sky, and windows twinkled like stars. Rowboats bobbed gently along the lakeshore, and Hagrid bellowed, "Get in the boats!" No more than 4 to a boat. A dozen small vessels glided across the serene lake toward the far side. Silence enveloped them as they gazed at the towering castle that seemed to touch the clouds. Upon reaching the castle's grand entrance, Professor McGonagall led the first years into the Great Hall, where the sorting ceremony awaited. As anticipated, the ambitious and cunning Sherryn was sorted into Slytherin by the sorting hat. The Slytherin common room, nestled within the castle's dungeons, was illuminated by an eerie green light. Its walls and ceiling, crafted from dark Gothic marble, gazing out the window, revealed the depths of the Black Lake, occasionally disturbed by the passing of the water creature Grindylow or the giant squid. Unlike other houses, the noble Slytherins enjoyed the privilege of private rooms and bathrooms, sparing them the need for roommates and affording them greater personal space. Sherryn felt a surge of delight. This truly was the house suited for him. He harbored numerous schemes within Hogwarts, and the fewer who knew, the better. Selecting a secluded and tranquil room, he locked the door, then snapped his fingers. With a pop, the dirty house elf Dobby materialized in the room. House elves practiced a distinctly different form of magic from wizards, allowing them to operate freely within Hogwarts. As one of Dobby's masters, Shellen's bond granted him the ability to summon Dobby at any moment through sheer thought. What a splendid ability, Sherryn mused, knowing that Dobby would become an indispensable aid throughout the year. Chapter 8, Transfiguration Class. Before dawn on the second day, Sherryn rose early. After washing up, he peeked into Draco's room but found no signs of him waking, deciding to let him sleep a while longer before breakfast. Fortunately, there were no classes today, and Sherryn intended to explore the castle and familiarize himself with the surroundings. Upon reaching the common room, he encountered Daphne, who had just emerged from the dormitory. They agreed to venture to the Great Hall for breakfast, only to discover it eerily empty. They had risen too early, and breakfast had yet to be served. Unfazed, they continued their exploration of the legendary castle. Hogwarts boasted a staggering 142 staircases. Some were wide and grand, others narrow and rickety. Certain staircases shifted locations every Friday, while others would suddenly vanish mid-flight, necessitating careful memory of where to leap. Additionally, many doors were present, requiring polite requests for entry or precise pokes at specific spots to open. Some doors were mere illusions, solid walls masquerading as entrances. Sherryn and Daphne traversed all 9 floors, including the dungeons, familiarizing themselves with the locations of their classrooms. They also uncovered 3 secret passages, typically concealed behind tapestries, stone carvings, or even portraits. Some required specific passwords or the touching of certain spots to unlock. Sherryn absent-mindedly consumed a bowl of milk oatmeal and retrieved a piece of parchment from his pocket, sketching and jotting notes. "What are you drawing?" Draco inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "I'm preparing a map of Hogwarts, marking the locations of every classroom and every secret passage I discover," Sherryn replied, his focus unwavering as he doodled on the paper. As Sherryn had just completed his drawing, he gently turned the parchment over. "Oh, is this a map of the castle? May I have a look?" A girl's voice chimed in nearby. Turning his head, Sherryn saw it was Pansy, a freshman from the same academy. Upon seeing Pansy approach, a flicker of barely concealed disdain crossed Daphne's eyes. Yet the observant Sherryn immediately noticed it. Sherryn took out his wand and with a light flick, cast a duplication spell to create a copy of the map, which he casually handed to Pansy. "I still believe one should explore the castle personally. It's one of the joys of being a newcomer." Pansy gazed at Sherryn's wand, astonished, and exclaimed, "You've already mastered the duplication spell?" Sherryn affirmatively replied, "It's not a difficult incantation." Pansy's expression suddenly turned peculiar as she looked at Sherryn, and he could distinctly see her cast a fleeting glance at Draco, her eyes momentarily reflecting a mix of regret and hesitation. She then scrutinized the map Sherryn had drawn, her brow furrowing further. The map was exceedingly detailed, with clear lines and annotations. The markings of secret passages and classrooms were unmistakable, even indicating which steps to skip on certain staircases. This map was far beyond the capabilities of a mere child's doodling. It encompassed skills in spatial awareness, surveying, and architectural drawing. In a past life, Sherryn, as a seasoned adventurer, had often navigated labyrinths, ancient castles, and dark forests, crafting maps and routes by hand with great proficiency. Though 11 years had passed since his rebirth, his skills remained superior to those of these young novices. Before long, several of Pansy's close friends arrived in the Great Hall. Knowing that Daphne was not particularly fond of this group of girls, Sherryn stood and, along with Daphne, bid them farewell. Before leaving, he duplicated a few more maps, distributing one each to Draco and the other students present. thus sparing them the risk of getting lost as newcomers. Daphne settled down with a book on spells, quietly engrossed in her reading, while Sherryn dedicated considerable time to reviewing the titles on each bookshelf, familiarizing himself with the locations of the books across various disciplines. First-year students at Hogwarts had a total of 8 courses: defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, potions, herbology, history of magic, astronomy, charms, and the most anticipated of all, flying lessons. Transfiguration classes were attended alongside students from Hufflepuff. The professor in charge of transfiguration was Professor McGonagall, known for her strict and meticulous demeanor. Thus, she treated students from all 4 houses with impartiality, neither favoring nor targeting anyone. The freshmen quickly sensed Professor McGonagall's rigorous nature. This transfiguration course is the most perilous of your first-year curriculum, and I do not wish for any disruptions during class. Should such behavior occur, I will kindly ask the offender to leave, she declared solemnly at the very moment the class bell rang, standing at the front with an air of authority. After delivering her opening remarks, Professor McGonagall drew out her wand. She directed the tip of her wand at an empty desk and swiftly uttered an incantation. To the astonishment of the first-year students, the desk gradually writhed and seamlessly transformed into a pig. Wow! The majority of the newcomers were captivated by this enchanting display of magic, erupting in exclamations. Most of the young wizards appeared somewhat indifferent. Yet Sherryn dared not take this class lightly. He had perused the first-year textbooks, and the most perplexing was Introduction to Transfiguration. This course demanded not only the correct incantations, but also a profound comprehension of the nature of the objects being transfigured. Wizards studying transfiguration must delve into the material laws governing objects and possess a precise understanding of any magical principles that may apply, thereby avoiding the dangers associated with transformation. This, one might say, is quite a challenge. The effectiveness and skill in transfiguration are inextricably linked to the wizard's level, with the difficulty escalating in proportion to the complexity of the transformation. For instance, a novice in transfiguration may effortlessly convert a matchstick into a needle. However, transforming it into a rod proves exceedingly difficult, with even the needle's form challenging to maintain for long. In contrast, a powerful wizard can transfigure at will, even casting spells upon the transformed object to achieve a lasting effect. However, for Sherryn, who had previously studied mathematical and physical formulas, transfiguration was not overly daunting. His understanding of material laws far surpassed that of his fellow young wizards. All he needed to do was visualize the image of a needle in his mind's eye, making it as vivid and detailed as possible, and then, through focus and incantation, channel his magical energy to alter the object's form. This process demanded absolute concentration, confidence, and unwavering determination. Hence, the indecisive young wizards like Neville and Ron found it difficult to master transfiguration, while the surrounding students were still grappling with the principles. Sherryn had already transformed the matchstick into a silver needle, complete with a lifelike snake's head at the eye, much to Professor McGonagall's delight, earning Slytherin 10 points. By the end of the class, only the Malfoy brothers had successfully completed the task, with Draco showing decent skill under Sherryn's tutelage, though he was somewhat lazy. Professor McGonagall instructed the class to observe how the matchstick was transfigured into a needle, bestowing upon the 2 brothers a rare smile. Chapter 9, Potions Class. On Friday, Slytherin was to attend Professor Snape's potions class alongside Gryffindor. Sherryn and Draco arrived early at the dungeon classroom, which was dark and chilly, lined with glass jars containing numerous unsettling preserved specimens. The potions class required students to work in pairs. Slytherin and Gryffindor students paired off distinctly, sitting on opposite sides of the classroom. Sherryn was grouped with Draco, Goyle with Crabbe, Harry with Ron, and Daphne, through Sherryn's arrangement, paired with Pansy. Meredith is too haughty, always wearing a cold expression, as if the entire world has offended her, which is why no one likes her now, Daphne whispered. Unable to resist, Sherryn inquired of Daphne at the adjacent table. Aren't you friends with her? Ultimately, under Snape's coercive arrangement, Pansy was compelled to partner with Meredith, while Sherryn filled Pansy's vacancy to work with Daphne. Most unexpectedly, Draco was also assigned to team up with Hermione. This distribution brought the greatest delight to Daphne, as the entire Slytherin house recognized Sherryn's prowess, widely acknowledged as the strongest of their first year. Pansy, however, wore an expression of sheer reluctance, her eyes glaring fiercely at Meredith, who, in turn, elevated her face to the heavens, refusing to acknowledge Pansy in any way. The thought of being grouped with a muggle-born wizard left Draco feeling utterly uncomfortable. It was only through Sherryn's coaxing, promising that this presented a splendid opportunity to demonstrate the capabilities of a pure-blood scion, that Draco was eventually persuaded to join Hermione with renewed ambition. Once attendance was taken, Snape commenced his lecture. "You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion making," he began, his voice slightly above a whisper, yet resonating clearly through the room. Much like Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape possessed an effortless authority that instilled order within the classroom. Given that the need for frivolous wand-waving was minimal, many among you may find it hard to believe this is indeed magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the sublime wonder of a cauldron simmering gently, emitting fragrant wisps of steam. Nor will you comprehend the enchanting liquid coursing through one's veins, igniting the heart and clouding the mind. I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, concoct glory, and even stave off death, but there is one stipulation. You must not be the foolish imbeciles I frequently encounter. Potter, Snape suddenly interjected. What would occur if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? Harry exchanged a glance with Ron, who, like him, appeared momentarily stunned. Hermione raised her arm high into the air. I don't know, sir, Harry replied. Snape disdainfully curled his lip. Ah, it seems that fame does not equate to competence. Deliberately ignoring Hermione's raised hand, he continued, let us attempt this again. Potter, if I were to instruct you to procure a piece of dungstone, where'd you go to find it? Hermione endeavored to keep her hand raised without leaving her seat, while Harry had no idea what dungstone even was. He tried to avoid looking at Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, who were shaking with laughter. I don't know, sir. I presume you haven't opened a single book before the term began, have you? Snape continued to disregard Hermione's trembling arm, pressing on, very well, Potter. Can you tell me the difference between aconite and wolfsbane? I don't know, Harry murmured, but I believe Hermione knows the answer. Why don't you ask her? A few students chuckled audibly. Sit down, he barked at Hermione. Sherryn, you provide the answer. Sherryn, somewhat reluctant, pondered whether this was an attempt to undermine Harry. But under Snape's murderous gaze, he had no choice but to rise and state. Powdered daffodil root combined with mugwort creates a powerful sleeping potion known as the Draught of Living Death. Fecal stones, extracted from the stomachs of goats, possess remarkable detoxifying properties. The plant known as both the aconitum and the wolfsbane is collectively referred to as aconite. Slytherin gains a point, Severus Snape declared loudly. Why aren't you all taking notes? At that moment, a rustling sound of quills and parchment filled the air. Amidst the clamor, Snape continued, Potter, due to your insubordination, Gryffindor will lose a point. Following Snape's command, Sherryn retrieved various ingredients, such as dried nettle, viper fangs, and porcupine quills from the potion's cupboard, while Daphne stoked the flames and positioned her cauldron atop them. As they prepared their concoctions, Snape, draped in a long black cloak, glided about the classroom like a great bat, scrutinizing their every step. Most Gryffindor students faced his stern admonishments, with even several Slytherin students unable to evade his critical gaze. Upon returning to their seats, Sherryn worked with remarkable agility. Indeed, the grinding, dissolving, and boiling of these simple ingredients had been practiced to perfection at home prior to the term. The porcupine quills, possessing a low solubility, became increasingly resistant to dissolution once removed from the fire. The timing of their addition suggested they were likely the most unstable ingredient, and grinding them into a fine powder would facilitate a swifter dissolution, thereby reducing the likelihood of mishaps. With a partner as delicate as a flower, Sherryn patiently explained while continuing to grind the porcupine quills. Daphne furrowed her brow as she observed Sherryn's confident demeanor, deciding to remain silent and persist in hammering the small piece of viper fang. Please place the nettle in the cauldron to roast for a while. This will evaporate the moisture. Be careful not to prick yourself on the nettle stings. Thank you, Sherryn instructed as he added the crushed viper fang to the cauldron, stirring clockwise while issuing commands. Daphne opened her mouth to speak, but remained silent, choosing instead to follow his guidance. Throughout this process, Snape passed their station several times, pausing to observe their actions for several minutes, even noting the small dish of ground porcupine quills. However, he made no attempt to intervene, merely casting sidelong glances at Sherryn. Once both the nettle and the viper fang were added to the cauldron, they needed to be boiled for a full 5 minutes. Daphne glanced at the book titled Magical Potions and Elixirs, prompting Sherryn to nod in acknowledgement while checking the alchemical watch he had brought from home. Then drawing his wand and murmuring incantations toward the cauldron. The watch was peculiar, adorned with 12 hands but lacking any numbers, with celestial bodies revolving along the edge of the dial. What are you doing? Daphne's initial unease and confusion had transformed into curiosity. Oh, I am using my magical energy to control the flames, maintaining a steady temperature for the cauldron. You see, Porcupine quills can explode when exposed to heat. So I must ensure that, once removed from the fire, the liquid within the cauldron cools rapidly. Sheldon gazed at his watch and softly explained, "My timepiece not only tells the hour but also reveals celestial and lunar phases. Today, with Mars hanging low in the sky, the risk of fire-related mishaps is heightened. So I must exercise utmost caution." As the amalgamated liquid began to turn a yellow hue, he swiftly reduced the flame to prevent it from boiling over. Daphne's expression betrayed a hint of anxiety, while Sheldon remained unperturbed. After all, Hogwarts potion-making textbook lacked both authority and accuracy, as even the simplest tasks, such as squeezing or cutting beans for their juice, were prone to error. Suddenly, Sheldon detected an unusual odor and turned to see a noxious green smoke billowing from the underground classroom, accompanied by a loud hissing sound. Somehow, Neville had transformed Seamus's cauldron into a misshapen mass, spilling the potion across the stone floor. However, Sheldon acted promptly, causing the potion on the ground to vanish. 5 points to Slytherin, announced Snape, casting a glance at Sheldon before turning to Neville and bellowing, "Are you an imbecile? I presume you failed to remove the cauldron from the heat before adding the porcupine quills, did you not?" Overcome with emotion, Neville began to cry, and an array of boils erupted on his nose. After reprimanding him, Snape instructed Seamus to escort Neville to the hospital wing. Half an hour later, Snape ambled between the tables, inspecting each cauldron in turn. Upon encountering the unsightly blue concoction prepared by Harry and Ron, a sardonic smile crept across his face. "Do you truly believe you can consume this potion, Potter and Weasley? I dare say, you would not only fail to cure your boils, but would poison yourselves in the process." With a flick of his wand, Snape emptied the cauldron's contents. Almost every student's work was scrutinized and ridiculed by Snape, with Gryffindor students bearing the brunt of his scorn. Yet, certain Slytherin students were not spared, particularly Pansy and Meredith's group, which had become the subject of mockery within Slytherin. Draco and Hermione's partnership, however, yielded commendable results. Their potion, a product of Hermione's meticulous preparation and Draco's earnest cooperation, was quite acceptable. Yet, the biased Snape awarded only 5 points to Slytherin, entirely disregarding Hermione's contributions, which incited silent fury among many Gryffindors, who redirected their resentment toward Draco. The potion concocted by Sheldon and Daphne was lauded by Snape as a masterpiece, earning Slytherin an additional 10 points. While Sheldon remained indifferent, Daphne gazed at him with increasing admiration. Though other students might be unaware, Daphne recognized the extent of Sheldon's ingenuity. He had independently refined numerous steps in the potion's preparation, culminating in a flawless product. With her extensive knowledge, she understood that such talent in potion-making was a rare gift, indeed, a one-in-a-million occurrence. Throughout Europe's wizarding community, which boasted a population of over 100,000, fewer than 20 individuals had attained the status of potion masters and been invited to join the esteemed Potion Makers Association. Even with the esteemed heritage of the Greengrass family, they could not afford to hire a master potion maker to serve their household. Hermione gazed at Shelyn with indignation, for she had meticulously followed every step in the potion-making process as outlined in the book. How could it be that Shelyn excelled beyond her own efforts? In that moment, the flames of competitive spirit ignited fiercely within her. She resolved to devote more time to improving her potion-making skills, determined to attain the top rank in all her subjects. Chapter 10. The Flying Lesson. After class, Shelyn and Daphne strolled merrily towards the Great Hall for lunch, when they noticed a small group gathered at the far side of the corridor. Through the gaps in the crowd, Shelyn caught sight of Meredith, who was surrounded by Pansy and several other Slytherin girls. Daphne, noticing Meredith's predicament, appeared concerned and murmured, "Oh dear. She is surely going to be thoroughly dealt with by Parkinson and her lot." Shelyn felt puzzled. Was Meredith not from the Shafik family, one of the sacred 28 pureblood families? "I say, Shelyn, you may possess a natural talent for magic, but you seem woefully unaware of the current state of wizarding families," Daphne remarked. The Sacred 28, compiled by Cantankerous not in the 1930s, had endured the ravages of the Second Wizarding War and the subsequent turmoil among wizarding families. Many pureblood families have fallen into decline, and the Shafik family is among them. Once a vast and sprawling lineage, the Shafik family now had but one solitary scion left. Daphne's tone turned somber as she continued, "As far as I know, the Crouch family is in a similar predicament. Ever since young Barty Crouch was imprisoned, old Barty's wife succumbed to grief and illness, and once old Barty passes, the extinction of the Crouch family will likely follow closely behind. The Gaunt and Crabbe families have also seen their influence wane, leaving them as mere vassals to your Malfoy family. clinging to the hope of protection under the Malfoy banner while struggling to uphold their dwindling legacy. Understanding Meredith's plight, Sherryn sighed and approached the scene. Unwilling to draw attention to himself, yet unable to tolerate the sight of so many bullying one. Daphne closely followed behind him as they advanced towards Pansy and her entourage. Pansy's voice pierced the air. The young lady of the Shafik family? Goodness, I would never have guessed. She pressed Meredith against the damp stone wall, exclaiming theatrically, "But just look at the potion you brewed. You are utterly devoid of any talent. You've left me at the mercy of Professor Snape's ire." By the time Sherryn and Daphne arrived, Pansy was nearly face-to-face with Meredith, derisively sneering, "Oh, look at your haughty demeanor, Miss Shafik." Huh, the last of the Shafiks. In the midst of the crowd, Shelley observed Meredith's face flush with a deep crimson hue, uncertain whether it stemmed from rage or humiliation. It was evident that she was straining to suppress her emotions, her fists clenched tightly, the fingertips swollen from the rush of blood. Yet, she held her head high, maintaining her unique and peculiar pride. Shelley's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. "Hey, Pansy, we are all Slytherins here. Is it amusing to see so many bully a single young girl? Instead of casting blame on others, why not devote your time to mastering potion making, earning points and glory for our house, and demonstrating our prowess to the other houses? Wouldn't you agree?" Upon realizing that Shelley had come to her aid, Pansy, unwilling to engage in conflict with someone of equal social standing and remarkable magical talent, simply scoffed and turned away with her entourage. Once Pansy and her group departed, the corridor fell into a heavy silence, leaving only the three of them. Meredith braced herself to endure the humiliation from Pansy and her companions, knowing she had no friends in the house to support her. As the last of her family line, she recalled her parents' expectations before their demise, bearing the weight of her family's honor upon her shoulders. Though she once yearned to revel in mischief with her peers, the burdensome responsibility of upholding her family's legacy had shackled her, gradually isolating her and eroding her ability to connect with others. When Shelley and Daphne positioned themselves before her, tears surged forth so fiercely that she had never felt such an urge to cry even upon receiving the news of her mother's passing. Yet, she clenched her jaw, battling fiercely to withhold her tears, still holding her head high, preserving her long-standing pride. For reasons unknown, she was determined not to let these two see her weep. Meredith's face grew even redder, her gaze averted from Shelley and Daphne, her hands still tightly gripping her belongings as though clutching a precious treasure. Her body trembled slightly, quaking yet visibly struggling to maintain composure. Finally, she opened her mouth, her tone peculiar, as if attempting to conceal her impending sobs. You are truly meddling." After a prolonged pause, she could no longer contain herself. The last word burst forth almost in tears, and with that, she clutched her textbooks and forcefully squeezed past Shelley and Daphne, racing up the staircase. Having established a clear direction for his future amidst the school's array of courses, Shelley resolved to focus his studies selectively. He prioritized practical subjects such as potions, charms, and transfiguration, deciding to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to these areas. In contrast, he approached astronomy, Professor Quirrell's defense against the dark arts, herbology, and flying with a sense of indifference. The sole exception was history of magic, which he chose to study diligently out of personal interest. As for the OWL and Newt examinations and future employment, he had aspirations of vanquishing the Dark Lord. Let the examinations be damned. The advantages of becoming an academic prodigy are manifold, including certain privileges bestowed by teachers, such as the exemption from homework, which incites great envy in Draco. Additionally, the admiration of classmates is a significant boon. Cultivating a good rapport with a scholar is essential, as it often leads to peers seeking Sherryn's guidance on various academic dilemmas. When time permits, Sherryn generously offers his insights. Yet he lends his completed assignments exclusively to Daphne, which fills her with pride while leaving Draco somewhat discontented. Nevertheless, Sherryn placates his brother with a few comforting words, assuring him that this is to uphold the honor of the Malfoy family and to provide Draco with the necessary challenges to grow stronger, thus successfully lifting Draco's spirits. Simultaneously, Sherryn faces challenges from certain individuals, such as a certain fluffy-haired lion cub. However, such attempts prove futile. Sherryn's theoretical knowledge is already extensive, lacking only in practical experience and a magical power required to cast more formidable spells, both of which can only be accrued over time and cannot be rushed. As for Meredith, since the previous incident, Sherryn has intermittently invited her to dine and collaborate on assignments. Meredith appears quite astonished by this. She presumed that following her earlier rejection, Sherryn and Daphne would no longer acknowledge her. Although Meredith maintains a stoic demeanor daily, a smile often unconsciously graces her lips, only to be forcefully suppressed upon her realization, which has elicited more than one suppressed laugh from Daphne. On Thursday, flying lessons are set to commence, conducted in conjunction with Gryffindor. However, Neville is exceedingly anxious, fearful of being left grounded, perhaps driven by an urgent desire to prove himself. Thus, he launches into the air before the whistle even grazes Madame Hooch's lips. Sherryn promptly employs the levitation charm, halting Neville's descent just before he hits the ground, causing him to burst into tears. His broomstick, meanwhile, ascends higher, gently drifting toward the forbidden forest. After Madame Hooch and Neville depart, Draco retrieves Neville's memory ball from the grass, lifting it to the sunlight where it glimmers. Hand it over, Malfoy, Harry murmurs. Conversation halts as all eyes turn to Draco, who smirks wickedly. I think I shall place it somewhere for Longbottom to retrieve. How about atop a tree? Hand it over, Harry shouts, but Draco has already mounted his broom and taken flight. Draco indeed excels at flying, hovering parallel to the treetops of an oak, calling out, "Come and get it, Potter." Harry seizes his broom. "No." Hermione Granger cries out. "Madame Hooch instructed us not to move. You'll get us all in trouble." Ignoring her, Harry's blood pounds in his ears. He mounts his broom, pushes off the ground with force, and ascends, the wind whipping through his hair, his robes billowing behind him. A surge of exhilaration floods through him as he realizes he has discovered a skill that he can master independently, so effortlessly and beautifully. Just as Harry intends to charge at Draco, a memory ball from Neville comes hurtling toward him. As the sound resonated, the memory sphere in Draco's hand somehow found its way into Shellen's possession. Sherryn remarked coolly, who is Neville's roommate. "Could you kindly return this memory sphere to him?" Ron, his face flushed with anger, stepped forward and declared, "That would be me. Both Harry and I are." Sherryn casually tossed the memory sphere back, catching Ron off guard. He fumbled momentarily before managing to grasp it. Laughter erupted from the sidelines, and Ron's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Disregarding Ron's embarrassment, Sherryn turned his gaze to the two still hovering in midair and said, "Aren't you two coming down? I see Professor McGonagall approaching." Upon her arrival, Professor McGonagall, noticing Draco and Harry's unauthorized flight, deducted 10 points from each of their houses. However, upon learning of Shellen's handling of the situation, she fairly awarded 10 points to Slytherin. This decision rendered a group of Gryffindor students, particularly the rule-abiding Hermione, displeased with Harry's actions. Unlike the original narrative, no one realized that Harry had thereby forfeited his chance to become the youngest Seeker in Hogwarts history. Chapter 11. The Transfiguration Society. During dinner, the mischievous Draco could not resist bringing his lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe, to the Gryffindor table to instigate trouble. Sherryn could only facepalm in silence, pondering just how infatuated Draco was with Harry, as he seemed perpetually intent on provoking him. True to the original portrayal, Draco disdainfully challenged Harry to a duel, presuming that having grown up in the Muggle world and only recently discovered magic, Harry would be entirely unaware of what a duel entailed and would certainly shy away from accepting. To Draco's surprise, Ron, unable to contain himself, stepped in to bolster Harry's presence, declaring, "A duel it shall be. I will be his second. Who will be yours?" Goyle and Crabbe retorted, "What do you expect us to do?" Draco ignored their complaints and continued, "How about we meet at the trophy room at midnight? The doors are never locked." Ron scoffed. "You were the ones who proposed the duel. Now that you're scared, you wish to back out? Cowardly wretches." Ron's tone was indeed excessive, causing Harry to furrow his brow. Yet he chose to remain silent to avoid any misinterpretation of his allegiance with Slytherin. At that moment, Sherryn was incensed by Ron's words. Although his expression remained impassive, his voice took on a chilling quality. "I merely wish to avoid violating school rules for trivial reasons. Since you desire a duel, there is no need to wait until midnight." With that, Sherryn drew his wand and lightly tapped the goblet on the long table, which instantaneously transformed into a ferocious gray wolf, baring its sharp fangs and emitting a terrifying howl. Sherryn then turned to Professor McGonagall, fully aware that she was a professor of unwavering fairness, and thus felt no fear. Professor McGonagall, after a thorough inquiry of several students dining at the table, confirmed that Slytherin was indeed speaking the truth. She pressed her lips together tightly, as Ron's offensive behavior had cost Gryffindor 20 points, leaving the house, which had already suffered significant point deductions over the past fortnight, languishing at the bottom of the standings. Many young wizards from Gryffindor cast unfriendly glances towards Ron and Harry. Turning to Slytherin, Professor McGonagall remarked, "Even if there is a reason, Mr. Malfoy, Your actions were most inappropriate. You are merely a first-year student. What if your magic had gone awry and harmed a fellow classmate? Stunned by Slytherin's display, Professor McGonagall found herself momentarily speechless. After regaining her composure, she slowly added, Mr. Malfoy, that was truly an astonishing display of transfiguration. Could you enlighten me as to the level of proficiency you have attained in this subject? What level? Slytherin mused, stroking his chin. I believe I have mastered everything in the O-W-L syllabus aside from the switching spell and disillusionment charm. He cast a sidelong glance at Ron and continued, To be honest, had I wished to, I could have easily transformed him into a ferret just now. This remark ignited a mixture of shock, fear, anger, and resentment in Ron. However, the authoritative presence of Professor McGonagall and the aura emanating from Slytherin rendered him incapable of uttering any harsh retorts. Although Professor McGonagall's expression remained stern, Slytherin detected a faint glimmer of approval in her eyes. Come with me to my office. I have something to discuss with you. Following Professor McGonagall out of the Great Hall, Slytherin could still hear Ron muttering curses under his breath, but he paid little heed, focusing intently on keeping pace with the professor until they arrived at her office. Professor McGonagall's office was a small study located at the end of a corridor on the second floor, featuring a roaring fireplace and a view of the Quidditch pitch. Behind her desk, a plethora of Transfiguration books and student papers, all marked with signs of use rather than merely displayed decoratively, filled the shelves. Slytherin silently mused that the title of Hat Stall attributed to Professor McGonagall was indeed well-deserved. Ravenclaw would suit her equally well. Once seated at her desk, Professor McGonagall fixed her gaze on Slytherin for several seconds before carefully choosing her words. Mr. Malfoy, you are the most gifted student in Transfiguration I have ever encountered. Your progress far surpasses that of your peers. To ensure your talents are not squandered, I would like to invite you to join my Transfiguration Club. The Transfiguration Club? Slytherin replied, a look of confusion crossing his face. He was well-versed in the original texts and did not recall such a club existing. He remembered only the dueling club introduced in the second year, the Slug Club emerging in the sixth year, and the student-run Gobstones Club. It seemed that during the competition for Quidditch team positions, Gryffindor's Vicky Frobisher had mentioned a preference for the Charms Club. Perhaps the Transfiguration Club was a similar organization. It is a club I have established, she explained. We meet once a week, and it comprises several upperclassmen who excel in Transfiguration, engaging in discussions and research related to the subject. Certainly, I also hope that you will frequently publish scholarly articles in today's Transfiguration, contributing to the advancement of this field. Professor McGonagall explained. Afterward, she retrieved a book from her shelf, her own notes on Transfiguration from when she prepared for the OWL examinations, filled with myriad personal insights and techniques absent from the textbooks. She presented it to Shelley, harboring high hopes for his future accomplishments in the realm of Transfiguration. Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration notes acquired. It is my honor, Professor, Shelley said respectfully, bowing slightly as he exited her office. Upon returning to the Grand Hall at the Slytherin table, Draco and his entourage, Daphne, Meredith, and Pansy, immediately surrounded him. What did Professor McGonagall want you in her office for? Draco inquired impatiently. Nothing particularly special, Shelley replied nonchalantly. She invited me to join her Transfiguration Club and gifted me a book on the subject. Transfiguration Club? They echoed in unison. What is that? I believe it's a club established by Professor McGonagall herself, Shelley mused. It involves discussions and studies related to Transfiguration. Are you joking? Pansy exclaimed, astonished into silence. Shelley was quite certain she unconsciously cast another glance at Draco, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. You are truly impressive. How enviable, Meredith remarked, a hint of jealousy evident, recognizing this as a special favor from Professor McGonagall toward Shelley. Of course, it helps to have the right connections, Shelley smiled. If my brother invested more time in his studies and assignments instead of devising ways to annoy that Gryffindor lot, he would certainly be no less capable, wouldn't you agree? Draco? Absolutely, Draco replied with pride. At that moment, Shelley noticed Harry and Ron nearby, attempting to eavesdrop. Potter, Weasley, do you not think it impolite to listen in on others' conversations? Draco and the others turned to see the two lurking nearby, their faces filled with indignation. Ron, unwilling to back down, retorted, What gives you the right to accuse us of eavesdropping? We were merely passing by. Do we need your permission to walk down the corridor? Shelley recalled that in the original text, Ron's greatest confidence lay in wizard chess, and he would not shy away from a challenge. She intended to strike at him in his area of expertise, aiming to deliver a comprehensive defeat. Ron's face flushed with excitement. Dade, what is there to be afraid of? He exclaimed, his face turning crimson. Although his savings amounted to less than a single galleon, he could not admit to poverty in front of the Malfoy family. Fearing a loss of face, ignoring him, Shelley turned to Harry. If you are unable to produce a galleon, this matter may not have originated with you, but it is still connected to you. Is it unreasonable to ask you to cover this galleon? All right, I believe in Ron. Harry boldly agreed. At the long table sat Ron, looking utterly despondent, alongside Harry, whose expression was equally troubled. Harry could only offer quiet reassurances to Ron, though these seemed largely ineffective. For Harry, losing a few galleons was trivial, but the defeat in Wizard's chess, witnessed by all at the hands of the Malfoy family, left Ron with a profound sense of despair. He felt the pitying gazes of those around him, which filled him with shame, prompting him to cover his face and run hastily into the Gryffindor common room, with Harry following closely behind as they exited the Great Hall. Chapter 12. Hidden Abilities. As the third week of term commenced, the first-year students continued to revel in the delights of campus life. Meanwhile, Sherryn was racing against time, utilizing his free periods and weekends to immerse himself in the library, diligently following the reading list he had meticulously crafted over the past fortnight. He voraciously absorbed every morsel of knowledge that could enhance his abilities, reluctantly departing his seat just 5 minutes before the library closed, often borrowing no fewer than 10 books under the watchful eye of Madame Pants. In the stillness of the night, he employed a time-turner to continue his fervent reading spree. Sherryn's peculiar habits eventually caught Madame Pants's attention. She observed the boy with quiet curiosity, wondering how a first-year student managed to read over 30 books each day, consistently maintaining such an astonishing pace. Notably, more than half of these tomes were advanced texts reserved for 7th-year students, encompassing subjects such as transfiguration, charms, potions, and defense against the dark arts. Unbeknownst to Madame Pants, Sherryn was also scrutinizing her. To him, this seemingly unremarkable librarian was far from ordinary. Possessing the ability to perceive others' magical energies, Sherryn had developed a rough estimation of each individual's magical prowess. On the day of the sorting ceremony, his observation from the faculty table revealed that the most powerful magic in the school belonged to none other than Headmaster Dumbledore, whose magic blazed like a fierce fire. Following him were the 4 house heads, Snape, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout, each exhibiting significantly greater power than Lucius Malfoy. In contrast, Madame Hooch from Flying Class and Professor Sinistra from Astronomy possessed considerably lesser magical abilities. Madame Pants's magic was slightly inferior to that of the 4 house heads, yet it exuded a peculiar coldness that unsettled Sherryn. This discovery led him to exercise caution in his interactions with her, tempering his desire for the restricted section of the library. After 2 months of relentless study, coupled with sporadic practical training against Dobby in the stillness of his room, Sherryn had transformed remarkably from the novice he had been at the start of term. Not only had he mastered numerous advanced spells, but he had also successfully learned the Brainlock spell. Initially, Sherryn had believed that mastering such a spell would prove exceedingly difficult, especially considering that Harry had struggled throughout the original narrative to achieve the same feat. Unexpectedly for Shelley, the art of mind closure posed little challenge to him. After meticulously perusing the guide to the practice of mind closure he discovered in the library, he successfully entered a transcendent state of mind on his first attempt, following each step he had carefully noted. Puzzled by this ease, Shelley delved into an array of materials on mental magic in the library, uncovering that the difficulty of such magic varies from individual to individual, primarily due to the differing strengths of their souls, which significantly impacts their capacity for mental control. Mind closure acquired. With a spirit of experimentation, Shelley endeavored to learn the most elementary mental spells, including hypnosis, confusion, stimulation, and joy, and astonishingly managed to cast them successfully on his first try. His test subject, Dobby, exhibited a flurry of reactions, suddenly sleepy, then confused, followed by frenetic excitement, and finally, a state of silly laughter. At this juncture, Shelley sensed something amiss, mental magic being one of the most profound branches of sorcery. Even the simplest spells like the Joy spell typically belong to the curriculum of a third-year student. Shelley was acutely aware of his extraordinary aptitude for spell mastery. Yet he recognized that even the most prodigious wizard could not grasp such intricate spells on their initial attempt, constrained by age and magical capacity. He began to surmise that perhaps his bloodline and the latent powers of his magical vision held many special abilities yet to be unearthed. Professor Flitwick divided the class into pairs for training. Draco was paired with Pansy, while Daphne teamed up with Meredith. Shelley, having already mastered the spell, required no partner and took on the role of a helpful assistant, guiding a few classmates with an air of authority. Now, do not forget the subtle wrist motion we've been practicing. Professor Flitwick proclaimed, standing atop his stack of books. Remember, a flick and a shake. Pronouncing the incantation accurately is crucial. Do not forget about Wizard Baruffio, who mispronounced an F as in Zan found himself sprawled on the floor with a wild buffalo standing on his chest. Over the past 2 months, under Shelley's tutelage, the young wizards of Slytherin have made considerable progress, particularly Draco, Daphne, and Meredith, who have shown the most improvement, undoubtedly influenced by Shelley's favoritism. As for Goyle and Crabbe, Shelley harbored little fondness for them. Crabbe was not as docile as he appeared. In the original narrative, he silently mastered dark magic, including the blasting curse, and his current obedient role as Draco's sidekick was merely a matter of circumstance. Should the Malfoy family encounter any misfortune, Crabbe would surely reveal his hidden ambitions. In Shelley's view, Draco's eventual deviation from the right path in the original story was undoubtedly significantly influenced by these two unsavory companions. Under the guidance of Shelley, Draco was the first to successfully cast the levitation charm, causing a feather to hover gracefully in midair. Following his success, Daphne and Meredith also triumphed, each earning 5 points for Slytherin. The fourth to succeed was a girl from Ravenclaw with long black hair, whose delicate features were striking. What captivated the onlookers most was the elegant and composed aura she exuded, complemented by her vintage black-framed glasses and an impeccable updo, radiating an intellectual beauty reminiscent of a well-read scholar. Even Shelley, accustomed to the sight of beautiful women, felt a profound sense of admiration, an inexplicable urge to approach and become acquainted with her. Although Shelley had yet to interact with any Ravenclaw students, his formidable memory recalled the name of this girl, Maury McDougal, as announced during the sorting ceremony. The other young wizards attempted the charm repeatedly, yet the feather remained inert upon the floor. Among them was a Ravenclaw boy named Michael Corner, a self-proclaimed dandy who, eager to prove himself in light of Slytherin's exemplary performance, vigorously waved his wand. Unfortunately, his efforts resulted in a small explosion, leaving an embarrassing hole burned into his sleeve. The levitation charm, a simplified version of the intricate reversal of gravitational magic crafted by countless predecessors, is not particularly challenging to master, requiring merely the correct incantation and wand movement. However, Shelley aspired to go beyond the mere act of levitating a feather. He understood that Hogwarts curriculum would only impart the foundational principles and applications of such spells, yet every incantation, when traced to its origins, is intertwined with a myriad of more complex theories and advanced applications. For instance, the Patronus charm, originally designed to repel Dementors and Lethifolds, was wielded by Dumbledore to convey messages over distances and even to conjure multiple corporeal patron uses. Shelley effortlessly levitated the feather before him, guiding it to dance delicately in accordance with his wand's direction, allowing it to spin and twirl in midair, ultimately soaring into the feather box on the professor's desk with a perfect arc. Such a display was commonplace for the Slytherin students. Yet it instilled a sense of pressure in the Ravenclaw wizards present. With Shelley and Slytherin, the prospects for this year's House Cup appeared bleak. Professor Flitwick, admiring Shelley's prowess, awarded Slytherin an additional 10 points, propelling them 30 points ahead of the second-place Ravenclaw, while Gryffindor languished a full 60 points behind. After class, Professor Flitwick summoned Shelley privately, requesting he compose a paper on his insights regarding the levitation charm for submission to Charms Innovations, simultaneously inviting him to join his Charms Club. Shelley, determined to leverage his abilities and reputation to restore his family's former glory, readily embraced the opportunity to enhance his renown. Chapter 13. The Halloween Commotion. That evening, as Shelley and Draco's group entered the Great Hall, they were greeted by a spectacle of 1,000 bats flitting across the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled above the dining tables like low-hanging clouds, causing the candle flames nestled within the pumpkins to flicker wildly. Delicious dishes suddenly appeared on golden platters, reminiscent of the feast at the start of the school year. Amidst the chatter and laughter, Professor Quirrell burst into the hall, his scarf askew on his head, and his face a mask of terror. All eyes turned to him as he staggered to Professor Dumbledore's chair, leaning heavily on the table, gasping a troll. In the dungeon. I thought you ought to know. With that, he collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. The hall erupted into chaos. Professor Dumbledore had to cast a few bursts of purple fireworks from his wand to restore order. Heads of houses, he said in a deep voice, immediately escort your students to the dormitories. Shelley, recalling the details from the original text, swiftly made his way to the girls' restroom on the second floor. At this moment, the troll had not yet arrived, nor had Harry and Ron. Bursting into the restroom, he called out Hermione's name, startling her as he rushed in. Hermione, I don't have time to explain, he said urgently. There's a troll outside. We must leave at once. Perhaps having cried for too long or crouched in place for too long, Hermione was momentarily taken aback. Shelley seized her hand and dashed toward the restroom door, only to encounter the troll face to face just as they burst through. Hermione let out an ill-timed scream, drawing the troll's attention squarely to them. Shelley had anticipated feeling panic, fear, or anxiety during his first real battle. Yet to his astonishment, he felt none of those emotions. Instead, a warm surge of enthusiasm filled his chest, as if a spirit of indomitable courage ignited within him. The adventurer's soul from his past life burned brightly. After years of reading and studying magic, he was finally able to put his skills to the test, and he felt an overwhelming urge to shout in exhilaration. With a flick of his wand, the culmination of countless nights spent practicing with house elves came to fruition. A swift spell shot forth from his wand, striking the troll directly in its eyes. Blinded, the troll stood there momentarily bewildered. Shelley seized the opportunity, focusing all his energy, aiming his wand at the club in the troll's hand, and shouted, "Wingardium Leviosa!" The club soared from the troll's grasp, ascending high into the air, maneuvering under Shelley's control toward the vulnerable spot at the back of the troll's head. With a decisive flick of his wand, he sent the club crashing down like a meteor, striking the troll's skull with a deafening thud. The troll staggered as if engaged in a dramatic dance, teetered unsteadily, and then collapsed face first onto the floor. Hermione appeared utterly stunned, standing there in a daze, motionless. Sherryn could not restrain himself and remarked, "Miss Granger, I hope you're not frightened. After all, you are a Gryffindor." Upon hearing Sherryn's words, Hermione's cheeks flushed, and she pouted. "I am not afraid, Mr. Malfoy. I was merely contemplating why your levitation charm differs from the one I learned in class. Mr. Malfoy, I believe you owe me an explanation." Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, her voice laced with icy anger. Severus Snape bent down to examine the troll's smooth wound, lost in thought. As for Quirrell, upon seeing the troll, he let out a terrified scream and collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest and trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, a low voice emerged from the shadows. "Please, Professor McGonagall. He was looking for me." Hermione finally mustered the courage to step forward. "I sought out the troll because I thought I could handle alone. You see, I have read extensively about them and know much about them." Sherryn sighed and interjected, "Miss Granger, I appreciate your concern, but it is unnecessary." Just then, Snape finished his examination of the troll, straightened up, and looked at Sherryn. "You employed the eye disease curse along with the levitation charm? Have you already grasped the advanced application principles of the levitation charm?" Professor McGonagall's gaze softened slightly as she spoke. "Mr. Malfoy, it seems you are indeed one of the most gifted wizards I have ever encountered. We shall consider today's incident resolved. However, I must emphasize that for a first-year student, confronté à trop longtemps considérable danger. I hope you will act with greater caution and prudence in the future." "Understood. Thank you, Professor," Sherryn thought to himself, feeling a surge of delight. It seemed that the perks of being a top student were indeed different. In the original text, the professors unanimously believed that Ron had merely triumphed over the troll by sheer luck. Meanwhile, Hermione, hearing Sherryn receiving praise from Professor McGonagall and being invited to join the Charms Club, while also having joined Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration Club earlier, felt a deep sense of frustration. Despite her diligent efforts, why did the gap between her and Sherryn seem to widen? Observing Sherryn's seemingly receptive demeanor, Professor McGonagall softened her tone. "Although your actions lacked prudence, they were undertaken to save a fellow student from a different house, and you ultimately triumphed over the troll with remarkable skill. Slytherin will receive 20 points. But let this be a lesson for the future." Following this incident, Hermione's relationship with Harry and Ron improved, and the trio became good friends. Hermione became less concerned about breaking school rules, which made her much more endearing, and Harry and Ron often relied on her assistance to tackle their arduous homework. The only point of contention among the trio lay with Sherryn. Harry and Ron still harbored disdain for the Malfoys and other Slytherin students. Ron believed that Hermione had merely been used by Sherryn as a tool to draw attention and earn points for their house during the troll incident. While Harry did not share this extreme view, he still found it difficult to alter his perception of any Slytherin student. Calm and rational Hermione found herself grappling with a complex array of emotions regarding Sheelin. His excellence was indisputable, and according to students from other houses, Sheelin was unlike the typical Slytherin, who often exuded arrogance and haughtiness. On the contrary, he was quite affable, gentle, and courteous, though it remained a mystery why he frequently found himself at odds with Gryffindor. Sheelin was oblivious to these matters, and even if he were aware, he would not dwell upon them. Chapter 14. The Three Major Objectives. The The Quidditch season commenced, with the inaugural match featuring Gryffindor against Slytherin. Unlike in the original narrative, Harry did not become a Seeker, nor did Quirrell attempt to curse him on the Quidditch pitch, or Snape's efforts to save Harry, which were misconstrued by Harry and his friends. Ultimately, the match concluded with Slytherin's Seeker, Terrence Higgs, capturing the Golden Snitch, thereby securing victory for his team. However, akin to the original story, Harry and his friends remained convinced that Snape harbored ill intentions regarding the treasure hidden in the fourth-floor corridor. Through some probing, they managed to extract the name Nicholas Flamel from Hagrid. In the following days, the trio diligently scoured the library for clues related to Flamel. Yet none of this pertained to Shelyn. Simultaneously, Shelyn began to chart his course for the coming years at Hogwarts. Armed with the knowledge of mental occlusion, he possessed the means to conceal his thoughts, marking the commencement of his predetermined mission to accomplish 3 significant objectives before Voldemort's return. Firstly, he aimed to enhance his own capabilities. Shelyn had already devised a plan to master more potent spells, as well as the crucial skills of silent and wandless magic. Furthermore, he needed to address his insufficient magical power, as many formidable spells he coveted required a level of magical energy surpassing his own, relegating him to mere admiration from the pages of books rather than practical application. Resolving this issue proved to be quite challenging, so he hoped to delve into the annals of magical history to unearth and gather various legendary magical artifacts applicable in combat. Much of Gellert Grindelwald's formidable power during the First Wizarding War stemmed from the Elder Wand, which he had acquired through extensive research into historical texts that detailed the whereabouts of the Deathly Hallows. These 2 points constituted Shelyn's initial plan. However, upon discovering the extraordinary potential of bloodline magic, he expanded his original agenda to include research into this arcane power, hoping to unlock the latent abilities concealed within his own lineage. Bloodline magic had long been lost in the modern wizarding world, where any studies involving bloodline modification were strictly prohibited. Currently, Shelyn placed his greatest hopes on the restricted section of the library, although access required the signature of either the headmaster or the defense against the dark arts professor, necessitating careful strategizing on his part. Secondly, he sought to cultivate a loyal faction akin to the Death Eaters or the Order of the Phoenix. From the moment Tom Riddle began to gather followers during his school years, it became evident that the institution was the most populous gathering of wizards and the optimal place to establish power. Whether in pursuit of becoming the next Dark Lord or to restore his family's former glory, it was an absolute necessity. Thirdly, the exploration of Hogwarts. As a magical fortress with a legacy spanning over a millennium, the castle is shrouded in countless secrets, and even the most esteemed headmasters dare not claim complete knowledge of all its mysteries. What piqued Shelley's curiosity most was the notion that if Slytherin could leave behind a hidden chamber as a legacy, what the other 3 great wizards who were his co-founders? Had they also bequeathed any heritages that remain unmentioned in the original texts? Every day, Shelley devoted considerable time to practicing nonverbal spells, wandless magic, and the ancestral curses of the 4 prominent families: the Malfoys, the Blacks, the Lestranges, and the Rookers. Interestingly, each of these families pursued distinctly different paths in their magical research. The Malfoys gravitate toward mental magic. The Blacks favor soul-related and transfiguration spells. The Lestranges imbue their ancestral magic with a strong inclination toward curses that inflict physical pain and suffering, while the Rookers focus primarily on elemental magic, encompassing control over fire, water, wind, and lightning. Upon discovering the unique magical inclinations of each family, a vague yet audacious thought flickered through Shelley's mind. Could these pure-blood families' magical affinities correspond to the latent powers embedded within their bloodlines? Shelley had previously recognized an extraordinary talent for mental magic, perhaps a manifestation of the awakened power of the Malfoy lineage. The Black family had produced the renowned Nymphadora Tonks, a natural metamorphmagus, which might elucidate their affinity for transfiguration spells. The original texts depict the Lestrange couple as adept practitioners of the Cruciatus Curse, having driven a pair of Aurors to madness, potentially due to a hereditary talent for inflicting torment. As for the Rooker family, they are scarcely mentioned in the texts. Yet the first Dark Lord Grindelwald was indeed a master of fire, water, and lightning, nearly incinerating Paris and almost drowning the Aurors in a prison cart. Given his ambiguous relationship with his subordinate, Vadar Rooker, it is conceivable that Grindelwald himself possessed a trace of the Rooker bloodline. If Shelley's conjecture holds true, having awakened the Malfoy lineage's power, could he also awaken the powers of the other families? Contemplating this possibility, Shelley felt an irresistible urge. Regrettably, information regarding bloodline magic is exceedingly rare, and despite his extensive reading, he remained only partially knowledgeable in this arcane domain. Notably, he still bore at least a quarter of the Black bloodline and a quarter of the Rooker bloodline within him. Before my own birth, my grandmother had already passed away, yet I still vaguely recall my father mentioning that she hailed from the illustrious Lestrange family. This implies that I possessed the bloodlines of 4 esteemed families within me. If I could awaken the powers of these ancestral bloodlines, my strength would undoubtedly experience a remarkable augmentation. My diligent exploration and practice of the family's magical arts and casting techniques continued unabated until the conclusion of the second week of December. At this juncture, I brimmed with confidence, taking immense pride in the prowess I had cultivated through my secluded training over the past days. I assessed my abilities and felt assured that even when compared to upperclassmen, I stood my ground, confident in my capacity to triumph over any student aside from the elite few at the pinnacle of their year. Nonverbal spellcasting acquired. Silent spellcasting acquired. I stroked my chin, realizing it was time to prioritize the exploration of Hogwarts. Hermione's expression bore a hint of apprehension. Truthfully, she had mustered considerable courage to approach me this time. Influenced by Harry and Ron, her perception of Slytherin had always been rather unfavorable. Had it not been for my previous act of saving her, she likely would never have crossed paths with me in her lifetime. Now, as she intercepted me, a blend of anticipation and trepidation filled her heart as she spoke. "Hello, Mr. Malfoy. I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude for your help with the troll incident, so I've come to thank you today. I regarded this girl, who in the original narrative served as the intellectual backbone to Harry's trio. At that moment, Hermione's features still bore the innocent charm of youth, complemented by her tousled hair and prominent front teeth, resembling a simple yet endearing neighbor girl. Of course, as time passes, Hermione would soon reveal her feminine allure, particularly after her 4th year. In Slytherin, I was not lacking in the company of captivating beauties. Daphne was strikingly beautiful and poised, while Meredith exuded an icy elegance and grace, making Hermione appear rather unremarkable by comparison. Nevertheless, I held a considerable fondness for this principled, determined, and wise girl. Throughout Harry's quest to find the Horcruxes, even Ron had succumbed to frustration and departed, yet Hermione remained steadfastly by Harry's side until the very end. Hermione's eyes lit up as she smiled and said, "Indeed, we are classmates. I hope we can support each other amicably in the future." I nodded in agreement and was about to take my leave when Hermione once again halted me, asking, "Do you know who Nicholas Flamel is?" Raising an eyebrow, I realized that Harry and his friends were quickly advancing the plot of the Philosopher's Stone. Flamel was renowned as the greatest alchemist in history, the sole creator of the Philosopher's Stone, also known as the Sorcerer's Stone, capable of producing elixirs of immortality and turning stone into gold. Moreover, he was a dear friend of Professor Dumbledore. "Is that sufficient information?" I inquired. "I understand now. It must be the Philosopher's Stone," Hermione exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "The stone must be hidden in the restricted section on the 4th floor, and that 3-headed dog is undoubtedly there to guard it." Hagrid mentioned that this was an agreement between Dumbledore and Flamel. "Oh, and then what?" I asked curiously, "Now that you've discovered there's a Philosopher's Stone, what is next?" Then Hermione hesitated for a moment before speaking. "We suspect that Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone." Harry saw that his leg was injured. He must have been bitten while trying to pass through the 3-headed dog. Sherryn regarded Hermione with a scrutinizing gaze, and after a lengthy pause, he responded, "Listen, you are casting suspicion upon a professor, and one might even say you are slandering him, which could lead you into significant trouble. Most importantly, Professor Snape has taught at Hogwarts for many years, and his position as head of a house indicates the profound trust placed in him by Professor Dumbledore. I find it hard to believe that anyone could harbor ill intentions under Dumbledore's watchful eye for so long. Although Snape can be somewhat unjust in his dealings within the classroom, particularly towards students outside of Slytherin, I know that other houses, especially Gryffindor, hold a strong dislike for him. However, I do not believe he deserves baseless accusations." Yet Hermione still wished to argue. As she observed Sharon's receding figure, she discerned an unkind tone in his final words, and for reasons unknown, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over her. Was it true that she, along with Harry and Ron, harbored prejudice against Snape? Could the divide between Slytherin and Gryffindor truly be insurmountable? Chapter 15. The Theft of Quirrell. Over the past fortnight, Sherryn had enjoyed a leisurely existence, occasionally advising Draco on his homework and venturing into the Muggle world for a change of scenery. He had no intention of confining his existence solely to the wizarding realm, as it was far too dreary. During his leisure hours, Sherryn did not neglect to delve into the spells of the first-year curriculum. In his view, the school merely taught the most rudimentary applications of spells, such as Lumos, amplifying charm, and the fire-making spell. By peeling back the layers, he believed that these spells held vast potential yet to be uncovered. To put it simply, fire is a state of gas combustion, and the underlying principle of the fire-making spell is the conversion of magical energy into a form of energy that ignites the air. The potency of the fire-making spell depends on the size and temperature of the flame produced. The more magical energy expended, the larger the flame that can be released. In the original text, Dumbledore once conjured a vast sea of fire that repelled thousands of inferi, a rare spell in the wizarding world capable of inflicting area damage. A young wizard's magical capacity would not suffice to replicate Dumbledore's fiery inferno, but this did not deter Sherryn from exploring alternative methods to achieve a similar effect. His initial idea was to apply his knowledge of potions. He referenced Muggle chemistry textbooks to grasp the essence of fire and combustion. He envisioned creating a magical potion akin to an accelerant, which, when thrown into a flame, would cause it to rapidly expand into an endless sea of fire. This was not a particularly difficult endeavor, as one could simply procure a bottle of gasoline from Muggles. Sherryn merely sought to utilize his potion-making knowledge to create a potion that would simultaneously increase the range of combustion and elevate the temperature of the flames. Within the confines of the Family S Potion Laboratory, Sherryn had conducted several experiments, often emerging with a soiled visage under the ireful gaze of Narcissa. At long last, he succeeded in crafting his very first elixir, the Blue Flame Potion. True to its name, this potion elevates the temperature of flames to that of a mesmerizing blue fire, capable of expanding to fill the dimensions of a classroom. Before Sherryn embarked on mastering the fiery curse, this potion had already transformed into his most practical spell combination for engaging in group battles. Since the conclusion of the holidays, Sherryn observed that the professors had begun to assign increasingly burdensome homework, with several indicating the impending examinations by hinting at key topics. Even with Sherryn's considerable abilities, he began to feel the weight of pressure. In response, he convened a study group with Daphne and Meredith to share notes and quiz one another on potential exam questions. Although Daphne and Meredith were not academically lacking, their performance paled in comparison to Sherryn's, resulting in the study group generally revolving around his guidance. Sherryn took no pains to conceal this arrangement, and somehow, word spread, elevating Daphne and Meredith to a status of envy among their peers. Throughout the semester, not only had the young wizards of Slytherin heard of Sherryn's academic prowess, but even some from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had become aware. Those who had borrowed his notes or sought his assistance with homework were well aware that his study materials were legendary tools for exam preparation. Many young wizards sought opportunities to pry into Daphne and Meredith's possession of Sherryn's notes. Coincidentally, Hermione was also tutoring Harry and Ron in their homework and preparing them for the impending exams. Upon hearing of Sherryn's endeavors, a fierce determination ignited within her, as if she were engaged in an invisible war, relentlessly pressuring Harry and Ron, leaving them in a state of despair. One morning, while enjoying breakfast, Sherryn casually perused the latest edition of the Daily Prophet. A small article tucked away in an inconspicuous corner caught his attention. It was a wanted notice for a smuggler who had recently been trafficking dragon eggs into England. The individual had gone missing, with witnesses confirming his last appearance at the Hogshead Inn in Hogsmeade. Sherryn felt an unsettling premonition that Professor Quirrell had acquired one of those dragon eggs and would soon make contact with Hagrid. After a week of meticulous preparation, on a day when Professor Quirrell was occupied teaching upper-year students, Sherryn stealthily utilized the disillusionment charm to infiltrate Quirrell's office. He harbored no doubts that Quirrell would dare to cast various dangerous defensive and monitoring spells within his office under Dumbledore's watchful eye. Such actions would only arouse suspicion. Indeed, aside from a locked door that Sherryn effortlessly opened with a Muggle universal key, he encountered no further obstacles as he slipped into the office. Sherryn cautiously donned a pair of Muggle-proof gloves and meticulously searched Professor Quirrell's office. Though the professor's lecture spanned a full 2 hours, Sherryn felt ample time was at his disposal. However, to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances that might prompt Quirrell's early return, Sherryn hastened his efforts to swiftly locate his objective and depart. After a thorough search, Sherryn finally uncovered a large, dark egg nestled in a hidden compartment of a drawer. This must undoubtedly be the dragon egg Quirrell intended to extract the three-headed dog from Hagrid. A smile graced Sherryn's face as he prepared to abscond with the egg, only to discover a well-preserved diary beside it. His magical eye discerned no traces of magical energy emanating from the diary. It appeared to be an ordinary journal. Could it be that Professor Quirrell had a habit of journaling? Sherryn seized both the diary and the dragon egg. Quirrell's diary acquired. 1 dragon egg acquired. Although his magical eye confirmed that neither the diary nor the dragon egg bore signs of tracking enchantments, for the sake of caution, Sherryn enlisted Dobby's assistance to conceal these items deep within a cave in the Forbidden Forest. At the cave's entrance, he cast a unique elfin warding spell, ensuring that should anyone intrude, Dobby would sense it and promptly report back to Sherryn. 2 weeks elapsed swiftly, and soon March arrived. Sherryn observed Quirrell's complexion growing increasingly pale, his speech lacking vitality. It became apparent to Sherryn that Quirrell was likely being severely punished by Voldemort for the loss of the dragon egg. The warding spell at the cave remained untriggered, indicating that Quirrell was ensnared in the predicament of failing to overcome the three-headed dog. A quiet smirk crept across Sherryn's face. He harbored no objections to witnessing Voldemort's missteps. The Malfoy family was not as staunchly devoted to blood supremacy as one might assume. A discerning investigation would reveal that the Malfoys' ancestry was not devoid of intermarriages with Muggle nobility. The so-called extremists of blood purity primarily referred to the Black and Lestrange families. The Malfoys merely employed the ideology of blood supremacy as a facade to influence the Ministry of Magic into enacting legislation favorable to pure-blood families, enabling them to exploit Muggles for wealth and gain. Initially, Lucius and other pure-blood families supported Voldemort in the belief that he would yield greater benefits for them. They envisioned a society where wizards ruled over Muggles, allowing them to plunder vast resources and riches. However, they could never have anticipated that, after creating Horcruxes, Voldemort's methods would become increasingly extreme and reckless. What they sought was a puppet to facilitate their plundering, yet they soon found Voldemort aspiring to dominate them instead. These decaying families were utterly powerless against him. Sherryn keenly understood this reality. The magical realm was one where strength dictated authority. The combat prowess bestowed upon each wizard rendered the notions of law and order mere empty rhetoric, starkly contrasting with the Muggle world. A Muggle, no matter how skilled in combat, cannot possibly prevail against a well-equipped and numerous enforcement team. Characters like Lonbo only exist in the realm of cinema. However, wizards are an entirely different matter. A master-level Grindelwald or Voldemort could effortlessly vanquish more than 10 Aurors, and how many Aurors exist throughout all of England? Even though fresh talent is drawn from Hogwarts each year, when accounting for retirements and casualties, the total number of Aurors has never exceeded 30. As for the Ministry's second formidable force, the Law Enforcement Investigation Team, no number of them would suffice to challenge Voldemort. In the original work, Minister Fudge once believed that dealing with Sirius Black alone necessitated the deployment of elite operatives from the investigation team, demonstrating that the general strength of the team is rather lackluster. This realization led Shelley to understand that wealth, resources, reputation, and influence are all ephemeral in the magical realm. One's own power is paramount. Only by possessing the strength to protect oneself can one truly safeguard those aforementioned treasures. While it is true that according to the original narrative, Voldemort would ultimately be vanquished by the savior Harry, this was not the outcome Shelley desired. Lucius imprisoned, Draco coerced into assassinating Dumbledore, Lucius disgraced, and the family's decline, if possible. Shelley preferred to tackle the original antagonist Voldemort through his own might. This semester, due to the absence of Hagrid's dragon egg incident, there were no points deducted for Harry, Hermione, and Neville's nighttime escapades, nor was there any subsequent venture into the Forbidden Forest. However, concurrently, without Harry's participation in Quidditch, Slytherin still emerged as the leading team this year. Furthermore, thanks to Shelley's remarkable performance, he consistently earned substantial points for Slytherin during every class, be it charms, transfiguration, or potions. Under Shelley's influence, Draco, Daphne, and Meredith became exceptionally diligent in their studies. Although their homework scores may not rival that of Hermione, the true prodigy, they undoubtedly excelled over the other young wizards of Gryffindor. Moreover, during a Transfiguration Club gathering, at Professor McGonagall's request, Shelley wrote a paper submitted to Transfiguration Today. This paper outlined an ingenious concept for creating a magical lamp capable of sprouting wings and flying in midair through the use of transfiguration. He suggested several practical applications, such as eliminating the need for a wand to cast the Lumos spell while traversing an unknown tunnel, thereby allowing wizards to retain their wands in a non-casting state for unexpected emergencies, or utilizing a magical lamp for exploration and depth measurement in seemingly bottomless pits. This paper earned Shelley the most promising newcomer award from Transfiguration Today, and even the typically stern Professor McGonagall revealed a rare smile, directly rewarding Slytherin with 50 points. With Shelley's exceptional endeavors, Slytherin led the House Cup standings by a remarkable 50 points over the second-place Ravenclaw. while the bottom-dwelling Gryffindor lagged behind by a staggering 150 points. Chapter 16, The Early Breakthrough. It turns out that Professor Quirrell was once a remarkably gifted scholar, well-versed in the intricacies of magical theory. However, his timid, anxious, and neurotic disposition led him to be frequently bullied and ridiculed at Ravenclaw College. Dissatisfied with himself and yearning for validation, he gradually developed an interest in dark magic, harboring a latent desire for the world to recognize his worth. What truly piqued Shelley's interest was Quirrell's resignation from his position as Muggle Studies professor at the end of the 1990 academic year. Under the pretext of seeking first-hand practical experience through an adventurous journey across the African and European continents. In truth, his real objective was to trace the footsteps of dark wizards, spurred by both curiosity and an insatiable craving for significance that had long eluded him. At the very least, Quirrell fantasized about being the one to uncover Voldemort, and he aspired even further to acquire abilities from Voldemort that would free him from mockery. He encountered vampires and banshees in Germany's Black Forest, embroiling himself in various predicaments. He also assisted a prince in Africa with a troublesome living corpse. All of this was indeed true, prompting Shelley to click his tongue in disbelief, recalling that in his previous life, most readers dismissed these tales as mere fabrications of Quirrell's imagination. The diary meticulously chronicled his travels across Europe and Africa, further substantiating that Quirrell was a sensitive and introverted man who preferred to articulate his inner thoughts through writing. The entries continued until he fortuitously gleaned that Voldemort's lingering soul might be lurking in the jungles of Albania, at which point the narrative abruptly ceased. Predictably, the subsequent events would reveal Quirrell's encounter with Voldemort, leading to his subjugation, a chapter he could neither write nor dare to divulge. Yet, the final pages of the diary contained fragmented and disjointed notes, and Shelley sensed that these might hold significant value. With meticulous patience, he endeavored to reorganize and reconstruct the notes, striving to unveil their true essence. During this time, Quirrell encountered a severely weakened Voldemort, who, in his diminished state, could not overpower Quirrell. Instead, Voldemort initially offered Quirrell some enticing incentives before later employing his formidable powers as a temptation to draw him into the depths of corruption. This ability was a unique spellcasting technique of Voldemort's. Skilled wizards often possessed distinctive methods of spellcasting. Even in his student days, Dumbledore had devised an original casting technique, earning the Barnabas Finkley Award for exceptional spellcasting. A powerful spellcasting method not only streamlines the casting process, but also enhances the precision of magical control, thereby reducing the expenditure of magical energy. After dedicating 2 days to mastering this spellcasting technique, Cialin marveled at its origin, undeniably crafted by Voldemort himself. This method enabled him to cast spells at an astonishing speed, allowing for the simultaneous casting of 2 spells in an instant. Moreover, Cialin found that the process of spell casting became as fluid as flowing water, rendering him more adept. In specific circumstances, should he need to unleash a combination of multiple spells, this technique would truly shine. Voldemort's spell-casting technique learned. Regrettably, there were no further records in Quirrell's diary of the skills he acquired for Voldemort. It seemed he had once shaken hands with Harry at the Leaky Cauldron before the school year commenced. Cialin speculated that after Quirrell was robbed at Gringotts, he was possessed by Voldemort and no longer dared to freely document his experiences and thoughts in his diary. At 1 o'clock that night, Cialin convened with Daphne and Meredith in the Slytherin common room. Unable to contain herself, Daphne inquired, "Cialin, lack of sleep is a woman's nemesis. Why have you summoned us at such an hour?" With an air of mystery, Cialin replied, "Do you recall what the headmaster said on the first day of school?" Meredith frowned slightly. "Are you referring to?" Cialin cleared his throat and continued, "It concerns the forbidden corridor on the 4th floor. Professor Dumbledore warned that one should not approach it if they wish to avoid a tragic demise. I have discovered that several professors have set up barriers to prevent students from intruding. What do you say? Are you interested in embarking on a rare adventure? It would also serve to assess your magical combat skills." Upon hearing of the adventure, Daphne was so exhilarated that she could barely contain her eagerness to depart. Meredith, however, was more cautious, expressing her hesitation. Going out at such a late hour, especially to a forbidden area, what if we were caught by Filch or some professor? Cialin smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, I have made preparations." With that, he lightly tapped Daphne's head with his wand, and she was astonished to find her body blending seamlessly with her surroundings. Meredith, being from a prestigious lineage and well-versed in the arcane, displayed a look of astonishment. "Goodness, you have mastered the disillusionment charm? That is a spell of Auror caliber." Cialin beamed with confidence. "I have tested this charm on mice numerous times. Aside from Professor Dumbledore, I am confident I can evade any other professor at Hogwarts. After which, he cast a silencing spell on Daphne, ensuring her footsteps would be utterly soundless. Though this spell was typically within the grasp of fifth-year students, Daphne and Meredith had grown accustomed to witnessing Sherryn's prowess. Having experienced his capabilities, both girls brimmed with confidence regarding this adventure. Nonetheless, a weight of pressure loomed over them, as Sherryn's performance was exceptionally remarkable. Both young women hailed from illustrious families, having been instilled from a young age with the importance of upholding their family's honor, with future marital prospects being of paramount significance. Finding a partner of distinguished background and exceptional talent would greatly benefit both themselves and their families. Before them stood Sherryn, a figure who epitomized their desires. Hailing from the affluent Malfoy family, endowed with extraordinary magical talent, complemented by a striking appearance and a demeanor as gentle as jade. He was truly the quintessential dream candidate. However, they were confronted with a significant dilemma. They likely felt unworthy of Sherryn's stature. Setting aside his lineage, the talents and potential that Sherryn displayed indicated that he was far from ordinary. His ambitious nature was evident in the way he conducted himself, suggesting that he was destined for greatness. Thus, it was imperative that the future lady by his side possessed a reputation and intellect commensurate with his esteemed position. Both girls were astute. In fact, they exhibited a precocious maturity that surpassed that of their male counterparts. They were acutely aware of each other's feelings, their understanding as clear as a polished mirror. Although their friendship remained intact, it did not preclude a subtle rivalry between them, each vying for the coveted position of his rightful partner should fate lead them to share Sherryn's affections. Unbeknownst to them, Sherryn was oblivious to these undercurrents. Neither in his past life, nor this one, had he excelled in matters of the heart. Previously, he had been consumed by adventures around the globe, never having experienced sincere and lasting romance. In this life, he devoted most of his time to enhancing his capabilities and orchestrating various plans. After cloaking the three of them in a disillusionment charm and a silencing charm, Sherryn guided them through the dimly lit corridor, arriving at the end of the fourth-floor restricted passage. He wound the music box, allowing it to emit a melodious sound. The first obstacle they faced upon opening the door was a three-headed dog imported from Greece by Hagrid, a perilous beast with combat prowess rivaling that of a dragon, typically tamed by wizards to guard treasure vaults. Defeating the creature would require the strength of more than 5 adult wizards. However, it harbored an unknown weakness, an irresistible affinity for music that would lull it to sleep. The music box could sustain its tune for approximately 20 to 30 seconds, during which they would take turns winding it to keep the beast in slumber. Upon confirming their understanding with a nod, Sherryn organized their sequence of actions, then withdrew his wand, tapping the door lock while whispering Alohomora. With a satisfying click, the lock opened. As the door creaked open, instead of the anticipated low growl, they witnessed the instant effect of the music. The dog's eyes began to droop, swaying precariously before it collapsed onto the floor, sound asleep. Do you see the trapdoor behind the three-headed dog? Quickly, let us open it, Sherryn urged the two girls. Remember, do not let the music cease. I have no desire to be torn to shreds. As the girls cautiously approached the massive heads, they could feel the warm, foul breath emanating from the creature. Daphne wrinkled her brow, exclaiming, "Ah, this dog is blocking the trapdoor." A spark of inspiration struck Meredith, who employed the levitation charm learned in class to lift the dog's body away from the trapdoor. She then bent down to pull the latch, and with a swift motion, the door swung open, revealing a dark abyss below, a triumphant smile breaking across her face. Sherryn nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for the two women to alternately release the music box's winding mechanism. Then, he surveyed them and inquired, "There is nothing visible below, nor is there a ladder to descend. We have no choice but to jump down. Who'll go first?" Meredith's face displayed evident hesitation. The pitch-black passage below offered little assurance. Just as Meredith wavered, Daphne gritted her teeth and declared, "Let me go first." With that, she prepared to leap, only to be halted by Sherryn. Having courage in the face of the unknown is commendable, but recklessness is not. In this situation, it would be prudent to cast a cushioning charm upon oneself before leaping. I trust you have mastered it, yes? Sherryn fixed his gaze upon Daphne. With a sigh of relief, she nodded. Although her abilities did not match Sherryn's, she had acquired a fair number of spells during her first year, and the cushioning charm was among them. After Daphne jumped, she landed on something soft with a peculiar, muffled thud. As she groped around, her eyes had yet to adjust to the dim light, but she felt as though she was seated atop some kind of plant. She called up towards the opening. "All clear. It's a soft landing. You may jump." After Sherryn jumped, Meredith followed suit, leaving the music box on the ground still emitting sound. though the melody would soon cease, and the slumbering three-headed dog would inevitably awaken. Though a devil's snare awaited below, Sherryn had no desire to plunge directly into it, so he recited the cushioning charm, abruptly halting in midair. Observing this, Meredith imitated him, casting the charm upon herself, and together they hovered gracefully, like feathers, before descending slowly. Sherryn pointed to the plant below and asked, "Can you identify this plant?" Meredith pondered for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "That a devil's snare." At that moment, the devil's snare began to entwine around the trio's legs. Daphne struggled to free herself from the vines, but the more she fought, the tighter they coiled. Meredith quickly intervened, saying, "Don't struggle. The more you fight, the tighter it will grip." After a moment of contemplation, she added, "The devil's snare thrives in darkness and dampness, but fears fire and light." The three of them employed the flame spell to dispel the devil's snare. And in a somewhat exasperated tone, Daphne remarked, "Were you two deliberately waiting for me to embarrass myself? Why didn't you mention the countermeasure sooner?" Chapter 17. The Philosopher's Stone. They proceeded forward, descending the sloped corridor, accompanied only by the sound of their footsteps and the gentle drip of water along the walls. "Do you hear that?" Daphne halted, straining to listen. The others fell silent, attentively tuning into the sound around them, and indeed, they faintly discerned a rustling noise emanating from ahead. Countless small birds fluttered their wings high above, darting around the room beneath the lofty arched ceiling. Is this the second mechanism? Having learned from her previous misstep, Daphne grew cautious, fearing another entrapment awaited them. "Do you think those flying creatures would attack us if we simply walked in?" Meredith, possessing keen observational skills, pointed towards the imposing wooden door across the room and remarked, "There lies a door, and it seems we must traverse this chamber. If those creatures were to rush at us simultaneously, we could chant an explosive spell to dispatch them all. Wouldn't that allow us to pass this challenge?" Daphne proposed. Sheldon shook his head. "Daphne, your proficiency in spellcasting and your adaptability in dire situations are commendable, as is your unwavering courage in the face of adversity. However, you must learn from Meredith to observe and deduce with greater clarity. Those entities above are not merely birds." In the midst of the impending chaos, Sheldon had no intention of going it alone. After a semester of observation and interaction, he found both girls possessed admirable talents and dispositions, making them worthy of his trust. He began to contemplate nurturing their abilities to become his confidants in the future. Of course, their pleasing appearances were also a factor. The likes of Goyle and Crab would never be his subordinates. Upon closer inspection, Daphne realized that the flying entities were actually a swarm of winged keys. Damn it, this challenge must have been devised by Professor McGonagall. Could she have drawn inspiration from your award-winning essay on magical lamps? Sheldon merely shook his head, opting not to comment, and countered, "Have you figured out how to surmount this obstacle?" Daphne furrowed her brow. "Don't tell me we need to search for a key among this heap of keys." "Bingo, you are correct. We must locate the appropriate key to unlock the door," Sheldon replied calmly. "They are evidently not mere decorative items. But there are hundreds of keys." Daphne exclaimed, her brow furrowed. Meredith had already fetched a broom, preparing to distribute flying brooms to Sheldon and Daphne. All three were reasonably skilled flyers. Yet they were acutely aware that compared to Harry or other Quidditch players, flying was not their forte. At this moment, Meredith thought they would have to brace themselves for the challenge ahead. Sheldon spoke slowly. "Allow me to impart a valuable lesson. In true combat, there are no uniform solutions. You must learn to leverage your strengths and utilize every available tool at your disposal to achieve your objectives. Tools encompass more than just wands, potions, herbs, and magical creatures can all serve as instruments, as can many mundane items. The true strength of a wizard lies not in their magic, but in their wisdom. When faced with any problem, to first think of relying solely on magic is a manifestation of weakness. I have always believed such individuals are merely brutes with magical abilities. To adeptly employ every tool at our disposal, to engage our intellect, and to resolve the insurmountable challenges we encounter, rather than relying solely on magic or brute force. This is the hallmark of a truly exceptional wizard." The two girls listened attentively, a newfound clarity illuminating their gazes as they regarded Sheldon. Subsequently, Cielin retrieved a Muggle universal lockpicker from his pocket. After several attempts, much to the astonishment of the two women, he heard a satisfying click as the door lock sprang open. The two women stood rigidly as Cielin grasped the doorknob and smiled at them, saying, "The door is open. Let us proceed." With that, he pushed the door ajar. "How on earth did you accomplish that?" Meredith stammered. The trio stepped across the threshold into an expansive chamber, engulfed in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Suddenly, torches affixed to the walls ignited, casting an eerie glow reminiscent of a boss battle in a video game, illuminating the astonishing scene before them. They found themselves alongside a colossal chessboard, facing 2 rows of towering black statues. Opposite them, at the far end of the room, stood 2 rows of white statues. Could this possibly be wizard's chess? Daphne murmured, unable to contain her thoughts. What should we do now? We may need to participate as the chess pieces. We can only advance to the next level by defeating the opponent, Sherryn speculated, uncertain of his ability to win with only 3 pieces in play. Daphne and Meredith exchanged concerned glances. After all, if they were indeed to act as pieces, being struck by the weapons of those statues would not be a pleasant experience. After a moment of contemplation, Sherryn devised a plan, assigning Daphne to take the role of the king, and Meredith as the queen, 2 pieces that were less likely to sustain damage, while he assumed the position of a knight. What if we were captured? Meredith voiced her apprehensions. I will do my utmost to prevent such an occurrence. If the situation becomes unavoidable, we shall resort to explosive spells, Sherryn declared, already orchestrating the movements of the pieces. The initial maneuvers were predictable, exchanging pieces to create a broader battlefield. Sherryn soon discerned that Professor McGonagall's strategy was not as formidable as he had anticipated. The game progressed more smoothly than expected. As the number of pieces on the board diminished to a manageable level, the necessity for further exchanges waned, allowing Sherryn to strategize on how to swiftly vanquish the opposing king. The White Queen ferociously toppled another bishop to the ground, casting it aside like refuse from the chessboard. Seizing the opportunity, Sherryn advanced, triumphantly checkmating the king. Just as he raised his wand, poised to obliterate the White King, the figure unexpectedly removed its crown and tossed it at Sherryn's feet, signifying his victory. Upon traversing through the wooden door, they found themselves in a corridor. As they walked down the passage, Meredith mused aloud, the 3-headed dog must be Hagrid's challenge. The devil's snare is surely Professor Sprout's contraption. And the enchanted keys are undoubtedly the handiwork of Professor Flitwick. Moreover, with Professor McGonagall's colossal chessboard, it seems all 3 heads are involved. It stands to reason that we may soon face a trap devised by Snape. Sherryn chuckled. Have you forgotten our defense against the dark arts, Professor? As they approached the door, the moment it swung open, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, prompting them to instinctively pull their clothing up to shield their noses. In the next moment, the sound of chains being pulled echoed from within the door, accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated through the room. It's a giant, Meredith shrieked. Typically, when young girls encounter a creature as grotesque and colossal as a giant, their spirits are dampened, regardless of their own prowess. Daphne, however, managed to maintain her composure slightly better than Meredith. She did not scream, but her countenance remained quite pale. Sheldon continued, giants possess brute strength akin to that of titans, and their skin exhibits considerable resistance to magic. Attempting to subdue it with stunning spells would be impractical. However, it does possess a vulnerability. Do you know what it is? In unison, Meredith and Daphne exclaimed, the back of its head. That is its weak point. Sheldon snapped his fingers, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Precisely. Knowing its weakness renders it less terrifying. I will use a binding spell to restrict its movements, while you 2 will employ levitation charms to maneuver the stick in its hand and deliver a decisive blow to its vulnerable spot. Do you understand? The 2 girls, having previously been instructed by Sheldon on the advanced application of levitation charms, nodded eagerly in affirmation. Upon opening the door, Sheldon charged ahead, casting the binding spell to hinder the giant's advance. Simultaneously, the 2 girls directed their levitation charms at the stick held by the giant. The synergy they had cultivated throughout the semester came into play as they deftly controlled the stick with their minds, striking the giant's head with a powerful blow that sent it crashing to the ground, unconscious. With their task accomplished, the 2 girls joyfully embraced and high-fived in celebration, their earlier tensions dissipating without them even realizing it. Next came Professor Snape's logical reasoning challenge. Neither girl excelled in logical deduction, so Sheldon patiently elucidated the principles underlying logical reasoning and presented some example problems from the Muggle world for them to attempt while they awaited his assistance. Meanwhile, he consumed the antidote alone, traversed through the black flames, and arrived at the final chamber where the Mirror of Arist was kept. Unlike Harry from the original tale, Sheldon was well informed about the Mirror of Arist. This mystical artifact is a creation of an alchemist from the 14th century, and regrettably, the method of its construction has been lost to time. This is not an isolated incident within the realm of alchemy. Many other products from that era, such as the Vanishing Cabinet, the Two-Way Mirror, and the Resurrection Stone, have also succumbed to obsolescence. a consequence of the tumultuous environment of the time, coupled with wizards' tendency to hoard knowledge. The enchantments inscribed upon the mirror of Erased pertain to the art of legilimency. It reads the thoughts of those who gaze into it, revealing their innermost desires through reflections. Dumbledore had made certain modifications to this mirror, enabling it to store precious items. Those who yearn for the Philosopher's Stone may glimpse themselves holding it within the mirror's depths. Yet only those who do not wish to exploit its power can truly claim the stone. However, understanding the principles behind this mirror is another matter entirely. After employing the brain closure technique, Sherryn attempted to engage with the mirror and discovered his reflection smiling back at him. To his astonishment, the mirror's version of Sherryn produced a red stone from his pocket. Upon reaching into his own pocket, Sherryn indeed found the fabled Philosopher's Stone. Armed with this magical artifact, he conjured a perfect replica of the Philosopher's Stone using transfiguration and then, utilizing the brain closure technique, began his experiments with the mirror of Erased. After several attempts, he finally discerned the secret and successfully placed the replica into the mirror. Perhaps Dumbledore could see through the ruse of the replica, but what of it? With hundreds of students in the academy, it would be improbable for Dumbledore to suspect a mere first-year student like him. Moreover, his meticulously planned actions that evening took into account that, apart from the caretaker, Filch, all the portraits within the castle served as Dumbledore's eyes and ears. The three of them had employed the disillusionment charm and the silencing charm to stealthily exit their dormitory, ensuring that no portrait was aware of their departure. The only remaining concern was that Dumbledore might summon the Philosopher's Stone using the summoning charm. Yet this was not without its solutions. Hogwarts' anti-disillusionment charm harbors a critical flaw. Non-wizard entities, such as phoenixes, thestrals, and house elves, are not subject to its restrictions. At this juncture, Sherryn felt grateful that the entrance to the Slytherin dormitory was a stone wall, which revealed its entryway upon uttering the correct password, unlike Gryffindor's portrait of the Fat Lady, thus eliminating the risk of detection for having left the dormitory. Philosopher's Stone acquired. Chapter 18, Nicholas Flamel. A week after the examinations, the results were posted on the bulletin boards of each house. Sherryn excelled in the exams for charms, transfiguration, potions, and history of magic, performing admirably in other subjects as well. Draco, Daphne, and Meredith also fared well. In stark contrast, the Gryffindor students struggled significantly, aside from Hermione, the true academic prodigy. Harry and Ron's performances could only be described as lackluster, while Neville and Seamus fared even worse, their results utterly dismal. Overall, Sherryn achieved the top rank in his year, followed by Hermione in second, Meredith in third, a Ravenclaw girl named Maury in fourth, Daphne in fifth, and Draco in sixth. This spurred great excitement among the young Slytherins, while Gryffindor, traditionally at odds with Slytherin, became the target of mockery from other houses, engulfed in a cloud of despair. Sherryn, Hermione, and Meredith were all-round academic powerhouses, excelling equally in written and practical assessments. Daphne leaned slightly towards practical subjects, performing commendably in charms and transfiguration, but her scores in history of magic, astronomy, and herbology dragged her overall performance down. Draco, exceptionally gifted in potions, achieved a perfect score in that subject and also performed well in charms and transfiguration, securing his sixth place. This has led him to gleefully boast to Nott, Blaise, Goyle, and Crabbe. The trio of Harry did not wallow in despair over their exam results for long. Before the results were announced, they inexplicably began to suspect Professor Snape's movements, ultimately concluding that he intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone. One evening, the trio stealthily infiltrated the forbidden corridor on the fourth floor, only to discover a pool of blood and the lifeless body of a three-headed dog, which further convinced them that Professor Snape had breached the location where the stone was hidden. In the final chamber, Harry encountered Quirrell, who was obsessively gazing into the mirror of Erased. As depicted in the original narrative, Quirrell revealed the grotesque visage of Voldemort, a horrifying face pale as chalk, with piercing red eyes and slits for nostrils reminiscent of a snake. Voldemort manipulated Harry into retrieving the stone from the mirror. But just as Harry was about to rush towards the door engulfed in black flames, Quirrell seized his hand, only to be repelled by the protective magic left by Harry's mother. In that moment, Harry's remarkable ability to adapt shone through. He fearlessly approached Quirrell and touched his skin. In the ensuing struggle, Harry fell into a 3-day coma, while Quirrell met a tragic end. Upon awakening, he was welcomed by the end-of-term feast. During the banquet, Dumbledore awarded Ron 50 points, Hermione 50 points, and Harry 60 points, ultimately granting Neville 10 points, which allowed Gryffindor to achieve a stunning reversal. Sheldon remained composed. The House Cup held little significance for him, as his vision and ambition extended far beyond such trivial matters. Initially, Daphne and Meredith wore displeased expressions, feeling that Dumbledore's actions were unjust. Sheldon had vanquished a troll, saving his classmates' lives, yet he was awarded a mere 20 points. While Ron's chess victory and Hermione's logic puzzle solve garnered 50 points for the house. However, upon witnessing Sheldon's calm demeanor and reflecting on the trio's preceding adventures, their expressions shifted to one of understanding. Seeing the change in the girls' expressions, Sheldon smiled with satisfaction, expressing his joy that they could quickly regain their composure. He reminded them that the House Cup is a mere illusion. It cannot confer genuine honor or produce real value, nor can it be consumed or exchanged for currency. At this, both girls chuckled softly, and Sheldon, pointing to his head with a serious demeanor, continued, "What truly matters is the knowledge we acquire and the growth of our abilities. Only these are of real value." His words resonated deeply with the two girls, even captivating Draco, Pansy, and others nearby. What Sheldon kept unspoken in his heart was that the greatest benefit from this turmoil, the Philosopher's Stone, had already fallen into his possession. As for the House Cup, whoever desires it may take it. As the feast concluded, students from various houses began to disperse. "All right, I understand, Professor McGonagall," Sheldon nodded. Indeed, the password to the headmaster's office is Cockroach Pile. Although Professor McGonagall is not particularly fond of Slytherin, she has grown to genuinely admire Shilin for his exemplary performance throughout the semester, his composed demeanor, humility, and politeness, leading her to regard him as a cherished protege. She is both pleased and hopeful regarding Shilin's accomplishments. At this moment, she gazes at him and carefully articulates, moreover concerning the House Cup, "I hope you do not perceive the administration's actions as unjust, harboring any resentment towards the school. I hold great expectations for you, Shilin. You are the most gifted student I have ever encountered." Hearing the usually stern Professor McGonagall affectionately refer to him as Shilin rather than Mr. Malfoy, he feels a warmth in her tone and nods, reassuring her, "I understand, Professor, you need not worry." The headmaster's office at Hogwarts is a spacious and exquisite circular room adorned with numerous windows and hung with portraits of past Hogwarts headmasters, who gently snore within their frames. Various slender tables are scattered throughout the office, displaying an assortment of silver instruments that emit whimsical sounds, buzzing and swirling while exhaling wisps of smoke. Perched on a tall, gilded branch behind the door is Fawkes, Dumbledore's pet phoenix, with vibrant scarlet feathers and a golden tail. The sorting hat lies crumpled on a shelf beside the desk. To Shelley's surprise, there is already a guest in the room, a stylish elderly man, his face lined with wrinkles, hair entirely white, and a beard even longer than Dumbledore's. Despite his age, he possesses a youthful vigor, embodying a striking contrast of white hair and youthful demeanor. What captures more attention, however, is his impeccably tailored robe from the latest collection of a high-end wizarding clothing store, radiating subtle magical auras. Even with Shelley's rudimentary knowledge of alchemy, he can discern that this robe is imbued with at least 50 spells, making it invaluable. "Good day, Professor Dumbledore, and to you, sir." Shilin greets both gentlemen with proper decorum. He notes that the elegantly dressed elder is observing him with keen interest. The man smiles and introduces himself. "Hello, young lad. I'm Nicholas Flamel." Even with Shelley's composure, the mention of the elder's name momentarily stuns him. Flamel, still smiling, reassures him, "Do not be anxious, young one. I am here regarding the Philosopher's Stone. I had entrusted it to Dumbledore for safekeeping, but somehow it has gone missing within Hogwarts. Dumbledore suggested I consult a crystal ball for divination, and to my astonishment, your visage appeared within it. Thus, I have come to Hogwarts to meet you, with no other intentions. Truly, it is a lapse in vigilance." Shilin undertook extensive preparations for the Philosopher's Stone, yet astonishingly overlooked the existence of divination, an extraordinary ability within the magical realm. It is not surprising that Shilin made such an oversight, as the art of divination demands a significant level of bloodline talent, rendering true seers exceedingly rare. Unfortunately, Nicolim happened to be one of those few, aware that he could not deceive the two astute elders before him. Shilin decided to lay his thoughts bare. Regaining his composure, he clenched his fists, the flames of indignation igniting within his chest. He resolutely cast a mental barrier, forcefully expelling Dumbledore's consciousness. His gaze turned frigid, and his tone lost all reverence as he coldly addressed Professor Dumbledore. "Is it truly acceptable to intrude upon another's mind without their consent, especially when that individual is your own student?" Coughing slightly, Dumbledore awkwardly adjusted his glasses, acknowledging, "You have indeed mastered the mental barrier." Perceiving the tense atmosphere, Nicolim hastily interjected, "I shall continue to address you as Shilin, young Malfoy." I hope you do not misconstrue your headmaster's actions. Given the gravity of the Philosopher's Stone, although his methods may seem somewhat inappropriate in my view, they stem from a necessity that he cannot ignore. Chapter 19. The Chosen Champion. Sherryn cast a displeased glance at Nicolim and remarked, "Sir, I hold you in high regard as an eminent alchemist with numerous remarkable achievements, contributing greatly to the wizarding community. However, I implore you not to defend our esteemed headmaster with eloquent words. What justification could there be for his actions? Is it merely concern that I might be a follower of the Dark Lord, or that I could potentially become the next Dark Wizard? Ultimately, in the eyes of our headmaster, I have long ceased to be viewed as a student. It is more likely he never trusted any student at Hogwarts. I dare say this is not the first time he has employed the Imperius curse on a pupil." Sherryn unflinchingly tore away the hypocritical veil, exposing the adult world's ugliness that J.K. Rowling subtly alluded to in the original work. His assertions were not baseless. The narrative had hinted more than once at Dumbledore's use of the Imperius curse on Harry. Dumbledore's expression softened with a hint of remorse. "Child, I bear you no malice. If my earlier actions caused you discomfort, I am willing to apologize." Shellen's demeanor softened slightly. Truth be told, while he had resolved to rely on his own strength to navigate the impending tumultuous era, he understood that antagonizing Dumbledore, a pillar of the British wizarding world, was far from a prudent choice. He snorted softly and stated, "I hope, Professor, you take heed of past lessons. I have heard tales from my elders about the early days of the Dark Lord, who, as I recall, was brought to Hogwarts by you. You professed love, yet coerced him into repentance with a burning wardrobe. The outcome was evident. When you were stronger, you could compel him to submit. One day, should he surpass you, will you then resort to the same tactics, an eye for an eye?" Both Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel displayed expressions of incredulity, as these long-forgotten tales had become secrets shared among only a select few from that era. The depth of Shellen's understanding indicated that his intelligence-gathering capabilities vastly exceeded the expectations of both Dumbledore and Flamel. Let us set aside these matters for now and discuss the ownership of the Philosopher's Stone. I, Sherryn, am not a greedy individual. I harbor no desires for the immortality and wealth that the stone can bestow. I lack neither riches nor the wish to witness my loved ones perish one by one. Instead, I seek to borrow the Philosopher's Stone from you, Mr. Flamel, for 3 months for the purpose of research. My aspiration is that this study will elevate my alchemical prowess. Should you be willing to impart your knowledge of alchemy, it would be most beneficial. I have heard that you have yet to find a successor for your alchemical wisdom. Should your expertise fade into obscurity, it would indeed be a tremendous loss for the entire wizarding community. Dumbledore appeared somewhat displeased that Sherryn had seized control of the conversation and interjected, "Sherryn, you may not be aware that alchemy is predicated on the principle of equivalent exchange. To obtain something, one must offer something of equal value in return." Sherryn scoffed, retorting, "Esteemed headmaster, it seems you have overlooked my prior contribution. I have already provided a house cup. Do not hastily refute me, regardless of Slytherin's lead over Gryffindor. You intended for Gryffindor to claim the cup. The greater the lead, the more points you would bestow at the end-of-year feast, am I correct?" Dumbledore, though somewhat embarrassed, maintained a cheerful demeanor. "I may have awarded points with undue generosity, but that was merely a reward for Harry and his peers' commendable performance. You cannot deny Harry's courage in facing Voldemort as a first-year student, can you?" Sherryn dismissed this with a derisive sound. "What does that matter? The outcome of the House Cup had already been predetermined by you. Do not be so quick to deny it. When I discovered that the challenges set by the professors in the Forbidden Corridor were solvable by first-year students, my suspicions were confirmed." "What suspicions?" Dumbledore inquired with keen interest. "You tasked the professors with these challenges not to guard against the Dark Lord, but to safeguard against the students." Sherryn articulated confidently. "To thwart Voldemort, merely a mirror of a wreath suffices. The Dark Lord cannot possess the stone without desire. He must rely on others to retrieve it from the mirror. Thus, you must ensure that this individual can retrieve the stone without easily handing it over to Voldemort. The only person in all of Hogwarts capable of this is Harry, for he bears the protective love bestowed by his mother at the cost of her life. Correct?" Dumbledore and Flamel exchanged glances, realizing they were rendered speechless by the incisive and well-reasoned arguments presented by the 11-year-old boy before them. "Your entire scheme revolved around this point. You need to ensure that only Harry can approach the Mirror of Erist. The three-headed dog possesses formidable strength, and, aside from Hagrid, no one knows how to deal with it. Only Harry had a relationship with Hagrid that was sufficiently close to extract from him the methods to confront Voldemort. Moreover, Hermione had informed me that Hagrid gifted Harry a small flute for Christmas. Hagrid, One of the professors you trust most has acted without error for over a decade. Yet he was easily manipulated into revealing strategies against Voldemort. This blatant fact, I could sense the scent of conspiracy from 10 miles away. Indeed, it is quite evident. Dumbledore sighed, conceding that he was thoroughly impressed by Shelling's meticulous and precise reasoning. The Dark Lord was aware that it was a trap. Yet he could not resist the bait. Shelling continued his discourse. The vast majority of students would not enter that corridor. Even those with adventurous spirits would find it impossible to pass through Voldemort as challenge. Only Harry and his companions could succeed. Furthermore, Professor, you arranged the trials of flying keys, wizard chess, and logical reasoning precisely because of Harry, Ron, and Hermione's individual strengths and characteristics. If I am not mistaken, Ron would surely faint at the chess challenge, while Hermione would retreat at the potions challenge, taking Ron to Madame Pomfrey, leaving Harry to face the Dark Lord alone through the flames. Dumbledore could only nod. You are correct. Ron and Hermione did indeed retreat, as you described. Then, esteemed headmaster, have I not proven that this year's House Cup was predetermined in favor of the illustrious savior, Harry Potter? Regardless of the efforts and excellence of students from the other three houses, it is in vain for the savior Harry Potter, under your special patronage, is destined to render all their endeavors, sacrifices, and sweat into mere farcical talk. The three present fell into an awkward silence. Nicholas Flamel pretended to look elsewhere, not wanting to witness his old friend's discomfort. Dumbledore's expression shifted, ultimately settling into a quiet sigh as he resolved to break the silence. You resemble someone very much. Dumbledore mused, even surpassing him in excellence. Upon saying this, Dumbledore seemed to be drained of strength, collapsing into his chair, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Shelling, realizing he had sufficiently provoked the headmaster, understood it was time to cease. In all fairness, Professor, everything you have done is for the sake of maintaining stability and peace in the wizarding world. On this point, I can fully comprehend and even hold you in esteem. However, while I can understand you, I cannot accept your methods. To preserve the world's stability, to stifle potential threats in their infancy, to maintain absolute control over circumstances, you have intrusively invaded others' privacy, stripped students of their right to earn honors fairly, and I have no doubt you would sacrifice anyone if necessary, all for the sake of a greater good. In truth, I had already agreed with Dumbledore long ago to destroy the Philosopher's Stone. I have lived long enough, and it is time to bid farewell to the world. I know, for someone as young as you, this may seem incredulous, yet for me, imperennial. Death is akin to finally retiring to bed after a long day. You see, the Philosopher's Stone is not as wondrous as it may seem. With it, one could attain vast wealth and an extended lifespan, fulfilling their every wish. These two desires are among humanity's greatest longings. Yet they often choose paths that offer them little benefit. Nicol LeMay produced a thick notebook adorned with a phoenix cover from his pocket, handing it to Shelley while stating, Young Shelley, perhaps you are correct. Mind, Dumbledore's methods are no longer suitable for this era. To atone for our mistakes and in the spirit of equivalent exchange, please accept this notebook. I call it the LeMay Directory, filled with my youthful alchemical notes and insights. The page at its center has been enchanted with a transformation spell, granting it a mirror-like quality, allowing you to reach me at any time through this tome. Should you have any queries regarding its contents, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. I will be delighted to impart my knowledge and skills to such an exceptional young individual. LeMay Directory obtained. Well, gentlemen, I believe I must take my leave. Purina is still waiting for me in Diagon Alley, Nicol LeMay said with a playful wink. I have prepared 2 years' worth of elixir for immortality. I hope it suffices for you to grasp my alchemy before I depart this world. With that, Nicol LeMay rose, adjusted his robes, and stepped into the flames. The day of departure arrived swiftly, the dormitories emptied, and everyone busily organized their belongings. The Hogwarts Express had already arrived at the platform. Shelley, along with Daphne and Meredith, sat in a compartment discussing various plans for the summer. However, time was ever fleeting, and soon the train arrived at King's Cross Station, bustling with parents awaiting their children. As Shelley spotted Lucius and Narcissa in the crowd, he greeted the two girls and prepared to seek out Draco in the next compartment. Unexpectedly, Daphne leaped forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Shelley and planting a firm kiss on his right cheek, leaving him with a hurried reminder to keep in touch over the summer before she dashed away. Shelley stood there, momentarily stunned, his gaze meeting the blushing Meredith's in an awkward silence. He stammered, "D. Daphne, she..." Before he could finish, Meredith, even bolder than Daphne, leaned forward. As Shelley instinctively reached out to steady her, she pressed her warm body against him, her alabaster arms entwining around his neck. He felt her delicate hands gripping the back of his head, and suddenly, her soft, rosy lips met his, leaving him utterly dazed, as if struck by lightning. His mind blank. Draco stood outside the compartment door, looking impatient as he called out, "Come on, Shelley. I see Mom and Dad. Don't keep them waiting." This summer had been a fulfilling and joyous experience for Shelley. With the Philosopher's Stone and the LeMay's Compendium at his disposal, Sherryn seized every opportunity to immerse himself in the realm of alchemy, absorbing knowledge with the fervor of a sponge. Whenever uncertainty arose, he did not hesitate to seek counsel from Nicodemus, propelling his alchemical prowess to unprecedented heights. His inaugural creation was a wizard's robe, a masterpiece he had long coveted, inspired by the multi-functional garment worn by Nicodemus. Once he deciphered the underlying principles, he enlisted Dobby to procure over a dozen bolts of fabric, which he meticulously experimented with in his laboratory, imbuing them with magical effects through alchemy. After a month of relentless effort and countless failures, aided in no small part by the hourglass of time, Sherryn finally succeeded in etching the desired magical effects onto the fabric. He eagerly retrieved the snakeskin-fitted wizard's robe he had purchased from Madame Mokin and began to refine it according to his original vision. First, he incorporated a feature for aesthetic transformation, allowing the robe to change its color, patterns, and cut at his whim. Next, he inscribed protective spells, such as the Iron Armor Charm, Disruption Shield, Shock Absorption Spell, Stasis Charm, Peace Guard, Total Protection, and others. While these enchantments could not defend against the most formidable dark magic, they were sufficient to counter the majority of malevolent curses, proving especially useful in ambush situations. Subsequently, Sherryn enhanced the robe with a charm of charisma, ensuring that the wearer exuded an irresistible allure, thereby increasing their attraction to the opposite sex. He then added a gravity-reducing feature to augment his running speed and agility in evasion. Finally, he employed a potent fire and water-resistant charm, granting the robe resistance to burning and moisture, endowing it with some degree of magical resilience against water and fire spells. Sherryn named this labor of love the Supreme Wizard Robe, which boasted 9 distinct functionalities: pocket space, immaculate cleanliness, waterproofing, temperature regulation, aesthetic transformation, charisma aura, curse defense, gravity reduction, and fire and water resistance. Yet, Sherryn's ambitions did not end there. He aspired to incorporate invisibility and stealth features into the Supreme Wizard Robe. However, the only known true invisibility item in the magical realm was Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. Other invisibility artifacts were flawed, easily discernible by masterful wizards like Dumbledore or Voldemort. The alchemical techniques involved in crafting the invisibility cloak had long been lost to time, and even Nicodemus, with his vast knowledge, could not replicate a second perfect invisibility item. Sherryn kept this aspiration close to his heart, believing that if given the opportunity to study Harry Potter's cloak, he could, with his abilities, one day create an impeccable Supreme Wizard Robe, beyond reproach. Supreme Wizard Robe acquired. Another source of joy for Sherryn was his achievement of the top rank in his year, which significantly elevated Lucius's standing at the Pure Blood family gathering, allowing him to bask in glory. In a generous gesture, he rewarded Sherryn with 1,000 galleons as a token of appreciation. Subsequently, Sherryn handed over the dragon egg stolen from Chilo to Lucius, requesting his assistance in disposing of it. To his astonishment, this single dragon egg fetched Sherryn a sum of 1,000 galleons. It appeared that Chilo had invested heavily in his quest to surpass the three-headed dog challenge, only to have his efforts ultimately benefited Sherryn. Unlike many in the wizarding world who hoard their galleons, Sherryn, having once been a muggle, understood that only money that generates value can be deemed true wealth. Merely storing funds without utilizing them is akin to collecting artifacts. It is well known that the market for flying brooms is predominantly controlled by the Nimbus Racing Broom Company, with the Nimbus 2000 and Nimbus 2001 collectively outselling all other top-tier flying brooms, combined by a factor of 3. Following closely are the Comet Trading Company and the Clean Sweep Broom Company, both of which have captured the budget-conscious consumer market by offering affordable prices and reliable performance. The Gryffindor Quidditch team predominantly employs the Clean Sweep Company's Clean Sweep 5 or Clean Sweep 7, while the Slytherin team shows a preference for the Comet Trading Company's Comet 260. In contrast to these industry titans, the Eberly and Budmore Broom Company remains relatively obscure. One of its founders, Eber Budmore, is a gifted broom designer who crafted the Tinderblast in 1940 and the Swiftstick in 1952, both practical yet lacking widespread acclaim. However, Sherryn, well-versed in the original text, knows that in a year's time, specifically in 1993, Eber Budmore's son, Randolph Budmore, will create a remarkable invention, the Firebolt. According to Sherryn's knowledge, the Firebolt will dethrone Nimbus as the champion broom within 12 months of its release, becoming the favored choice for Quidditch teams at the international level. As a relatively insignificant workshop, the Eberly and Budmore Broom Company boasts a mere valuation of 4,000 galleons. Sherryn, with a mere 2,000 galleons, acquired half of the company's shares, feeling quite pleased with his decision. Although the original text does not specify the price of the Firebolt, one can infer from the dialogues between Harry and Ron that it is likely to be no less than 500 galleons. It is even plausible that, following a goblin strike which reduces production, the price could soar to 1,000 galleons. Thus, acquiring half the company's equity for the price of just 2 brooms is indeed a lucrative deal. However, Sherryn's family held a different perspective. Lucius, with years of business acumen, regarded such an obscure enterprise as beneath his notice. He believed that Sherryn's investment stemmed merely from a child's desire to flaunt wealth. Owning a stake in a broom company could indeed serve as a topic of bragging among peers, yet he chose to remain silent on the matter. On one hand, Sherryn was spending his own hard-earned money. On the other, Lucius saw an opportunity to impart some business wisdom to Sherryn, considering it beneficial for the child to engage with the world of commerce at an early age. Thus, he deemed the 2,000 galleons as merely Sherryn's tuition for this initiation into business. No one could have anticipated that, just a year later, every member of the family would be astonished by Sherryn's foresight. Acquisition of half the shares of the Elba and Badmo Broom Company. Half of the summer had thus passed, and it was now August. On this day, 2 unexpected guests arrived at the house. The visitors were Arthur Weasley from the Ministry of Magic and an Auror named Kingsley Shacklebolt. The Weasley family, regarded as traitors among the pure-blood families, had always maintained a contentious relationship with the Malfoy family, and Sherryn had often heard disparaging remarks about Mr. Weasley from Lucius. The grim expression on Lucius's face indicated that the two had come from London with ill intentions. Mr. Weasley presented a decree signed by Amelia Bones, the head of the Ministry's Department of Magical Law Enforcement, at the entrance of Malfoy Manor. The document stated that the Ministry had received an anonymous tip from a reliable source, alleging that the Malfoy family possessed prohibited dark magical items and tomes that contravened British wizarding law within their estate. Thus, they had dispatched Arthur Weasley, the head of the Office for the Regulation of Magical Materials, to conduct a search, hoping for the Malfoy family's cooperation. Lucius's face was icy, yet he dared not openly defy the Ministry. He could only endure the humiliation of having his estate searched by his adversary. The fury boiling within him was evident only through the veins protruding from the back of his hand as he gripped his wand with excessive force. This was understandable, as the forbidden items were hidden in the family's secret chamber, the entrance to which was shrouded in powerful concealment charms, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone unaware of its location to find. Even if one were to locate the entrance, they would face formidable protective enchantments. Should they attempt to breach it without the correct unlocking spell, they would merely unveil a mundane broom closet filled with cleaning supplies. By evening, after the 2 Ministry officials departed, Lucius, in a fit of rage, shattered his favorite teacup and slammed his palm on the coffee table, vehemently cursing Mr. Weasley and vowing to make him pay a steep price. Sherryn, well versed in the unfolding plot, knew that Lucius's so-called revenge plan involved framing the Weasley family's young girl as the heir of Slytherin, tarnishing Mr. Weasley's reputation, and possibly even leading to his dismissal from the Ministry. Unfortunately, he remained unaware that his former master was still alive, and his act of sending away the precious Horcrux would bring calamity upon himself and his family. Subsequently, Lucius summoned Karkaroff to his study, likely to discuss how to discreetly dispose of a portion of their contraband in the black market. This was merely a charade intended to placate certain individuals within the Ministry, preventing them from relentlessly pursuing the Malfoy family. In truth, Lucius had a close relationship with Minister Fudge, and the Malfoy family had played a significant role in Fudge's ascension. Yet Fudge's lack of sufficient talent and prestige rendered him incapable of firmly controlling the entire Ministry, hence the emergence of such matters targeting the Malfoy family. As soon as Lucius displays a certain demeanor, coupled with Fudge's pressure on his subordinates, the tempest surrounding the Malfoy family will gradually dissipate into obscurity. During the remaining month of summer, Sherryn remains acutely aware of the various upheavals that will soon unfold at Hogwarts in the forthcoming term. Thus, he commences his diligent study of spells that may prove useful, preparing himself for the myriad situations he might encounter. Since the previous semester, Sherryn has been refining the Lumos, Sonorous, and Conflagration spells learned in the first-year curriculum. This extended vacation finally offers him the opportunity to bring his concepts to fruition. Through meticulous manipulation of magical energy and adjustments in wand positioning, Sherryn discovers that the luminosity emitted by the Lumos spell, the auditory effects created by the Sonor spell, and the fiery manifestations released by the Conflagration spell can all be modulated in size and intensity. Moreover, over the past few years, he has maintained a correspondence with a pen pal from abroad. Among them, he has exchanged letters most frequently with a female pen pal named Akabane Sakazuki, who studies at Mahutokoro School of Magic in Japan. The term Mahutokoro translates to magical place in Japanese, and the institution is often referred to as a magical school. This school is situated atop the highest point of Minami Iwo Jima, and the palace, constructed from pure white jade, resembles an ornate and exquisite pagoda, earning it the title of Magical Palace. To Muggles, both the island and the palace appear uninhabited. In Japan, wizarding children must commence their education upon turning 7, although they do not begin boarding until the age of 11. Until then, they commute to and from school daily on the backs of colossal seabirds. Thus, despite being of the same age as Sherryn, Akabane has been immersed in the world of magic for 6 years. Sherryn's fascination with Japanese magic particularly centers on the wizards of the 16th century, during the tumultuous Sengoku period, who emerged as ninjas to fulfill the intelligence needs of various feudal lords. The magic practiced by these Japanese wizards heavily leaned towards stealth, disguise, invisibility, and concealment. Remarkably, over 30 forms of invisibility spells have survived to this day, comprising more than half of the content in the tome The Invisible Arts. In their frequent exchanges, discussions inevitably arise concerning the invisibility magic that Akabane takes such pride in, exploring the differing interpretations of invisibility spells between their respective schools. In England, the most common invisibility spell is the disillusionment charm, which employs a principle akin to that of a chameleon, allowing the caster's skin to mimic the surrounding environment to achieve visual deception, whereas in Japan, the prevalent invisibility spell is the Veil of Light, which alters the body's form and translucence, rendering it as transparent as dust, allowing light to pass through. In simpler terms, it makes the body genuinely transparent. Despite the fact that both spells have undergone generations of refinement, achieving near perfection, Sherryn remains somewhat dissatisfied. There exist numerous methods to see through the elusive art of invisibility. For instance, the magical eye of Mad-Eye Moody is endowed with a revealing charm that can penetrate both the disillusionment charm and the invisibility cloak. Additionally, animals such as cats and dogs possess keen olfactory senses that enable them to discern the whereabouts of the concealed. In this regard, Shelley primarily considers the students and the pet cat, Loris of Filch. Furthermore, serpentine creatures capable of detecting infrared radiation can also sense the body heat of an invisible being. Shelley's ambition is to devise a unique form of invisibility magic that overcomes these limitations, drawing inspiration from the principles of the disillusionment charm and the light-bending charm. As well as consulting various Muggle literature on optics, he ultimately developed a novel invisibility spell, which he dubbed the Incorporeal Phantom Charm. He meticulously tested all the anti-invisibility and anti-stealth devices amassed by his family, even requesting a pair of X-ray glasses identical to those of Mad-Eye Moody from Lucius, under the pretext of studying the alchemical principles behind them. To his astonishment, none of these valuable devices could penetrate his invisibility magic, indicating that his spell surpassed even the legendary invisibility cloak of the Deathly Hallows in terms of concealment. After all, in the original narrative, the cloak was still vulnerable to Moody's revealing eye. The Incorporeal Phantom Charm, when paired with the enhancements to his supreme wizard robe, designed to mask his presence, scent, and body temperature, ensured that even the most discerning canines or infrared-sensitive serpents would remain oblivious to his existence. He could stand directly before them and be completely disregarded. Even more impressively, he successfully developed a groundbreaking combat technique, skillfully integrating his invisibility magic into his spellcasting process, rendering the spells cast from his wand formless and untraceable to the naked eye, let alone defensible. Previously, such an effect was only achievable by Severus Snape's unique Sectum Sempra. But Shelley could incorporate this technique into all his spells, which he named the Formless Casting Technique. In contrast to Shelley's fruitful endeavors, his brother Draco squandered his academic pursuits, dedicating nearly every day of the holiday to practicing Quidditch with Goyle and Crabbe. As second-year students are eligible to try out for the school's Quidditch team, Draco has repeatedly expressed his determination to join the Slytherin Quidditch team this term. Through his persistent entreaties, Lucius personally negotiated with Marcus Flint of the Flint family, promising that the Malfoy family would furnish the entire Slytherin Quidditch team with a Nimbus 2001 broomstick at no charge, in exchange for Marcus Flint, ensuring Draco's selection. The Nimbus series of flying brooms represents the pinnacle of quality in the market, with the latest Nimbus 2001 retailing at 130 galleons each, even for the affluent Malfoy family. Purchasing 7 Nimbus 2001s was a considerable expenditure, illustrating the extent of Lucius's indulgence towards his son. Sheldon harbored little interest in Quidditch. His focus was entirely on enhancing his own abilities. It was only after overcoming the impending crisis brought forth by Voldemort in the forthcoming years that he would even consider slowing down to savor the exquisite moments life has to offer. During the course of these 2 summer months, he made significant strides in alchemy and charms, and through daily practice and refinement, his combat skills became increasingly versatile and adept. As for the stipulation in the regulation of underage wizardry that prohibits underage wizards from using magic outside of school, that rule is intended for Muggle families or those of lesser bloodlines. As a member of an ancient pure-blood family, the estate was enveloped in powerful protective and shielding spells. As long as they remained within the confines of Malfoy Manor, the Ministry of Magic could not trace the magical activities of Sheldon and Draco. This clearly illustrates that pure-blood wizards possess far more advantages than those hailing from Muggle backgrounds. In the original narrative, had Draco not squandered his time each day on schemes and trivial amusements, he would not have faced the repeated humiliations in his struggles against Harry Potter. Speaking of Harry, his summer was exceptionally dismal. Throughout July, all his magical belongings were confiscated by his Muggle relatives, rendering him devoid of any contact with magic for an entire month. This state of despair persisted until his birthday on July 31st, when Dobby unexpectedly appeared in his room, delivering a perplexing warning, which culminated in Harry receiving a letter of admonition from Afalda Hopkirk, the head of the Office for the Regulation of Magical Creatures, due to a hovering charm. After suffering a more severe confinement at the hands of his Muggle relatives for 3 additional days, Harry was finally rescued by Ron and his twin brothers, marking the conclusion of his tragic summer. On August 19th, Lucius announced his need to visit Knockturn Alley for some business and invited Draco and Sheldon to accompany him, suggesting they could procure the necessary books for the upcoming term. Knockturn Alley, akin to a Muggle black market, lies adjacent to Diagon Alley, a tangled web of dubious characters, looked down upon by most wizards. This narrow lane is rife with shops selling dark magical items, and it is rare to encounter reputable wizards within its confines. Indeed, it harbors numerous infamous dark wizards, werewolves, and vampires. The Aurors of the Ministry have made several attempts to eradicate this blight on the wizarding world. Yet all efforts have been in vain. Sheldon remained skeptical of the reasons behind the failures to dismantle Knockturn Alley. He did not believe it was merely the incompetence of the Aurors, but rather the complicity of certain high-ranking officials within the ministry. For how many hands involved in politics are truly untainted? The entrance to Knockturn Alley is situated just off Diagon Alley. Lucius expertly navigated through the somewhat crowded throng, leading Draco and Sheldon into the dark recesses of Knockturn Alley. Before him lay a filthy alley. The shops across the way were already cramped. But the narrowness of Knockturn Alley was even more pronounced, with peculiar and twisted buildings obscuring much of the light, imparting an eerie atmosphere. It seemed this was their destination. Lucius halted, turned, and pushed open the wooden door of the shop, stepping inside. Shelley was not entirely ignorant of this somewhat infamous establishment within the dark realm of wizards. Lucius wasted no time and proceeded directly to Mr. Borgin, the shopkeeper, to express his intent to sell some dark magical artifacts from the Malfoy family's collection. As Lucius and Mr. Borgin engaged in a meticulous negotiation over each item on an extensive list, Shelley and Draco could only wander through Borgin and Burke's, absorbing the sights. As Shelley meandered through the shop, he came across a glass case at the counter containing a desiccated human hand resting on a cushion, accompanied by several candles. He vaguely recalled this peculiar item was known as the Hand of Glory. When lit, the candlelight would illuminate only for the holder, serving as an excellent aid for thieves and robbers. It was undeniably practical, though the thought of holding a severed hand left an unsettling sensation within him. Shaking his head, he continued to explore. The counter displayed an array of human bones, a blood-stained deck of playing cards, and an old glass eye that seemed to follow 1S movements. Terrifying masks adorned the walls, while the ceiling was festooned with rusted, elongated instruments, sharp and menacing. Draco, meanwhile, was engrossed in examining a lengthy noose, chuckling as he read a label on an ornate opal necklace. Caution, do not touch, cursed, has claimed the lives of 19 muggles. Suddenly, he spotted a uniquely shaped cabinet and exclaimed, "Shelley, look at this cabinet. It appears quite intriguing." Shelley's heart raced. If his instincts were correct, Harry was likely hiding within that very cabinet. He replied casually, That is a vanishing cabinet, commonly found in the homes of many ancient wizarding families. It serves as a means of escape during calamities, quite practical, indeed. Alas, due to its high cost and the later emergence of more convenient apparition spells, vanishing cabinets gradually fell out of favor, and the knowledge of their construction has been lost. Draco, I believe our father's business is nearing completion. We should prepare to depart. Upon exiting Nocturne Alley, Draco eagerly pulled Lucius toward the shop to purchase a broomstick, while the uninterested Shelley chose to part ways with him. He intended to visit the bookstore to gather the necessary textbooks for both himself and Draco, and perhaps indulge in some reading while there. As Shelley made his way to Flourish and Blots, a tall figure in the middle of the street inevitably captured his attention. Though he had never interacted with the Hogwarts gamekeeper, he instantly recognized Hagrid, his towering stature unmistakable. Standing beside him was Harry Potter, disheveled, with bruised skin covered in soot, and wearing broken glasses, evidently being reprimanded by Hagrid. Despite Hagrid's attempts to lower his voice, his booming tone unmistakably conveyed his words to Sherryn. Wandering about Nocturne Alley, do you not realize it is a perilous place? Harry, do not let anyone see you there. While reprimanding, Hermione and the Weasley family arrived, and Harry hesitantly explained. We spotted the Malfoy family, Draco, Sherryn, and his father, heading into Borgin and Burke's, a shop specializing in dark artifacts. Oh, what did you discover? Mr. Weasley inquired cautiously. Nothing at all. I watched from outside the window for ages, and they didn't purchase anything. Harry retorted to Hagrid. Hagrid, what brings you to Nocturne Alley while we're tailing Malfoy? Hagrid gruffly responded. I am searching for a potion to repel the flesh-eating slugs that are ravaging the school's cabbages. Upon hearing this, Sherryn lost interest in lingering to overhear their inconsequential conversation and continued towards the leaky cauldron. Although his father concealed his intentions regarding Draco, Sherryn, well-versed in the plot, understood that his father's purpose for visiting Borgin and Burke's was motivated by the recent scrutiny from Arthur Weasley at the Ministry, seeking to dispose of Tom Riddle's diary. Unbeknownst to him, this diary was one of his master's Horcruxes, and his actions would directly lead to a series of tragedies for the Malfoy family in years to come. As for Mr. Borgin, the proprietor of Borgin and Burke's, he was a shrewd individual who had managed to thrive amidst the chaos of Nocturne Alley. It was unlikely he would accept such a troublesome affair. Realizing he needed to hasten to the leaky cauldron, Sherryn feared he might witness an intriguing spectacle at the bookstore. He rushed to the shop, acquired the entirety of his textbook list, and found a discreet corner to await the unfolding events. When Harry and his companions arrived at the leaky cauldron, a throng had already gathered at the entrance, predominantly witches of Mrs. Weasley's age, all jostling to enter. Through the crowd, they glimpsed Gilderoy Lockhart, clad in a blue wizard's robe, seated in the center of the shop, signing books. Surrounding him were numerous large photographs of himself, all winking and flashing brilliant white smiles at the audience. Sherryn had to concede that Lockhart was a successful author, albeit one who had appropriated the experiences of others. Mr. Weasley's lip was split, and Lucius had sustained a blow to the eye from a hefty tome, still clutching Ginny's tattered textbook on Transfiguration. Even after having walked a considerable distance from the leaky cauldron, Sherryn could still clearly hear Hagrid's loud voice. Goodness, caught in the crossfire, bleeding Malfoy blood, he internally scoffed. It seemed that winning Hagrid's favor or assistance at Hogwarts would be a formidable challenge. The family then boarded the carriage, once again soaring towards Malfoy Manor. It must be said that, compared to the various modes of transportation known to Sherryn in the wizarding world, such as Floo Powder, Port Keys, and Apparition, the Night Steed carriage, swift and remarkably stable, is undoubtedly one of the most comfortable means of travel. Throughout the journey, the three of them remained in silence. Lucius, displaying a pensive demeanor, suddenly spoke to Draco and Sherryn as they approached Wiltshire. Listen, there may be some incidents at Hogwarts this year, but they do not concern you too. Just remember to uphold your duties as Malfoys and maintain an attitude of prudence. Draco, emboldened by his father's affection, persistently inquired until Lucius revealed a fragment of information. 50 years ago, before I was born, a mishap occurred at Hogwarts. I cannot disclose the specifics, but a Muggle-born girl lost her life in that incident. Hogwarts concealed this event, so few are aware of it. You only need to understand that this was a conspiracy against Muggle-borns. Knowing too much will only make you appear suspicious. Furthermore, Draco, you must study diligently this year. As a noble Malfoy, it is frankly disappointing that your academic standing last year was inferior to that of a lowly Muggle-born. Look at Sherryn. He truly embodies my legacy. You should learn from your brother. Rarely witnessing such sternness from his father, Draco acquiesced meekly. As the first light of dawn broke, after a night of contemplation, Sherryn shed his confusion and hesitation, his gaze igniting with unprecedented determination and conviction. He felt an invisible force rise from his core, spreading to his chest and limbs, transforming him into a being imbued with strength. In this moment, Shilin understood that he must leverage the advantage of the unfolding narrative to grow stronger. With personal strength, revitalizing the family would merely be a matter of words. This year marked the opening of the Slytherin Chamber, and it was time to strategize how to gain the utmost benefit from the impending turmoil. At King's Cross Station, Shilin and his brother Draco bid farewell to their parents and passed through the barrier at platform 9 3/4, boarding the Hogwarts Express. Initially, Draco and Shilin shared a compartment, but after locating his close friends, Goyle and Crabbe, Draco hesitated briefly before abandoning his brother to join them. Shilin knew he could hardly resist the urge to flaunt his new broomstick and participation in the Quidditch team. Truly a child lacking in discretion, Shilin scoffed. Before long, the compartment doors swung open and Daphne and Meredith stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Shilin inside, their faces brightened with unmistakable joy, and they hurriedly grabbed their luggage to enter. With a gentlemanly grace, Sherryn utilized a levitation spell to neatly arrange their luggage. Daphne carried a lightweight suitcase crafted from the skin of a transfigured lizard, and Sherryn was certain it harbored enchantments for theft protection and seamless expansion. A mere tug was sufficient to set it in place. In contrast, Meredith's suitcase was an antiquated trunk, its weathered and faded exterior betraying its considerable age. To spare Meredith's dignity, Sherryn kept these thoughts to himself, ensuring his expression revealed no hint of unusual sentiment. He understood that, given Meredith's haughty disposition, presenting her with a suitcase outright would only wound her fragile spirit. Thus, gifting it in the guise of a Christmas present would circumvent such an unfortunate outcome. Once Daphne settled down, she suddenly adopted a sulky demeanor. Sherryn scratched his head and inquired, "What is the matter, Daphne? Who has upset you?" "Sherryn," Daphne replied, her displeasure evident. "What is wrong?" Sherryn asked, puzzled, as he felt he had done nothing to warrant her ire. "Why didn't you write to me during the summer?" "I did. How could you say that?" Sherryn responded, even more bewildered. "Humph, you dare to argue? Throughout the entire summer, you only managed to send me one letter, half a foot long, which is less than half the length of your usual essays." Daphne retorted, indignant. "Huh? Shouldn't the essence of a letter lie in its content?" Sherryn felt wronged. After promising a series of unequal treaties, Daphne finally relented, turning her attention to Meredith to discuss their new defense against the dark arts professor for the term and the fresh batch of students. The trio engaged in casual conversation, idly flipping through a hefty tome resting on their laps. In the midst of this, Sherryn purchased a plethora of sweets from a witch pushing a cart, and the allure of confectionery proved irresistible to the two girls, quickly warming the atmosphere as they indulged. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from outside, and with a swift motion, the partition door swung open. "Hello." Hermione entered, already clad in her wizarding robes, a hint of urgency etched on her face, followed closely by a red-haired little girl. Although it was their first encounter, Sherryn recognized her as Ginny Weasley. Hermione appeared somewhat uneasy, slightly tilting her head to evade the gaze of Daphne and Meredith. Before addressing Sherryn, "Have you seen Harry and Ron? Ginny and I have searched the entire train without finding them. Perhaps they missed the train?" Sherryn feigned contemplation. "But fret not. The school will surely arrange for a professor to retrieve them, albeit they may have to endure some repercussions." "Oh no," Ginny exclaimed, on the verge of tears. "Punishment? They won't be expelled, will they?" "Not at all," Sherryn reassured her. "It's merely a case of missing the train. It's hardly a grave mistake. I doubt Professor Dumbledore would make such a decision." "Exactly, Ginny. They simply missed the train. Goodness, look over there." Hermione suddenly shrieked, pointing out the window, her face a mask of astonishment. Following Hermione's gesture, they all turned to gaze outside. The weather was fair, with a blue sky dotted with clouds, and a blue Ford car was soaring through the air. "Oh no," Ginny's face was filled with despair. The vehicle gradually descended, slowly approaching the train. "Harry, Ron, how could you do this?" Hermione shouted angrily as she spotted Harry and Ron grinning and waving at them from within the carriage. However, the two boys seemingly remained oblivious to Hermione's reprimands, continuing to grin and wave. Would Harry be expelled? Ginny's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at the car in the sky. "He will definitely be expelled. They have violated at least 20 school regulations." Hermione exclaimed, her face pale. "Knock, knock, knock." An owl was tapping on the window, carrying a newspaper. Upon seeing the newspaper on the owl, Shilin recognized its origin. "Oh, it's the newspaper I ordered, tonight's Daily Prophet. I didn't expect it to arrive so swiftly." Shilin opened the car window, and the owl swiftly entered the compartment, extending its leg towards him. Shilin took the newspaper, placing 5 nuts into the pouch, and the owl immediately flew away. Sherryn opened the newspaper, exclaiming softly as he glanced at the headline. A Ford Anglia car takes flight in London, Muggles astonished. Daphne and Meredith were equally drawn to the sensational news, both rising simultaneously to sit closely beside Sherryn as they eagerly perused the article together. The proximity of the two girls to Sherryn was somewhat intimate, whether intentional or not. Daphne's curves inadvertently brushed against Sherryn's left arm, sending a tingling sensation through him, while Meredith's flowing golden hair gently grazed Sherryn's chin as she read, provoking a tickling feeling. From his vantage point, he could catch glimpses of Meredith's slender, swan-like neck and her delicately visible collarbone, accompanied by the refreshing scent unique to young women, leaving Sherryn momentarily parched and flustered. Despite his usual clumsiness and lack of awareness, Sherryn recognized that the two girls likely harbored ulterior motives. To be truthful, he was not averse to either of them. In terms of family background, appearance, talent, and character, they were exceptional. However, being only 12 years old, he felt unprepared for matters of romance, especially as he sensed tumultuous times ahead and did not wish to squander time on romantic entanglements. The remainder of the train journey was spent in this intoxicating atmosphere. During the sorting ceremony, Sherryn noticed the absence of Professor Snape, Harry, and Ron. As in previous years, the sorting hat allocated the new students to their respective houses. Ginny Weasley into Gryffindor, Colin Creevey into Gryffindor, Vicky Frobisher into Gryffindor, Luna Lovegood into Ravenclaw, Eloise Midgen into Hufflepuff, and Edward Harper into Slytherin. With the sorting ceremony concluding alongside Professor Dumbledore's address, the young wizards commenced their feast, and Sherryn observed that both Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had left the Great Hall in succession. The young wizards engaged in lively discussions over their meals, particularly about the blue car featured in the Daily Prophet. Draco proudly boasted at the Slytherin long table that he had long known the car was occupied by Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, relishing the attention he garnered from his peers. Sherryn merely curled his lip in silent disapproval. Daphne and Meredith, discreet observers of Sherryn, wisely refrained from joining the fray. Upon returning to the familiar confines of his dormitory, Sherryn secured the door and cast a silencing charm along with a disruption jinx at the entrance. With a snap of his fingers, a dirty little house elf materialized in the room with a pop. It was Dobby, typically cheerful in Sherryn's presence. Dobby now resembled a child caught in mischief, keeping his gaze averted from Sherryn's eyes, though the tremors of his body betrayed his anxiety and fear. "Speak the truth, Dobby. Have you done something regarding Harry Potter and his friends?" Dobby's eyes widened in astonishment. He began to bash his head against the wall, lamenting, "Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. Dobby knows the old master wishes to harm the great Harry Potter and sought to prevent his arrival at school. Dobby tried to thwart the old master's plans. Dobby is a wretched elf." "Enough," Sherryn interrupted forcefully. Dobby shivered, raising his head to slowly meet Sherryn's gaze. Dobby had watched Sherryn grow from infancy, and for the first time, he sensed a formidable authority emanating from him. Though merely 12, Sherryn had faced formidable foes and outwitted Dumbledore. The youthful innocence had vanished from his countenance, replaced by a resolute determination. Dobby, momentarily taken aback, ceased his self-punishment and gazed at Sherryn, yearning for his forgiveness. Dobby was an anomaly among house elves. He felt no reverence for his masters, the Malfoy family, obeying them solely due to the binding contract of magic. However, his feelings for Sherryn were genuine, stemming from Sherryn's intrinsic belief in equality. From a young age, Sherryn regarded Dobby as an equal friend rather than a servile creature. "Dobby, I've said it countless times, we are friends, not master and servant. I'm aware of my father's intentions, but I must clarify that he is one person, and I am another. I do not condone his actions, so Dobby, you have done nothing wrong. Do not punish yourself any longer." Tears streamed down Dobby's cheeks, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. I knew you were as great as Harry Potter." Dobby nodded fervently, eager to assist his esteemed young master, considering it a privilege. On the first day of term, Sherryn's initial class was herbology. After enjoying a hearty breakfast in the Great Hall and witnessing the howlers sent by Mrs. Weasley to Ron, Sherryn made his way with Daphne and Meredith to the Hogwarts greenhouse. Two mischievous students inflicted harm upon a precious mandrake, leading me to spend the entire morning tending to its needs. Professor Sprout's tone was gentle as she expressed, "I hope you shall refrain from such actions in the future." With that, she beckoned us to follow her to the third greenhouse. Leading the way, she was accompanied by second-year students from both Slytherin and Ravenclaw. The flora within the third greenhouse was far more intriguing than that of the first, albeit significantly more perilous. Positioned behind a bench in the center of the greenhouse, Professor Sprout clapped her hands to garner everyone's attention and announced, "Today, we shall be repotting the mandrake. Can anyone tell me what characteristics the mandrake possesses?" "Excellent, Miss McDougal," she praised, awarding points to Ravenclaw. Satisfied, she then inquired, "Now, who can explain why we need these?" gesturing to a large pile of fluffy earplugs in the corner. However, Sheldon's approach was an exception. His philosophy of magic embraced the utility of all available tools, be they spells, transfigurations, potions, herbs, magical creatures, or even muggle implements. Professor Sprout demonstrated the procedure before allowing the young wizards to undertake the repotting in groups of 4. Draco initially intended to team up with Sheldon, but was forcibly taken by Pansy to join the Slytherin girls group, while Goyle, Crabbe, Knot, and Blaze Zabani formed another. In Sheldon's group were Daphne and Meredith. Yet they required one more member. Sheldon approached Ravenclaw and politely extended an invitation to Moray McDougal, surprised by his unexpected request. Moray nonetheless nodded in agreement to join Sheldon's team. Extracting a mandrake from the earth proved to be a laborious task, far more challenging than simply pulling radishes from a field, as mandrakes were notoriously reluctant to be uprooted. Sheldon, who placed great emphasis on physical fitness, had been fortified with a strength-enhancing potion during the summer by Lucius, enabling him to easily overpower an adult muggle in close combat. With a firm grip on the mandrake stem, he pulled with a swift motion, uprooting the entire plant and causing it to become momentarily disoriented, thus completing the repotting without encountering any resistance. Following Sheldon's assistance, Meredith successfully completed her task, leaving only Moray. This was her first time working with Sheldon, and despite having heard of his approachable nature, her feminine modesty made it difficult for her to seek his help. A quintessential Ravenclaw, she was quiet and of a somewhat delicate constitution. Having witnessed the struggles of others, she felt uncertain about completing the classroom task alone. Observing Moray's plight, Sheldon gallantly offered his assistance. With his help, she gradually managed to extract the mandrake, but she failed to secure it firmly, allowing it to slip from her grasp and shower both herself and Sheldon in mud. As the mandrake darted across the ground with remarkable agility, poised to escape, Murray stood frozen in a state of confusion. Suddenly, Shelley, like a lithe cheetah, darted past Murray and lunged towards the mandrake, skillfully capturing the little creature and unceremoniously stuffing it into a flower pot. At that moment, both Shelley and Murray were caked in dirt, and as they exchanged glances at their disheveled appearances, laughter erupted between them, dissolving the initial awkwardness that had lingered. Shelley produced his wand and cast a cleansing charm on both of them, instantly banishing the grime and rendering any trace of sweat nearly imperceptible. Murray couldn't help but exclaim, "Your spell work is truly remarkable. Even among the esteemed Ravenclaw, no one wields the Scourgify charm with such finesse. I cannot even spot a speck of dust on me now." Shelley smiled humbly, replying, "Miss McDougal, you flatter me. I merely practice harder than others. When it comes to theoretical knowledge of spells, your Ravenclaw excels beyond compare." Murray shot Shelley a teasing glare. "Hey, excessive modesty can come off as insincerity. And please, no more Miss McDougal. Just call me Murray." Their quartet was the first in the class to complete the task, and Professor Sprout, delighted, awarded each of their houses an additional 5 points. Meanwhile, the other students, particularly the predominantly scholarly Ravenclaw, continued to grapple with the mandrake, while many from Slytherin, though performing better, were nonetheless disheveled, drenched in sweat, and muddied. After lunch came the defense against the dark arts lesson. For reasons unknown, Slytherin's class this year was merged with Gryffindor. As in Potion's class, the two rival houses sat distinctly on opposite sides of the room. Everyone arrived early, holding their breath in anticipation of the class, which underscored their eagerness for Professor Lockhart's lesson. Perhaps Harry and Shelley were the sole exceptions. "Well written, Mr. Malfoy. You remembered that my favorite color is lilac." Lockhart exclaimed excitedly. "This paper earns a score of 100. Slytherin gains 10 points. He then flipped to Hermione's paper, remarking, "Miss Granger knows of my secret ambition to eradicate evil from the world and to market my own line of hair care products. Another 100, and Gryffindor gains 10 points. He unveiled a large cage draped with a cloth and placed it on the desk. "Now be cautious. My task is to teach you to defend against the most malevolent entities in the wizarding world. Within this classroom, you will confront the most terrifying of horrors. However, as long as I am here, you shall not be harmed. My only request is that you remain calm." Harry peeked out from behind a stack of books, eager to catch a glimpse of the cage, while Neville shrank back and Pansy inched closer to Draco. Daphne and Meredith, having faced the devil's snare and defeated a troll under Shelley's guidance the previous year, had cultivated a fearless spirit in battle and were now brimming with anticipation. "I must implore you to refrain from shouting," Lockhart murmured, lowering his voice as it may incite them, before lifting the cover. Indeed, he feigned dramatically. This is a freshly captured Cornish pixie. However, the Cornish pixie is not exclusive to Cornwall. It predominantly inhabits the southwestern regions of England, particularly Cornwall and Devon, and is notorious for its mischievous antics. The Cornish pixies are a vivid electric blue, while their Devonshire counterparts exhibit a more subdued steel hue. Shelley scrutinized the cage, noting that these pixies stood approximately 8 inches tall, with pointed faces and piercing, shrill voices. They were leaping about, rattling the bars of the cage, and making all manner of peculiar grimaces. One male student could not suppress a snicker, prompting Lockhart to admonish, "Be serious. They are devilishly cunning little troublemakers." With that, he flung open the cage door. Chaos ensued as the pixies erupted in a flurry of movement. 2 of them seized Neville by the ears, hoisting him aloft, while several others darted through the open window, shattering glass across the rear of the classroom, and the remainder wreaked havoc within. Within minutes, half the class had taken refuge beneath their desks, while poor Neville dangled precariously from the chandelier. Observing that the situation had escalated, Shelley exchanged a glance with Daphne and Meredith and bellowed, "This is Professor Lockhart's first lesson for us. Never underestimate an adversary. Now, Slytherins, follow me." Shelley surged forward, casting a fiery spell that sent a torrent of flames, cornering the pixies against the wall. Daphne and Meredith adeptly positioned themselves on either side of Shelley, employing the full bodybind curse to immobilize the pixies one by one, causing them to tumble to the ground. The airborne pixies diminished at a visible rate. At that moment, Draco, Pansy, Knot, and Zabini joined in to assist, and a flurry of spells filled the air. In a matter of minutes, all the pixies were secured within the cage. Just then, the chandelier could no longer bear the strain and plummeted downwards. Shelley caught the falling Neville with the levitation charm, subsequently repairing the damaged windows, desks, and chandelier with the mending charm. Finally, he respectfully addressed Lockhart, stating, "Professor, we have grasped your lesson. Even the most unassuming pixies warrant caution, and one must never belittle any foe, correct? Moreover, you have provided us with a valuable practical experience. I have no doubt that had we faltered, you would have intervened to showcase your true prowess. I must say, this has been an exceptionally enlightening lesson." Lockhart, beaming with pride, stepped forward. "Indeed, Mr. Malfoy has fully comprehended my message. A truly exemplary young wizard. The Slytherins have performed admirably as well. Now let me think. Slytherin earns an additional 60 points." After class, the Slytherins jubilantly conversed in the corridor about the earlier events, reveling in their newfound acclaim, having notably enhanced their house's reputation and secured a significant 60 points. Shelley, too, was gradually establishing his own esteem among his fellow Slytherins. Among the boys of Slytherin, the Malfoy brothers and Theodore nodded the esteemed, not family standout, due to their noble lineage. Having been invited to join the Transfiguration Club and the Charms Club last semester, and receiving the most promising newcomer award from today's Transfiguration, these accolades underscore Sherryn's remarkable prowess. Even the notoriously obstinate Theodore must concede Sherryn's status as a leading figure among their cohort of Slytherin students. Several Slytherin girls from the same year have begun to seek opportunities to approach Sherryn, such as Tracy Davis, who often associates with Pansy, and Audrey Lynn Cohen. They sometimes use the pretext of seeking academic assistance to engage Sherryn in conversation, or they might linger in the common room, waiting to accompany him to the Great Hall for dinner. Unfortunately, Daphne and Meredith, like protective kittens guarding their territory, vigilantly watch over Sherryn, ensuring that these girls have no chance to draw near him. Sherryn is not one to seek the spotlight. His earlier actions in defense against the dark arts had ulterior motives. The first week of the term swiftly passed. During this initial week, Sherryn attended defense against the dark arts classes 3 times. Although subsequent classes did not include practical exercises akin to the earlier ones, Sherryn, who could recite Gilderoy Lockhart's works verbatim, often contributed to Slytherin's points during the routine Q, garnering considerable favor from Lockhart. Over the weekend of the first week, Draco unsurprisingly passed the tryouts for the Quidditch team, securing the position of Seeker, while Harry Potter, following the original narrative, also became the Seeker for Gryffindor in his second year. The sole distinction in this world is that Professor McGonagall did not present him with a Nimbus 2000. Thus he purchased a clean sweep 7 out of his own pocket. Sherryn, however, paid this little mind. Unlike the carefree Draco of the original tale, this Draco, aware of his academic shortcomings compared to Sherryn, recognized that his only remaining strength lay in flying. Sherryn bore witness to Draco's relentless training throughout the summer. and it was likely that his abilities would not fall short of the inherently talented Harry. Considering the advantage of the broom, it was not far-fetched to envision Draco surpassing Harry. Notably, on the day of the tryouts, Sherryn's troublesome brother clashed with Harry's trio. Hermione sharply mocked Draco, suggesting he had bought his way onto the Quidditch team, provoking Draco to retaliate in public by derogatorily referring to her as a mudblood, which ignited a massive brawl between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Ron, overestimating his capabilities, attempted to cast the slug-vomiting charm on Draco, only for his faulty wand to backfire, resulting in him spending the entire day regurgitating slugs. Upon hearing of this incident, Sherryn could only shake his head in disbelief at his brother's reckless behavior. In his eyes, his brother's incessant use of mudblood, emulating their father's disdainful rhetoric, was exceedingly foolish. Hogwarts was currently under the sway of the muggle-inclined Dumbledore, and committing such loathsome acts under his watch was nothing short of suicidal. In the second week of the new semester, Sherryn requested Dobby to procure a bottle of Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey and deliver it personally to Lockhart's office. As Sherryn knocked on the door, it swung open immediately, revealing Lockhart standing there with his signature smile. "Ah, Mr. Malfoy, my most outstanding student. Welcome, please come in." Inside Lockhart's office, the walls were adorned with countless framed photographs of Lockhart, all illuminated by numerous candles. A large stack of photographs lay on a desk, each displaying bright smiles and pristine white teeth. Sherryn first presented the Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey to Lockhart, expressing his admiration as a devoted fan of Lockhart's literary works and his adventurous exploits, which inflated Lockhart's vanity immensely. After a brief exchange of pleasantries between teacher and student, Sherryn sensed the moment was ripe to reveal the purpose of his visit. "Professor, I have perused several of your books and encountered some perplexing issues. For instance, I struggled to grasp the nature of the chronic ghoul venom mentioned in Holidays with the Ghouls, the methods to resist the mental control of the Banshee in Vacationing with the Banshee, and the spell that ultimately restores the werewolf to human form in Wandering with Werewolves." Lockhart froze momentarily, rendered speechless by Sherryn's inquiries, which seemed to transcend his expectations. "Is that so?" Lockhart blinked. "No, I mean you're absolutely correct, Mr. Malfoy. I genuinely intended for you to explore these questions on your own. You truly are my finest student. Thus, I wish to locate some books in the library that might illuminate my queries. However, the problem lies in the fact that these tomes reside within the restricted section of the library, necessitating a signed permit from a professor." Lockhart nodded appreciatively. "Of course, I cannot hinder a seeker of knowledge from pursuing the truth." With flourish, he inscribed his elaborate signature on a slip of paper, which elegantly declared, permitting Sherryn Malfoy access to the restricted section of the library. Gilderoy Lockhart. "Thank you, Professor." Sherryn eagerly seized the note. "You're welcome, Sherryn," Lockhart waved dismissively. "Study diligently. You are very likely to achieve accomplishments akin to mine in the future. Permit for restricted section acquired." Indeed, the true purpose behind Sherryn's actions was to gain access to the library's restricted section. He possessed the extensive collections of both the Malfoy and Black families, the ancestral spells of the four great families, Professor McGonagall's insights on transfiguration, and Nicholas Flamel's alchemical knowledge. He lacked no powerful magic. He was acutely aware that his current challenge lay in his insufficient magical power to master high-level spells that demanded considerable energy. The deficiency in his magical capacity was the most significant barrier to his magical education. The methods available to enhance one's magical power were quite limited. Apart from the natural increase that comes with a wizard's maturation, the known alternatives were: firstly, one seeks to gather legendary magical artifacts akin to the Elder Wand. However, the scarcity of such relics renders their acquisition exceedingly challenging, with many wizards never encountering a single one throughout their lives. Secondly, akin to Voldemort, one might consider the use of dark magic to transform one's own body. It is said that Tom Riddle, during his student years, was remarkably handsome, a stark contrast to the grotesque visage he later adopted as Voldemort. While this method may easily confer immense power, Sherryn is resolute in his desire not to become a monstrous figure devoid of a nose. Thirdly, one may endeavor to unlock the latent magical potential residing within a wizard's bloodline through various potions and alchemical substances. Although Sherryn has perused the tomes of several families, he has yet to discover any records pertaining to bloodline power, leading him to set his sights on the restricted section of the Hogwarts Library, hoping to unearth valuable resources for his research on this subject. In the days that followed, Sherryn frequently found himself in the library's restricted section. The atmosphere there was imbued with an unsettling chill. Upon stepping inside, he could feel the cold seeping through his pores. As he meticulously examined the shelves, Titles such as The Most Venomous Magic, The Wizard's Sonnet, The Book of Spells, Powerful Potions, The Secrets of the Soul, and The Demon Codex sent shivers down his spine. Their covers ominous and foreboding. For instance, The Wizard's Sonnet featured a gaunt male sorcerer with blood streaming from his 7 orifices. His head tilted back, as if reciting an incantation. Curiously, Sherryn opened The Secrets of the Soul, its pages soft and smooth, only to be met with a cacophony of howls. A skull composed of thin mist lunged menacingly toward him, but he deftly dodged, watching it dissipate into nothingness. Deciding against further exploration of this tome, he redirected his focus to locating texts on bloodline magic. He swiftly scanned the spines of the books, aware that after the Voldemort incident, Dumbledore would likely prohibit any text akin to revealing dark arts from residing in the restricted section, thus alleviating his concerns about inadvertently touching upon dark magic. After 3 weeks of diligent effort, Sherryn successfully compiled the materials he required. Despite the library's extensive collection, resources on bloodline magic remained scarce. Among the various documents, the most enlightening was the research notes of the legendary wizard Merlin, who sought to amplify human magical capacity by implanting the blood of wondrous creatures into the human body. Regrettably, his endeavors ultimately trespassed into forbidden realms, compelling him to abandon his work. Although slightly disheartened by the lack of concrete methods to awaken his bloodline power, Sherryn remained undeterred. He understood that the pursuit of magical knowledge is inherently gradual and cannot be accomplished instantaneously. Having experienced a fortunate journey thus far, he recognized that encountering setbacks could serve as valuable opportunities for personal growth. In the Great Hall, Sherryn sat at the Slytherin table. Draco had his arm draped over Sherryn's shoulder. After 2 months of Quidditch training, Draco had become considerably more robust, his features now exuding a newfound sense of determination. "Hey, Sherryn, it seems I haven't seen much of you these past 2 months. You didn't come to watch any of my Quidditch practices, and I hardly spotted you even during dinner. What have you been busy with?" Sherryn pretended not to hear the latter question and smiled slightly. "Am I not well aware of your prowess? Whether I attend your training or not is inconsequential. With your talent, combined with the extraordinary performance of the Nimbus 2001, this year's Quidditch Championship is surely in Slytherin's grasp. Thanks to you." Draco nodded proudly in agreement. Daphne and Meredith gazed at Sherryn with a hint of reproach, as if lamenting their neglect over the past couple of months. After Sherryn's sweet words and gentle coaxing, he managed to bring smiles back to the 2 girls' faces. His furtive glance then fell upon his objective for the evening, Ginny Weasley. As anticipated, just minutes before the end of the feast, Ginny discreetly departed from the Great Hall. Sherryn stealthily followed her, casting an invisibility charm around himself as he turned the corner. Ensuring he was unseen, he trailed Ginny closely, ultimately arriving at the girls' lavatory at the end of the 3rd floor. This lavatory had garnered a notorious reputation, commonly referred to as the Weeping Myrtle's Lavatory. 50 years prior, a student named Myrtle Warren had met her demise there, and her ghost had since lingered in ethereal form. Most students were reluctant to enter, leading the lavatory to fall into a state of semi-abandonment over time. Sherryn was aware that this lavatory concealed the entrance to the Slytherin chamber. The lavatory featured a copper tap shaped like a dragon, which never dispensed water, adorned with a small serpent carving. By speaking parcel tongue to it, one could command it to open, causing the tap and the basin to gradually vanish from sight, revealing a large pipe leading to the chamber, just wide enough for a person to slip through. Upon entering the lavatory, Sherryn witnessed Ginny using her snake language to activate the tap mechanism, seemingly summoning the basilisk. Though he had confidence in his invisibility charm and had conducted numerous tests with serpentine creatures, he could not guarantee that the basilisk, as the sovereign of serpentine beasts, would not detect his concealed presence. Opting for caution, he quietly retreated from the lavatory, hiding behind a suit of armor near the entrance, waiting for the unfolding events. Then, he observed a torrent of water gushing out from the lavatory's doorway. Mrs. Norris, the cat belonging to the school caretaker, Filch, arrived at the lavatory, incessantly meowing at the entrance, seemingly reveling in her anticipation of catching a mischievous student, unaware of the impending calamity that awaited her. As Sherryn closed his eyes, he heard a large, weighty object slithering. Mrs. Norris's meows abruptly ceased, followed by more sounds of movement, until all fell silent once again. When Sherryn opened his eyes once more, he beheld the wall inscribed with the warning that the chamber had been opened, along with a red notice cautioning against enemies of the air and the petrified form of Mrs. Norris hanging high before the stone wall. Immediately, he observed Harry and his companions following a peculiar sound discernible only to Harry as they raced towards the scene of the incident. The legend of the Slytherin chamber had been resurrected by unknown sources, leading to the proliferation of various rumors throughout the school, with many suspecting that the culprit was none other than Harry Potter himself. In November at Hogwarts, the much-anticipated Quidditch season commenced, featuring a match between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Unlike the depiction in the original narrative, Slytherin's brooms were of a superior quality compared to those of Gryffindor, and Draco's prowess was hardly inferior to Harry's. Under the advisement of Slytherin, Dobby refrained from intervening in the match. On the day of the competition, Severus did not attend to watch the game. He merely dispatched Dobby to observe from a discreet corner and report back to him afterward. During the match, Slytherin leveraged their superior flying brooms to maintain a consistent lead, with Draco effectively restraining Harry. Yet, Harry, truly deserving of the protagonist's aura, managed to seize the golden snitch amid overwhelming pressure, allowing Gryffindor to narrowly secure victory by a mere 10 points, due to Dobby's lack of interference. The incident where Harry was struck by a bludger and subsequently suffered a mishap with a spell cast by Lockhart did not occur. Understood, Master Harry, Dobby shall ensure it. Despite the initial defeat, Slytherin did not succumb to despair. On the contrary, the match revealed the team's equipment superiority, and although Draco's performance did not dazzle, it exceeded expectations, a commendable feat for a first-time player, with Harry being a rare exception. Furthermore, the score by which Slytherin lost was negligible, preserving their substantial potential to contend for the championship. Inspired by Draco's leadership, the entire team intensified their training, creating palpable pressure on the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw Quidditch teams. Severus's magical research extended until the first week of December, when it finally reached a temporary halt. Rubbing his temples to ease his fatigue, he appeared somewhat haggard from prolonged seclusion and study, yet he had established a solid foundation in the theoretical knowledge of bloodline power. What he now required were samples for experimentation and practical application. He already had an idea in mind, but currently, his priority was to strategize for the unfolding events of the semester, seeking to maximize his advantage amidst the turmoil of the Chamber of Secrets. While Severus immersed himself in magical research, Hogwarts experienced a second attack. This time, the victim was Colin Creevey, a first-year student from Gryffindor. Much like Loris, Colin was fortunate to have merely been petrified rather than meeting a fatal gaze from the basilisk. The news of his attack swiftly spread throughout Hogwarts. As Severus walked through the corridors during free periods, an unusual silence enveloped the hallways, evidently due to students' fears of wandering the castle and becoming the next victim. This atmosphere, however, facilitated Severus's exploration of the castle. Shellen's initial objective was the fabled wish-granting room, which had been mentioned in the original text. According to the narrative, the entrance to this extraordinary chamber lay opposite the tapestry, depicting the giant beast striking the foolish Barnabas on the 8th floor of the castle. As Shellen silently recited the need for a hiding place, a door indeed materialized on the wall after he traversed it thrice. With a heart full of anticipation, he pushed the door open, only to find himself standing in a space as vast as a cathedral, illuminated by beams of light streaming through the high windows, casting shadows reminiscent of a city surrounded by towering walls. Shellen discerned that these high walls were constructed from items concealed by generations of Hogwarts inhabitants. There were precariously stacked pieces of dilapidated furniture, likely hidden to obscure evidence of miscast spells, countless tomes, undoubtedly forbidden books, some defaced or pilfered, slingshots with wings and wolf-toothed flying discs, a few of which languidly hovered over the mountainous pile of contraband, along with hats, jewels, cloaks, and objects resembling dragon egg shells. Several bottles, corked tightly, still flickered with malevolent light, and there lay a few rusted swords and a blood-stained axe. Shellen could not suppress his astonishment. This place was a veritable treasure trove. Countless individuals had ventured into Hogwarts over the years. Were they all blind to such an array of seemingly invaluable artifacts? Summoning Dobby, he and the house elf began meticulously sifting through the disordered heap of items. After a prolonged effort, Shellen discovered that most objects were either incomplete or in a state of utter disrepair, yet he managed to unearth 3 intriguing items: a suitcase, an ancient pure silver dagger, and the diadem of Ravenclaw, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. In his dormitory, Shellen laid the 3 items before him on the bed. He first examined the suitcase, cautiously using his wand to unlock it, only to find it utterly mundane. An ordinary muggle suitcase, devoid of any contents or signs of magical enchantment. After some contemplation, he pointed his wand at the suitcase, infusing it with a modicum of magic. To his astonishment, the suitcase began to emit a faint vibration, and a brass dial emerged, adorned with a small sign reading Muggle Mode. Sherryn twisted the dial, and the sign was swiftly retracted into the mechanism. Upon reopening the suitcase, as Sherryn leaned forward to peer inside, an irresistible force of suction pulled him entirely into the suitcase. Within, he discovered an expansive, boundless world. Gazing into the distance, he could see endless mountains, their bases encircled by a tranquil, crystal-clear lake of pale green, its shores lined with towering, shadowy woods. Sherryn found himself amidst a vibrant sea of flowers, a pathway bisecting it, which he followed to its end, where a modest wooden cabin awaited. As Sherryn stepped into the quaint wooden cabin, he found himself in a meticulously equipped laboratory. A long desk, adorned with an array of intricately designed instruments, dominated the room, while scattered pages of parchment revealed the identity of the original owner of a remarkable suitcase. Indeed, this was none other than the cherished suitcase of Newt Scamander, the protagonist of the enchanting Magical Beasts film. In his youth, Scamander was a distinguished scholar of magical creatures, traversing the globe with this very suitcase, aiding and rescuing all the extraordinary beings he encountered on his journeys. This suitcase employed an unprecedented spell of seamless extension, its interior vast enough to house a wildlife sanctuary from the Muggle world. Yet, this immense space was merely a trivial characteristic of the suitcase. The true marvel lay in its ability to harness the principles of alchemy, successfully creating essential elements such as air, moisture, and temperature within its confines, thereby maintaining an ecological balance capable of accommodating a myriad of contrasting geographical environments. Each distinct area within the suitcase bore unique weather enchantments, simulating the habitats suitable for various magical creatures, ensuring that every known being from the magical realm could find a fitting environment within. Once a student of Hufflepuff at Hogwarts, Scamander was expelled in his 4th year for taking the blame for his crush, Lita Lestrange. He took this suitcase, belonging to the school, to embark upon his own adventures. It was not until many years later, upon reaching retirement age and reconciling his feelings regarding Hogwarts, that he entrusted his son with the task of returning the suitcase to the school. Unbeknownst to him, his son chose to conceal it within the room of requirement, a fortunate circumstance that allowed Sherryn to discover this extraordinary artifact. For Sherryn, the suitcase offered boundless possibilities. He envisioned establishing and training his own army of magical creatures. Imagine an army composed of fire dragons and thunderbirds. How exhilarating that would be. Consider Voldemort, who had formed a dark legion of 8-eyed spiders and dementors. Additionally, the suitcase's space could serve as a clandestine base for building his own influence, conducting various secret experiments and research, and even practicing forbidden spells. As for the room of requirement, let's not even discuss it. Not only is it likely to encounter Harry's Dumbledore's army in the future, but even that inept Professor Trelawney and the House Elves are aware of its existence. Hardly a place worthy of being called a secret base. The room of requirement is better left for Harry and his young brigade. In his possession was a pure silver dagger, its surfaces etched with cryptic, ancient runes. These runes, intricately intertwined, formed a miniature magical circle. Sherryn, adept in deciphering ancient script, devoted several hours to successfully unraveling the magic circle. One side of the dagger bore an inscription of an ancient spell of invincibility, distinct from a modern spell for piercing defenses. This spell could imbue a weapon with the ability to ignore all physical defenses, meaning that once Sherryn activated this magic circle with his magical energy, even the most resilient dragon hide or diamond would be easily pierced. On the other side of the dagger lies the malevolent curse of the corrupting spirit, a form of magic capable of inflicting direct harm upon the soul. Shelley was both astonished and delighted by this revelation. The dagger had arrived at precisely the right moment. One side of the blade would allow him to pierce the serpent skin of the basilisk, while the other could be employed to dismantle Voldemort's Horcruxes. He found himself at a loss for words regarding his extraordinary fortune. Was he truly the fated child, enveloped in the aura of the protagonist within this realm? The third item, the diadem of Ravenclaw, contained a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Shelley deemed his current abilities insufficient to confront the potential traps left by Voldemort, and prudently decided that now was not the opportune moment for research. He would set it aside, awaiting a time when his strength was greater for further examination. Scamander's briefcase acquired. Silver dagger acquired. Ravenclaw's diadem acquired. Having completed the adventure in the room of requirement, Shelley began to contemplate his next steps. With his burgeoning powers, it seemed he was also ready to venture into the Forbidden Forest. However, his knowledge of the forest was limited to what he had gleaned from the original text. He required more intelligence, even a map of the Forbidden Forest, to effectively plan his expedition. The individual most familiar with the Forbidden Forest was undoubtedly Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds. Unfortunately, unlike Harry and his friends, Shelley lacked a deep rapport with Hagrid, and being a Slytherin of Malfoy lineage, he speculated that gaining Hagrid's favor would be a formidable challenge, let alone receiving any assistance. As for stealing a map, Shelley held little hope. According to the original narrative, Hagrid did not strike one as the type to meticulously chart routes or create maps. He was far more likely to navigate the forest through instinct and experience, forging his own path. For the time being, plans for an adventure in the Forbidden Forest would have to be shelved. After all, the Christmas holiday was fast approaching. This year, the family was anything but tranquil. Since the beginning of the school year, Arthur Weasley had conducted 2 searches of the Malfoy residence. His parents had already written, instructing him and Draco to remain at Hogwarts during the Christmas break. Days later, a notice appeared on the student bulletin board in the common room, announcing that Hogwarts would host a dueling club on December 17th. This sensational news sparked immense interest among the students, who eagerly spread the word and speculated about the identity of the organizer. Most conjectured it to be Professor Flitwick or Headmaster Dumbledore. Only Shelley, well-versed in the storyline, smirked at their naivety. How disappointed they would be, for the true instigator was none other than the ineffectual Gilderoy Lockhart. Despite his disdain for Lockhart as the organizer, Shelley found himself intrigued by the dueling club. He resolved to participate, hoping to encounter a sparring partner of comparable skill to hone his abilities. As Lockhart ascended the stage, resplendent in his crimson robes, the lively atmosphere of the hall abruptly stilled. The previous buzz of chatter vanished entirely as the students beheld not only Lockhart, but also the brooding figure of Severus Snape, clad in his customary dark attire. The students, initially hopeful of acquiring genuine skills, were disheartened to discover that the dueling club had devolved into a farce. Lockhart had intended to demonstrate the art of dueling, yet he mistakenly selected the wrong opponent. Severus Snape was certainly not a mere novice to be toyed with in the classroom. After Lockhart's countdown, Snape merely flicked his wand, unleashing a blinding flash of red light that dazzled the audience. Lockhart was struck, staggering back and crashing against the wall before collapsing onto the floor in a crumpled heap. Amidst the shrieks of the girls, Lockhart wobbled to his feet, his hat fallen and his wavy curls standing on end. He unsteadily returned to the stage, declaring, "I trust you have all witnessed that. It is a disarming charm. As you can see, I have lost my wand." Indeed, Professor Snape, demonstrating this technique was a brilliant idea, though I must say, your intention to employ such a move was rather transparent. Were I to wish to thwart you, it would require no effort at all. However, I believe it would be beneficial for them to observe. Noticing the murderous glare from Snape, Lockhart hastily concluded, "The demonstration ends here. Now, I shall mingle among you and pair you off into groups of 2. Professor Snape, if you would be so kind as to assist me." As they navigated through the crowd, they paired the students. Whether out of malice or mere chance, Snape assigned Draco and Harry to one group, Seamus and Ron to another, and Hermione with the burly Slytherin girl, Millicent Bulstrode. Just as Lockhart yelled 3, 2, 1, a cloud of greenish smoke enveloped the hall. Harry and Draco found themselves struck by each other's curses. Draco rolled on the ground in laughter, while Harry uncontrollably danced a peculiar jig until Snape intervened to quell the chaos. Neville and Justin lay on the floor, gasping for breath. Hermione and Millicent were still entangled in their duel, with Millicent gripping Hermione's head, prompting soft cries of distress from Hermione, their wands forgotten on the ground. As for Seamus, Ron had barely raised his wand, not yet uttering a single incantation, when Seamus effortlessly disarmed him, leaving Ron bewildered and at a loss. Seamus scoffed, finding his opponent woefully lacking in challenge. From a distance, Snape observed with a contemplative expression, recognizing the turmoil of the duel had escalated beyond control. Both Snape and Lockhart acknowledged the need to intervene. Lockhart proposed that Neville Longbottom and Justin Finch-Fletchley take the stage for a demonstration. "That idea is ill-conceived, Professor Lockhart," Snape remarked, gliding across the stage like a sinister bat. "Longbottom, even with the simplest of spells, could cause calamity. We would have to package Finch-Fletchley's remains in a matchbox and send them to the hospital wing." Snape then grinned maliciously. "And what of Malfoy and Potter? How splendid." Lockhart gestured for Harry and Draco to step into the center of the hall, as the crowd retreated to afford them space. Snape shook his head and said, "Draco, the Malfoy I refer to is not you. Xilin, come forth." Xilin, taken aback by the summons, shrugged and slowly ascended the stage. A flicker of anticipation stirred within him. "Let me witness the capabilities of this so-called savior. Harry, at this moment. Snape likely observed my effortless defeat of Ron and intends to use me to undermine Harry." Harry's expression was far from pleasant. Although Shilin had maintained a low profile throughout the previous term, his exceptional academic performance, particularly in Transfiguration and Charms, had garnered considerable attention from professors Flitwick and McGonagall. It was evident that Shellin's prowess far surpassed that of his boisterous brother. A familiar adage from the Muggle world drifted through Harry's mind. A barking dog seldom bites, and he felt a heavy weight of pressure settle upon him. Shilin and Harry stood on opposite sides of the stage, while Lockhart whispered softly beside Harry, seemingly imparting some combat techniques. In stark contrast, Snape remained silent, allowing Shilin to exhibit his skills freely. This led to murmurs of discontent among the Slytherins in the audience, who voiced complaints of unfairness. Shilin offered Harry a polite smile and executed a solemn dueling salute, markedly different from Lockhart's flamboyant display. His movements flowed with grace, imbued with a sacred and solemn essence, a ritual known only from ancient texts of noble families. Having grown up in a Muggle household, Harry was utterly unfamiliar with such archaic dueling etiquette and appeared momentarily flustered. Shilin chuckled. "Do not be anxious, Harry. This is merely a customary duel for educational purposes, devoid of personal grievances. Let us agree to cease upon a signal, with no intent to harm each other. Does that sound agreeable?" Harry nodded, though Shilin remained unaware of his inner thoughts and felt no desire to speculate. Harry initiated the duel with a binding curse, but to Shellin's eyes, Harry's spellcasting was clumsy and inexperienced. The trajectory of the spell was straightforward and overly obvious, and the speed of its release was painfully slow. With his agility, Shilin merely had to lean slightly to the left to evade Harry's attack. In the midst of dodging, Shilin flicked his wand upward and proclaimed, "Surround and confine." For transparent magical barriers erupted from the ground around Harry, encasing him like a box. This barrier spell was one Shilin had learned from his family's ancient tomes, unbeknownst to the Hogwarts curriculum, leaving Harry oblivious to how to counter it. Realizing escape was futile, Harry swiftly directed a fire spell at one of the barriers. Shilin nodded in acknowledgement of Harry's quick thinking, yet regrettably, with Harry's meager magical reserves. The feeble flames that struck the barrier merely dissipated into scattered sparks, failing to exert any impact on the barrier whatsoever. In his heart, Shilin silently concluded the matter. Swiftly, he traced a cross with his wand, and without uttering any incantation, a dim and obscure white light shot forth from the tip of his wand, soaring towards Harry's face in a cunning arc. The audience erupted in a few piercing shrieks, with Hermione and Ginny's cries standing out the most. Even Snape's expression darkened. Just as he drew his wand to intervene, Shilin, with a slight smirk upon his lips, gently flicked his wrist, causing the white light to vanish abruptly, mere inches from Harry's forehead. Though it seemed improbable that Shilin would employ lethal magic in such a public arena, the imminent threat of this mysterious spell plunged Harry into a state of bewildered fear. The entire hall was in shock. While Shilin had gained some renown for his exemplary academic performance in his first year, his opponent was none other than the legendary Harry Potter, who had vanquished Voldemort in his infancy. Moreover, just the previous year, Harry and his companions had navigated the forbidden corridors on the 4th floor, overcoming numerous obstacles set by the professors, ultimately defeating the dark wizard Quirrell, who had infiltrated Hogwarts in the guise of a teacher. This was well documented, with Dumbledore awarding Gryffindor an additional 170 points as the best testament to their valor. Prior to this moment, aside from Draco, Daphne, and Meredith, few young wizards had ever considered that the illustrious Harry could be bested by a fellow student, let alone in such a crushing defeat. The audience was rendered speechless by the overwhelming aura emanating from Shilin. It was only after he had departed the Great Hall for some time that whispers began to circulate regarding his identity, with several starry-eyed girls expressing admiration for both his appearance and prowess. Born into the esteemed Malfoy family, Shilin possessed an inherent nobility and coldness in both demeanor and looks. Against the backdrop of his extraordinary abilities, his presence appeared remarkably gallant. Coupled with his execution of the ancient duel rites, he exuded a refined elegance that undoubtedly won him the favor of many young ladies present. Draco took great pride in enlightening others about Shillin's lineage, while subtly implying that it was his own training that had honed Shillin's skills. As if to claim credit for his friend's prowess, Hermione, with hands clasped over her mouth, exclaimed in disbelief, "Goodness, silent spell casting, that's at the Newt level, and one of the more challenging aspects at that. It's said that not every upperclassman can master it. How could he, being only in his second year?" Ron, standing nearby, wore a face of discontent, but with Harry having been openly defeated before all, he found himself unable to argue against the evident truth. Harry's expression was one of deep bitterness. For the first time, he felt the weight of his own ordinariness. He had always harbored a sense of being extraordinary, even when mistaken for the heir of Slytherin. Though he felt anger, beneath it lay a flicker of secret satisfaction. Following the duel, Harry came to the realization that he was not particularly extraordinary. His frequent prominence stemmed merely from the scar adorning his forehead. On the stage, Lockhart continued to prattle on about his supposed ability to unravel the enchantments of the sheltering. Yet the audience had dwindled to a mere handful of young girls. Snape maintained his usual poker face, standing silently, shrouded in inscrutability, leaving one to ponder the thoughts swirling within his mind. Among the upperclassmen, distinguished figures such as Cedric Diggory from Hufflepuff and Penelope Clearwater from Ravenclaw, both astute observers, gleaned insights from the duel, marveling at the swift spellcasting and curved shooting techniques demonstrated by Sheltering, as they contemplated how to incorporate such skills into their own practice. 3 days later, the first half of the semester drew to a close. The third attack did not unfold as described in the original narrative. Sheltering, upon reflection, discerned the butterfly effect caused by his actions. By substituting himself for Draco in the duel, he had inadvertently averted the event where Draco summoned a magical serpent to attack, and consequently, Harry's intervention with Parseltongue that prevented the serpent from assaulting Justin. As a result, Justin did not develop an aversion to Harry and did not retreat to the 5th floor, where he would have encountered the basilisk. After a morning spent unwrapping gifts, he realized his social standing was far better than he had anticipated. Draco had gifted him a notebook, while Daphne and Meredith each bestowed upon him a cherished tome of magic from their family collections. Dobby presented him with a new set of socks, and even Creature had remembered to give him a bag of homemade pickled snacks. Most surprising was the black, silver-glimmering cloak sent by his mother, Narcissa, aptly named Nightstar. This cloak, crafted from ancient dragon skin dyed black, was adorned with silver dots created from the powdered remains of magical crystals, expertly fused by a renowned ancient alchemist. This garment boasted remarkable physical and magical defenses, and its craftsmanship was a lost art in modern times, rendering it all the more precious. Did my mother send this protective gear out of concern for my safety amidst the turmoil surrounding the Chamber of Secrets? In that moment, Sheltering comprehended his mother's intentions, feeling a swell of gratitude, while also pondering that perhaps he was among the safest students at Hogwarts. Nightstar cloak acquired. Beyond the aforementioned gifts, he received over 40 additional presents, primarily from unfamiliar female classmates, with a significant number coming from lower-year Slytherins, alongside a few from other houses. The array of gifts included chocolates, gloves, scarves, and more. It dawned on Sheltering just how well-regarded he was among the female students at Hogwarts, likely a result of his impressive performance in the dueling club, which had left a lasting impression on his peers. Even with his composed demeanor born from 2 lifetimes, he could not help but feel a twinge of pride. The exquisite and opulent cuisine left everyone savoring every bite. After the dinner concluded, Shelley, imbued with a rare sense of relaxation, took a leisurely stroll down the corridor before making his way to the Slytherin common room. A subtle smile played upon Shelley's lips as he sensed an intriguing development. With his magical eye, he discerned that the magical essence of the 2 individuals before him was far more refined than that of Goyle and Crabbe. Based on the unfolding narrative, it was evident that these 2 were impersonated by Harry and Ron through the use of Polyjuice Potion, with the intent of extracting information regarding the Chamber of Secrets from Draco. Another fascinating observation was that the Polyjuice Potion could only replicate a person's appearance, failing to imitate their soul or magical characteristics. This was, of course, entirely reasonable. Otherwise, the battles between the Death Eaters and the Order of the Phoenix would devolve into a chaotic clash of 30 Voldemorts against 30 Dumbledores. Shelley approached the 2, greeting them with an air of congeniality, feigning assistance in their entry into the common room while they collectively awaited Draco's return. The trio sat idly in the common room, engaging in idle chatter, each lost in their own thoughts as they awaited Draco's arrival. Harry and Ron had considered probing Shelley for information, yet his enigmatic demeanor rendered Harry hesitant, subconsciously dismissing the notion. As Draco approached the 3, his expression was peculiar. In his mind, Shelley and the 2 oafs were hardly on friendly terms. Indeed, Shelley had always maintained a distinctive individuality within Slytherin, exuding an invisible aura of detachment from his peers. Save for Daphne and Meredith, though Shelley appeared affable on the surface, treating everyone with kindness and courtesy, Draco was acutely aware that Shelley held a disdainful view of them, particularly towards the pure-blood supremacists. Despite feeling somewhat out of place, Draco dismissed his concerns and eagerly approached the trio, impatiently thrusting a clipping into Crabbe's, Ron's hands. "You are bound to find this hilarious," he declared. Crabbe, Ron, widened his eyes in astonishment, quickly scanning the clipping before managing a strained chuckle and passing it to Goyle, Harry. The clipping, sourced from the Daily Prophet, bore the headline, Arthur Weasley, Director of the Office for the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, fined 50 galleons for his use of magic on a Muggle automobile. This enchanted vehicle had crashed at Hogwarts earlier this year, and a board member, Lucius Malfoy, had recently demanded Mr. Weasley's resignation. Weasley has tarnished the reputation of the ministry, Malfoy stated to the reporter. Clearly, he is unfit to legislate for us, and his absurd Muggle Protection Act should be promptly abolished. The ensuing dialogue mirrored that of the original text, and thus is omitted here. Draco, enough about Weasley. Let us discuss the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin. Goyle, Harry, ventured tentatively. You must know something about who is orchestrating all of this. You know full well that I am unaware, Goyle. How many times must I repeat this? My father refuses to divulge any information regarding the last time the chamber was opened, Draco retorted sharply. Indeed, that was a matter from 50 years ago, long before his birth, yet he possesses an uncanny awareness of all that transpired. He remarked that everything remained confidential. Should I acquire too much knowledge, it would render me suspicious. However, one fact I'm certain of is this. The last time the chamber was opened, a mudblood met their demise. Thus, I dare assert that another mudblood must perish this time. It is merely a matter of when. I hope it is Granger, he relished in his declaration. Sherryn cast an annoyed glance at Draco. Brother, Hermione is my friend. Moreover, I hope you learn to wield your words with caution. I do not deem it wise to bandy about the term mudblood within the halls of Hogwarts. Do you not agree? Oh, I understand, Draco replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his features. Prior to the commencement of term, Lucius had specifically instructed him to learn from Sherryn, and he was reluctant to overtly contradict his brother's sentiment. Nevertheless, he remained inwardly indifferent. Sherryn perceived Draco's insincerity and sighed inwardly. The deeply ingrained ideology of blood purity instilled from a young age within their family was not easily altered. Crabbe clenched his fists tightly, while Goyle shot him a warning glance before interjecting. Do you know if the individual responsible for opening the chamber last time was apprehended? It is said he was caught and subsequently expelled. Draco replied, You may consult the student registry from 50 years ago. Whoever he was, he is likely still residing in Azkaban. Restlessly shifting in his chair, he continued, My father instructed me to remain inconspicuous, allowing the heir of Slytherin to proceed with his endeavors. He insists the school must rid itself of all mudblood filth and not become entangled in this affair. Of course, he has far too much on his plate at present. Did you know that last week the Ministry of Magic conducted an unexpected raid on our estate? Fortunately, they found nothing of consequence. My father possesses certain highly valuable secret artifacts. Thankfully, we have concealed our own chamber. Sherryn coughed heavily twice, and Draco's expression turned anxious as he realized he nearly divulged family secrets that should remain undisclosed. Should Sherryn report to Lucius, Draco would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Instantly, he adopted a sycophantic demeanor. Sherryn, we are good brothers. You wouldn't let me be punished, would you? In unison, they sprang to their feet, eager to escape the Slytherin common room. Draco was momentarily taken aback by the sudden actions of the two fools, but Sherryn deftly flicked his left wrist, his wand slipping from the hidden recess of his sleeve into his grasp. He extended his hand to block Harry and Ron's path, feigning a look of realization with remarkable skill. Two Gryffindors, without permission, impersonating my Slytherin peers to infiltrate the common room, attempting to leave without clarification. Are we? Upon realizing their predicament, Harry acted swiftly, launching himself at Draco, intent on leveraging Goyle's imposing stature to wrest the wand away in a scuffle. Ron, albeit a beat slower than Harry, soon grasped the situation and charged at Draco as well. With the Slytherin wand in hand, a cold smirk appeared on Severus' face. Though Harry reacted swiftly, his speed paled in comparison to Severus' relentless practice of rapid spellcasting. Just as Harry's arm barely grazed Severus, the latter had already completed a flawless, full body bind curse, toppling Harry to the ground. Draco, accustomed to a life of luxury, was far slower in his reactions than Severus, resulting in him being pinned to the floor and soundly beaten by Ron, with no chance to draw his wand. Although Draco had developed considerable strength from Quidditch training, he was no match for Ron, who had a physique akin to Crabbe. Severus could only shake his head in dismay. It was one thing for Draco to be slow to react, but his lack of adaptability was truly abysmal. Had it been Severus, even if pinned to the ground, he would have possessed at least 10 methods of counterattack. With a flick of his wand, Severus transfigured a chair into a rope, which autonomously yanked Ron away from Draco and proceeded to bind him tightly. Draco was finally rescued, but his face bore at least 3 bruises. and his precious wizarding robes were torn in several places, leaving him disheveled and in a pitiful state. Despite this, Draco's embarrassment ignited a fiery shame within him. Each nerve in his brain overwhelmed by pain and humiliation, his eyes ablaze with fury. Severus sensed that he resembled a wild beast on the brink of losing control. Drawing his wand, Draco aimed a curse at Ron, a shattering curse that could inflict grievous injuries akin to a compound fracture. However, just as the malevolent spell approached Ron, it was intercepted by an invisible barrier. Draco turned to Severus, his gaze filled with madness and hatred. "Severus, if you still consider me your brother, step aside now." Severus positioned himself in front of the incapacitated Harry and Ron, shielding them behind him. Shaking his head, he replied, "Brother, calm down. You are losing your reason. They have been subdued by me and pose no threat. Casting a curse upon them will only invite punishment from the school, and I will not yield." Draco clenched his lips tightly, his anger causing his hand to tremble around his wand. Despite his frustration at his brother's interference, the remnants of rational thought acknowledged that Severus was correct. Yet emotionally, he was unwilling to relent, keeping his wand directed at Severus and the two on the floor behind him. In the common room, a boy and two girls had witnessed the entire affair. They first observed Draco's pitiful state, then watched as Severus effortlessly handled the situation. Now, the siblings faced each other, unsure of how to proceed. It was Severus' call that shattered the tension. "Hey, could someone help by notifying Professor McGonagall or Professor Snape? We have an intruder posing as a student in our midst." Upon hearing this, one of the girls hurriedly dashed out of the common room to seek the professors. Soon, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape arrived, having found the unconscious Goyle and Crabbe in the hallway cupboard. After thoroughly understanding the entire situation, Professor McGonagall's face turned a shade of green with anger. Incredulous at the actions of Potter and Weasley, "You two concocted an illegal potion, rendered your classmates unconscious, impersonated fellow students, infiltrated another house, and subsequently attempted to physically assault Malfoy. Gryffindor loses 100 points, and you both must accompany me to see the headmaster." Although Draco had intended to cast a dark curse on Ron, he had neither succeeded in inflicting harm nor was he penalized, as his actions were fueled by a moment of irrational anger. In contrast, Professor McGonagall regarded the composed handling of the conflict by Sherryn with favor, awarding Slytherin an additional 50 points. After casting a significant glance toward Sherryn, Professor Snape followed McGonagall, Harry, and Ron to the headmaster's office, while Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe were escorted to the hospital wing by 3 members of Slytherin. Later, it was reported that in the headmaster's office, Snape suddenly erupted in fury, vehemently demanding the expulsion of Harry and Ron, while McGonagall staunchly opposed this, albeit with diminished confidence. After all, Harry and Ron had breached at least 100 serious school rules, and fellow students had been harmed as a result. The two engaged in a heated argument, ultimately settled by the biased Dumbledore, who decided against expelling Harry and Ron, opting instead to impose 2 weeks of detention. However, upon witnessing Snape's exceedingly dark expression, he also promised some form of compensation to Slytherin. After a round of bargaining with Snape, he departed in a huff, consumed by envy and resentment. Seeing that the adjacent work, Ancient Blood, had garnered 500 collections 3 days prior filled me with envy. Ancient Blood and this book were released around the same time and share a similar word count, yet my collection stands at a mere 300. Upon reflection, I ponder that most readers must be weary of the omniscient protagonist effortlessly defeating Voldemort. In essence, once the identities and locations of the Horcruxes are revealed, Voldemort becomes merely a madman wielding the killing curse. Thus, this book may not differ significantly from other fan works, lacking its own distinctive flair. Does it not? Since the first dueling club, Lockhart seemed to realize that his standing among the students was rapidly declining, leading to the quiet demise of the club's activities. Nevertheless, after that, Sherryn maintained a cordial student-teacher relationship with Professor Lockhart. Sherryn would occasionally visit Lockhart's office to seek guidance on various aspects of defense against the dark arts, particularly regarding the somewhat ambiguous descriptions in Lockhart's writings. Of course, Sherryn never forgot to bring a bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey, making it difficult for Lockhart to refuse his visits. Sherryn's keen intellect and eagerness to learn made Lockhart feel uneasy. During their discussion about the transformation spell used in Wandering with Werewolves, Lockhart sensed that Sherryn's eyes reflected not admiration, but rather a curious intrigue. That prodigy displayed a keen interest in the transformation spell. Roaming with Werewolves has left an indelible impression on Loart, the old Armenian sorcerer, both aged and unattractive. Donned garments devoid of taste, which prompted Lowart to voice his disdain on multiple occasions. Initially, Lowart devoted considerable time to investigating this matter, even visiting the village afflicted by the werewolf scourge, where he cast oblivion charms on the villagers, ensuring that all who were aware of the situation would forget it entirely. Naturally, Lowart was well versed in the transformation spell, as it constituted the very essence of roaming with werewolves. He had to employ significant persuasion to extract this incantation from the old sorcerer. This spell was a creation of the ancient magic that had been passed down from the Seleucid Empire, yet the old sorcerer appeared oblivious to its true significance. Regrettably, despite a year of diligent effort, Lowart had barely grazed the surface of this enchantment. Within his abode, he unearthed drafts from the years prior to his literary pursuits, along with various secrets gleaned from others, such as the chronic venom extracted from ghouls in Traveling with Ghouls, the potion that resisted the mental control of the Banshee in Vacationing with the Banshee, the protective talisman utilized against vampires in Sailing with Vampires, and the transformation spell from Roaming with Werewolves. Lowart's research notes acquired. Soon, the first week of January arrived, heralding the commencement of the second semester. As young wizards returned to school from their Christmas break, although Harry and Ron narrowly escaped expulsion, they were confined to Filch's custody, engaging in various cleaning tasks. Filch remained convinced that Harry was responsible for the demise of his cat, and thus endeavored to make Harry's life miserable, concocting the most unsavory cleaning assignments daily. Ginny attempted to rid herself of the diary by discarding it in the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor, only for Harry to retrieve it, all of which was observed by the invisibly lurking Sherryn. Having experienced the dual club battle and the skirmish in the Slytherin common room, Sherryn had become somewhat of a celebrity within Slytherin, and his 2 victories over Harry Potter underscored the palpable disparity between him and his peers, leading them to unanimously acknowledge that Sherryn not only excelled academically, but also seemed to possess the most formidable prowess among his contemporaries. In the corridors of the school, numerous Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students began greeting Sherryn upon sight, while the Gryffindor students regarded him with barely concealed animosity, viewing him as their foremost adversary. Sherryn regarded the childish sentiments of these young ones with disdain, choosing to remain indifferent. To be fair, Sherryn was unlike Draco from a young age. Draco had harbored admiration and fantasies about Harry, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord. Consequently, when he proposed friendship to Harry on the Hogwarts Express only to be rebuffed, he developed a complex of emotions rooted in love turned to hatred. He sought to undermine Harry in every conceivable manner, wishing to make him realize the folly of rejecting his friendship. Sheldon harbors no animosity towards Harry and Ron. To be candid, he perceives the animosities among Harry, Ron, and Draco as mere childish skirmishes. He has never regarded Harry and Ron as worthy adversaries. His ambitions and aspirations have consistently been focused on vanquishing Voldemort, alongside the intricate power plays involving Dumbledore and other pureblood families. The 2 instances in which he decisively bested Harry were merely incidental. The first was influenced by Snape's ulterior motives, while the second was simply a case of Harry seeking trouble. This explains why, in both encounters, Sheldon opted for a swift and clean resolution, without any intention of humiliating or mocking Harry. The events at the dueling club served as an epiphany for Sheldon, prompting him to establish a small dueling club exclusively for 1st and 2nd year Slytherin students. His burgeoning reputation quickly attracted a multitude of members, including the self-important Theodore Nott and Blaise Zabini. Sheldon refrained from imparting any formidable spells or combat techniques that could rapidly enhance their prowess. Instead, he meticulously instructed them on the fundamentals of wand handling and casting. Initially, the young wizards, despite their outward admiration for Sheldon, harbored a degree of disappointment. However, after several sessions, they recognized substantial progress in their everyday classes of charms and transfiguration, awakening to the magnitude of Sheldon's contribution, which in turn further augmented his esteemed reputation. 2nd year students were required to select 2 elective courses for their 3rd year. Sheldon expressed no interest in divination, arithmancy, or Muggle studies and regarding ancient runes. It was not a matter of modesty. He simply doubted Professor Babbler's ability to impart any knowledge he did not already possess. To avoid squandering time on subjects of little practical utility and interest, he and Draco, after several correspondences with Lucius, opted solely for care of magical creatures. Lucius, leveraging his influence as a board member, managed to reinstate the long-defunct alchemy course, which had been inactive for centuries. Alchemy is a highly specialized discipline, and its cessation stemmed from 2 primary reasons: insufficient student demand and the challenge of locating a qualified instructor. However, these issues posed no obstacle for Sheldon. He was confident in his ability to persuade the majority of Slytherin students to enroll in alchemy, and sourcing a professor was hardly problematic for the pureblood families. To Sheldon S. knowledge, the two leading families in the British alchemical community were the Knott and Bach families, both of whom had substantial ties to the Malfoy family. If Lucius were willing to intervene, they would undoubtedly accommodate him. Meanwhile, Professor Sprout announced that the Mandrakes in the third greenhouse were hosting a lively and raucous ball, and it would not be long before they reached full maturity, at which point all petrified victims could be healed. This continuous stream of good news gradually lifted the spirits of the populace. The young wizards shifted their focus back to the impending Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Just as Shelley believed that such mundane days would persist until May, the harsh reality, deviating from the anticipated course, delivered a stinging blow. Concurrently, during the Sorting Hat ceremony, those imbued with ambition and cunning were typically allocated to Slytherin, resulting in a peculiar phenomenon of factionalism and survival of the fittest within the house. Whether it was Draco leveraging the financial clout of the Malfoy family to secure the position of Seeker on the Quidditch team, or Shelley defeating the illustrious Harry Potter twice, thereby establishing her own popularity and prestige among the Slytherin youth. Such endeavors were perceived by other pure-blooded families as the Malfoy family's attempt to gain control over Slytherin. Naturally, given the Malfoy family's current financial power and influence in the British political and business arenas, few dared to overtly challenge them, yet subtle tests of strength were inevitable. Among the pure-blood families, the Lestranges, the Rookwoods, and the Blacks were once the most formidable. However, during the First Wizarding War, these families suffered severe repercussions as the Lestrange brothers were imprisoned. Ivan Rookwood met his demise at the hands of Mad-Eye Moody, and the Black brothers faced one imprisonment and one mysterious death. Aside from the rumors of Ivan Rookwood leaving behind an illegitimate child who fled overseas, the direct bloodlines of the other two families were nearly extinguished. The Lestranges managed to find a family member from a collateral branch to inherit their lineage, while the Blacks fared worse, as their remaining descendants were all daughters, leading to the awkward situation of the Black ancestral home lacking an heir. In contrast, families that had prudently preserved their strength during tumultuous times gradually expanded their influence following the downfall of the Death Eaters, seizing the opportunities to absorb the resources and markets vacated by the three devastated families. Additionally, under the leniency of the newly appointed Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, these pureblood families began to flourish. Among them, the Malfoy family emerged as the most powerful, even managing to enlist the support of the Goyle and Crabbe families as vassals, while maintaining close alliances with the Parkinson and Bulstrode families. Following closely were the Avery, Knott, and Caro families, which had retained considerable strength and, through diligent efforts, believed themselves to be nearly on par with the Malfoys. Furthermore, Shelley learned from Daphne about some less ostentatious pure-blood families, such as the Greengrass and Macmillan families. Although these families did not frequently espouse pure-blood supremacy and exhibited less extreme behavior, their understated approach allowed them to cultivate formidable power and secrecy. For instance, the Greengrass family, to which Daphne belonged, quietly absorbed several inconspicuous smaller families over the years, culminating in the historic Shafik family eventually becoming a vassal due to the relationship between Daphne and Meredith. Upon receiving the challenge letter, Shelley was initially bewildered. After extensive inquiries, he finally grasped the intricacies of the ongoing conflict within the Slytherin faction. It was astonishing to discover such undercurrents that had not been mentioned in the original narrative, and I began to find the campus life rather intriguing. Confronted with an unexpected turn of events, Shelley beamed with a smile, as if he had stumbled upon a delightful surprise. Among the two challengers, one was Terrence Higgs, a former third-year Slytherin Seeker replaced by Draco through financial manipulation. Feeling aggrieved by the opaque circumstances surrounding his removal from the Seeker position, he sought to duel Shelley, with the hope that a victory would compel Draco to restore his former title. The other challenger was fourth-year Gellert Prystrange, who perceived the Malfoy family's self-preservation following Voldemort's downfall as a betrayal of pure-blood families. Thus, he sought to prevent the Malfoy heirs from easily gaining popularity and prestige within Slytherin. Cautiously, Shelley enlisted Daphne's assistance to investigate the capabilities of the two challengers, and upon receiving satisfactory information, he resolved to accept the challenge. Shelley harbored ambitions of establishing a following within Slytherin, and this challenge presented a prime opportunity to assert his authority. He was determined not to be ensnared by the archaic ideologies of pure-blood elitism. Instead, he aspired to create a faction that valued merit over lineage. To him, character, temperament, competence, and talent mattered far more than bloodline. As the adage goes, To secure oneself from external threats, one must first consolidate internal strength. Only by subduing Slytherin could he feel at ease in recruiting talent from other houses. The challenge, propelled by someone's deliberate promotion, had already garnered widespread attention. The moment Shelley inscribed his acceptance on the challenge letter, a surge of excitement erupted among the young wizards present in the common room, all eagerly anticipating the duel. Some even invited Professor Snape to serve as the referee for the event. The duel was scheduled for the evening of the following day, to be held in the Slytherin common room. On the night of the duel, as Shelley entered the common room punctually, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Professor Snape stood impassively at the center, while every corner of the room was filled with eager young wizards. A swift glance revealed that nearly all Slytherin students had gathered. Draco looked at Shelley with a hint of concern, given that Shelley's opponents were several years his senior. In contrast, Daphne and Meredith watched Shelley with unwavering confidence, their eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Just as Snape was about to commence his address, Shelley hurriedly interjected, "My apologies, Professor, but before the duel begins tonight, I would like to say a few words." Snape's expression remained indifferent, and Shelley took his silence as tacit approval. He cast an amplification charm upon himself, addressing his fellow Slytherins with a resounding, "Good evening, everyone. I trust you're all aware of the significance behind tonight's duel. Before we proceed, I wish to clarify one matter. My presence here today is a personal decision, made independently of the Malfoy family." Upon uttering these words, the room erupted in astonishment. The whispers of the young serpents in the common room resembling the clamor of a bustling marketplace. Sheldon continued with fervor. "On the very first day I was sorted into Slytherin, I was immensely pleased. Ambition, cunning, a reverence for honor, the ability to read situations, self-preservation, and an unwavering pursuit of victory. These are what I value. However, I do not harbor disdain for any student from Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, or Hufflepuff. For today, I have come to realize that Slytherin is not without its flaws." This declaration sent a wave of shock throughout the audience, apart from the ever-unfazed Severus Snape. Everyone was momentarily taken aback by Sheldon's astonishing proclamation, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. Recognizing the impact of his words, Sheldon pressed on. "Do you know the founding principles upon which Salazar Slytherin established our house? Do you understand why he was so adamant about blood purity?" He paused, waiting for the puzzled expressions of Slytherin students to settle before continuing. "It is strength. It is unity. It is a collective will." His gaze was piercing as he surveyed his peers. "And of course, it is the continuous, interwoven tapestry of interests. Therefore, I implore all of you to forget for a moment my identity as a Malfoy, and instead remember that I am a Slytherin." Undoubtedly, Sheldon's impassioned oration stirred many young witches and wizards. The head girl, Gemma Foley, was the first to rise in applause, followed closely by Draco, Pansy, Daphne, and Meredith. And soon a multitude of students joined in, resulting in over half the assembly clapping fervently, especially those from lesser-known or mixed-blood families. Their standing within Slytherin was often marginal, with positions of authority, Quidditch team spots, and even access to prime resources in the common room frequently eluding them. Their dissatisfaction with their subordinate status within the house resonated deeply with the vision Sheldon had articulated. Even Terrence Higgs, typically an adversary, found himself moved by Sheldon's words. Hailing from a modest, mixed-blood family, he had managed to carve a niche for himself in the fiercely competitive environment of Slytherin, thanks in part to his father's connections with Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office. Despite his considerable talent in flying, he had lost his position as Seeker, and his rise to prominence was largely due to the pressures from powerful families lurking in the shadows, compelling him to step forward as a pawn. A fleeting grimace crossed the face of Gellert Pruitt, who scoffed, "My dear younger student, your eloquence is commendable, and you speak as though you possess great wisdom. The question remains, do you have the strength to effect change in Slytherin?" Terrence gazed at Shelley, whose expression radiated unwavering confidence. In the youthful boy's eyes, he discerned neither hesitation nor fear, only steadfastness and self-assurance. With a quiet sigh, he fixed his gaze upon Shelley and declared, "Your words have profoundly moved me. I hope you remember what you have said today, Professor. I apologize for wasting everyone's time this evening. I have decided to forfeit." Snape's expression remained inscrutable, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Terrence's decision. Then, Gallop rose and positioned himself in the center of the lounge, standing directly opposite Shelley. Although he verbally belittled Shelley, he did not underestimate him, for Shelley's prowess in the dueling club was well known, particularly when he had adeptly dispatched both Harry and Ron during the Christmas period. After both competitors executed the ancient dueling salute, the duel commenced with Snape's count of 3. Gallop, aware of Shelley's formidable abilities, struck first with a series of spells: Disarm, Stupefy, and Petrificus Totalis. In an astonishing display of speed, he unleashed 3 offensive spells in rapid succession, effectively sealing off all avenues for Shelley's escape. Recognizing that he could only manage a maximum of 2 spells at once, Shelley, realizing he could not outpace his opponent, cast a spell from an unconventional angle. Enveloped in a vibrant red glow, this spell collided precisely with Gallop's Stupefy, positioned centrally among the 3 spells. Instead of annihilating each other, the spells rebounded with the force of colliding balls, accelerating in opposite directions. The red spell sent the Disarm spell flying, while the Stupefy was deflected from its intended trajectory. With a single incantation, Shelley deftly neutralized his opponent's offensive onslaught, demonstrating immense courage and absolute confidence in the precision of his spells. Gallop had no time to marvel at Shelley's response. As Shelley countered the attack, Gallop moved swiftly around him, racing to his left rear side. In that instant, he launched the same 3 spells in rapid succession once more. Faced with an identical assault, Shelley opted for a different strategy. Utilizing his swift casting technique, he unleashed 2 counterspells that accurately intercepted and nullified Gallop's spells. Rolling to evade the final curse, he aimed upwards at the moving Gallop and cast a dimly glowing white spell. Gallop, attempting to sidestep, found the white light curiously curving and striking him squarely in the chest, propelling him into the air before he crashed down violently. A resounding impact echoed throughout the room, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, as Gallop let out a piercing scream of agony. In an instant, Snape rushed forward, administering a potion before employing a spell for urgent care, ensuring that a student could escort Gallop to the hospital wing. Snape fixed his gaze upon Sherryn, his countenance reminiscent of an ancient glacier, darkening with palpable severity. Although this duel was deemed fair, employing malevolent curses to inflict such grievous harm upon a fellow student remained a blatant violation of school regulations. Furthermore, Sherryn's swift offensive was so rapid that even Snape was momentarily caught off guard. Had he reacted in time, he could have employed a counter curse to avert Gallop's severe injury. As the adjudicator of this encounter, he bore some responsibility for the outcome. Throughout the duel, Sherryn had cast his spells silently, leaving the spectators unable to discern the nature of the red and white luminescence he conjured. Among those present, only Snape recognized that the white light appeared to be an advanced application of the levitation charm, a spell that had been refined by Sherryn to create a rapid ascent followed by a swift descent, causing the target to sustain injuries upon impact. He dubbed this incantation the Weighty Descent Curse. However, even with Snape's vast knowledge, he could not identify the nature of the red light, nor comprehend how Sherryn had manipulated a spell to curve after it had left the wand. It must be noted that Sherryn's myriad of mysteries had firmly established him as Snape's secondary focus of interest, the primary being, of course, none other than Harry Potter, the son of his adversary. At that moment, Sherryn's formidable prowess and ruthless demeanor deeply ingrained themselves in the hearts of every Slytherin student. Terrence Higgs suddenly felt relieved for his earlier decision to forfeit, while those who had harbored ill intentions towards the Malfoy family now regarded them with newfound respect. The students who had long admired Sherryn found their adoration intensified to a fervent pitch. A week had elapsed since the duel, a private conflict within the Slytherin house. Shielded from the knowledge of students from the other 3 houses, Snape did not disseminate information regarding Sherryn's injuring of Gallop, as he too bore a modicum of responsibility in the incident, thereby allowing Sherryn to narrowly escape punishment. Following Sherryn's declaration, the ethos of the Slytherin house began to transform among the younger students. Every professor at Hogwarts felt, to some extent, the palpable difference in Slytherin. Professors Flitwick and McGonagall noted that the young Slytherins practiced with unprecedented diligence, their homework quality soaring to new heights. Professor Sprout observed their heightened enthusiasm and initiative, as they frequently volunteered to assist in the greenhouse, transporting plants and tidying up the area. Even in the cold eyes of Snape, the Slytherins appeared more united and supportive, with even Goyle and Crabbe successfully concocting potions with the assistance of their peers. In contrast, the Gryffindor students seemed particularly mischievous. The Ravenclaw students appeared self-absorbed, while the Hufflepuff students, though diligent and friendly, came across as overly passive. Moreover, on the night following the duel, Daphne quietly visited Sherryn's private quarters to engage him in a candid and thorough discussion regarding the declaration he had made prior to the duel. Daphne is far from foolish. On the contrary, as the legitimate eldest daughter of the Greengrass family, she has been meticulously nurtured since childhood, well-versed in the intricate power struggles that transpire among pure-blood families. Ever since she met Sherryn, she has sensed his grand ambitions and hidden aspirations. This 12-year-old boy often exhibits a maturity of thought and decisiveness that belies his age. Perceptive as she is, Daphne does not believe that Sherryn's grandiose proclamations are mere attempts to garner attention. She can easily infer that he intends to establish a following. Consequently, she wishes to take the initiative on behalf of the Greengrass family to convey goodwill towards Sherryn. At present, Sherryn appears somewhat powerless and lacks prestige. However, having witnessed his innate talent and potential, Daphne harbors no doubts that he will one day emerge as a formidable force. Though she speaks subtly, Sherryn comprehends her underlying message. The Greengrass family holds great hope for him, yet given his current display of strength and influence, they can only extend limited support as an early investment. Should he later manifest the qualities of a true champion, the Greengrass family will become his steadfast ally, offering unwavering support. After reaching a tentative verbal agreement with Daphne, Sherryn recalled certain inquiries he had regarding bloodline powers and said, "Daphne, I have some questions that might intrude upon your family's privacy. I hope you won't take offense. I have heard that the women of the Greengrass family bear a bloodline curse. Is this true?" Daphne did not shy away from the topic. For while it is hardly a pleasant matter, it is not a family secret. "Yes," she replied. "A century ago, our family offended a powerful dark wizard who cast a malevolent curse upon us. My mother was a host of this blood curse, and she passed away when I was still quite young. I have been fortunate. The curse has not activated within me, but my sister." After a moment of silence, she noticed Sherryn's unwavering gaze upon her and asked, "Why do you want to know?" Sherryn candidly expressed that he was researching blood-related magic and hoped to obtain the Greengrass family's notes on their studies of bloodline magic. Given that the family has borne this curse for a century, they must have made numerous attempts to break it, and the research materials concerning bloodlines would undoubtedly hold significant value for his studies. Daphne regarded him with suspicion. She had never heard of any bloodline powers being inherited within the Malfoy family. Nevertheless, she agreed to relay his request to her family, promising to ask for the relevant research materials on bloodlines to be sent to him. Before departing, Daphne retrieved a map of the Forbidden Forest from her pocket. A few months prior, Sherryn had inquired about various rumors concerning the forest from her and Meredith. Astute as she was, Daphne surmised Sherryn's covetous interest in the Forbidden Forest and had her family procure the map at some expense, considering it a fitting first gift from the family to Sherryn. Forbidden Forest map acquired. After Professor Snape's departure, the Slytherin students immediately began to chatter excitedly. Draco, eager to mock his nemesis Hermione, was deterred by Sherryn's forbidding gaze and begrudgingly held his tongue. That evening, Hagrid's humble abode buzzed with activity, starting with the arrival of Harry and Ron, cloaked in invisibility, followed by Dumbledore and Minister of Magic Fudge. Fudge had come on behalf of the Ministry to apprehend Hagrid as a suspect and detain him in Azkaban. As Hagrid attempted to defend himself, Lucius Malfoy strode into the small dwelling, unfurling a lengthy parchment to announce the temporary suspension order jointly signed by 12 board members, effectively relieving Dumbledore of his duties as headmaster. Before Hagrid was taken away, he left clues for Harry and Ron to follow the spiders. Sherryn was aware that when Harry and Ron heeded Hagrid's advice and ventured into the Forbidden Forest to track the Acromantula's lair, they would encounter peril without uncovering any valuable information. Ironically, the true crucial clues lay quietly within the infirmary. Seizing the opportunity while Dumbledore, Harry, and Ron were absent from the castle, Sherryn stealthily infiltrated the infirmary using the disillusionment charm and approached Hermione's ward. To prevent the petrified victims from being brutally finished off by their assailant, the ward was heavily protected by magical barriers. However, such defenses were no match for Sherryn. His invisibility magic allowed him to evade all detection spells, and he deftly picked the locked doors with a Muggle universal key. Sherryn scoffed, recognizing the numerous vulnerabilities left by wizards' disdain for the customs of other beings. Even figures like Dumbledore and Voldemort were not exempt from such flaws. Reaching Hermione's bedside, he gently retrieved the note from her grasp, knowing all too well that with Harry and Ron's limited intellect, they would struggle to deduce that the monster was the basilisk. Following Dumbledore's departure from Hogwarts, fear spread with unprecedented intensity, rendering the sunlight that warmed the castle's outer walls unable to penetrate the barred windows. Every face within the school appeared anxious and unsettled, and each laugh that echoed through the corridors sounded jarring and peculiar, quickly stifled. Yet, one individual seemed to revel in the atmosphere of terror and dread. Draco swaggered through the school as though he had just been appointed president of the male student council. Approximately 2 weeks after Dumbledore and Hagrid's exit, during a potions class, Sheelin found himself seated directly behind Draco and inadvertently overheard his boastful remarks to Crabbe and Goyle. I always knew my father would drive Dumbledore away. He spoke without bothering to lower his voice, declaring to us that he believed Dumbledore to be the worst headmaster in the history of the school. Now it seems we might finally have a competent headmaster, one who is unwilling to leave the Chamber of Secrets closed. McGonagall's tenure will be brief. She is merely filling in temporarily. As Snape strode past, Draco exclaimed, "Sir, why don't you apply for the position of headmaster?" "Indeed." Malfoy chuckled foolishly. "Sir, if you were to apply for the role, I bet my father would cast his vote for you. I would tell my father that you are the finest teacher here, sir." Snape walked with an air of confidence through the underground classroom, wearing a satisfied smile, while Seamus Finnegan pretended to retch into his cauldron, fortunate that Snape did not notice. During that afternoon's defense against the dark arts class, Seamus spotted a note being passed from Harry to Ron which read, "We're making our move tonight." This convinced Seamus that these two reckless little boys were indeed planning an excursion into the Forbidden Forest that evening. That night, Seamus donned his supreme wizard robes, draped himself in the cloak of night stars, and equipped himself with a magical suitcase brimming with various vials and jars, taking up his position near Hagrid's hut, waiting in anticipation. Before long, Harry and Ron appeared, leading Hagrid's dog Fong into the Forbidden Forest, while Seamus maintained a safe distance behind them. Despite his confidence in his own abilities, he had no desire to be ensnared by a horde of acromantulas. After approximately half an hour, he realized they had strayed from the narrow path through the woods. Shortly thereafter, Harry, Ron, and Fong were seized by a few large spiders and dragged into the underbrush. Seamus's invisibility charm proved effective against the acromantulas, as none of them detected his presence lurking nearby. Nevertheless, cautious Seamus opted to prioritize safety, continuing to follow at a distance. Uncertain of how long he had been walking, Seamus finally arrived at Aragog's lair. It was the edge of a wide hollow, where the trees had been cleared, and the ground, carpeted with fallen leaves, now teemed with spiders, each as large as a horse, with 8 eyes and 8 legs, dark and hairy, resembling monstrous creatures. The colossal spider that clutched Harry descended the steep slope toward the center of the hollow, where a misty, hemispherical web awaited, surrounded by its companions. Upon seeing their captive, they excitedly brandished their massive pincers, producing a cacophony of clicking sounds. Just as Harry and Ron believed they were doomed to a tragic fate within the belly of the spider, Mr. Weasley S. Ford Anglia made a dazzling entrance, rescuing the 3 of them by careening through the swarm of spiders, sending them flying, ultimately escorting Harry and the others safely out of the Forbidden Forest. Seamus cautiously trailed behind, collecting fresh venom from each spider that had been struck down. It is worth noting that the venom of acromantulas could fetch a staggering price of 100 galleons per pint on the black market. There were at least a dozen spiders that had been killed by the Ford Anglia, although Seamus, under the pressure of being surrounded by the swarm, sought to avoid making any noise that might attract more spiders. He still successfully gathered 20 pints of venom, though Shelley was not in want of riches. The effortless acquisition of 2,000 galleons brought him immense delight. After completing the collection, he departed with a sense of satisfaction. On May 29th, during breakfast, Professor Sprout announced that the mandrake could finally be harvested, and that evening, all those petrified would be cured. Seated in a corner of the dining table, Shelley quietly observed the long table of Gryffindor, noticing Ginny hesitating to speak to Harry. Just as she was about to muster the courage to reveal the truth, she was interrupted by Percy Weasley, prompting Ginny to flee in haste. Unbeknownst to others, Shelley stealthily followed her. Drawing upon his prior experience in tracking, he expertly cast the disillusionment charm upon himself and trailed Ginny to the girls' lavatory at the end of the 3rd floor. There, he witnessed her hesitating for quite some time before ultimately opening her diary, from which a plume of smoke arose and gradually morphed into a human form. Despite its indistinct appearance, Shelley could ascertain that it was the lingering soul of a young Tom Riddle. Ginny cried out in anguish, accusing Tom of summoning the basilisk to harm others, and attempted to cast ineffective spells upon his residual essence. In the midst of mocking laughter, Tom forcibly attached himself to the struggling Ginny. As Tom prepared to control her to inscribe upon the stone wall, in accordance with the original narrative, an inexplicable sense of alertness surged within him, and he turned toward Shelley's direction, raising his wand and demanding, "Who goes there?" While Tom did not penetrate Shelley's invisibility, his acute intuition sensed an anomaly. Given that this was the young Voldemort, Shelley dared not underestimate him. Utilizing the advantage of invisibility, he struck first, employing a silent spellcasting technique paired with a rapid-fire method, unleashing a disarming charm followed swiftly by a pushback charm, both aimed at Tom. Remarkably, Tom managed to maneuver Ginny's body to evade the disarming charm at such close range. But as he attempted to dodge the pushback charm, an unexpected turn of the spell caught him off guard, sending him hurtling backward. Tom fell heavily, and in a moment of desperation, he spoke in parcel tongue to open the Chamber of Secrets, hastily fleeing inside without even closing the entrance behind him. Shelley donned his invisibility cloak, gripped his wand tightly, and plunged into the chamber's entrance. Following the twisting and turning pipes, he descended steeply until he reached a faintly illuminated pipe exit. There, he cast a cushioning charm upon himself and leapt down, landing squarely on the damp ground. Before him lay a dark stone tunnel, spacious enough for a person to stand within, but Tom had vanished. Shelley cast a Lumos charm and proceeded along the tunnel in pursuit. At the end of the passage was a long, dimly lit chamber adorned with numerous stout stone pillars, intricately carved with serpents entwined in elaborate patterns, towering to support the ceiling that melted into the darkness above, casting elongated, eerie shadows throughout the mysteriously hazy room. Sherryn held his wand aloft, advancing silently amidst the serpentine coils entwined around the stone columns. Upon reaching the space between the final pair of pillars, he was confronted by a colossal statue, towering as high as the chamber itself, looming against the shadowy wall behind it. The slightly greenish stone imbued the statue with an eerie, foreboding aura. He tilted his head back to discern the visage of the statue, a face aged and gnarled, resembling that of a monkey, adorned with a scraggly beard that nearly brushed the hem of the stone-carved wizardess robe, with two large feet firmly planted on the smooth floor of the room. Between its feet lay the diminutive form of Ginny Weasley, face down. Tom's indistinct, lingering soul leaned against the nearest stone pillar, locking eyes with Sherryn as he approached, both regarding each other with caution. I thought my control over this foolish girl's actions was well concealed, yet it seems I've been discovered. Who are you? Did Dumbledore send you? Sherryn scoffed coldly. I know who you are, Tom. There are more who can contend with you than just Dumbledore. Tom's expression shifted to one of curiosity. You truly know who I am? With disdain, Sherryn retorted. You are but the fragmented soul of Voldemort, left behind through your murderous creation of Horcruxes. What? Voldemort? Murder? Horcrux? Sherryn recognized that the spells he wielded would be ineffective against Tom in a spectral state. In an instant, he summoned the diary to his hand with a swift incantation, while the pure silver dagger, long concealed in his sleeve, slipped into his other hand. In that fleeting moment, he decisively infused the dagger with magic and plunged it into the diary. Tom emitted a horrific, lingering scream that pierced the air, writhing and flailing, his arms thrashing in a frenzy of hatred as he glared at Sherryn, hissing a final serpentine curse before dissipating into mist. As anticipated, the immense stone visage of Slytherin began to stir. Its mouth opened wider and wider, ultimately forming a vast black void. The basilisk slithered forth from the statue, its body of vibrant green, glistening with the distinctive sheen of venomous serpents, as thick as an oak's trunk, its upper body rearing high into the air. From the very first day of school, Sherryn had meticulously strategized his approach to confronting the basilisk. Though his heart raced with trepidation, he felt no overwhelming fear. Just as the creature emerged from the statue, Sherryn seized the fleeting opportunity to unleash his long-prepared blinding charm. This spell, inspired by the flashbangs of the Muggle world, was the culmination of considerable effort and ingenuity. The basilisk was momentarily blinded by the intense light, allowing Sherryn to swiftly execute the next move in his strategy, the Eye Strike spell. With rapid precision, he cast the spell twice in quick succession. His shooting accuracy, honed since the age of 4, did not fail him. Despite the basilisk thrashing its immense body, both spells struck true, rendering the creature momentarily sightless and neutralizing its most formidable weapon. The blind serpent creature did not lose its sense of purpose. Its tongue possessed an extraordinary sense of smell, and between its eyes and nostrils lay 2 pits capable of detecting thermal infrared signals. Despite the loss of its lethal eyesight, the creature rampaged wildly, sweeping its tail from side to side, intent on crushing Shelley under its immense bulk. However, Shelley was far from unprepared for the unfolding scenario. He unleashed another of his original spells, the Sound Blast Charm, inspired by the sonic grenades from the Muggle world, much like his earlier Flash Charm. With an understanding of Muggle combat tactics, Shelley devised a series of tactical spells. He initially enhanced the basic Lumos charm to create a dazzling Flash Charm, blinding his opponent with its sudden brilliance. He then improved the Amplification Charm by maximizing its volume and frequency, transforming it into the Sound Blast Charm, capable of producing a deafening noise that would disorient his foes. Shelley believed that the true essence of wizardly combat lay in the flexible application of various tactical spell combinations to navigate complex situations. Mere casting and dodging spells was far too trivial for a wizard. As the sound blast charm erupted in a cacophony of high-frequency sound, the serpent creature was rendered immobile, trapped in a state of disorientation. With a fierce incantation, he transformed his silver dagger into a resplendent sword and shouted Vadi Vassi. As he hurled the sword like a javelin, the enchanted blade, propelled by the Vadi Vassi spell, streaked through the air like a meteor, piercing the serpent's brain with unwavering accuracy between its two eyes. The creature writhed in agony before rolling a few times on the ground and finally becoming still. After investing so much effort and risking his life in battle, it was time to reap the rewards. Shelley snapped his fingers, summoning Dobby, and together they dismembered the serpent's corpse. The precious materials, snake skin, eyes, gallbladder, blood, venom, horns, and fangs, were collected without hesitation. Even the substantial amount of snake meat was not overlooked. All were stored in Newt's suitcase, with most materials placed directly in the laboratory, while a select few requiring refrigeration were kept in a specially designated snowy cave. Materials from the serpent's corpse acquired. Before departing, Shelley also remembered to pick up Tom Riddle's diary from the ground, soaking it in the serpent's venom and placing it in a specially crafted container for transport. With a wave of his hand, a loud pop echoed, and Dobby, along with two others, vanished first. Just as Shelley stepped out of the washroom, cradling Ginny in his arms, he unexpectedly encountered Harry and Ron, who had just arrived. The two boys, upon seeing Shelley holding the unconscious Ginny, drew their wands, their faces etched with suspicion as they stood in a tense standoff. Although unaware of the serpent creature lurking in the chamber, Harry had deduced that the student who perished 50 years ago due to the chamber's presence was Myrtle, and that the entrance was likely within this very washroom, where Shelley now stood with Ginny. Sheelin observed the expressions on the faces of the two young boys and immediately discerned their thoughts. They surely envisioned themselves as heirs of Slytherin. Memories of the humiliating scenes he had inflicted upon Ron over the past 2 years flashed through his mind, igniting a surge of fury within him. With a fierce roar, he unleashed the slug-vomiting charm upon Sheelin. However, Ron appeared to have forgotten the issues with his wand, and instead of casting the spell, it emitted a series of peculiar crackling sounds before erupting in a violent explosion. The blast was nothing short of catastrophic, propelling Ron against the lavatory wall, rendering him unconscious. Harry, too, was knocked to the ground by the shockwave, left in a disheveled state. Ginny was fortunate, as she remained unscathed under the protective shield cast by Sheelin. At that moment, a faint groan echoed. Ginny had regained consciousness. Her bewildered gaze flitted from side to side before settling on Sheelin, who had been cradling her. Sheelin, undeterred by the circumstances, gently set Ginny down. Yet she seemed to misconstrue her role as the cause of the calamity, and in a state of panic, began to weep inconsolably. As they departed, a dull rumbling reverberated through the chamber, accompanied by the ominous sound of collapse, causing the ground beneath them to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, at Hogwarts, Dumbledore continued, "We not only teach you to wield magic, but also to master it. The manner in which you previously employed your magic, I trust, was unintentional. However, it is a practice our school will neither endorse nor tolerate. Losing control of one's magic is not a first occurrence, nor will it be the last. But you must understand that Hogwarts has the authority to expel students, and the Ministry of Magic, indeed, possesses mechanisms to impose even more stringent penalties on offenders. Every newly arrived wizard must accept that upon entering our realm, they are bound to obey our laws. The emphasis lies in the final assertion. Once one enters the wizarding world, they must adhere to the laws of wizardry, thus rendering those laws officially in effect. It can be surmised that within the Ministry of Magic exists an alchemical device, perhaps resembling a map or another form, capable of detecting the magical presence surrounding underage children with innate magical talent. Such an item is not mere fiction, as Hogwarts possesses both the Quill of Acceptance and the Book of Admission. Following an outburst of magical energy from a young wizard, the magical legal framework and detection system will activate in their presence. This detection system likely functions within a certain radius. For instance, if magic were to manifest in Harry's vicinity, the Ministry would be alerted, yet it would remain unaware of the identity of the caster, only knowing that magic had occurred within that area. It is evident that the purpose of the tracking spells extends beyond merely monitoring underage wizards for violations of the secrecy laws. It could also be employed to surveil all underage wizards, including whether the Weasley children practice combat magic at home, or if the offspring of dark wizarding families engage in the practice of dark arts. Hermione indeed mentioned that she had practiced magic at home before the commencement of her first year, yet this was not illegal, as she had yet to enroll at Hogwarts and had not received the Ministry of Magic's notification prohibiting underage magic use. However, the Ministry was aware of her magical endeavors. Had she been practicing an unforgivable curse at that time, she would undoubtedly have found herself in grave trouble. As they entered the office, a somber silence enveloped the atmosphere. Suddenly, a shriek erupted from the fireplace. Ginny. It was Mrs. Weasley, who had been seated before the flames, weeping. She sprang up abruptly, followed closely by Mr. Weasley, and the two extended their arms to embrace their beloved daughter. Harry's gaze drifted past them, searching the room, where he spotted Professor Dumbledore, a smile gracing his face, standing before the mantelpiece. Who can elucidate the events that have transpired? Professor McGonagall inquired sternly. Sheldon smiled slightly, speaking with an air of confidence. Professor, it so happened that I encountered Miss Weasley on the 3rd floor, entering a long-abandoned girls' restroom. Her demeanor was distinctly peculiar, and my instincts alerted me that something was amiss. It seemed likely that Miss Weasley was under the influence of a dark magic I do not comprehend. Out of concern for her well-being, I quietly followed her into the restroom, only to witness an astonishing spectacle. Miss Weasley uttered words to the tap that I could not decipher. The sound bore a resemblance to Parseltongue, though I could not be certain. Then, the entire sink vanished, revealing a pipe large enough for a person to enter. To be candid, I felt a twinge of fear, and recklessness is not in my Slytherin nature. My initial thought was to retreat and promptly inform Professor Snape. Mr. Malfoy, you certainly should have done so. You are merely a student and should not recklessly enter a potentially perilous unknown realm. However, could you elucidate why you ultimately chose not to do so? Professor McGonagall expressed her bewilderment regarding Sheldon's response. He had always been a mature and sensible student, and such impulsive behavior seemed more fitting of a Gryffindor. Professor, my concerns stemmed from the possibility that if I left, the entrance would vanish, and I had no knowledge of how to reveal it again. If I delayed, Miss Weasley could find herself in danger. You are aware that, due to my Malfoy lineage, I have had some discord with the Weasley family. Yet, the thought of a younger classmate potentially perishing due to my inaction weighed heavily on my conscience. I felt I could not stand idly by while her life was at stake, for that would haunt me indefinitely. Thus, I resolved to follow her into the pipe. Upon hearing Shelley's explanation, Professor McGonagall's lips seemed to relax slightly, and her gaze appeared less severe. Although your response was rather reckless, it is indeed understandable. Let us set aside the discussion of your actions for now. What transpired after you entered the pipe passage? Dumbledore's piercing gaze was fixed on Shelley, yet he opted for silence. Mr. Weasley, upon recognizing Shelley as Lucius's son, exhibited a somewhat awkward expression, ignoring the reactions around him. Shelley continued, perhaps it was the great Slytherin watching over me. After all, I'm a Slytherin as well. Inside, there resided a massive, yet remarkably ancient basilisk. He paused briefly and continued. Fortunately, the basilisk was still in slumber. Knowing its weakness lay in its head, I conjured a sharp, conical stone from the ceiling using transfiguration and directed it to fiercely strike between the basilisk's eyes, successfully slaying it. At that moment, a ghostly apparition emerged from Ginny, introducing itself as Tom Riddle. It seemed to harbor ill intentions, bombarding me with numerous inquiries. I discerned that it had actually emerged from a diary nestled within Ginny's possession. For the sake of safety, I swiftly summoned the diary before it could react, tossing it into the basilisk's venom, and to my astonishment, it vanished abruptly. I carried Miss Weasley out of the chamber, only to encounter Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley in the restroom thereafter. Next, it was Harry's turn to recount his experiences. He spoke for approximately 10 minutes, and everyone listened with rapt attention, the room enveloped in a profound silence. Upon learning that Ron had suffered a backlash while attempting to cast a spell on Shelley, who was holding Ginny in his arms, Mr. Weasley flushed crimson, while Mrs. Weasley cast a glance at Shelley filled with remorse. I was particularly intrigued when Dumbledore suddenly interjected, inquiring how Voldemort had managed to control Miss Weasley, as my sources indicate that he is currently hiding in the forests of Albania. What? Mrs. Weasley exclaimed in astonishment. The Dark Lord? He has taken control of Ginny? But Ginny is not. She is not, is she? Professor, Shelley interjected politely, carefully extracting a thoroughly soaked diary from a container within his robes. I surmise this may be connected to the diary, which might conceal some unknown dark magic. Remarkable indeed, Dumbledore murmured softly. He could very well be regarded as the most exceptional student in the history of Hogwarts. He turned to face the Weasley couple, both of whom appeared utterly bewildered. Few were aware that Voldemort was once known as Tom Riddle. 50 years ago, at Hogwarts, I personally taught him. After leaving school, he vanished, wandering the world, sinking deeper into the mire of dark magic, consorting with the most malevolent wizards, and through numerous perilous transformations, he ultimately re-emerged as Voldemort, to the point where people found it hard to recognize him. Almost no one connects Voldemort with the clever, handsome student body president he once was. But Ginny misses. Weasley queried, "What connection does Ginny have to him?" "Ginny." Mr. Weasley was left utterly astonished, exclaiming, "Did I not instruct you? What have I always conveyed to you? Never place your trust in anything capable of independent thought, unless you ascertain the whereabouts of its consciousness. Why did you not present the diary to me or your mother? Such a dubious object, evidently steeped in dark magic." I don't know," Ginny sobbed. "I found it in a book my mother gave me. I thought someone had accidentally left it there." "Miss Weasley should promptly visit the hospital wing," Dumbledore interjected without hesitation. "This ordeal is a profound torment for her, and the school shall not impose any punishment. Many wizards, far older and more cunning than she, have been deceived by Voldemort." He strode to the door, opened it, and kindly winked at Ginny. "You will find Madame Pomfrey still awake. She has just been administering the Mandrake restorative potion. I dare say the victims of the basilisk may awaken at any moment." Mrs. Weasley led Ginny away, with Mr. Weasley trailing behind, still appearing greatly affected. After Professor McGonagall had also departed, Dumbledore smiled warmly and awarded Harry some points, specifically commending his decisiveness and bravery. Just as Harry was about to exit the office, the door was suddenly flung open with great force, crashing against the wall. Lucius Malfoy stood there, his expression seething with fury, clutching a house elf. Enshrouded in bandages, none other than Dobby. Lucius stormed into the room, nearly colliding with Harry, while Dobby, in a state of panic, followed closely. Hunched over and fixated on the seam of his masteress robe, his face etched with despairing terror. "Oh, indeed, Lucius," Dumbledore replied with a calm smile. "Today, the other 11 board members have reached out to me. Upon hearing of Arthur Weasley's daughter's misfortune, they insisted I come here immediately. It seems they believe I'm the most suitable for this role. They have also shared some rather peculiar tales. Some of them appear convinced that you once threatened to curse their families should they oppose the suspension of my position." Lucius's complexion paled even further, yet his eyes blazed with fury. "Then, have you thwarted those attacks?" He scoffed. "Have you apprehended the perpetrator?" "Oh," Lucius inquired sharply. "Who?" "Still the same individual, Lucius." Dumbledore responded, "Albeit this time Voldemort is acting through another." Through his diary, he scrutinized Mr. Malfoy's reaction closely. Meanwhile, Harry gazed at Dobby, whose behavior was exceedingly peculiar. The house elf's large, tennis ball-like eyes were intensely fixed on Harry as he repeatedly gestured towards the diary, then pointed at Mr. Malfoy, and began to pound his own head with his fists. A sudden realization struck Harry, and he understood. "Mr. Malfoy, do you not wish to know how Ginny came by that diary?" "Humph." Lucius regarded Harry with disdain, declaring that his time was exceedingly valuable, and he harbored no interest in how a foolish girl came into possession of a ridiculous diary. "Because it was you who gave it to her," Harry retorted, recalling the moment in the bookstore when Lucius had surreptitiously slipped the diary into her Transfiguration textbook. Lucius clenched his pale hands into fists before releasing them again, his voice gravelly as he inquired, "Do you have any evidence?" "Ah, no one can provide evidence now," Dumbledore observed with a smile, directing his gaze toward Harry, "for Riddle has vanished from that book. Furthermore, Lucius, I would advise you against distributing relics from Voldemort's school days. Should such items fall into the hands of the innocent, Arthur Weasley would undoubtedly trace their origin back to you." Lucius stood frozen for a moment, veins throbbing at his temples, before suddenly turning to glare at Sherryn in anger. "And you? What are you doing here?" Sherryn shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Dear father, I happened upon Harry and his friends while practicing magic alone and decided to lend them a hand, which led me here." Lucius's expression darkened as he prepared to reprimand him, but after a glance at Dumbledore, he scoffed in discontent and called for Dobby to leave. As he opened the door, Dobby hurried over, only to be unceremoniously kicked out by Mr. Malfoy. They could hear Dobby's pained cries fading down the corridor. Meanwhile, Harry stood there, fixated on the diary, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. "Professor Dumbledore," he exclaimed hurriedly, "may I return this diary to Mr. Malfoy?" "Of course, Harry," Dumbledore replied calmly, tapping the diary with his wand. The serpent's venom vanished before their eyes, and Harry seized the diary, dashing out of the office. In an instant, only Sherryn and Dumbledore remained, the atmosphere growing uncomfortably silent. "Professor, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. I still have to prepare for my final exams." "Do not be in such haste to depart," Dumbledore interjected, for I too have matters to discuss with you. First, I must thank you for rescuing Miss Weasley from the Chamber of Secrets. A glimmer sparkled in Dumbledore's eyes. Aside from Riddle, I have not encountered a young wizard of your caliber in quite some time. You remind me of an old friend. Though the professor spoke lightly, Sherryn felt a sense of caution arise within him. He was well aware of Dumbledore's past. The old friend he referred to was likely Grindelwald, a comparison that offered little comfort, considering their last encounter was anything but amicable. You flatter me, Professor, Sherryn humbly replied. I merely work hard and perhaps possess a modicum of luck. It is indeed fortunate that I emerged alive from the chamber. No, it is not so simple. Prior to today, I have been observing you closely, whether during your performance in the dueling club or amidst the skirmishes between the Slytherin factions. You have demonstrated a prowess far exceeding that of a typical second-year student. I heard from Severus about the declaration you made in the Slytherin common room, and I find it profoundly thought-provoking. Like my old friend, you possess a vision and ambition that are rare among ordinary individuals. After a brief silence, Sherryn sighed and admitted, Professor, you are indeed correct. I harbor an ambition for power. However, you may find it hard to believe that had I not been born into the Malfoy family, my greatest aspiration would have been to become an adventurer like Professor Lockhart, to explore ruins across the globe and embark on thrilling escapades. Perhaps even penning my experiences into a book. As Sherryn spoke, he became enraptured by his own fantasies, but moments later, his gaze sharpened once more. Yet alas, these are merely impractical dreams. I was born into the Malfoy family, and that is an unalterable truth. Therefore, to protect myself and those I hold dear, I must strive to become more powerful. After a moment of silence, Dumbledore smiled gently and began to recount a small tale. Long ago, there was a young wizard who enjoyed a happy family life. Upon entering Hogwarts to study magic, he discovered his innate talents, which ignited a series of aspirations and ideals. Dumbledore spoke in a soothing tone, as if reminiscing, his azure eyes shimmering with a gentle glow behind his crescent-shaped spectacles. Years later, the young wizard graduated from Hogwarts with the highest honors. Yet during that time, his family endured a multitude of misfortunes that forced him to abandon his dreams. His sister, still young, was attacked by 3 Muggle boys who witnessed her display of magical prowess. This incident left her mentally unstable, causing her magic to spiral out of control. In retaliation, their father cast a dark curse upon those Muggle boys, ultimately shouldering the blame to ensure his unfortunate daughter would not be imprisoned for life in St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries and was sent to Azkaban instead. Subsequently, their mother moved them away. Upon hearing this, Sherryn immediately realized that the young wizard in the story was likely none other than Dumbledore himself. However, the tale of misfortune did not end there. Dumbledore lifted his gaze slightly, his spectacles catching the light, illuminating his eyes that seemed momentarily lost in thought. His long, white beard trembled gently, as if he still bore the weight of those memories. From that point on, the young wizard relinquished all his aspirations. He was left questioning the significance of his lifelong ambitions. His sister was lost, his brother harbored eternal resentment towards him, and even his closest friends turned into adversaries. At this juncture, Dumbledore suddenly fixed his sharp and serious gaze upon Sherryn. What would you do in his place? He inquired. Sherryn pressed his lips together, maintaining a calm demeanor. After a prolonged silence, he finally responded, the answer to that question must be sought within oneself. Dumbledore had been observing the expression on Sherryn's face, and after a moment, a smile unexpectedly graced his lips. Though you bear a striking resemblance to my old friend, there lies a subtle difference between you. You possess a profound awareness of what you seek to pursue and the courage to confront your fate head-on. In that instant, Sherryn comprehended that he had successfully passed the test of this conversation. Dumbledore proved to be more amiable than he had anticipated, displaying a certain degree of tolerance towards his ambitions and schemes. Just as Sherryn was about to take his leave once more, Dumbledore suddenly remarked, before you depart, I wish to inform you that during the last incursion by Harry and his companions into the Slytherin common room, although they did indeed attack your brother, an act I must admit contravenes the most serious of school regulations, I chose not to expel them. For Harry and his friends have compelling reasons to remain at Hogwarts. Sherryn pursed his lips, recognizing it as mere favoritism. After all, it was because Harry constituted the most crucial element in your overarching strategy against Voldemort. Simultaneously, Sherryn became acutely aware of the extent of Dumbledore's control over Hogwarts. Had it been during the era of Armando Dippet, a student like Harry, who maliciously harmed a fellow classmate, would have been expelled without hesitation. Newt Scamander served as the quintessential example of this. despite the efforts of the headmaster and professors to protect him. The Board of Governors held the power to check the headmaster's authority, and with deft maneuvering, expelling a student was hardly a challenge. Moreover, Scamander was not without connections. At the time, his elder brother, Theseus Scamander, had already distinguished himself as an Auror in the Ministry of Magic, yet Newt remained under Dumbledore's protection until his expulsion. In Dumbledore's era, it was evident that at least one of the 12 governors was aligned with him, while the others, even if not part of Dumbledore's faction, were reluctant to offend him, straddling the fence. It could be said that the Board of Governors had become virtually defunct after Lucius was ousted, rendering Dumbledore's dominance at Hogwarts almost absolute. Observing Sherryn's demeanor, Dumbledore smiled gently. I understand that you perceive my handling of this matter as unjust and harbor some discontent. I have previously discussed this with Severus and will be providing some compensation to Slytherin House. As Sherryn exited the headmaster's office, the corridors of the school appeared deserted. Yet they buzzed with life. Whispers filled the air as portraits chattered about the events that had transpired in the Chamber of Secrets. Upon seeing Sherryn, each portrait curiously halted him, eager for tales of his victory over the basilisk. Sherryn, however, paid them no heed and made his way directly to the hospital wing. Though he bore no injuries, he felt it prudent to undergo a checkup for peace of mind. In the next moment, with a loud pop, the house elf Dobby materialized before him. Master, Dobby is free. Harry Potter has liberated Dobby. He gave Dobby a sock. He is even greater than Dobby had ever known. The little elf exclaimed in a sharp voice, his eyes wide and brimming with tears, despite the fact that Shelley was no longer officially Dobby's master. The bond forged over the years compelled Dobby to willingly refer to Shelley as his little master. Congratulations, Dobby, Shelley said softly, noticing the filthy, sticky sock of Harry's adorning Dobby's right foot. You are now free. What are your plans for the future? Dobby had already contemplated this. I adore freedom, dear master. However, I also cherish work. I require a job to earn wages. As he spoke, a shadow of disappointment crossed his features. But this is quite difficult. People may be unwilling to pay Dobby, as it does not align with the nature of a house elf. His voice dwindled, lacking the initial joy. Do not fret, Dobby. You still have me. If you consider me a friend, come and assist me. I need an aide at Hogwarts, and I can pay you for your services. What do you say? Dobby wept tears of joy, extending his arms to embrace Shelley tightly around the waist. Shelley felt a profound happiness at Dobby's escape from Malfoy Manor. Setting aside the cruelty he had endured from his family, Shelley feared that, with Voldemort's inevitable return, Dobby could face torment or even death. Upon exiting the hospital wing, Shelley found himself in time for the celebratory feast that evening, honoring the successful resolution of the basilisk incident. All victims of the attacks had been healed and were joyously reunited with friends at the banquet. Professor McGonagall stood to announce that the school had decided to forego exams as a treat for everyone. All students, except Hermione, rejoiced at this news. Simultaneously, Dumbledore announced, regrettably, Professor Lockhart has chosen to resign. The reason for his resignation remained a mystery, and no one seemed inclined to care. The announcement was met with raucous cheers, prompting Shelley to question the very fabric of their reality. Unlike the original narrative, Dumbledore did indeed award points to Harry, but he also remembered to grant Shelley points. Without Quidditch, Shelley had amassed 110 points for the house through his exploits involving the basilisk and uncovering the traitor. Thus, the House Cup rightfully fell to Slytherin this year. Freshly recovered, Hermione confidently led a somewhat bashful Ginny to the Slytherin table, where, under the scrutinizing gazes of Daphne and Meredith, she expressed her gratitude and congratulations to Shelley for saving Ginny and securing the House Cup for Slytherin. Shelley's triumph over the basilisk had become the stuff of legends among the portraits, and everyone recognized that this victory was rightfully earned. Even the most ardent critics of Slytherin could not dispute this fact. Hermione initially believed that, with her own insights, Harry and Ron would be the keys to unraveling the mystery of the heir of Slytherin. However, to her dismay, the two of them, with their wooden-headedness, had not even considered visiting her in the hospital wing. This incident left her somewhat displeased. Yet she understood that visiting a petrified patient was a futile endeavor, so she did not harbor any ill feelings towards her friends for this oversight. To her surprise, the first thing she learned upon waking was that the Chamber of Secrets incident had been resolved, and it was none other than the fellow second-year student, Shelley, who had accomplished this feat. Upon hearing that Shelley had bravely faced the unknown perils alone and successfully triumphed over a creature of 5-star danger, while selflessly rescuing Ron's younger sister, with whom he had always had a contentious relationship, she felt a swell of admiration. The feast concluded amidst a joyful atmosphere. With just a month remaining until the summer holidays and the cancellation of examinations, The students appeared exceptionally relaxed, their laughter echoing through every corner of the school. A few days later, students discovered some explosive news on the bulletin board. First, Lucius Malfoy had been ousted from the school board, marking the complete loss of influence for the Malfoy family at Hogwarts. This development left Draco feeling quite despondent, as he could no longer strut around the school with an air of superiority. Under Shelley's guidance, he finally began to heed Shelley's advice, abandoning his fantasies of wielding power through family connections. Instead, he resolved to diligently study magic, practice flying, and earnestly uphold his family's honor through his own merits. Seeing Draco finally motivated, Shelley recognized that while this upheaval tarnished the Malfoy family's reputation, it ultimately served a beneficial purpose. Moreover, the position vacated by Lucius was filled by none other than Gareth Greengrass, the head of the Greengrass family. The Order of Merlin, established in the 11th century by the legendary wizard Merlin, is one of the earliest and most esteemed magical organizations in the wizarding world. Its purpose was to assist Muggles, prohibiting wizards from using magic against them, and ensuring that every member took on the responsibility of protecting Muggles. Just as everyone was fervently discussing the upcoming friendly match, a new piece of information dampened the enthusiasm of most who wished to participate. With the exception of Slytherin, each house could only nominate one representative for the competition, a decision to be made by the head of the house, who could opt for selection or direct appointment. Although there was no explicit rule mandating that only upperclassmen could compete, it was generally understood that upperclassmen held an advantage over their younger counterparts. Thus, it was clear to all that the opportunity to compete would likely fall to a select few elite upperclassmen. What seemed particularly unfair was that Slytherin was allowed to send a total of 3 students to participate. Dumbledore justified this by stating that Merlin himself was a graduate of Slytherin House, and it was only natural that the reward system he established favored his own house's successors. In that moment, Skellington comprehended that Merlin was merely taking the blame for Dumbledore, who had evidently proposed some form of compensation for Slytherin. It was unexpected to discover that the seemingly virtuous Dumbledore was so adept at scheming, Skellington thought maliciously. The candidates from Slytherin were swiftly determined. Snape, displaying impatience, directly appointed the 6th-year prefect Gemma Farley, the 4th-year Cassius Warrington, and the 2nd-year Shell Malfoy as the contestants. To the surprise of many, the popular candidate Gellert Lestrange was unexpectedly excluded, resulting in a notable loss of followers around him and causing a significant blow to the Lestrange family's reputation. Gellert's gloomy figure could often be seen in the Slytherin common room, though no one dared provoke his bad temper. In the following days, other houses also finalized their candidates. Gryffindor selected the 6th-year prefect Percy Weasley, reputed to have achieved 12 certificates in the OWL examinations, earning him the title of a prodigious scholar. Ravenclaw's choice was the 6th-year prefect Penelope Clearwater, a striking girl with long, flowing chestnut curls, who had recently recovered from being petrified by a basilisk. The selections from these 2 houses were unsurprising, as they were both representatives of the upper years. In contrast, Hufflepuff's choice seemed peculiar. They selected the 4th-year student Cedric Diggory, a charming young man still relatively unknown throughout Hogwarts, notable only for his role as a seeker on the Quidditch team. However, Skellington, well-versed in the original texts, was aware of Cedric's impressive abilities. By the time he reached 6th year, he was nearly the strongest in the entire school, which is why the Goblet of Fire had chosen him as Hogwarts representative. As he recalled these familiar names from his past life and contemplated becoming their rival, an irrepressible excitement stirred within Skellington. Soon, the arrival of the 2nd week of June would herald the commencement of Merlin's trials. The competition venue was the Quidditch pitch, which was filled to capacity early in the morning, with students from various houses present to support their representatives. The competition was divided into 3 events, with the topics provided by a thick, deep purple-covered tome of ancient magic carried by Dumbledore. This book bore a consciousness akin to that of the Goblet of Fire and was titled the Book of Merlin. Dumbledore and the 4 house heads would serve as judges, ensuring the impartiality of the competition beyond question. The first event was a potion-making contest. With a subtle flick of his wand, Dumbledore directed it towards the Book of Merlin, which opened automatically and rapidly flipped through its pages until it halted on one, emanating a deep voice announcing the antidote to the Draught of Living Death. The Draught of Living Death is an incredibly potent sedative that induces a deep slumber, falling under the 6th year Newt enhancement course, thus bestowing a distinct advantage upon the upper year students. Among the contestants, only Percy and Penelope possessed the knowledge to concoct potions. Although Gemma was also in the 6th grade, she had not enrolled in the advanced potions class, rendering her equally bewildered as the younger participants. However, the challenge was not to brew the infamous Draught of Living Death, but rather to create its antidote, knowledge that Percy and Penelope might not possess outside the confines of their curriculum. At one time, Gemma had fallen in love with a dashing muggle, but faced with familial opposition. She devised a scheme involving the draft of living death to feign her own demise in order to elope. She invested considerable effort into inventing an antidote, planning for her muggle lover to rescue her from her underground burial at midnight, subsequently reviving her with the antidote. Yet, plans are often thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. During her potion development, the muggle found affection for another girl, ultimately breaking his promise and leaving her to be buried alive. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the draft of living death consumed by her ancestor lost its potency, allowing her to escape the fate of being interred alive. Having risen from the depths, her love transformed into bitterness, and she exacted vengeance upon her muggle lover and his new paramour through dark magic. Though the antidote remained unused, its method of preparation was recorded and aptly named the revitalizing potion. While the other contestants struggled with their thoughts, Sherryn commenced his performance. His movements flowed like water, as if he were crafting a piece of art rather than a mundane potion, prompting the judges to nod in approval. Professor McGonagall could not resist turning to Dumbledore, remarking that had this child enrolled years earlier, perhaps the previous potion's championship title would have belonged to Hogwarts rather than Mahadokuro. Dumbledore nodded gently, glancing at the other participants, among whom Percy, Penelope, and Gemma had begun their potion-making shortly after Sherryn, while Cedric was just then selecting his ingredients, and Cassius remained deep in contemplation. The process of potion-making is often linear and tedious, thus shall be omitted. Sherryn's revitalizing potion was impeccably executed, earning him a perfect score of 50 points, which incited a jubilant cheer from the Slytherin section. Even members of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff could be seen applauding, albeit mostly the younger female witches. Percy produced a high-concentration stimulant potion, capable of awakening those in a poisoned slumber, yet accompanied by unpleasant side effects such as nausea, stomach pain, and vomiting, earning him 40 points. Penelope crafted a mandrake restorative potion, likely inspired by her own petrification experience. Surprisingly, it also had the ability to revive those from their slumber, though the awakened individuals remained groggy and dazed, and like Percy, she too garnered 40 points. Gemma and Cedric concocted a universal antidote, which proved ineffective, resulting in a mere consolation score of 10 points. Under immense pressure, Cassius failed to produce any potion, becoming the sole contestant to receive a score of 0. Following this was the second event, the Transfiguration Competition. The challenge presented by Merlin's book was to transform a stone into a living mouse. The task at hand is quite simple. Each participant has the capability to succeed. Percy, Penelope, and Gemma transformed a stone into a lifelike mouse on their first attempt. Cedric conjured a mouse without whiskers on his first try, achieving success only on his second attempt. Cassius required 3 tries before he succeeded, though the mouse's tail appeared somewhat shorter than expected. Sheilin, Percy, Penelope, and Gemma all received the full score of 50 points, while Cedric garnered 40 points and Cassius 35 points. The current leaderboard displays Sheilin with 100 points, Percy and Penelope with 90 points, Gemma with 60 points, Cedric with 50 points, and Cassius with 35 points. Cassius's chances of winning the championship appear bleak, and Cedric's prospects are similarly dim. The competition for the title is now primarily between 4 contestants, with Sheilin, the sole lower year student, standing out remarkably among them. The final event is the spell competition. Dumbledore once again directed his wand at the Book of Merlin, which suddenly slammed shut with a resounding thud. A soft whispering emanated from the book, and a wisp of smoke gradually rose from its cover, transforming into a vague figure of a middle-aged wizard. Most striking were his deep, wise eyes, remarkably similar to Dumbledore's own. Sheilin could not help but exclaim, "Merlin?" The man smiled gently at the 4 contestants and remarked, "Who would have thought that after all these years, I would still have the chance to be summoned? You 4 talented, young individuals, tell me, are you the challengers for this trial?" "What? Challengers? I thought this was a friendly competition. When did it become a trial?" Percy interjected, "Esteemed magical elder, greetings. We are students from Hogwarts currently participating in a friendly competition named after Merlin. Might you be the final challenge of this contest?" Upon hearing this, the man subtly gestured, and a small, dry twig flew from a distance into his hand. Under his gaze, it swiftly transformed into a wand. The man then lightly tapped himself with the wand, and his ethereal form gradually solidified, revealing lifelike skin and hair. While Merlin's appearance could not be deemed handsome, he possessed an indescribable aura, with eyes as deep as the night sky and facial features chiseled with a wisdom that suggested profound insight. Cassius and Gemma exchanged nods of understanding, stepping forward simultaneously to challenge him. Cassius, skilled in dueling, demonstrated remarkable speed in casting spells, executing 3 simultaneous spells with both curved and blind spot trajectories. Meanwhile, Gemma performed a transfiguration spell, conjuring 4 fearsome serpents that attacked from all directions around Merlin. The transfiguration spell is a branch of advanced transformation magic, capable of creating matter from pure magic, making it exceedingly intricate and challenging. Interestingly, for reasons unknown, the spells for transforming birds and the emergence of serpents are exceptions, being significantly easier to perform, allowing even some outstanding lower-year students to master them. Though the transformation spell cast by Gemma does not belong to the more advanced categories, its effectiveness is notably stable, allowing for greater flexibility in the manifestations and extending their duration. The simultaneous summoning of 4 large serpents further demonstrates her exceptional shape-shifting prowess. Merlin, confronted by these 4 serpents and 3 spells, remained remarkably composed. With a mere tap of his wand upon the ground, the earth seemed to tremble gently, unleashing an invisible wave of gas that radiated outward from Merlin, rippling in its wake. The force of this gaseous wave was formidable, palpable even to the spectators seated several feet away, who felt the gusts brush against their faces. The 4 serpents conjured by Gemma were toppled by the shockwave. Dissipating into smoke, Cassius, closer to Merlin, was caught in the gale and sent sprawling unceremoniously to the ground. After several attempts, both Cassius and Gemma reluctantly conceded defeat. Next, the couple Percy and Penelope stepped forward in perfect synchrony to issue their challenge. Percy, inheriting the magical legacy and innate talents of the Weasley family, possessed sharp combat instincts. The Weasley lineage is renowned for its natural warrior spirit, as evidenced by Bill and Charlie's rapid ascension to the Order of the Phoenix shortly after their graduation. Penelope, hailing from Ravenclaw and a Muggle family, while academically gifted and diligent, leaned more towards scholarly pursuits rather than combative endeavors. Percy began by conjuring a majestic eagle with a transformation spell, aiming to snatch Merlin's wand from above, or at the very least create a distraction. Meanwhile, Penelope muttered incantations under her breath, frequently casting spells to alter the terrain, summoning a robust stone wall before them, clearly intended to shield against Merlin's gusting wave. Merlin, with a gentle flick of his wand, unleashed a spell that accurately struck the eagle summoned by Percy. However, unbeknownst to him, this was a carefully laid trap. Upon being hit by the malevolent curse, the eagle would trigger a subsequent transformation, erupting with a sound akin to a gunshot, transforming into a flurry of chattering birds that descended upon Merlin. A smirk graced Merlin's lips as he mused on the inventive strategy. Then, with a swift motion of his wand, he drew a circle, executing the gesture fluidly without pause. A blazing circle of blue flames encircled him, seemingly imbued with sentience, adeptly targeting the flock of birds for consumption. Sheldon recognized this technique as the protective flame, one of Grindelwald's signature moves from the Fantastic Beasts films. While the onlookers marveled at the stunning visual display of flames, an imperceptible red beam pierced through the flames from a concealed corner, directed at Merlin's wand. Percy's silent casting. This covert assault caught Merlin off guard. Having just unleashed a powerful spell, he struggled to maintain control over the flames, unable to interrupt the incantation before the magical fire stabilized. However, as the battle wizard of the Dark Century, Merlin's combat reflexes were incomparable to those of wizards from peaceful times. He raised his wand-bearing right hand, and with an unknown trick, the wand suddenly came to life, dancing deftly in his grasp. When struck by the disarming charm, Merlin was forcefully knocked back 5 steps by the powerful recoil, yet he still held onto the wand, refusing to relinquish it. While the average observer might discern nothing amiss, Cielin's magical eye clearly perceived the waves of magical energy coursing through the wand. This indicated a counter-disarming spell that could be executed in a remarkably brief moment. Although it could not entirely nullify the force of the disarming charm, evidenced by Merlin's retreat, it was sufficient to retain possession of the wand. Merlin, having lost the initiative due to Percy's ambush, found himself continuously subjected to disarming spells launched by Penelope, who seized the opportunity. Although her magical capacity had reached that of an upperclassman, her magical characteristics leaned towards the delicate and agile, thus lacking in sheer spell power. Nevertheless, under her graceful movements, the slender wand danced nimbly between her elegant fingers, creating ripples with each flick. The transitions between her spells were nothing short of flawless. As soon as one spell was released, the wand was already in motion to cast the next. caught in this relentless barrage of attacks. Merlin was momentarily reduced to a defensive stance, relying solely on his ironclad charm for protection, unable to mount a counterattack. Meanwhile, Percy completed the preparation for his grand spell, and the earth trembled with a resounding force. The grass beneath Merlin's feet morphed into a mud-crafted hand that reached out from behind him, preoccupied with fending off Penelope's onslaught. He found himself unable to evade, ultimately ensnared by the hand, which tightly gripped his body and arms. In that moment, Penelope seized the opportunity to unleash one final disarming charm aimed at Merlin's wand. Trapped by the mud hand, he was rendered motionless and powerless to escape, as victory seemed tantalizingly close. As students, both Percy and Penelope felt the dwindling magic within them and promptly decided to concede, though they failed to seize the wand. The audience erupted in applause for their remarkable performance. Even the judges seated at the professor's table cast admiring glances in their direction. Compared to the earlier displays by Gemma and Cassius, it was evident that this couple excelled significantly in both the application of spells and their harmonious synergy. Fairly speaking, had it not been for Merlin's formidable magical prowess and his adeptness with wandless spells, Percy and Penelope would have claimed victory. At that moment, Gemma and Cassius wore scowls of envy and discontent. Observing their narrow-mindedness, Sherryn shook his head in disapproval and approached Percy and Penelope to express his congratulations and admiration. Percy, with a sense of pride, proclaimed himself an elite of the Weasley family, generously advising Sherryn to study diligently. If he performed well on the OWL exams and became a prefect, he could easily replicate today's display. Penelope, on the other hand, humbly deflected Sherryn's praise, claiming that she had merely benefited from her upperclassman status. A subtle smile graced Sherryn's face, yet within his heart lingered a perplexing question. How did these two individuals, so disparate in character, come to unite? The competition had dwindled to just Cedric and Sherryn. Cedric proposed a partnership, but after much contemplation, Sherryn politely declined. After all, they were strangers without any rapport, and given Sherryn's propensity for wide-area attacks, he feared he might inadvertently harm his ally. He believed that engaging in battle alone would be more advantageous. Having observed Percy and Penelope's performances, Sherryn had come to the realization that it was utterly impossible for a novice wizard still studying at Hogwarts to disarm Merlin and seize his wand. The notion that victory lay in disarming Merlin was a deceptive objective. Percy and Penelope had erred gravely by fixating on the wand in Merlin's grasp. In Sherryn's view, to wrest the wand from Merlin's grip, one must first subdue him. The missteps of Percy and Penelope served as a valuable lesson for Sherryn, who also recognized that the powerful and wandless Merlin could not be vanquished through mere physical constraints. To overcome Merlin, one needed to engage him on a psychological level. Sherryn meticulously devised his strategy, calculating the terrain and the distances involved. After taking several deep breaths to calm his racing heart, filled with both anxiety and exhilaration, he stepped forward to issue his challenge. At the onset of the duel, Sherryn executed an unexpected maneuver. Like a cheetah, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a blur as he charged toward Merlin, seemingly intent on subduing him in close combat to seize the wand. The physical prowess Sherryn had honed through rigorous training became evident as he sprinted, the rush of wind accompanying him. In the astonished gaze of Merlin, Sherryn entered the 3-foot zone before him. Unperturbed, Merlin pointed his wand to the ground, conjuring an invisible shockwave that surged toward Sherryn. However, having anticipated this, Sherryn deftly tapped his wand against himself, and to everyone's astonishment, he soared into the air. The crowd gasped in disbelief. It was well known that wizards required flying apparatuses, such as broomsticks or enchanted carpets, to take to the skies. Human flight was beyond their capabilities. Although there were whispers of a certain dark figure who could fly, such tales had never been substantiated. Even if they were proven true, it pertained to that enigmatic figure alone. How could a mere second-year student possibly fly? Only the keen-eyed professors discerned that Sherryn was not actually flying. Rather, he was skillfully employing a levitation charm. He had meticulously calculated the distance between them, the height and thickness of the shockwave, allowing him to elevate himself momentarily to a height sufficient to leap over the shockwave and land mere inches from Merlin. In a fleeting moment, Sherryn unleashed 2 spells toward Merlin. The first shimmered with a red glow reminiscent of a disarming charm, while the second emitted a shadowy hue, one that no one could readily identify. Despite Sherryn's proximity, Merlin remained composed, with his swift casting speed, even at such close range. He was more than capable of conjuring a protective shield charm. Merlin swiftly cast 2 iron armor spells. The first spell accurately deflected Shelley's initial disarming curse. while Shelley's second unknown incantation unexpectedly veered off course, circumventing the iron armor and redirecting towards Merlin's left side. Furrowing his brow, Merlin was perplexed by the intention behind this maneuver. He could only raise his wand, his gaze intently fixed on the trajectory of the mysterious spell, remaining vigilant for any potential transformations. Unfortunately, he was utterly unaware that this fixation was a grave misjudgment, for the unknown spell was Shelley's unique flash spell. In an instant, the spell unleashed a blinding radiance, akin to a detonating white sun. Although it was broad daylight, Merlin found himself struck by the intense light at a distance of less than a foot, and despite being an ethereal entity, he succumbed to profound disorientation and blindness. Caught unawares, Merlin was rendered immobile, akin to a statue devoid of responsiveness. It was only when his vision and consciousness returned to normal that he discovered Shelley smiling politely at him, casually toying with the wand that rightfully belonged to Merlin. He had been defeated by a second-year student. Professors McGonagall, Sprout, and Flitwick rose in disbelief from their seats, while among the four heads of houses, only Snape remained accustomed to Shelley's enigmatic prowess, refraining from the same display of shock as the others. Dumbledore donned a contemplative expression, his eyes flickering with inscrutable thoughts. To be fair, Merlin's prowess far surpassed Shelley's. However, through Shelley's meticulous planning, precise calculations, and concealed trump card, he had caught Merlin completely off guard. Of course, the experiences of the previous four competitors had also provided him with significant insights. Had the scenario been replayed, with Merlin prepared for the flash spell, Shelley would not have been able to replicate this victory. It was only at the moment Merlin conceded defeat that the entire assembly of students erupted into thunderous applause. A celebration that transcended houses, grades, bloodlines, and genders. Regardless of personal sentiments towards Shelley, no one could deny the exhilarating reality of a student triumphing over the legendary wizard Merlin. Thus, Shelley's name officially became a legend at Hogwarts. Next came Cedric to compete. Cedric's abilities were commendable, yet in comparison to the other contestants, his performance was rather lackluster, which shall be omitted here. In the final event, only Shelley achieved a perfect score of 50 points, while Percy and Penelope each secured 30 points, and Gemma, Cassius, and Cedric all garnered merely 10 points. Observing the scene from the sidelines, Merlin wore a look of satisfaction, exchanging a subtle glance with Dumbledore before vanishing into smoke unnoticed by the crowd. As Shelley descended from the stage, he encountered the other competitors. Percy appeared somewhat awkward, clearly embarrassed by his earlier remarks, yet he still graciously extended his congratulations. Penelope and Cedric sincerely expressed their admiration for Shelley, exhibiting no hint of embarrassment due to his youth. As for the two competitors from Slytherin, they not only harbored no jealousy over their defeat, but appeared even more exhilarated than Shelley himself. Cassius exuberantly clapped Shelley on the shoulder, leaping about like a jubilant monkey in celebration. Gemma gazed at this remarkable junior with sparkling eyes, her brows and lips radiating joy, her excitement palpable. Shelley smiled broadly, for he recognized that Slytherin was beginning to transform, its spirit of unity and collective honor vividly on display. The school had canceled examinations and Quidditch, leaving students with idle time, and one could frequently observe them engaging in wizard chess, playing Go, enjoying gobstones, and participating in various games of chance throughout the campus. Shelley took the opportunity to meticulously organize the achievements of the term. He entrusted Dobby with a substantial quantity of 20 pints of acromantula venom, along with most of the basilisk's flesh and hide, which he sold in the underground markets of Nocturne Alley, amassing a considerable fortune in galleons. Additionally, he dedicated time each day to study the Forbidden Forest map obtained from Daphne, striving to comprehend the terrain and regional distribution of the forest. His previous venture into the Forbidden Forest had merely followed Harry to the spider's lair, without a thorough exploration of its other areas. In the remaining time, Shelley relished the rare opportunity to frolic with his friends, nurturing their bonds. The young wizards of Slytherin typically hailed from affluent families, allowing them to indulge in more sophisticated games. Now brought a miniature skeleton model from home, which, when infused with magic, could be commanded in battle. The game unfolded on a sand table featuring diverse terrains such as deserts, forests, and oceans, with skeleton models including skeleton swordsmen, skeleton wolf knights, skeleton archers, and a lich. Players maneuvered these models with varying abilities to conquer territories, akin to the Muggle board game Risk, but distinguished by the fact that the skeletons could move autonomously under the player's guidance, executing various combat actions and emitting eerie battle cries, thus enhancing the realism. Not having likely played since childhood, exhibited exceptional strategic prowess, routinely overwhelming Draco and eliciting his frustrated outbursts. Blaise, on the other hand, was a master of verbal sparring. Though he spoke with bravado, his performance paled in comparison to Draco's. After suffering a few defeats, Shelley gradually grasped the nuances of the game, reaching a point where he could engage not in a balanced back and forth. Blaise, who often appeared aloof and disinterested, revealed a more nuanced personality through prolonged interaction. His mother had married 7 times, inheriting substantial wealth each time, resulting in a life of extravagant luxury that surpassed even Draco's opulent lifestyle. Blaise unveiled a miniature model of a lavish yacht from his luggage, and with a spell, the yacht transformed to its full size by the edge of the Black Lake, captivating his companions. Leva is one of the most venerable, legendary, and luxurious brands in the world of yachts, often referred to as the Rolls-Royce of the maritime realm. Its interior design and furnishings epitomize opulence and comfort, and with the application of seamless expansion enchantments, the space can accommodate over 30 individuals. Although the Ministry of Magic enforces regulations concerning Muggle artifacts, it exhibits considerable leniency towards automobiles, yachts, and motorcycles. As far as Sherryn is aware, many high-ranking officials within the Ministry possess a few Rolls-Royces and Lamborghinis hidden within their residences. A group of friends excitedly invited their female acquaintances to host a swimsuit party on the Black Lake on a sunny day. Despite Blaise's typically aloof demeanor, he had quietly garnered the company of 2 exceptionally attractive first-year Slytherin girls, reveling in their attention. Draco was not to be outdone, accompanied by the alluringly dressed Pansy, and his impressive physique, honed from a year of Quidditch training, drew many admiring glances. Before Sherryn could bask in his own charm, he was sharply pinched on the arm by Daphne and Meredith, causing him to gasp in surprise and break out in a cold sweat at the realization of how fearsome women could truly be. Not Goyle and Crabbe were fixated on the 2 girls beside Sherryn, with Daphne's voluptuous figure likely a result of her family's investment in expensive potions, while Meredith boasted a naturally statuesque form, complemented by her icy beauty and regal demeanor, rivaling Daphne in allure. The 3 boys, having endured 2 arduous terms without a suitable companion, could only watch enviously as their peers enjoyed the company of these lovely girls, particularly resentful of Sherryn, who was surrounded by beauty. They silently cursed him, lamenting the unfairness of his fortune. Due to their underage status, the yacht party was limited to butterbeer and other non-alcoholic beverages, ensuring that their festivities remained innocent, filled with music, singing, and spirited dancing. Notably, Blaise showcased his prowess on the electric guitar, rivaling even the eccentric sisters Heathcote Barbary, successfully elevating the party's atmosphere to a fervent peak. Additionally, third-year Terence Higgs approached Sherryn, seeking camaraderie and inviting him to join a hunting expedition for Snidgets in Norfolk during the summer, accompanied by his father, Bertie Higgs, Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, and Tibulus McLagan, a member of the Wisengamot. Recognizing the value of such connections within the power echelons of the ministry, Sherryn graciously accepted. Furthermore, Gemma Farley also sought out Sherryn, wishing to extend an invitation for him to visit her family's insect farm in Kent during the summer. In her family's farm, numerous beetles were bred as materials for potions, including the sacred scarab, the billywig, the mournful bug, and the color-changing giant snail. Besides selling them, they could also be used as bait for fishing in the farm's pond, where one could catch the elusive and delectable Shirak fish, known for its delicious taste, yet formidable spiny fins that made it exceedingly difficult to capture. The meticulous Sherryn discerned a hint of inscrutable emotion in the eyes of her senior, Gemma. Although intrigued by the prospect of tasting the Shirak fish, she resolutely declined. Much to Gemma's dismay, on the train, Sherryn, Daphne, and Meredith occupied a compartment, with Daphne presenting Sherryn a hefty stack of lineage research materials recently sent by her family. Cherishing these documents as treasures, Sherryn contemplated the guardian charm that was part of her summer learning curriculum, sensing that this summer would be particularly enriching. For Lucius, the past year had been a source of considerable distress. At the Ministry of Magic, his arch-nemesis, Arthur Weasley, had repeatedly visited his abode for inspections. Although nothing incriminating was uncovered, the visits had been a source of significant inconvenience. After devising a clever plan to oust Dumbledore from Hogwarts and implicate the young girl from the Weasley family in the murder of a Muggle wizard by a Slytherin heir, Lucius found himself blindsided. The seemingly harmless Dumbledore's influence over the Board of Governors had grown insidiously powerful, while his scheme to frame the Weasleys ultimately unraveled due to the missteps of his second son. Lucius was left in silence, unable to reveal that the incriminating diary had slipped from his own hands, even if it was his son who had taken it. The entire plot had backfired spectacularly, resulting in the loss of a house elf a valuable asset regulated by the Ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Each house elf was worth a considerable sum, and unbeknownst to Lucius, Dobby had fallen into the hands of his own son. More distressing than the loss of the house elf was the forfeiture of his position on the Hogwarts Board of Governors, a blow to the Malfoy family's esteemed reputation. Lucius had long maintained his status within the wizarding community in Britain by leveraging 3 significant identities: the chairman of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, the chairman of St. Mungo's Hospital Board, and a close acquaintance of the Minister of Magic. The loss of even one of these identities was a considerable setback, a wound that could be likened to a crippling injury. Lucius noticed that at gatherings within the pure-blood elite, the Malfoy family was no longer regarded with the same reverence as before. Most infuriating was the audacity of that old curmudgeon, Avery, who openly mocked the Malfoy family, garnering support from other formidable families, such as the Knott, Caro, and Lestrange families. Each time Lucius reflected on this, his heart burned with indignation. What troubled him even more was the fear that, should he fail to stabilize the situation, his vassal families, the Gauls and the Crabs, might entertain unwarranted ambitions. Not to mention, the loyalties of his allies, such as the Parkinsons and the Boaks, could also waver. Whenever he pondered these vexations, his spirits would plummet. The sole source of solace for Lucius was that his second son had not disappointed him. Although Shelley had inadvertently disrupted his schemes, Lucius understood that it was merely an unintentional blunder, for Shelley had been entirely oblivious to his plans. Moreover, Shelley had greatly enhanced his reputation within Hogwarts. He had heard from his amiable junior, Severus Snape, that Shelley had decisively dealt with the insufferable Galloplas Strange, who had dared to challenge the dignity of the Malfoy family, thus preserving their honor. Another factor that made Lucius regard Shelley with newfound respect was the increasing enigma of his son's character. It was one thing for him to possess extraordinary magical talent, but his unexpected prowess in the realm of business investments took Lucius by surprise. In March, Shelley's half-owned Elibai and Badmouth Broom Company unveiled an unprecedented creation, the Firebolt. Within a mere few months, this flying broom had become the preferred choice of numerous international Quidditch teams. At this rate, surpassing the market share of the Nimbus Broom Company within a year seemed inevitable. In comparison to the profits Shelley was poised to secure, the Malfoy family's losses this year appeared trivial. Furthermore, his eldest son Draco had also undergone a transformation, seemingly influenced by his younger brother. Draco's change delighted Narcissa, and even the stoic Lucius felt a sense of relief, now hoping that his 2 sons would strive to uphold the honor of the Malfoy family. First, he needed to master the Patronus charm. The theoretical knowledge and method of casting this spell could be found in the now out-of-print book of spells by Miranda Goshawk. Ordinary young wizards wishing to consult it could only seek permission from a professor to borrow it from the restricted section. However, Shelley possessed a copy in his private collection, the origin of which he could no longer recall, yet he had long since memorized its contents, fully grasping the 22 spells detailed within. Therefore, all he needed to do was dedicate time to practice. Second, he intended to study the bloodline research materials of the Greengrass family, hoping to unearth the latent abilities within his own lineage. If he could also assist the Greengrass family in breaking their bloodline curse, it would be even better, as he believed such an achievement would earn him their unwavering support. Although he recognized the difficulty of this endeavor, he felt it was worth attempting. Thirdly, Shelley intends to pen a tome chronicling his experiences at Hogwarts from the previous year, aptly titled My Adventures with the Basilisk at Hogwarts. In his former life, he was no stranger to writing adventure narratives, and to cater to the tastes of the wizarding community, he could readily draw upon the formulaic style of Gilderoy Lockhart's works. Shelley is confident that this book will garner immense popularity, providing him with a substantial income while simultaneously elevating his reputation and prestige. Meanwhile, the Malfoy Manor has acquired a new house elf named Lele, a remarkably optimistic creature who often hums cheerful tunes. His father, Lucius, occasionally mistreats the elf, yet it remains unfazed. Shelley's kindness toward house elves continues to displease Lucius. However, this time, Lucius merely snorted disapprovingly without issuing any reprimands. It is evident that Shelley's standing within the household has significantly improved, as even the stern Lucius no longer feels compelled to chastise him over such trivial matters. Shelley recalls that the original text mentioned 7 secret passages leading out of Hogwarts, 4 of which are known to Filch. One passage lies beneath the Whomping Willow. Another is concealed behind the statue of the One-Eyed Witch on the 4th floor, and a third is hidden behind a large mirror on the 5th floor. The first 2 will be frequently utilized by Sirius and the Weasley twins in the forthcoming term, while the passage behind the 5th floor mirror will be rendered unusable this winter due to a snow collapse, thereby allowing Shelley to monopolize it. If memory serves, the space behind the fifth-floor mirror is quite spacious. In the original narrative, Sirius even suggested that Harry establish the headquarters of Dumbledore's army there. Seizing the opportunity during the 2-month summer break, and wishing to avoid detection by his parents, Sherryn sends Dobby to Hogwarts to discreetly restore and tidy the passage behind the fifth-floor mirror, preparing it for use in the next term. Time flies, and before long, a month has passed. Sherryn has completed my adventures with the Basilisk at Hogwarts and personally visits the Roomy Heart Publishing Company in Diagon Alley, the same publisher that once released Lockhart series and is well-versed in this genre. The chief editor, a congenial middle-aged man, recognizes Sherryn's youth, yet is familiar with his exploits at Hogwarts. After a brief discussion, he offers Sherryn a highly favorable contract, granting him a 20% royalty on each book sold, more than what Lockhart received, on the condition that Sherryn must prioritize future literary inspirations with Roomy Heart Publishing. Once this matter is settled, Sherryn begins to delve into the Patronus charm and study the genealogical research of the Greengrass family, thus resuming his daily routine of diligent study. Just as Sherryn immerses himself in learning and research, a momentous event unfolds in England around August. Sirius Black has escaped from prison. Almost all wizards are familiar with the infamous prison for sorcerers located in England. It is situated on a solitary island in the midst of the North Sea. Originally established as a fortress by a dark wizard named Axtis, who specialized in abducting and murdering muggles for various nefarious experiments in dark magic. Following his demise, the myriad of concealment charms he had cast upon the island became ineffective, leading to its discovery by the Ministry of Magic, which subsequently transformed it into a state-controlled prison for wizards. Within this notorious penitentiary, all guards are a breed of indigenous dark creatures known as Dementors. They are regarded as some of the foulest beings in existence, capable of draining the joyful emotions from other creatures, instilling a profound sense of gloom and despair in those who draw near. In extreme circumstances, they may even consume souls, rendering beings into a state akin to that of a walking corpse. It is safe to say that no one would willingly choose to linger in this prison, even for a mere quarter of an hour. This dreaded and illustrious wizarding prison is known as Azkaban. Sirius Black sat by the window, perusing the Daily Prophet, nodding thoughtfully as various plots from the original text of the year and his own myriad of plans flitted through his mind. As the days passed, he adeptly employed the principles of the happiness charm to evoke joyful emotions, mastering the Patronus charm within a mere week and successfully conjuring a fully formed corporeal Patronus. In the following week, he meticulously reviewed all the materials he had obtained from Daphne, deepening his understanding of the theoretical aspects of bloodline power. He began to grasp how to tap into the latent strength hidden deep within one's lineage. Yet he required samples to conduct experiments to validate the feasibility of his theories. With only 2 weeks remaining before the commencement of the school year, and nothing else to occupy his time, he suddenly recalled that he had 3 tomes on dark magic that he had yet to open. Generally, one would need to possess the prowess of a higher year student to delve into such texts. However, with his current capabilities, he was not far behind the likes of Percy and Penelope, and deemed himself sufficiently equipped to safely peruse these grim volumes. Sirius hastily skimmed through the 3 dark magic books, finding their contents to be exceedingly complex and replete with passages inscribed in ancient runes. Despite the assistance of a time-turner, he could not hope to complete the readings in a short span. Fortunately, his proficiency in ancient magical scripts was remarkable. Otherwise, the deciphering alone would have consumed an inordinate amount of time. Thus, he prioritized the sections he deemed most beneficial for his immediate studies, extracting them according to the table of contents. From the day he procured his wand at Ollivander's, he had discerned that his wand augmented his ability to perform dark magic. He still recalls the moment in his first year when he mastered the sinister snot curse, his very first foray into the realm of dark magic. This curse was originally designed to induce symptoms akin to a severe flu, causing the victim to sneeze incessantly and suffer from a constant flow of tears and mucus. However, Shelley managed to wield it in a manner that rendered the subject, Dobby, utterly incapacitated as he succumbed to weakness from excessive nasal discharge. Fortunately, Shelley had prepared a restorative potion. Otherwise, Dobby would likely have remained bedridden for several days. Despite his innate affinity for dark magic, Shelley did not aspire to become a formidable dark wizard. His pursuit of the dark arts was driven by a desire for a comprehensive understanding of magic, rather than a mere acquisition of knowledge that had been sanitized by the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. Shelley was acutely aware of the detrimental effects that studying and practicing dark magic could inflict upon one's soul. The execution of dark spells necessitated malevolent intent as its foundation, imbuing dark magic with characteristics akin to addictive substances in the Muggle world. Each act of dark magic allowed one to vent their inner malice and malevolence, excavating the darkest recesses of the human heart. Over time, this could warp one's character and soul, rendering them increasingly cruel and uncontrollable. This is not a mere display of moral superiority. The significance of the soul to a wizard is common knowledge among sorcerers. Once a soul becomes corrupted or distorted, the day of retribution by dark magic is inevitable. This distinction marks the greatest divergence between Grindelwald and Voldemort, the two most notorious dark wizards. Grindelwald employed dark magic in pursuit of reforming the wizarding world, striving to realize his ideals. He believed himself to be the harbinger of justice, despite the collateral damage inflicted upon many innocents. In stark contrast, Voldemort utilized dark magic solely for his own selfish desires. He refused to remain an obscure figure. He sought to engrave his name in the annals of history, even going so far as to adopt the moniker "He Must Not Be Named," placing a curse upon his name to instill fear, and orchestrating the formation of the Death Eaters and the creation of the Dark Mark, all in a bid to cultivate and disseminate terror for the sake of his own notoriety. This obsession ultimately led Voldemort to his tragic demise in the original narrative. His soul became so twisted that it was repeatedly subdued by the purity of love, which ultimately triumphed over him. The magical realm harbors countless enigmas, such as the nature of love and the intricacies of fate, and Shelley had no desire to find himself inexplicably constrained by these mysterious forces one day. Among these enigmas, the tome titled The Fallen Beings astonishingly chronicles the creation of the Dementors and various secrets. Dementors exist in a state that is neither life nor death. They do not reproduce, but instead proliferate like fungi in decay. Furthermore, Dementors cannot be vanquished by any spell and can only be repelled by the Patronus charm. The first to discover how to command Dementors was the dark wizard Restien during the Middle Ages, a period shrouded in obscurity, known only to predate the establishment of the Wizarding Council, the precursor to the Ministry of Magic. When the wizarding community adhered to a jungle law that favored the strong and preyed upon the weak, allowing him to openly study and wield dark magic. By a stroke of serendipity, he uncovered the secret of the Dementors and devised a method for their mass production. Within the confines of his dark fortress, he established a chamber steeped in shadows and decay, allowing the Dementors to thrive in such a nurturing environment. He even created a unique method to command them, unleashing their wrath upon the nearby wizarding village. However, after being thwarted by a young man named Elias wielding the Patronus charm, he endeavored to mimic this spell, hoping to restrain Elias's protective guardian. Alas, he was unaware that one of the prerequisites for casting the Patronus charm is a heart brimming with pure intentions. Consequently, he fell victim to his own dark magic. His wand summoned a swarm of voracious blood-sucking flies that swiftly consumed his very being. The most significant boon for Shelley lay in his mastery over the Dementors, for if wielded adeptly, it could provide him with an undeniable advantage. In a tome titled Dark Potions, he also discovered an invaluable potion recipe for the Amplifying Potion. This potion is banned within the international magical community due to the involvement of dark biological materials in its ingredients, and the process of consumption carries considerable risk. Any deviation during its preparation could result in the death of the consumer from a surge of magical energy. Upon ingestion, the body experiences a fleeting discomfort, manifesting as warmth, weakness, expansion of the blood vessels, and an accelerated heartbeat. It requires a certain fortitude to endure this pain, as the potion catalyzes the latent magical potential within the bloodstream, transforming it into usable active magic. If one can withstand the torment for those agonizing minutes, a significant enhancement of magical power can be achieved. Shelley had long faced a bottleneck in his magical studies due to his insufficient magical energy. Enhancing his own power remained his foremost priority, despite his extensive theoretical knowledge. He found himself unable to execute most spells due to the limitations of his magical capacity. Overcoming this challenge would enable him to employ numerous high-cost, powerful spells, elevating his prowess to new heights. The preparation of the Amplifying Potion is not overly complex. The primary challenge lies in acquiring its exceedingly rare and precious ingredients. The most elusive component in the recipe is the venom of a basilisk. While this poses a significant hurdle for others, it is of no concern to Shelley, who had previously gathered a wealth of valuable materials from the corpses of slain basilisks during the Chamber's Secrets battle. He had enough venom to concoct several vials of the Amplifying Potion. Regrettably, due to the inherent toxicity of the potion, each wizard may consume only one vial in their lifetime. This limitation did not surprise Shelley. After all, the potion harnesses the venom's toxicity to stimulate the latent magical potential within the bloodstream. Regardless of the potion's success in brewing, some toxicity will invariably remain, albeit at a level insufficient to pose a danger to the human body within the confines of a single vial. Acquiring other materials proves to be quite challenging, particularly a type of phantom-scented herb, classified as a Category A prohibited trade item. Therefore, Shelley plans to venture into the black market of Flip Street in hopes of striking fortune. Should that fail, he may have no choice but to target Snape's laboratory. As for the remaining materials, he has entrusted Dobby with the task of procuring them from various apothecaries. Last semester, Shelley garnered a considerable sum by selling spider venom and basilisk flesh. Yet despite this windfall, he has depleted a significant portion of his savings to acquire the necessary ingredients for his potion of enhanced magic, leaving him with merely 1,000 galleons for unforeseen necessities. The first volume of Abathar stands out as the most delightful discovery for Shelley among the 3 tomes. This book encompasses nearly every realm of magic within the wizarding world, ranging from spellcraft, magical theory, transfiguration, sigil studies, barrier studies, curses, mentalism, to soul magic. Regrettably, due to a great war in the medieval period, this tome was divided into 8 volumes, scattered far and wide. The copy in Shelley's possession is but a fragment of one of those volumes, predominantly comprising content on mental magic. This leads to the inference that Armand II Malfoy, the 3rd ancestor of the Malfoy lineage, must have fortuitously obtained this book, drawing inspiration to create the family's signature spells. As many of the mental spells he learned from the Malfoy family's legacy bear striking similarities to those found within this text. Although this book does not impart any spells to Shelley or offer an immediate enhancement of his powers, it does provide him with a profound and solidified understanding of the theoretical essence of mental magic. In the long run, this insight proves far more valuable than merely learning a new spell. Furthermore, Shelley revisits the Malfoy family's secret spells for additional study. Indeed, after perusing Abathar, his comprehension of the family's spells deepens, enabling him to uncover the true heritage of the Malfoy's mental magic. Armand II Malfoy was a natural mentalist, an expert in the domain of mental magic. His inherently formidable mental prowess has been inherited through his bloodline after his demise, explaining why Shelley, upon activating his bloodline's power, can effortlessly grasp advanced mental magic. The Malfoy family's spells encompass numerous ancient and unheard-of mental incantations, many of which fall under the realm of dark magic, possessing power that rivals that of the unforgivable curses, such as the soul-snatching curse. Spells like the thought extraction curse, the confusion-inducing curse, the memory theft curse, the hypnosis spell, the memory manipulation spell, and the gaze of terror. Each name evokes an aura of malevolence and dread. This incites Shelley's curiosity. Why such formidable spells have never emerged in the original narrative concerning the Malfoy family, and how, despite their strong lineage, the Malfoys found themselves subjugated at Voldemort's feet? Shelley can only deduce that perhaps the decline of their bloodline's power led the descendants of Malfoy to increasingly rely on cunning and political maneuvering, ultimately neglecting the legacy of their magical heritage. Such instances are not exclusive to the Malfoy family. As Sherryn understands, the great Slytherin was truly adept at employing serpent tongue incantations, which could only be mastered by those possessing the innate gift of parcel tongue inherited from Slytherin's lineage. With the decline of Slytherin's bloodline, the art of serpent tongue magic has similarly faded into obscurity. Delving into the tomes of dark magic is a formidable endeavor. After a week, Sherryn had barely absorbed less than a tenth of the content across 3 volumes. With only a week remaining before the commencement of term, and his plan to visit Diagon Alley still pending, Sherryn resolved to temporarily set aside his magical studies to allow himself some respite. He traversed the map, darting from the northeast to the southeast, then to the northwest. Was it not a whirlwind of movement? Thanks to the functionalities of the Floon network and apparition, anything seemed possible. Magic is indeed a source of convenience. In the morning, he first traveled via the fireplace to the Higgs residence, where he encountered Terence and his father, Bertie Higgs. Bertie, a mild-mannered middle-aged man, serves as the head of the Pest Advisory Department at the Ministry of Magic, specializing in handling creatures such as the Muggle-repelling plant, the Krabby Crab, the Ghoul, and the Erumpent. Thus, he is well-versed in the techniques for hunting Erumpents, accompanied by 3 pure, white, albino bloodhounds. They were soon transported by Bertie to a forest in Norfolk via apparition. There, 3 individuals awaited them, one of whom was the Gryffindor student, Cormac McLagan, a year above Shelyn. Rumor had it that he was quite self-centered, exuding an air of arrogance among his peers, impulsively reckless and heedless of consequences, embodying all the flaws one might expect from a Gryffindor. However, He wielded a certain influence due to his uncle, Tiberius McLaggen, a high-ranking member of the Wisegamot, which deterred many classmates from crossing him, thus bolstering his bravado. At that moment, Cormac stood before two imposing men, animatedly conversing, one of whom was likely his often-mentioned uncle, Tiberius. The other man, exuding an aura of authority, bore chestnut hair interspersed with strands of gray, and sharp yellow eyes behind gold-rimmed spectacles, reminiscent of an aging lion. If Shellyn's intuition served him well, this man was none other than Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office and one of the four most powerful figures in the Ministry of Magic. Through Bertie's introduction, Shellyn acquainted himself with the three men. Rufus, an ambitious individual, typically reserved, softened his demeanor upon learning of Shellyn's esteemed lineage, allowing a rare smile to grace his stern face, which irked Cormac as he felt his own spotlight dimmed by Shellyn's presence. The six of them released the three bloodhounds, which let out jubilant howls before plunging into the forest. These hounds were thoroughly trained, possessing keen senses, and it wasn't long before they detected the scent of the erumpent. The diminutive pig monster is a dark creature commonly found in the remote wilderness of Europe, America, and Russia. It possesses an innate curse, resembling a stunted piglet, albeit with a notably thick and short tail and its eerie, narrow eyes devoid of whites. The diminutive pig monster often sneaks into pig pens, nursing alongside ordinary piglets, thus tainting the farm with its curse and resulting in continuous calamities. The longer the creature remains concealed, the more prolonged the afflictions beset the farm. This creature harbors a primal fear of white dogs, prompting the seasoned Bertie to bring along an albino hunting dog, which greatly enhances their ability to drive away the diminutive pig monster. When a monster is ousted from its hiding place, hunters must employ a specialized spell to eradicate it. Since the age of 9, Sherryn has diligently practiced shooting, attaining remarkable speed and accuracy, under the deliberate leniency of 3 esteemed elders. Sherryn consistently outperformed his peers in hunting the diminutive pig monster, with the combined efforts of Terence and Kaimike yielding less than half of his tally. While Kaimike harbored some dissatisfaction, he dared not act out in the presence of such notable figures. The others offered Sherryn compliments, recognizing his youthful promise and exceptional talent. Grateful for the guidance from Bertie, Rufus, and Tibulus, Sherryn humbly expressed his appreciation and presented them with carefully prepared potions as tokens of respect. In contrast to Kaimike's lack of social grace, Sherryn's awareness of propriety and respect undoubtedly won him favor, even prompting Tibulus, who usually favored Kaimike, to shake his head in disappointment upon witnessing his nephew's behavior. After departing from the hearth of the Higgs estate, Sherryn made his way to the British Magical Gallery, situated in the northern part of London. The gallery's exterior is reminiscent of a Muggle National Art Museum, with a slightly antiquated architectural style, yet comparable in size and grandeur. Naturally, Muggles cannot perceive this substantial building. Only wizards, upon uttering the correct incantation before a weathered statue, can gain entry from the street. At the entrance of the gallery, Maury, clad in a sleeveless white lace dress and a wide-brimmed straw hat, greeted Sherryn with a charming smile. During their time at Hogwarts, Maury typically dressed in a more formal and intellectual manner, but today she revealed a refreshing and vivacious side that left Sherryn momentarily entranced. "Hey, why are you daydreaming?" Maury called out, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in her tone towards her somewhat dazed companion. Even Sherryn, who prided himself on his thick skin, felt a twinge of embarrassment and confessed, your outfit today is quite different from usual, so I was a bit taken aback." Maury's lips curled into a slight smile. "So tell me, do you prefer my current attire or my usual style?" With a huff, she scoffed, "How insincere. Is this how you charm all the ladies?" Nevertheless, her heart was already blossoming with delight at Sherryn's praise. Women can be so contradictory. Sheldon boldly wagered that the information regarding the magical paintings had long been under the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic, awaiting the demise of Comstock to be claimed as their own. The two leisurely strolled through the gallery, occasionally offering critiques on certain magical artworks. Despite Sheldon's usual fervor for the study of magic, his appreciation for art was quite refined. As the second heir of the Malfoy family, he was required to master both art and fine wine appreciation. Although his interest was modest, Lucius recognized that Sheldon had met the minimum standards of discernment and allowed him to pursue his passions freely. Maury, on the other hand, was driven by her genuine enthusiasm for the art of painting. She dedicated considerable time to the study of magical paintings, harboring a dream of becoming a magical painter herself. This profession is exceedingly rare in the wizarding world, necessitating not only mastery of artistic techniques, but also a profound understanding of intricate soul magic. which allows the characters within the paintings to retain their personalities and memories over time. Among the finest was Martinta Comstock, whose magical paintings possessed a terrifying ability to captivate viewers' gazes. She successfully portrayed the fierce expressions of a cantankerous old witch, baring her teeth at the audience, and a medieval knight clad in iron armor, brimming with enthusiasm and vociferously shouting. After their artistic exploration, Maury reluctantly departed from the gallery. Noticing that they still had some time left, Sheldon courteously invited Maury to join him for lunch. Their repast was held at an upscale wizarding restaurant nestled in a secluded alley of London, which catered exclusively to members, with an annual membership fee of 10 galleons. The establishment boasted decor and furnishings crafted from mahogany, with silver tableware that exuded both a vintage charm and an air of elegance. The ambience was enhanced by dim lighting and carefully balanced background music, creating a cozy and inviting atmosphere. Sheldon ordered a ream beefsteak, sourced from a rare and magical creature resembling a giant cow with golden skin. Its meat was succulent and tender, rumored to enhance the strength of the consumer, with whispers suggesting it could even amplify certain indescribable abilities in wizards. Maury, possessing a modest appetite, opted for a serving of caviar muffins. Satina Wobeck was a legend in the realm of wizarding singers, showcasing her talent at the tender age of 10, gracing the cover of the gossip magazine Love's Confusion. Since debuting at 17, she had released 6 award-winning albums, each a commercial success. Her latest album, You Stole My Pot, But You Won't Have My Heart, transcended British borders and captivated audiences worldwide. Tickets for her concert had sold out a year in advance, originally priced at 5 galleons, but now fetching as much as 50 galleons on the black market, a tenfold increase. Fortunately, the Gringlass family had business connections with the sponsoring entity, the Sorcerer's Soft Spot, allowing them to secure such coveted tickets. Daphne's younger sister, Astoria, had initially planned to attend, but had to cancel at the last minute due to a sudden illness. Tonight, Daphne has evidently undergone an elaborate transformation, her golden locks intricately woven into braids and secured at the nape of her neck, adorned with cascading layers that harmonize beautifully with silver-white floral hairpins, exuding an air of elegance and poise. The updo reveals her alabaster neck, graced by a strand of creamy pearls, which brilliantly complements her porcelain-like complexion. Naturally, our protagonist, Xiaolin, is not one to fall behind. He dons a tailored high-neck suit, deep black with subtle green patterns, radiating a dashing and heroic aura. Upon noticing Daphne's exquisite attire, Xiaolin approaches with courtesy, bowing to kiss the back of her hand before entwining their fingers, as they gracefully make their way down the VIP aisle into the exclusive section of Anfield Stadium. At that moment, unbeknownst to Xiaolin, Daphne reveals a cunning smile, satisfied with her successful scheme. Despite being 76 years old, Satina Wobeck remains as formidable as ever, captivating the audience with 12 of her renowned hits. When she performs her latest piece, You Stole My Pot, But You Won't Get My Heart, the atmosphere reaches its zenith. It is not until nearly 10 p.m. that Satina concludes her performance, and the audience erupts into one final round of fervent applause, marking the official end of the concert. The following day, sunlight streams in, rousing Xiaolin from slumber, a rare occurrence for someone who is typically diligent and early rising. Even Lucius and Narcissa in the living room cannot help but whisper, speculating about the events of the previous night. Xiaolin touches his lips, reminiscing about the fervent kiss shared just before parting, a smile lingering on his face. With summer vacation swiftly drawing to a close, there is less than a week until the start of the new term. As he descends for breakfast, Lucius speaks first. Xiaolin, we have an important luncheon today with the Parkinson and Bach families. Draco and Pansy will also be in attendance. I noticed you seemed a bit weary this morning, so I did not reserve a seat for you. Perhaps it is best for you to rest at home. Xiaolin contemplates for a moment before responding, Very well, father. I may venture to Diagon Alley later to procure items needed for school, and I will ensure to gather Dracos as well. However, I am curious about the current sentiments of these two families towards the Malfoy name. Do you feel confident in maintaining our standing with them? As Xiaolin's prowess steadily grows, and whispers of his discreet networking within the Ministry of Magic circulate, Lucius begins to share more family matters with his sons. Well, for now, it seems satisfactory. That old fox Bach is notoriously fickle, quick to abandon ship when the tides turn. As long as I, Lucius, retain influence within the ministry, he may waver, but he would never betray the alliance between our two families. As for Parkinson, the ties between our houses are even more intimate. At this point, a rare smile breaks through Lucius's typically aloof demeanor. I have heard that Pansy is quite fond of our Draco. Xiaolin nods in affirmation, While Draco unexpectedly displays a bashful expression, his cheeks flushed. Sheldon had always been aware of the close relationship between Lucius and Professor Snape. Both had once been Death Eaters, and Lucius was undoubtedly cognizant of the significance of a potion's master and Hogwarts headmaster. Thus, it came as no surprise to Sheldon that Lucius was well informed about the brothers' conduct at school. "I understand, Father. If there is any way I can assist, please do not hesitate to inform me," Sheldon remarked. In contrast to matters of family importance, Narcissa appeared more concerned about another issue. Upon hearing the gossip surrounding Draco and Pansy, she was instantly displeased. "Why am I the last to know?" She glared at the three men, momentarily setting aside family affairs. How could it be that she was unaware of Draco and Pansy's situation? As tensions began to rise, Sheldon lowered his head, feigning engrossment in his breakfast. Noticing that both Lucius and Draco were at a loss for words, Narcissa directed her ire toward Sheldon. "Well, Sheldon, what about you? Is there something you need to confess to your mother? Have you become close with any young ladies at school?" Sheldon initially cast a subtle warning glance at Draco before discreetly making a gesture indicating 10 galleons beneath the table. Finally, he feigned innocence, shaking his head. "Oh, mother, if you examine my grades, you should understand that I have been diligently studying. Early romance would be a distraction from my studies. It is simply inadvisable." Seeing the benefits of maintaining silence, Draco, naturally loyal, corroborated Sheldon's statement. Although Draco was not short of funds, there was a certain thrill in outmaneuvering his younger brother. Lucius, of course, was aware of Sheldon's close association with the girls from the Greengrass and Shafik families at school and viewed the situation with a sense of approval. Both girls hailed from the sacred 28 pure blood families, excelling in appearance, intellect, and lineage, making them suitable candidates for the Malfoy family. Moreover, the Malfoy lineage had become somewhat thin over the generations, particularly after the two wizarding wars faced by himself and his father, Abraxas Malfoy. In this peaceful era, it was time for the younger generation to flourish. Since Sheldon preferred to keep his affairs discreet and Lucius respected his son's autonomy, he chose not to divulge his son's secrets, allowing the matter to pass without further inquiry. Alone, Sheldon took a handful of flue powder, tossed it into the fireplace, and proclaimed the leaky cauldron before arriving in Diagon Alley. He did not rush into Diagon Alley, but instead, in an unnoticed corner, cast a simple transfiguration spell to increase his height. His supreme wizarding robe transformed into an enigmatic black cloak, and after meticulously checking for any flaws, Sheldon turned into Nocturne Alley at the junction in front of Gringotts. This marked Sheldon's second visit to Nocturne Alley. During his previous visit with Lucius and Draco, he had not had the opportunity to explore. This time, he intended to broaden his horizons. Ciel Lin tightened his robe, his hands tucked into his pockets, meandering aimlessly through the upside-down alley. Along the way, he encountered numerous peculiar figures passing by, their forms largely obscured by cloaks, rendering their faces indistinguishable. Casting a glance at the largest establishment in the alley, the Bogenbach magic shop, he pondered for a moment before deciding to enter. As he pushed the door open, a wind chime tinkled softly. A man hunched over appeared at the counter, meticulously arranging his greasy hair that hung over his face. He regarded Ciel Lin with a sinister smile and inquired, "Are you here to purchase or to trade?" The Bogenbach magic shop also functioned as a pawn shop, and its proprietor, Mr. Bogen, relished items of dubious utility and unpredictable power, particularly those pertaining to dark magic. "I'll just have a look," Ciel Lin replied, altering his voice with a charm to sound gruffer. As he surveyed the glass case, his gaze fell upon a desiccated human hand resting on a cushion, known as the Hand of Glory. When a candle was placed upon it, its light only illuminated the holder, making it a valuable tool for thieves and robbers. Shaking his head, he continued to peruse the wares. The counter was adorned with an assortment of human bones, a deck of cards stained with blood, and an old glass eye that seemed to watch him intently. Terrifying masks hung on the walls, and from the ceiling dangled rusted, elongated instruments. These were torture masks, possessing a faint magical essence meant for intimidation and fear. Noticing Mr. Bogen's keen interest in the masks, Ciel Lin decided to inquire, "Please fetch me one of those masks." "How much?" The mention of soul magic piqued his curiosity, and he pointed to a particular grotesque mask. 29 galleons, esteemed guest," Mr. Bogen replied, glancing at the wall. Ciel Lin did not haggle. He swiftly counted out 29 galleons and placed them on the counter. Observing the guest's promptness, Mr. Bogen's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible coldness, though his face remained adorned with a sincere smile as he said, "Esteemed guest, my shop also possesses a family heirloom. Would you be interested in seeing it?" Upon Ciel Lin's nod, Mr. Bogen retrieved a long box and opened it to reveal a stunning opal necklace. He did not touch the necklace, but merely gestured towards it, stating, "This is a magical necklace passed down through the Bojan family, imbued with extraordinary powers that can accelerate the growth of one's magical abilities. As you may know, a person's magical capacity only increases slowly with age. With this necklace, you could hasten that process." Sherryn was incensed, thinking, what a vile character. It's no wonder he thrives in such a place, being the most successful merchant here. With a sardonic smile, he retorted, "Why don't you wear it for me, Mr. Bojan?" Noticing the glint of cold fury in Sherryn's eyes and the unmistakable chill in his voice, Mr. Bojan's demeanor shifted in an instant. He wisely chose to avoid further provoking this enigmatic customer and promptly withdrew the necklace. "I apologize, esteemed guest. Perhaps I misjudged," he said, retreating into a small room. Upon returning, he held an ancient-looking cloak in his hands. "As a token of my shop's apologies, you may examine our treasured item. While this cloak is not a family heirloom, it holds considerable value. At critical moments, it can shield you from a formidable curse, with only the killing curse able to breach its defenses." Mr. Bojan's expression was sincere. This time, he genuinely sought a transaction. However, Shelley had already acquired the highly protective Nightstar cloak, rendering this deal somewhat superfluous, so he politely declined. Pain mask acquired. Venturing deeper into the alley of Upside Down, he stumbled upon a quaint little shop named Giant Spider, its doors wide open. Inside, numerous peculiar creatures were confined within cages, and Shelley thought it might be possible to find the illusion scent herb he needed there, so he stepped inside. "Welcome, esteemed guest," a mother banshee, adorned with a broad-brimmed pointed hat, whispered in a chilling, raspy voice from the back of the shop. "Please feel free to browse." Shelley cast a few glances at the banshee and began examining the creatures in the cages on either side. True to its name, the Alley of Upside Down showcased an array of rare and dangerous beings, including the Niven Serpent, Longhorn Water Snake, Fire Ash Serpent, and Matra Rat, among others. After marveling at the sights, he casually inquired, "Do you sell illusion scent herb here?" The mother banshee fixed her icy gaze on Shelley, her eyes brimming with frost. "Surely, you jest, dear guest. The illusion scent herb is classified as a class A prohibited trade item. Even the Alley of Upside Down. No one dares to engage in open transactions for such wares. How could I possibly possess it?" Shelley scoffed, "I am not jesting. I firmly believe that in this world, where sufficient profit exists, nothing is beyond the realm of trade." With that, he turned to leave. In a barely audible tone, the banshee remarked, "If you genuinely desire it, you may seek out a certain individual. He is my supplier. He has numerous connections and might be able to assist you." Shelley placed 2 gold galleons on the counter and coldly stated, "Provide me with his name and contact information." The banshee, unhurried, tucked the galleons into a drawer before slowly producing a scrap of paper, inscribing the name Nicholas and a coordinate located in Germany's Black Forest. "He is a professional smuggler. Dear guest, his identity is concealed by multiple intricate shielding spells. Even owls cannot locate him. You must make the journey in person." "The Black Forest, you say?" Shelley murmured. It seemed this task would require him to undertake a personal trip, far removed from the unreliable intellect of Dobby, who dwelled in the shadows. The thought of traversing from England to Germany via apparition filled him with trepidation, suggesting it was high time to prioritize the development of an anti-nausea bracelet that could counter various magical disorientation effects. After meandering about for a while, Shelley proceeded to Lehan Bookstore to procure the textbooks required for the semester. The 10 galleons would conveniently offset the amount he had bribed Draco with earlier that morning to ensure his secrecy. On the way, Narcissa inquired about Shelley's experiences in Diagon Alley. Naturally, he refrained from divulging his clandestine excursion into the Alley of Upside Down, instead redirecting the conversation. "I visited Ollivander's wand shop again today and had him perform some maintenance on my wand." Shelley organized his thoughts and voiced his concerns. "I have come to realize that his business is rather unimpressive. His wands are sold for a mere 7 galleons apiece. It is important to note that wands are not consumables, and the maximum number of new students enrolling each year is only about 80. Even if we include the small number of young wizards arriving from abroad, the total would hardly exceed 100. If fortune favors us, perhaps around 50 adult wizards might require a new wand due to breakage, as wands serve as a second life for wizards. 50 such fools are already a considerable number. And at best, I can estimate around 150 customers, amounting to a mere 1,050 galleons. Assuming half of that is deducted for production costs, he would net only 525 galleons for the entire year, and this does not even account for the cost of rent, maintenance, and other expenses associated with running a shop. Such figures strike me as quite absurd. Lucius nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Sherryn, you have indeed inherited the family's exceptional business acumen, managing to grasp this aspect so swiftly. In reality, the wizarding commerce is rife with hidden rules. Take Ollivander as an example. The primary significance of his wand shop lies in preserving his family's prestigious reputation. The profitability of the shop is of secondary importance to him. He is engaged in numerous collaborative research projects with the Ministry of Magic, most of which pertain to wand studies. It is those research funds that constitute the substantial gains. Of course, had it not been for the renown brought by this historic wand shop, those collaboration opportunities might not have come his way." With that, he let out a cold snort. "So, it appears Ollivander is manipulating the market by maintaining low prices to monopolize it, subsequently leveraging his status as a market leader to pursue other benefits," Sherryn pondered. He fell into deep contemplation, realizing that the wizarding business world is fraught with such intricacies. It seems that his prior success in entering the broomstick market and consequently earning a profit was due to his fortunate ability to foresee the plot and a fair share of luck. Didn't other transmigrators typically emerge with a commanding presence, effortlessly monopolizing the entire wizarding commerce? Were they all born with an inherent aura of authority? Or was there an inexplicable charm that rendered other wizarding merchants and pure-blood families less astute? Sherryn found himself engulfed in envy and resentment. During the family dinner that evening, Lucius sternly reminded his two sons to uphold the family's honor and reiterated his expectations regarding their academic performance. He emphasized, "Especially you, Draco, focus diligently on your studies and refrain from provoking Potter and his ilk. You ought to be aware that this semester at Hogwarts will not be tranquil. Now, I shall share some insider information not reported by the newspapers. The true purpose of Black's escape is to kill Harry Potter." What? Having long been aware of the narrative, Sherryn remained composed, while Draco, who had a tumultuous relationship with Harry Potter, exclaimed in shock. Lucius cast a cold glare at Draco and stated, "Black was my junior, and he was a close friend of James Potter, Harry's father. Ultimately, he betrayed his friend to the Dark Lord, leading to James Potter's tragic demise. His escape is evidently aimed at eliminating Harry Potter once and for all, though I harbor a vehement desire for that scoundrel to meet a wretched end. I implore you both not to allow yourselves to be ensnared by him due to some foolish reason." Lucius paused momentarily before continuing. "Despite the widespread belief that Black has succumbed to madness, he may indeed be mad, yet he possesses an intellect sharp enough to execute an escape from Azkaban, a feat beyond the capabilities of the ordinary. Should Black succeed in his flight from Azkaban, I firmly believe he could infiltrate Hogwarts. Black has brutally slain numerous innocent bystanders in the streets. Should you unfortunate souls cross paths with him, I hardly believe he would show you mercy. Rather, it is far more likely that he would eliminate you to silence any potential revelations of his whereabouts. Do you understand?" Both Sherryn and Draco nodded swiftly in acknowledgement. An inexplicable sense of dread washed over Sherryn, yet within mere seconds he managed to extricate himself from his peculiar state. Channeling the power of his magical eye, he concentrated intently on the magical vibrations emanating from the mask. Unlike the typical magic employed in ordinary spells, this energy seemed to be guided by an unseen force. It was an ineffable, mysterious power that enveloped the magic of the mask, formless and weightless, yet as if it directly influenced the soul. If this truly constituted soul magic, it would imply a temporary severance of a portion of consciousness to assail another soul. Sherryn felt as though he had grasped the very essence of soul magic. He endeavored to employ a mental closure technique to purge himself of all thoughts, attempting to extract a fragment of his consciousness and meld it with the magical energy. He sensed a remarkable surge of vitality within his own magic upon integrating it with this divided fragment of consciousness. After a moment of contemplation, Sherryn comprehended the principles underlying soul attacks. What had just transpired was a crude, direct confrontation between himself and the consciousness within the pain mask. The soul power of the mask was feeble, thus he had easily shattered it. Were the mask to be replaced with the sorting hat of Hogwarts, which housed the consciousness of the four founders, Sherryn, with his untrained and meager soul power, would undoubtedly face a dismal defeat, reduced to a state of idiocy. Suddenly, Sherryn recalled the essence of magic. Magic, it seems, is determined by the strength of the soul, which dictates the reservoir of magical energy one possesses, while the vigor of one's mental faculties governs a wizard's control over that magic and the rate of its output. Thus, Sherryn was able to ascertain that magic does not merely increase at a fixed rate over time, as many wizards presume. After all, Grindelwald and Dumbledore dominated the European magical realm by their 40s, while their predecessors were far from formidable rivals. A myriad of thoughts swirled through Sherryn's mind, a subtle glint illuminating his gaze as he appeared to uncover one of the most astonishing secrets of the magical world, the secret to augmenting magical power. Unlike Voldemort, who grotesquely transformed himself through dark magic, both Grindelwald and Dumbledore experienced a rapid growth in their magical prowess, suggesting an unknown factor behind their extraordinary capabilities. The original text does not mention this point, perhaps because neither of the two individuals is aware of the underlying principles. They possess an innate soul strength and formidable mental power far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, which results in an astonishing enhancement of their magical growth rate due to these two factors. In other words, while powerful souls and mental fortitude cannot cause an abrupt surge in magical power akin to that of a potion, they can indeed elevate the rate of magical growth. If one wishes to catch up to Voldemort and Dumbledore's strength before the impending chaos, it is imperative to discover methods to augment soul strength and enhance mental power. Even if the remarkable secret costs the shattered pain mask, valued at 29 galleons, Shelley feels no regret. Upon examining the fragments of the pain mask, he realizes that the magical fluctuations attached to it have dissipated along with the consciousness, leaving only 2 ordinary pieces. Without hesitation, he discards the shards into the trash bin. At King's Cross Station, Shelley bids farewell to his parents alongside his brother Draco. After passing through the barrier of platform 9 3/4, they board the Hogwarts Express. During the summer, Draco has learned numerous intriguing spells and, after saying goodbye to Shelley, eagerly seeks out his friends to boast. Shelley finds an empty compartment and leisurely begins to peruse the textbooks for the semester. Meanwhile, on the train, a girl with silver eyes, pale skin, and light golden hair, adorned with a pair of carrot-shaped earrings and a necklace made from a butterbeer cork, struggles to navigate the aisle with an oversized suitcase that is disproportionate to her petite frame. Her gaze fluctuates between clarity and confusion, exuding an ethereal, whimsical aura. She breathes heavily as she politely pushes open the compartment doors, only for the students inside to assess her from head to toe before informing her that the compartment is occupied. One student appears engrossed in a book, oblivious to her entrance. However, the newly arrived girl senses a sudden wave of self-consciousness and, flustered, apologizes, saying she thought the compartment was empty and will leave immediately. Unbeknownst to her, 2 female students pass behind her just as she attempts to exit, causing her to be jostled and fall to the ground. This incident, though trivial, is primarily the fault of the 2 girls, and the dazed girl finds herself on the floor while they remain entirely unscathed. Did you not see that others were trying to pass? Do you have any idea how close you came to knocking me over? If I were injured, would you take responsibility? The fallen girl repeatedly utters, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The 2 girls exchange glances, their eyes gleaming with mockery, and coldly retort, consider yourself lucky this time. We won't hold it against you, before departing with self-satisfied smiles. Shelley watches this scene unfold at the doorway, a slight frown creasing his brow. He distinctly observed that the 2 girls acted with intent, deliberately jostling the girl who was busy shifting her luggage as they passed by the entrance, only to feign a victim's demeanor. From the girl's peculiar attire, Shelley deduced her identity. She was Luna Lovegood, a minor character in the original narrative. Due to her eccentric behavior and unconventional thoughts, she was often bullied and became the target of mockery and ridicule among the Ravenclaw collective, even earning the nickname the Mad Girl. Witnessing her clumsily tugging at her luggage while attempting to leave, Shelley inexplicably felt a surge of profound emotion toward her plight. He gently remarked, there is still space here. You may remain in this compartment. Luna gasped in surprise. Oh, thank you, she replied, her gaze meeting Shelley's as she quieted down, accepting his kindness. The young girl settled silently on the bench, spreading a magazine across her lap, with her wand precariously perched atop her ear. Shelley prided himself on not being one to meddle in others' affairs. Until now, all his actions had been aimed at augmenting his own strength before Voldemort's return. Yet, in this instance, he had indeed strayed from his usual demeanor, finding himself empathizing with the girl on a deeper level. As a time traveler, Shelley had always felt somewhat out of place in this world, harboring too many secrets to genuinely forge friendships, unable even to be wholly candid with his closest relatives. Over time, despite his outward strength, he could not conceal the profound loneliness that lingered within him. As he contemplated his emotions, he unconsciously activated his magical eye. Observing that while the girl's magical aura was not particularly strong, her bloodline seemed to conceal a unique power. He sensed her magical fluctuations resonated closely with the essence of nature, embodying a purity and tranquility that was enchanting. Shelley recalled that this girl was a pure-blood witch. whose fate in the original narrative involved marrying the grandson of Scamander and becoming a magizoologist, known for her offbeat speech yet remarkable intuitive prowess. Perhaps, at this moment, she was unaware that her lineage contained an ancient, mysterious strength. Given their fortuitous encounter and his ongoing study of bloodline magic, he considered that he might assist her in uncovering her latent powers. In his strategic musings, he envisioned establishing a network at Hogwarts that extended beyond merely the confines of Slytherin House. The number of Slytherins was already the smallest among the four houses, and subtracting those who were irreconcilable with his ideals, the potential followers he could gather was indeed quite limited. In his heart, apart from the inherent rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, the students of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were also individuals he sought to cultivate relationships with. Luna, in particular, was an ideal candidate to serve as his gateway into Ravenclaw. Once he aided her in mastering her bloodline powers, her abilities would undoubtedly see a remarkable enhancement, allowing her to effortlessly establish her influence within Ravenclaw. Sheldon broke the silence, initiating the conversation. "You must be Miss Lovegood from Ravenclaw. Am I correct?" "I am Sheldon Malfoy. You may call me Sheldon." Luna had not anticipated that Sheldon would engage her in conversation. With her large, expressive eyes, she gazed at him in bewilderment, seemingly questioning whether she had misheard. This behavior might have appeared somewhat impolite to onlookers, yet Sheldon understood her nature and took no offense. He smiled gently, gesturing toward the magazine she was reading, and inquired, "What book captivates your attention? It sounds rather intriguing. What secrets does it contain?" At that moment, the compartment door swung open once again, revealing Daphne and Meredith. Upon seeing the peculiarly dressed Luna and the strikingly handsome Sheldon seated within, both girls were overtaken by a peculiar sensation. If one were to assert that Sheldon was among the most prominent figures currently at Hogwarts, few would contest this claim, even the Gryffindors, who were typically at odds with Slytherin. It had been quite some time since a student like Sheldon had shone so brightly in the younger years, leading some to speculate that he might be the next Dumbledore. Without a doubt, Sheldon was the most sought-after romantic interest at Hogwarts, not only due to his exceptional abilities and radiant reputation, but also because of his noble lineage, striking appearance, and amiable, approachable demeanor. Daphne had not forgotten that Tracy Davis and Audrey Lynn Cohen, fellow classmates, were often vying for Sheldon's attention, frequently seizing opportunities to draw near him. Even Slytherin's head girl, Gemma Farley, had seemingly invited Sheldon out on numerous occasions during the summer. Yet he had consistently maintained a polite distance from them. Among the multitude of girls, aside from Daphne and Meredith, there was also a beautiful Ravenclaw with long, straight black hair named Moray McDougal, with whom Sheldon shared a commendable rapport. If rumors were to circulate regarding a romance between Sheldon and Luna, Daphne and Meredith would staunchly refuse to believe them. However, at this moment, the two girls could hardly believe their eyes as they witnessed Sheldon and Luna engaged in cheerful conversation, leaving them incredulous. Sheldon observed the two girls standing there, quickly discerning the thoughts swirling in their minds, and gently urged, "What are you pondering? Come in and take a seat. You're blocking the aisle." Luna had never encountered a classmate who showed interest in her musings, and in an instant, she lowered her defenses, engaging in lively conversation with the three of them. Consequently, their relationships grew more intimate, and the entire morning passed in delightful chatter. As lunchtime approached, Sheldon generously purchased an array of sweets from the witch pushing the cart, filling the table with an abundance of confections. Sharing food is indeed a splendid means of fostering relationships. Soon, Luna, enticed by the delectable offerings, set aside her reservations and joined in the feast. After lunch, she resumed her perusal of Singing Against the Grain. Daphne, seizing the moment, steered the conversation towards the newly appointed head of Slytherin this year. "Hey, have you heard? The head boys' meeting was just held in the exclusive carriage on the train. This year, the new male head boy for Slytherin is Cassius Warrington." A flicker of keen interest sparkled in Sheldon's eyes as he coldly remarked, "So, does this mean that the Lestrange family's Gellert has been overlooked?" Meredith picked up the thread. "Hearing you discuss this feels rather peculiar. Although there is no formal decree, the position of head boy has traditionally been held within pure-blood families. The Warrington family is not only half-blood, but also far from formidable. It is likely that many will contest his appointment." Daphne concurred. "Indeed, I share your sentiment. Moreover, even if Gellert was not selected, Slytherin has other viable candidates. Miles Bletchley, for instance, is pure blood and reputedly quite powerful." Sheldon replied nonchalantly, "And who is the head girl?" "It is Irina Selwyn from the Selwyn family. They are rather enigmatic. Though they are a pure-blood family, few are aware of their primary business ventures. Do not be fooled by her outward modesty. I have heard she is a ruthless individual, Daphne elaborated with intricate knowledge. Sheldon had sensed something amiss during last semester's trials, when Gellert was not chosen and Cassius was. He felt that there were many oddities behind the scenes. The same suspicion lingered with the selection of the head boy. Sheldon found it hard to believe that there were no ulterior motives at play. The only question remained, was it Snape or Dumbledore orchestrating this? Did this individual harbor benevolence, seeking to aid him against the opposing forces within Slytherin, or did they have sinister intentions, aiming to exacerbate conflicts between himself and the other pureblood families? As Sheldon had anticipated, it was his reckless brother, Draco, despite having promised their father to steer clear of Harry this term. He had already disregarded that pledge before even arriving at school. Sheldon could only shake his head in silent exasperation at his brother's character. Draco, flanked by Goyle and Crabbe, stood proudly in the aisle, facing Harry and his friends, who were stationed at the carriage door. After a volley of taunts, both sides drew their wands, the atmosphere crackling with tension, as if an altercation was imminent. In the original narrative, Draco should have retreated upon encountering Professor Remus Lupin, yet due to Sheldon's interference, he remained, exuding arrogance as if anticipating a spectacle. During the summer, Draco had devoted considerable time to mastering dark curses, perfecting spells such as the Tooth Decay Hex and the Snot Curse, which he could now cast with precision. With his newfound prowess, he spent the entire summer eagerly awaiting the next opportunity to torment Harry, having long since cast aside Lucius's admonitions. Sheldon gazed out of the train window as the twilight settled in. Suddenly, the train jolted violently, its speed noticeably diminishing until it came to a complete halt with a clatter. Distant sounds of luggage tumbling down echoed through the air. Then, without warning, all the lights in the carriage extinguished, plunging them into utter darkness. What on earth has happened? Draco screamed, colliding with Goyle and Crabbe in his panicked retreat, causing all three to tumble to the ground. Amidst their cries, the distinctive sound of the train side door creaking open resonated, suggesting someone was boarding. Sheldon resignedly placed a hand upon his forehead. Although Draco had indeed matured considerably over the summer, the fact remained that he was fundamentally a timid and immature child. Sheldon stood still, awaiting something to unfold. Daphne and Meredith, too, felt a twinge of fear, but upon seeing Sheldon's imposing figure before them, exuding an aura of profound strength, they were instantly enveloped in a sense of safety. Not a single scream escaped their lips. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Daphne's eyes as she feigned fear to latch onto Sheldon's left arm. She wisely refrained from grasping his wand-bearing right arm. Meredith, realizing she had missed her opportunity, could only huff in discontent. Luna, positioned behind Sheldon, blinked her large eyes, displaying no signs of fear, but rather a hint of curiosity. Meanwhile, chaos reigned among Harry and his friends. Ron attempted to peer out of the window, but accidentally stepped on Hermione's foot, eliciting a painful scream from her. Sheldon bellowed, "Everyone quiet. Stay still." The tip of his wand erupted with a luminous glow, bright as moonlight yet gentle as starlight, illuminating the entire aisle of the train without blinding anyone present. Daphne and Meredith were already accustomed to Sheldon's abilities, but Hermione and Luna regarded him with intrigued expressions. Luna, with a voice as ethereal as a dream, voiced the question that lingered in the minds of the two girls. Is this the Lumos charm? Why does your Lumos seem different from what I know? Sheldon turned to Luna, offering a smile. You may consider it my personal enhancement of the charm. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. He instructed the three girls to stand behind him and slowly approached the central position between Harry and Draco, who were at an impasse. Strange noises emanated from outside the carriage, and something seemed to be drawing near in the darkness, undoubtedly not the footsteps of any human. Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe hurriedly pressed closer to the interior of the carriage. In the illuminated aisle cast by Sheldon's wand, a cloaked figure loomed, towering to the ceiling. It appeared to lack feet, gliding through the air. Its face was completely obscured by the hood, and a hand emerged from the cloak, emanating a faint glow, gray, gaunt, encrusted, resembling something that had rotted away in water after death. The creature beneath the cloak seemed to sense the gaze of the crowd, and its hand abruptly retreated into the depths of the black garment. It inhaled deeply a long and tremulous breath, as though striving to draw in something other than air from its surroundings. An icy shiver coursed through everyone present, penetrating their skin and chilling their chests, reaching deep into their hearts. At last, we meet, murmured Shelley, a Dementor. Remarkably, within those mere fleeting seconds, the onlookers were astonished to see Shelley take a step forward. Harry's complexion turned pale, his body trembling violently, his expression one of abject terror, as if he had witnessed something horrendous. Before anyone could react, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Ron hurriedly assisted him onto a nearby seat, while the others slumped beside him. Harry's fainting seemed to serve as a catalyst, instantly spreading an atmosphere of panic and dread. Draco's face turned ashen, rendering him speechless. Ron, Hermione, and others fared not much better, while Neville had succumbed to fear. Trembling on the floor, everyone remained calm. With me here, no one shall come a harm. Shelley bravely stepped forward, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. His courage and composure appeared to instill a glimmer of bravery in those present. Though the effect was modest, it nonetheless offered a semblance of hope to the crowd. Even Ron, who typically clashed with Shelley, found himself inadvertently placing his hopes upon this younger student. Patronus. Shelley pronounced the incantation with clarity and poise, his wand emitting a pale glow that firmly kept the Dementor at bay. He refrained from fully revealing his prowess by summoning a complete corporeal Patronus, intending instead to use this half-formed charm to buy time until Professor Remus Lupin, the werewolf on the train, could arrive. As Shelley noted the professor's continued absence, he sighed quietly, a spark of determination flashing in his eyes. Gripping his wand tighter, the light emanating from its tip surged, expanding in brilliance, gradually coalescing into a complete corporeal Patronus that bore the semblance of a horned lizard. In the next instant, a silver wolf burst forth from one of the compartments, colliding with the Dementor, which was sent sprawling backwards, vanishing without a trace. The lights within the compartment flickered back to life, revealing an unfamiliar middle-aged man who entered, clad in a tattered wizard's robe with patches adorning several areas. His face bore signs of illness and fatigue, with light brown hair interspersed with white. It's Professor Lupin. He was in the same compartment as us, sleeping soundly, Hermione whispered to those nearby. A fine Patronus. Shelley heard Lupin's appreciative murmur, as he retrieved a large piece of chocolate from his robe, breaking it into smaller portions to share with everyone. As the chocolate was presented before Shelley, he smiled and gently shook his head in refusal, casting a joyful spell towards the three girls behind him, their eyes regaining their sparkle. Outside the carriage, Draco watched his brother's carefree departure with a complex expression. Although he had mentally prepared himself, experiencing the palpable disparity between himself and his brother left him feeling disheartened. He immediately lost interest in mocking Harry, snorting softly before departing with the two foolish companions. Meanwhile, others were frantically attempting to awaken Harry. Slowly, he opened his eyes, gazing around in confusion, his forehead slick with cold sweat. "Harry, are you all right?" Ron asked anxiously. "I'm fine," Harry replied, glancing towards the door and noticing the Dementor had vanished, letting out a heavy sigh. Where did that creature go? And who was screaming just now? The monsters were driven away by Malfoy and Professor Lupin, but there was no one screaming. Ron recounted the events following Harry's fainting. "I heard a scream and saw a flash of green light," Harry insisted, shaking his head stubbornly. "Harry, you should rest." Lupin appeared somewhat worried, offering Harry a particularly large piece of chocolate. "Here, eat this. It will do you good." "Professor, what was that thing?" Harry did not take the chocolate, looking at Lupin with curiosity about how he knew his name. "A Dementor from Azkaban." Professor Lupin crumpled the empty chocolate wrapper and tucked it into his pocket. "In fact, before I arrived, that little Malfoy had already performed admirably. You all need to eat this chocolate now. I must speak to the driver, excuse me." With that, Professor Lupin stepped out, disappearing into the corridor. "Dementor, Azkaban," Harry murmured, raising his head awkwardly to ask, "Did anyone else faint besides me?" "No," Ron replied anxiously, recounting the others' reactions. Although everyone was frightened, no one else had fainted, which made Harry's complexion pale further. He couldn't comprehend why. Despite feeling weak and trembling as if recovering from severe flu, others did not exhibit the same reaction. The train soon arrived at its destination. Before the gates of Hogwarts, Shelley and Luna bid farewell to Daphne and Meredith, who was set to enter the Great Hall from the left side of the entrance. Luna joined the Ravenclaw procession towards the center of the hall. The opening feast proceeded much like last year. After the Sorting Hat sang its off-key song, the sorting ceremony commenced, where the first-year students donned the hat to determine which house they would belong to. The hat would loudly proclaim the house most suited for them. Among this year's first-year students was a familiar face to Shelley, Daphne's younger sister, Astoria Greengrass. Daphne had come to Shelley's carriage to ensure her sister was settled before the train departed, which delayed her considerably, allowing Luna to enter Shelley's carriage ahead of her and Meredith. Astoria bears a resemblance to Daphne, adorned with a cascade of beautiful golden hair. However, her complexion subtly betrays a pallid weakness. As Daphne had mentioned, the blood curse afflicting her sister had been activated, rendering her frail and ailing from a young age. Ciel Lin recalled from the original narrative that she had wed Draco and even bore a child, yet succumbed to the backlash of the blood curse, passing away prematurely. Unsurprisingly, Astoria was sorted into Slytherin, joining her sister in the same house. This year, Slytherin's new students showcased a number of promising talents. Sherryn's magical eye detected extraordinary fluctuations of magical power in several newcomers, indicative of exceptional magical aptitude, suggesting they had received family training in magic before their enrollment. He mentally noted the names, Hestia Caro, Flora Caro. Then, Professor Dumbledore rose to address the assembly, and an immediate hush fell over the hall. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore continued. Our school is currently hosting several Dementors from Azkaban, dispatched by the Ministry of Magic for official duties. You're likely already aware of this, as they conducted a search on the Hogwarts Express. They are stationed at every entrance of the school, Dumbledore elaborated. And I must make it clear that while they are present, no one is permitted to leave the school unaccompanied. Any trickery, schemes, or disguises will not deceive the Dementors. Not even the invisibility cloak. He added quietly. The nature of the Dementors will not comprehend pleas for mercy or justification. Therefore, I advise everyone present to avoid giving them any reason to harm you. I urge the prefects and our newly elected student council presidents to ensure that no student encounters the Dementors. This year's male student council president is Percy Weasley, who puffs up his chest, surveying the room with a sense of self-importance. The female student council president is Penelope Clearwater, who is said to have become Percy's girlfriend. To outsiders, they appear a well-matched couple, yet Sherryn, well-versed in the storyline, harbors little faith in their romance. Percy is an ambitious individual, and to him, Penelope, a muggle-born witch, is merely a romantic interest. Only a woman who can further his career would be considered for marriage. Gemma Farley from Slytherin was elected, and during the summer, Sherryn had already gleaned from Gemma's letters that she expressed a sense of disappointment. Frankly, Gemma is indeed very talented and a dedicated, enthusiastic prefect. But when compared to Penelope, it is clear that Penelope excels academically, making her presidency of the female student council well-deserved. Much to everyone's delight, Dumbledore suddenly raised his voice, invigorating the assembly. This year, I am pleased to welcome 3 new teachers to our ranks. The first is Professor Remus Lupin, who has graciously agreed to fill the vacancy for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Applause was sparse, with a few teachers clapping awkwardly before falling silent. After enduring the tumultuous events of the past 2 years, the students harbored little confidence in Dumbledore's ability to find a suitable defense against the dark arts instructor. Professor Lupin, appearing frail and beset by illness, donned a tattered robe reminiscent of Professor Quirrell from their first year. Look at Professor Snape, Daphne whispered. Sheldon glanced towards the staff table, noting that Professor Snape was glaring at Lupin with a predatory intensity. Clearly, due to old grievances from their youth, his perception of Lupin was far from favorable. He likely feared that Lupin might invite Black into the school to confront Harry. Yet his blatant disdain led everyone to presume he was merely vexed by yet another unsuccessful application for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. As for the second instructor, Dumbledore sighed regretfully, revealing that Professor Kettleburn, their care of magical creatures teacher, had retired at the end of the previous term to enjoy the comforts of his advancing age. However, I am delighted to announce that the position will be filled by none other than Rubeus Hagrid, who has graciously accepted the role alongside his duties as Keeper of Keys and Grounds. The applause erupted once more, this time with particularly fervent enthusiasm from the Gryffindor table. Regarding the third instructor, Dumbledore's gaze subtly drifted over the Slytherin table, causing Sheldon to hold his breath, anxiety surging within him. Surely, the events surrounding Lucius's expulsion from the board would not lead to an unforeseen change? After much deliberation and effort from the Board of Governors, Hogwarts has decided to reinstate the elective course in alchemy for this year's third-year students. We are pleased to welcome the renowned alchemist, Professor Ibbotson, who will be the instructor for this new course. Dumbledore gestured towards a white-haired gentleman in his 70s, clad in an opulent black velvet robe, who stood to acknowledge the 4 house tables with a bow. This round of applause was notably more enthusiastic, particularly from the Slytherin table. Although Professor Ibbotson's prowess and renown may not rival that of Nicholas Flamel, he is nonetheless a celebrated figure in the alchemical community, a rare gem in the dearth of alchemists within the British wizarding world. Over 30 years ago, he presented a research paper on vanishing cabinets at the International Alchemy Conference, establishing himself as an expert in the field of vanishing cabinets and spatial magical objects. If Sheldon surmised correctly, the vanishing cabinet in Borgin and Burke's was repaired by him. However, the counterpart cabinet, lost and unknown to all, remained dormant at Hogwarts. Pansy flashed a playful smile, teasing, "Sheldon, I heard you were quite impressive on the train." managing to fend off a Dementor. What spell did you use? In truth, it was not a secretive incantation. I employed the Patronus Charm, a rather obscure and advanced spell, designed to repel Dementors. Sherryn quickly stated, this is also my first time using it. I can only emit a faint beam of light and cannot yet manifest a complete corporeal Patronus. If you wish to learn, I can instruct you. Several girls eagerly nodded in agreement, and a blonde girl, standing behind Daphne, wore an expression of pure admiration for Sherryn on her youthful face. This blonde girl was Astoria, Daphne's younger sister. Under Daphne's introduction, Astoria resembled a starstruck fan meeting her idol, her face alight with excitement as she engaged with Sherryn. It was evident that Daphne held a deep affection for her sister, openly entrusting Sherryn with the hope that he would look after Astoria. Sherryn, eager to foster a connection with the Greengrass family through the two sisters and establish his own initial network, readily accepted the responsibility. As the new semester commenced, everyone once again immersed themselves in the rigors of study. The curriculum for third-year students encompassed at least 2 additional subjects compared to the second year, resulting in an even more condensed study schedule. On the first morning of the term, Sherryn attended a transfiguration class with Hufflepuff. Professor McGonagall demonstrated the process of becoming an animagus and elucidated the underlying principles. The 3 applications were predicated upon the understanding that one had not registered as an animagus with the Ministry of Magic. Sherryn found this magic somewhat impractical. Due to the complexity of the transformation, wizards could only assume the forms of ordinary animals, as the souls of magical creatures were inherently more intricate. Transforming into a magical creature could lead to unknown and dreadful consequences. As for becoming small animals like cats, dogs, or rodents, Sherryn saw little practical value. Wildcats and dogs were not common on the streets of England, and transforming into a wild dog carried the risk of being forcibly captured by the Muggle authorities. Moreover, the type of animal one transformed into was largely random. While it was said that the transformation often reflected the caster's inner self, the final outcome remained uncertain. If one were to transform into a stag like James Potter, the element of disguise would be utterly lost, aside from accompanying his werewolf friend. Sherryn could not conceive of any practical purpose. You might argue that Sirius managed to evade Dementors through this ability. However, a skilled mind concealment spell could achieve the same effect, or that Sirius crossed the prison's iron bars. Again, adept transfiguration or shrinking spells could suffice. Perhaps one might suggest that Sirius infiltrated the heavily guarded Hogwarts, yet superior disguise charms would be far more effective. Furthermore, the form an animagus takes is likely to mirror that of the caster's Patronus, having already mastered the complete corporeal Patronus over the summer. This was one of the reasons Sherryn decided to forego the animagus transformation. Next was a charms class with Ravenclaw, where Professor Flitwick explained how spells could influence emotions, demonstrating 5 mental spells: the Joy Charm, the Sadness Charm, the Fury Charm, the Anxiety Charm, and the Fear Charm. He assigned the students to write a paper on the relationship between spells and emotions as homework. Meanwhile, Harry and his friends attended their first divination class. During lunch, the news regarding Professor Trelawney's ominous prophecy about Harry spread throughout Hogwarts, coinciding with the recent escape of Sirius Black, prompting many to regard Harry with apprehension. Ron, though silent, harbored his own reservations about the foreboding, concerned for Harry's safety while secretly reminding himself to exercise caution this term. Hermione, however, believed that Professor Trelawney was merely indulging in theatrics, leading to a quarrel with Ron. After lunch, the Gryffindors attended a Care of Magical Creatures class. Hagrid introduced them to 12 hippogriffs. Unlike in the original text, Draco had adopted a more serious demeanor this term. He diligently bowed to one hippogriff, successfully mounting it for a flight. However, it was not long before Hagrid was seen hastily carrying Blaise Zabini to the hospital wing, Blaise's arm marred by a deep, lengthy gash, blood trailing down the corridor. The details of the incident quickly circulated among the students. Blaise had been attacked by a hippogriff named Buckbeak during Hagrid's lesson. Although Gryffindor students could attest that Blaise had provoked the attack, the incident cast a bloody shadow over the already tense atmosphere within the school. As a member of Slytherin, Pansy followed closely behind, entering the hospital wing to witness Madame Pomfrey heal Blaise in mere minutes. Nonetheless, he remained pale, complaining of pain in his arm while vocally criticizing Hogwarts teaching methods for neglecting student safety, vowing to bring the matter before the Ministry of Magic. Blaise's mother, the renowned widow Mrs. Zabini, was known to have undisclosed close ties with many high-ranking officials within the ministry, allegedly even garnering the favor of Minister Fudge. Pansy smirked to herself, but chose not to intervene. Draco, initially intent on notifying Lucius to involve himself, was dissuaded by Pansy's intervention and reluctantly abandoned the idea. Pansy did not align herself with Gryffindor. Rather, she understood that opposing Dumbledore in the current magical climate was unwise, at least until she matured. It wasn't until Thursday breakfast that Blaise reappeared at the Slytherin table, entering the Great Hall to the cheers of his fellow Slytherins. His right arm bandaged and suspended by a sling around his neck, reminiscent of a hero who had survived a harrowing battle. Observing his condition, Harry and Ron exchanged disdainful glances, while Blaise reveled in his own glory. Numerous students in the hall were absorbed in the day's edition of the Daily Prophet. "What are you reading?" Blaise inquired, puzzled. "It's the latest news on Sirius Black," Pansy whispered, handing him a copy of a newspaper. Blaise scanned the headline, which reported that Black had been spotted by a muggle near Hogwarts, having fled before the ministry officials arrived, and was currently being pursued. It was speculated that Sirius Black was attempting to infiltrate Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Draco whispered to Blaise, "Black's target must be Potter. That fellow is in for a rough time." First, he saw ominous signs in divination. Then his beloved giant friend might be expelled, and now it's Black. With a smug smile, Draco rose and sauntered over to the Gryffindor table, positioning himself behind Harry, his eyes glinting with malice. "So, Potter, do you intend to capture Black all on your own?" Harry retorted, "What does that have to do with you?" "Of course it does," Draco replied, his thin lips curling into a contemptuous smile. "If I were in your shoes, I would have already taken action. I wouldn't just sit here like a good little boy. I would certainly be out looking for him." "What nonsense are you spouting, Malfoy?" Ron snapped. "You don't know, Potter?" Draco lowered his voice, his gray eyes narrowing. "Know what?" Malfoy scoffed. "Perhaps you're unwilling to risk your life, simply hoping the Dementors will deal with him, right? If it were me, I would seek vengeance. I would pursue him myself." A distinctly feigned cough interrupted as Snape approached the group. Harry and Ron immediately wore expressions of wariness. After all, Snape's reputation loomed large, and Harry doubted that he and Ron together could stand against him. Meanwhile, Hermione bravely stood up to meet Snape's gaze, her tone sharp as she inquired, "Malfoy, what do you intend to do in the Great Hall in front of everyone?" Snape furrowed his brow, and the atmosphere thickened with awkward silence. Ignoring Hermione's provocation, he turned to Draco, breaking the silence. "Brother, have you forgotten your father's admonitions?" Draco had already said all he wished to convey and feigned dissatisfaction with a cold huff before turning away. Snape offered an apologetic smile and extended an invitation to Harry, saying, "As you all know, this year the Dementors will be patrolling outside Hogwarts, and the Patronus Charm is the only known spell capable of repelling them. I am planning to organize a spell exchange event soon, where I will elucidate my various understandings of the Patronus Charm and assist students in practicing and mastering it. Any student from any house interested in participating is most welcome." With that, Snape left the invitation behind and departed with a flourish, leaving Hermione looking embarrassed. Feeling overlooked by Snape stung Hermione like a punch to the gut, leaving her feeling quite miserable. She couldn't comprehend why she had confronted Snape so boldly. All she remembered was that upon seeing him, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within her, overwhelming her emotions. Just days prior, witnessing Snape's closeness with 3 girls on the train had left her feeling uneasy, which she had attributed to the influence of the Dementors at the time. However, today, she felt that discomfort again, and this time, her anger was unmistakably clear and intense. Observing Hermione's capricious expression, Harry and Ron wisely refrained from provoking her further and instead engaged in a hushed discussion regarding the so-called spell exchange event. They watched as Shearing approached Percy, who was dining, requesting his assistance in disseminating information about the event within the Gryffindor common room. Subsequently, he sought help from Penelope to share the news in the Ravenclaw common room, and Cedric to do the same in the Hufflepuff common room. Although not particularly familiar with these 3, they had shared a few conversations during Merlin's trials, and it seemed reasonable to believe that they would not refuse such a simple request to post an announcement on the notice board. Harry appeared taken aback by the invitation, hesitating in his response. In contrast, Ron scoffed dismissively, asserting that this must be a Slytherin scheme, vehemently advising those around him to abstain, suggesting that if one wished to learn spells, they could directly consult the professors, and that the library surely contained ample information on the subject, thus rendering participation in Slytherin's event unnecessary. Hermione gazed contemplatively at the invitation, her thoughts obscured, leaving others unaware of her true intentions. After finishing breakfast, the young wizards from Slytherin and Gryffindor gathered in the subterranean classroom for potions. "Today, we shall concoct a shrinking solution." Snape strode into the dimly lit chamber like a storm cloud, his billowing black robes unfurling gracefully in the air. He drew his wand and tapped the blackboard, where the procedure and essential points for crafting the potion materialized silently. The key ingredients for the shrinking solution included daisy roots, fig peels, and wolfsbane. Snape's tone remained ominously grave, yet the students could discern an underlying irritation. "Potter," he called out suddenly. Harry stood up, bewildered. "Tell me the difference between the aconite and wolfsbane. Why aren't you preparing to take notes?" He barked at the class, prompting everyone to hurriedly retrieve their quills and parchment. The daisy root serves to concentrate the essence and is commonly employed to enhance potion potency, particularly in the extraction of raw ingredients. Fig peels possess mild medicinal properties, preventing the concentrated potion from causing excessive harm to the consumer due to its rapid efficacy, making it widely used in various restorative potions. As for wolfsbane, it primarily assists in transformation. Given that the shrinking solution frequently involves alterations in form, it is indispensable. This herb is chiefly utilized in compound tinctures, transfiguration potions, and wolfsbane elixirs. Apologis, Professor. Hermione raised her hand. "Oh, Miss Granger, what is it?" Snape turned to her, his dark eyes fixated upon her, his tone oddly peculiar. All students present noted his unusual demeanor. When had he ever asked Hermione what she wanted? Yet, Hermione seemed utterly oblivious to this peculiarity. "Professor, could you please clarify what type of potion the wolfsbane is? I have not encountered any mention of it in any of my potion books." "An excellent question, Miss Granger." Snape appeared to be intent on breaking from the norm, surprising everyone further. "Your ability to pose such a question indicates your diligent study of the subject." 5 points to Gryffindor. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Everyone gasped in astonishment. This was perhaps the first occasion where Hermione, along with her fellow Gryffindors, had asked a question in potions class and not only avoided losing points, but was actually awarded some. Ron was vigorously digging at his ears. Harry removed his glasses and began to rub his eyes desperately. Neville held a fig aloft, suspended in mid-air. Draco, while cutting daisy roots, inadvertently nicked his own finger. It seemed that Sherryn had surmised Snape's intentions, letting out a low grunt of acknowledgement. Observing Shellen's eloquence, Hermione pressed her lips tightly together, her mind swirling with various thoughts, particularly one of fierce determination. Soon after, Snape swiftly reminded everyone that he was still the formidable Snape. Neville continued to endure derision. Ron faced relentless reproach, and Harry remained at the center of attention. Such occurrences quickly led the students to discard any notions of Snape having taken a wrong turn in his demeanor. Thus, the first week of school passed, ushering in the first weekend at Hogwarts. Sherryn had thoroughly studied the map of the Forbidden Forest, devising various routes and preparing for every conceivable circumstance by concocting numerous potions and poisons that might prove useful. Early in the morning, Sherryn cast an invisibility charm upon himself and stealthily ventured into the Forbidden Forest alone. Hogwarts' Forbidden Forest was an expansive wilderness, home to myriad creatures, including species long extinct in the outside world. It was a true wild frontier, one that no wizard had ever fully explored, not only due to its vastness but also its inherent dangers. History recounted tales of students who had vanished within its depths. The trees soared high, reaching dozens of meters, shrouding the sky in darkness, where only the creatures of the forest could adapt, possessing either the ability to see in the dark or extraordinary hearing or keen observational skills. The periphery of the forest was not particularly hazardous, as it was evident that Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds, frequently tended to this area. Well prepared, Sherryn easily traversed the outskirts, passing through the grazing grounds of Hagrid's 12 hippogriffs, and continued deeper into the forest. After several studies, Sherryn had identified the two most perilous regions within the Forbidden Forest, the lair of the Acromantula and the Centaur Tribes territory. With utmost caution, he proceeded carefully, constantly checking his map to ensure he avoided these two areas. Strange howls echoed in the darkness, and occasionally he glimpsed malicious eyes glinting ominously. As he passed a certain area, likely a gathering place for some pack animals, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses. Gripping his wand tightly, Sherryn surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly halting to look down at the ground, he recognized the tracks as belonging to wolves, significantly larger than ordinary ones, likely a species of giant wolf. Comparable in size to a three-headed dog, Sherryn was aware that while true werewolves did not exist in the Forbidden Forest, there was indeed a pack of wolves displaying intelligence akin to that of humans. The origins of this wolf pack are steeped in a rather intriguing legend. It is said that on nights of the full moon, two werewolves, transformed into their lupin forms, mate beneath the moonlight. The pregnant she-wolf subsequently gives birth to pure wolf cubs, rather than werewolves. Such rare occurrences have transpired only twice in history, one of which took place in the Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts. At that time, The headmaster was Dumbledore, who, with great magnanimity, permitted the two werewolves to rear their wolf cubs within the confines of the forest. As time passed, these cubs matured into a pack of striking silver wolves, endowed with remarkable intelligence. Apart from their wisdom and spiritual essence, these silver wolves bore no significant difference from ordinary wild wolves. They lacked the bloodlust and craving for human flesh characteristic of werewolves, rendering them no more dangerous than their wild counterparts. Under Dumbledore's deliberate orchestration, rumors of werewolves began to circulate among the students, intended to instill fear and deter them from stealthily venturing into the Forbidden Forest. To this day, such tales continue to be recounted among the students, with Sherryn having heard them from various sources, including Draco. While Sherryn harbored no fear of an enormous wolf, he was acutely aware that wolves are pack animals, leaving him uncertain of his ability to contend with a large pack. To ensure his safety, he slightly deviated from his planned route and ventured deeper into the forest. Sherryn's first encounter was with 3 redcaps, diminutive and grotesque creatures resembling fairies. Known for their bloodthirsty nature, after killing their prey, they smear the blood upon their skulls, earning their name from the crimson-stained bone. Although redcaps lack magical abilities, their strength and speed pose significant threats to muggles and novice witches alike. However, Sherryn's prowess rendered them no challenge. He conjured a dense, twisting vine with transfiguration to capture the redcaps, subsequently using a slicing spell to sever their skulls. As the bloodied bones serve as excellent materials for crafting cursed dark magic artifacts, an opportunity Sherryn would not overlook. Redcap skulls acquired. Continuing onward, Sherryn encountered a vampiric boggart, a mutated variant that embodies fear itself, adept at transformation. Typically manifesting as a creature resembling an Australian koala, it possesses sharp fangs and elongated claws. The vampiric boggart is the most ferocious of its kind, often preying on poultry. Hagrid frequently faced troubles due to these creatures attacking his chickens. However, before Sherryn, who understood the art of mental shielding, the vampiric boggart posed no real threat. He easily repelled it using a comical spell. As he pressed further, Sherryn finally confronted the formidable boss of this adventure, a monstrous 8-eyed spider, towering at the height of 2 adult wizards. Fortuitously, Sherryn had ensured his invisibility. Otherwise, a surprise attack from such a colossal arachnid would have spelled disaster. Aware that creatures dwelling in dark places typically fear fire, he swiftly unleashed a flame spell targeting the underbelly of the 8-eyed spider, a weakness he had previously studied. As the abdomen of the 8-eyed spider ignited, it emitted a piercing shriek, thrashing about in agony. To avoid being caught in its frantic movements, Sherryn cast a leg-locking spell on the final 2 legs of the spider, causing it to topple forward as if someone had seized its hind limbs. Shortly thereafter, it succumbed to its injuries. Hurriedly, Sherryn retrieved a vial to collect the spider's venom. A pint of this venom was worth a staggering 100 galleons. He managed to extract 3 pints from the carcass, leaving him thoroughly satisfied as he departed. Concerned about encountering more 8-eyed spiders, Sherryn resolved to exit the Forbidden Forest, retracing his steps along the same path he had come. 8-eyed spider venom acquired. Fortuitously, along the way, he gathered a number of bouncing umbrella fungi. These fungi were rare ingredients for potions, their caps of vivid crimson adorned with numerous white spots. Possessing acute awareness of their surroundings, once they sensed an attempt to harvest them, they would leap away with remarkable agility. Sherryn first employed a transformation spell to conjure a dome that enveloped them, before carefully retrieving each one and placing them into specially designed containers. Each umbrella fungus was valued at 3 galleons, and he collected 20 in total, amassing an impressive sum of 360 galleons for the morning's endeavors. It is worth noting that, apart from employees of the Ministry of Magic, the majority of wizards earned a monthly salary ranging between 25 to 50 galleons. Bouncing umbrella fungi acquired. The Forbidden Forest truly proved to be a lucrative locale. Although it consumed considerable time, it provided immense satisfaction. Suddenly, Sherryn halted in his tracks, confronted with an unexpected sight. A colossal 8-eyed spider, larger than any he had previously encountered, lay motionless on the ground beside a gigantic wolf. Drawing forth his silver dagger, he prepared to skin the creature's abdomen, but as his hand rested upon it, he felt an unusual movement. Furrowing his brow, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be? Sherryn's suspicions were confirmed as he cautiously sliced open the abdomen. With unperturbed hands, he delved within, astonishingly extracting 3 tiny wolf cubs. Moved by compassion, he produced several vials of costly nutrient potions, feeding the last cub with fervent care, wrapping it in his Night Star cloak for warmth. Under Sherryn's tender ministrations, the The cub opened its eyes for the first time and emitted a feeble howl. Despite its frail sound, Sherryn was deeply touched, having witnessed the birth of a new life. A profound emotion stirred within him, moistening the corners of his eyes. Hogwarts permitted students to bring pets, with first-year students restricted to owls, toads, or cats. However, students in higher years faced no such limitations, as exemplified by Ron's pet hamster, Scabbers, and Gryffindor S. Lee Jordan, who once brought a pet tarantula. Naturally, high-risk creatures like eight-eyed spiders or three-headed dogs were exceptions. Aside from Hagrid, it was unlikely any other student would dare to keep such formidable beings as pets. At this moment, as Dobby was not in England, Shelley had no choice but to personally visit the Owlery, where he borrowed a school owl to place several orders for pet food at the pet shop in Diagon Alley. He diligently cared for the still, quite feeble wolf pup, whom he named Silver Fawn. As days passed, the pet food from Diagon Alley arrived, and Shelley could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, Silver Fawn would continue to consume his nutritional potions and leave him financially depleted. Preoccupied with caring for Silver Fawn, Shelley scarcely had time to attend to the various happenings concerning Harry, and even the scheduled event for exchanging Patronus charm techniques had to be postponed until the following month. The Slytherin students had learned of Shelley's beloved pet wolf, often spotting him inseparable from the creature around campus. Daphne, Meredith, and Astoria were also frequently excited to seize opportunities to visit Shelley, attempting to engage with the playful Silver Fawn. Despite his small size, Silver Fawn was remarkably astute and charming, often eliciting delighted laughter from the girls, who grew increasingly fond of the adorable little wolf cub. During this time, Shelley's academic pursuits did not waver. This semester's charms class focused on mental magic, an area in which Shelley excelled. As he delved into the Abathar Volume 1 and the Malfoy family spells, mental magic became second nature to him, presenting no challenges whatsoever. At a meeting of the Charms Club, Shelley presented a research paper on utilizing the cheerful charm to enhance the potency of the Patronus charm. A perspective so innovative that even Professor Flitwick praised it highly. With Shelley's consent, the paper was published under their joint names in Charm Innovations after Professor Flitwick made some revisions. The European Dueling Championships were organized by a mysterious society known as the Silver Spear, a secret dueling club that originated in the 18th century, reportedly founded by a group of enthusiasts of the dueling sport. Interestingly, all 4 founding members wielded wands made of aspen wood, leading to stringent membership criteria in the early days. Only wizards who used aspen wood wands were eligible for membership. By the mid-20th century, the Silver Spear relaxed its admission standards, allowing anyone with outstanding performance in any international level dueling competition to potentially receive an invitation to join. Though the specific benefits of joining the Silver Spear remained unclear, Shelley was aware that many renowned wizards eagerly sought membership, suggesting there were indeed unforeseen advantages. After considerable contemplation and consultations with Professors Flitwick and Lucius, Shelley ultimately chose to accept the terms set forth by the medieval European Wizard Association. The allure of securing a spot in the European Dueling Championships was particularly enticing, as it would spare him the lengthy process of multiple selection rounds. Furthermore, Professor Flitwick expressed great anticipation for Shelley's performance in the dueling competition, even gifting him his notes on dueling techniques from his youth. This notebook is filled with his exclusive spells and unique dueling techniques. As a former champion of dueling, his notes are undoubtedly invaluable. Professor Flitwick's dueling notes acquired. This semester's Transfiguration class primarily focuses on transforming inanimate objects into small animals. Professor McGonagall assigned the task of turning a teapot into a turtle. She exempted Shelley from all homework, as he had already demonstrated his ability to accomplish this feat during the Merlin trials last semester, only requiring him to participate in the Transfiguration Club activities weekly. Incidentally, Shelley has had 2 papers selected for publication in today's Transfiguration. The readership of today's Transfiguration extends beyond the British wizarding community. Thus, Shelley is beginning to gain recognition on the international stage. Notable figures in the field of Transfiguration have generously offered their guidance to this promising newcomer, including the renowned Chinese Transfiguration master, Zhang He. Zhang He is a descendant of the illustrious Zhonghua from the Tang dynasty, who left behind the myth of Zhonghua Lao in the Muggle world, though in truth, he is a wizard best known for his ability to transform scraps of paper into living donkeys. Shelley has greatly benefited from their correspondence, and through their frequent exchanges, they have forged a deep mutual respect, becoming friends across generations. Zhang He even gifted Shelley a copy of the Chinese wizarding text on Transfiguration, the art of metamorphosis, which, while written in Chinese characters, included English annotations, much to Shelley's gratitude. The art of metamorphosis acquired. This semester's potions class presents quite a challenge. Aside from the shrinking potion studied in the first week, another intriguing lesson revolves around the confusion potion. The ingredients include sneezewort, bad blood herb, and false unicorn root, all of which can induce a feverish state in the mind. Consuming it produces effects akin to that of a confounding charm, yet is more effective. In addition to influencing cognitive abilities, the confusion potion also affects emotions, rendering the drinker reckless and impulsive. When used judiciously, it can yield remarkable results. Severus Snape, typically aloof in demeanor, displayed a rare patience as he meticulously explained these intricate concepts to Shelley, showing no signs of disapproval at Shelley's advanced learning. Shelley even discovered numerous improvements to the potion preparation steps outlined in textbooks. Should this knowledge become public, it could certainly stir considerable upheaval in the potion-making community. Snape had recognized Shelley's potential during the dueling club last semester, and his acquaintance Lucius had previously urged him to look after the Malfoy twins in several letters. Draco was manageable, yet Shelley's exceptional talent had attracted the attention of both McGonagall and Flitwick, who claimed him as their prized pupil in his first year. Although Lucius shared similar inclinations, he found it difficult to lower his typically aloof facade to extend a hand to Shelley. Witnessing Shelley's growing rapport with the two professors only added to his anxiety. It was only when Shelley sought his guidance that he felt a sense of relief. Snape's beginner potion notes acquired. The Flaubert caterpillar is a brown, toothless worm measuring 10 inches in length. This creature has a penchant for lettuce, but in reality, it consumes nearly all varieties of plants. The coarse content surrounding this creature is utterly devoid of significance, as they prefer solitude, engaging in no activities that require excessive care. Indeed, overfeeding can lead to their demise. Not only are the young serpents of Slytherin lamenting their plight, but even Ron, who shares a cordial relationship with Hagrid, frequently expresses his grievances. This semester's herbology class focuses on the care of bubble pods, a magical plant that produces plump, pink pods on its branches. The task assigned to the young wizards is to carefully split open these pink pods, extracting the shiny beans within and placing them into a wooden barrel. These beans are remarkably sensitive. Upon contact with solid objects, they bloom instantaneously. In this endeavor, Sherryn discovers that his strength and agility do not confer a significant advantage. Rather, maintaining a steady and unwavering hand proves far more crucial. In this regard, the girls possess a distinct advantage. Maury shares her secret with Sherryn, as she often engages in embroidery, weaving, and painting, enabling her wrists to move deftly without inadvertently shaking out the beans. Under Maury's guidance, Sherryn, Daphne, and Meredith gradually grasp the essential techniques. Unfortunately, the clumsy Goyle and Crabbe suffer multiple mishaps, spilling beans onto the greenhouse floor, where they bloom in vibrant beauty. While the flowers are splendid, Professor Sprout's face, flushed with anger, is less than pleasant. Not only does Slytherin lose points, but Goyle and Crabbe also face detention. Sherryn's performance in defense against the dark arts is commendable. Professor Lupin treats this student, who can withstand two Dementors head-on, with the utmost respect. Sherryn does not disappoint, showcasing his remarkable prowess in class. The first lesson on Boggots sees Sherryn effortlessly transforming the creature into a smiling face. In the second class, he has dispatched a number of red caps in the Forbidden Forest. The third lesson involves the Japanese kappa, a water-dwelling reptile resembling a scaled monkey with web hands, known for lurking in ponds to ensnare unsuspecting passersby. This, too, poses no challenge for Sherryn, as the kappa, much like the red cap, can only pose a threat when a wizard is unprepared. By employing a disillusionment charm to detect the kappa's presence before entering the water, and subsequently using a drying charm to evaporate the water from its skull, he can easily frighten it away. The creature's strength derives from the moisture on its head, and without it, it becomes feeble. Sherryn's favorite class is undoubtedly alchemy. Professor Ibinus Bach, a retired alchemist hailing from the esteemed Bach family, possesses a profound and expansive knowledge of alchemy, complemented by a quirky temperament akin to that of a scientist. He conducts his lessons with meticulous precision and grave seriousness. His willingness to step out of retirement to teach this time was a favor extracted from Lucius, who specified that he would only instruct the 5th year. Unlike other professors burdened with the responsibility of teaching across 7 grades, due to the smaller class size, the alchemy course was conducted collectively among the 4 houses. Perhaps because Professor Bach was recommended by Lucius, the majority of the students in alchemy were predominantly from Slytherin. Under the influence of Shelley, all second-year Slytherin students opted to take this course. Hufflepuff had only Ernie Macmillan and Susan Bones. Ravenclaw had Michael Corner, Terry Boot, Morag McDougal, and Lisa Turpin. Gryffindor had not a single student enrolled, as rumors had circulated within the house about the connection between the alchemy course and the Malfoy family. leading to a general disinterest among its members. The exception was Hermione, whose thirst for knowledge was insatiable, yet out of consideration for her friend Ron's feelings, she resolutely chose to forego the class. In truth, burdened by 12 elective courses, she found herself overwhelmed, which contributed to her decision to abandon alchemy. The content of the alchemy course was not as thrilling as one might imagine. Students had no opportunity to engage in practical alchemical experiments, nor did they encounter the legendary alchemical artifacts. Conversely, Professor Bach imparted only the most rudimentary theoretical knowledge, beginning with the alchemical principles of ancient Egypt, necessitating a profound understanding of celestial phenomena and geology, alongside the memorization of various magical substances and the properties of magical metals. This then evolved into the theories of material and magical transformation proposed by medieval European alchemists, which posited that certain inscriptions held magical properties, capable of enhancing the permanence of alchemical creations through the engraving of ancient runes. Although this knowledge might seem tedious and lacking in practical application, it was precisely what Shelley needed. Shelley's own alchemical knowledge stemmed directly from the teachings of the illustrious alchemist Nicholas Flamel, whose wisdom regrettably was not conveyed in a pedagogical manner. The depth of Flamel's expertise meant that even a single statement or principle required considerable contemplation for Shelley to grasp its underlying essence. Furthermore, the alchemical notes left by Flamel in the LeMay correspondence were mere jottings of his insights, lacking systematic organization and appearing rather chaotic. Many passages left Shelley perplexed, necessitating repeated consultations with Flamel to achieve a tenuous understanding. The Hogwarts alchemy course precisely addressed Shelley's foundational weaknesses, offering a structured review of fundamental knowledge that illuminated many previously obscure concepts. Shelley did not forget his promise to Daphne. During his spare time, he tutored Astoria, providing her with academic assistance that enabled her to shine as one of the most outstanding students in the first year. Consequently, the bond between Shelley and Astoria gradually deepened. Time flew by swiftly, and before they realized it, October had arrived after 3 weeks. Draco and Harry, in addition to their intensive coursework, needed to commence rigorous training for the upcoming Quidditch match. Perhaps due to the premium nutritional supplements administered at birth, the little silver fong was growing rapidly, nearly indistinguishable from small puppy. Its physique was adorned with a beautiful coat that shimmered with a silvery hue, complemented by its striking emerald green eyes, making it utterly lovable to all who beheld it. During one breakfast, when Shilin brought Silver Fong into the Great Hall, their presence captivated nearly all the students from the 4 houses, eliciting a mix of envy, jealousy, and admiration. A few bold girls mustered the courage to approach Shilin, inquiring about where one might procure such a silver wolf as a pet. Ron stared intently at Silver Fong, then cast a glance at his own scruffy pet, Scabbers, who was missing a toe. A wave of jealousy washed over him, and he muttered, "What's so special about it? It's just a pet." Hermione, overhearing Ron's remark, promptly retorted, "That is a wolf pet. I dare say no student in Hogwarts history has ever brought a little wolf as a pet, let alone one of such exquisite beauty." It was clear that Shilin, a figure of renown at Hogwarts, had a pet that was equally extraordinary. For reasons unknown, Ron suddenly erupted in anger towards Hermione, leaving the table before finishing his breakfast. The Weasley twins consoled Hermione, saying, "Don't mind Ron. We also think having a little wolf as a pet is indeed quite cool." Almost all the Gryffindors present, regardless of gender, nodded in agreement with the twins. Observing Silver Fong's increasing strength and independence, Shilin felt less need to care for it meticulously and thus began to prepare for the Patronus Charm exchange event. After discussions with Cedric, Penelope, and Percy, a notice announcing the date of the event was posted on the bulletin boards of each house. Scheduled for the evening of October 16th, 2 weeks hence, Shilin, unable to predict the number of attendees, made a request to the school to borrow a spacious classroom, magically expanded to accommodate up to 100 individuals. With 2 weeks remaining until the event, aside from attending classes and completing assignments, Shilin also dedicated time to exercise with Silver Fong, delve into Professor Flitwick's dueling notes, explore the Metamorphmagus charm, and study Snape's introductory potion notes. These strategies for optimally countering various attacks were invaluable practical experiences for Shilin, who was relatively inexperienced in real combat. However, it should be noted that relative to his peers, having faced a troll, a basilisk, a ghoul, Harry, and Merlin over the past 2 semesters, Shilin had acquired significant practical experience, making him one of the most seasoned among the over 500 students at Hogwarts. The theories of transformation in Metamorphmagus charm differed slightly from those of European transfiguration. which emphasized a rigorous understanding and transformation of matter, akin to the disciplines of physics and chemistry. In a distant Eastern realm, the art of transformation is underscored by creativity, prioritizing essence over form. The metamorphosis should flow freely, akin to a gentle stream, executed with grace and ease. Indeed, the disadvantages of such an approach are manifest. Any misstep in the transformation process could lead to dire consequences. However, for a master transformation, seasoned and skilled, the notion of error is inconceivable. Should one attain the level described in the texts, they would embody ingenuity and elusiveness, rendering them virtually indefensible. In contrast to these two tomes, Snape's potion notes hold little of note. While they contain numerous enhancements to potion procedures and are undeniably valuable resources, they fail to evoke the awe of unveiling a new world for Shelley. He had no intention of keeping this notebook to himself, employing a duplication charm. He replicated it for each of his Slytherin classmates, including those with whom he had little interaction, such as Goyle, Crabbe, and Millicent Bulstrode. Hailing from pure blood families, they were well aware of the notebook's worth, and thus Shelley effortlessly garnered their appreciative gazes. Furthermore, Shelley did not set aside his most crucial endeavors, exploring Hogwarts and refining spells. Following the successful modifications of the levitation charm, Lumos, Sonorous, and Incendio, he now focused his attention on the water-making spell. This incantation allows the caster to conjure a stream of clean, potable water from the tip of their wand, typically used for obtaining drinking water in the wilderness or extinguishing flames. Yet, within the original narrative, the Half-Blood Prince, Severus Snape, unleashed a jet of high-pressure water in a charms class, sending the unsuspecting professor flying. Clearly, the water pressure emitted by the water-making spell can be adjusted through magical enhancement. What piqued Shelley's curiosity even further was whether the water-making spell could only produce the purest water. Might it be possible to modify the spell to alter the water's viscosity or pH? If successful, a water-making spell capable of releasing corrosive acid would introduce a destructive quality to the incantation, while one that produced viscous water would incorporate a sticky characteristic. Perhaps there are numerous other transformations Shelley could not yet envision, illustrating the vast potential of the water-making spell. Having already explored the Room of Requirement and the Forbidden Forest, his next destination was the fifth-floor passageway, recently attended to by Dobby during the summer break. Hidden behind a grand mirror, this circular-looking glass stood as tall as an adult. By reciting the incantation, Secret Mirror, Reveal Thyself, one could unveil a deep and mysterious path within the reflection. As Shelley reached out to touch the mirror's surface, he found his hand passing through to the other side, reminiscent of the experience of traversing the barrier at King's Cross Station to reach Platform 9, though aware that the passageway was unlikely to harbor any dangers. After all, the younger Weasley twins had traversed it multiple times in the original narrative, and it had recently been cleaned by Dobby. Shelley nonetheless donned his invisibility cloak with caution, gripping his wand tightly as he ventured into the path of the mirrored world. Salem whispered, "Illuminate." The tip of his wand radiated light, illuminating the entire tunnel. Its slope was gentle, allowing for easy navigation, yet the end remained elusive. The tunnel twisted and turned, not descending in a straight line. After approximately half an hour of wandering, he arrived at a vast cavernous space. It was desolate, with only the 4 stone walls and 2 tunnel entrances. The walls bore the unmistakable marks of recent magical restoration, suggesting that prior to their repair, they had been riddled with numerous cracks, ultimately collapsing under the weight of years of accumulated snow. The traces of magical restoration were likely the handiwork of Dobby, yet a singular, elongated fissure stood out conspicuously on one of the stone walls. This anomaly was curious. Given the house elf's fastidiousness regarding cleanliness and maintenance, such a blatant oversight seemed improbable. Salem promptly attempted to cast a repair spell on the fissure, but to no avail. Something was indeed amiss. Activating his magical eye, he discerned the fluctuations of enchantment emanating from the crack. However, these magical waves were not the familiar hazy white he was accustomed to. Instead, they leaned towards a sinister shade of dark green, evoking a presence more akin to that of fairies or similar creatures rather than wizards. Since Dobby's magic proved ineffective against it, Salem leaned towards the hypothesis that this cavern was linked to the realm of fairies. While fairies held their unique magic as sacred, it did not imply that all wizards were oblivious to it. Among the tomes collected from his grandmother, Druella S. estate, was a volume detailing fairy magic, authored by a cruel ancestor of the Lestrange family, who had become obsessed with the study of magic. This ancestor had abducted numerous fairies to explore the distinctions between wizard and fairy magic, subjecting them to various tortures to extract the secrets of their magical practices. Though the book did not provide a comprehensive analysis of the fairy and house elf magical systems, it served as a rudimentary introduction. Though Salen could not wield fairy magic himself, this did not hinder his understanding of the magical traces upon the fissure. Moreover, with the aid of his magical eye, the fluctuations above the crack were exceedingly clear to him. He resolved to attempt an ancient and rare spell. First, he inscribed a complex magical array upon the stone wall surrounding the fissure using a cutting spell. Then, standing 3 feet away, he aimed his wand at the magical array and exclaimed, "From myriad forms, let all converge as one." The knight's steed wand radiated warmth at its grip, and a torrent of magic surged from Salen into the wand, causing its tip to emit a halo of white light, rippling outward like concentric circles upon water, a phenomenon he had only witnessed when he first grasped the wand. The magic array seemed to come alive, pulsating with waves of power, and an arcane symbol appeared upon the stone wall, a rune Salen recognized as Kaunas, symbolizing holy fire or illumination. Although Shelley had encountered numerous historical texts suggesting that words possess an enchanting power, and was aware that ancient runes were employed for spellcasting during the Middle Ages, witnessing the manifestation of a rune's magic firsthand was indeed an eye-opening experience. At that moment, the ancient rune detached from the stone wall, hovering in midair and exuding a searing aura, ultimately transforming into a brilliant golden flame that vanished without a trace. Unbeknownst to Shelley, the instant the flame dissipated, a mirror-like reflection of that very fire flickered in his pupils, gradually fading as if it were being diluted. Could this be the legendary ancient runic magic? Shelley mused, noting that this flame seemed distinct from the fire spells of contemporary magic. Beyond mere light and heat, it bore traces reminiscent of soul magic. He felt an overwhelming fervor and yearning for knowledge emanating from the flame, not merely a thirst for understanding, but a guiding force for wisdom and legacy. Turning his gaze back to the fissure, the magical fluctuations had vanished. With a restoration spell, Shelley sealed the opening. Continuing through the cavernous space, he emerged into a deserted shop in Hogsmeade, long abandoned, cloaked in dust and cobwebs, the air thick with the scent of mildew. Peering out through a window of the empty store, he caught sight of an old tavern, its entrance marked by a conspicuous wild boar's head. Clearly, this shop was situated away from the main thoroughfare of the village, tucked into a secluded side street alongside the Boar's Head Tavern, explaining its unlikelihood of attracting tenants. On the surface, this adventure seemed to yield little for Shelley. However, it had opened a new door into the realm of magical theory. Not only did he gain insights by witnessing ancient runic magic, but it also inspired him to contemplate various spellcasting endeavors using the ancient runes he had somewhat mastered. On the evening of October 16th, Shelley arrived an hour early at the empty classroom designated for the Patronus Charm exchange meeting, preparing the space with great care. This event held significant importance for him, serving as an opportunity to forge connections with Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Historically, Slytherin and Gryffindor had been embroiled in perpetual rivalry, while Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw publicly maintained a neutral stance. In truth, however, students from these two houses tended to lean towards Gryffindor. While there were a few exceptions willing to befriend Slytherins, the fact remained that Slytherin was the least favored house among the four, a reality the haughty serpents seemed to disregard. Shelley scoffed at this arrogant and foolish mentality. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw were teeming with talent, boasting many distinguished families and formidable individuals. To illustrate, one need only consider his contemporaries. Ernie Macmillan and Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff hailed from the esteemed sacred 28 pureblood families, while Zachariah Smith was part of the prominent Hufflepuff branch of the Smith family, whose great-aunt had been the unfortunate victim of Voldemort's deceit regarding a cherished family heirloom, the Goblet of Hufflepuff. The family of Susan Bones once belonged to a prestigious lineage, yet tragically, they suffered devastating losses during the First Wizarding War, leaving only her aunt, Amelia Bones, who serves as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic. As for Ravenclaw, the family of Anthony Goldstein was not mentioned in the original works. However, in the subsequent Fantastic Beasts films, a branch of the Goldstein lineage is introduced through Tina Goldstein, who served as an Auror in the Magical Congress of the United States before marrying Newt Scamander. Her sister, Queenie Goldstein, possesses the innate ability of legilimency, allowing her to read minds without the need for the convoluted methods described by Snape in the original text. Her ability resembles the mind-reading or telepathy often depicted in Muggle science fiction, in stark contrast to the more mechanical approach akin to a brainwave analyzer or polygraph. Additionally, There exists a somewhat overlooked character from Ravenclaw, Terry Boot, whose family in England is actually descended from North America. His ancestor, Weber Boot, was the adopted son of James Stewart, the founder of Ilvermorny and Isolde Sayre, as well as the brother of Charwick Boot, the author of Chog's Magic. Focusing solely on the North American branch, it stands firm among the strongest families, and it is said that for centuries, the two branches have maintained a cordial relationship. Ultimately, all these characters joined Harry's Dumbledore's army. Individuals who might have emerged as prominent figures instead became mere supporting roles in Dumbledore's plan for Harry's development. Except for Hannah Abbott, who eventually married Neville, the others did not even merit a mention in the conclusion. The attendance at the event exceeded Sherryn's expectations, with nearly all of the younger Slytherin students present, amounting to nearly 60. Under Cedric's leadership, over 10 members of Hufflepuff arrived. Ravenclaw, led by Penelope, astonishingly brought more than 20, including familiar faces to Sherryn, such as Morag and Luna, along with others he recognized from the original text, like Cho Chang and Marietta Edgecombe. Gryffindor's attendance was somewhat awkward, with only one student present, the singularly independent Hermione Granger. Hermione appeared to have anticipated this scenario, seamlessly integrating herself into Hufflepuff's circle, mingling with Hannah Abbott and her group with whom she shared a casual rapport. Sherryn had long foreseen Gryffindor's attitude and remained unconcerned. An attendance of nearly 100 was already a source of great satisfaction for him. He briefly introduced himself from the makeshift platform before commencing a discourse on the various characteristics of Dementors, many of which were insights gleaned from fallen beings that were not available in textbooks. His captivating narrative style and clear summaries held the students' rapt attention. Those familiar with Sherryn assumed he would choose between Daphne and Meredith. Yet to their astonishment, he selected Hermione, eliciting expressions of surprise from all, including Hermione herself. However, the astute and calculating Daphne, nurtured by her family, wore a thoughtful expression. When Hermione was called to the stage, she felt a momentary sense of confusion. Shelley, unable to resist teasing her, said, "Miss Granger, please do not worry. The reason I have invited you up is because I noticed your diligent note-taking earlier, and I deemed you the most suitable candidate to demonstrate the spell without any ulterior motives." Upon hearing this, Hermione felt a mix of pride from Shelley's compliment and a subtle sense of disappointment, her emotions a whirlwind of conflicting feelings. Shelley instructed Hermione to stand in the center of the platform and began, "The key points of casting the Patronus charm are numerous. Yet the essence lies in one crucial aspect. During the incantation, one must harness their most positive and uplifting emotions to unleash their feelings. But how exactly does one achieve this?" Hermione could not help but inquire. However, casting the Patronus charm proved to be no simple task. Over the next half hour, even with her intense focus, Hermione could only produce a silvery mist from her wand on her 5th attempt. Shelley nodded in satisfaction, offering her praise before continuing. "Now, you may attempt a real combat exercise. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety." With a flick of his wand, he pointed to a large chest positioned on the platform, causing it to explode with a loud bang. A genuine Dementor floated out, and the temperature in the room plummeted, enveloping everyone present in an icy chill. They had never anticipated Shelley would dare to bring a real Dementor for demonstration, and now, under its oppressive presence, they found it nearly impossible to conjure any joyful emotions. Struggling instead to maintain their composure as they gazed at the stage, Shelley faced the Dementor, his eyes flashing with a green light, and the creature appeared to be momentarily immobilized. Turning back to the audience, he called out, "Miss Granger, are you ready?" Hermione fought to steady her wrist, preventing her hand from trembling excessively. Upon catching a glimpse of Shelley's encouraging gaze, her initial fear transformed into determination. She raised her wand high and, summoning all her strength, shouted, "Expecto Patronum." The tip of Hermione's wand erupted in a cascade of white mist, which intertwined and gradually solidified. In that moment, Shelley blinked rapidly, and the Dementor seemed to break free from its restraint, lunging towards Hermione. A wave of chilling dread seeped into her spine, as fear and despair surged within her heart, causing her hand gripping the wand to tremble once more. The precious white mist she had conjured began to waver, threatening to dissipate. Shelley stepped forward, grasping her hand firmly, and spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent. "Remember what I told you." Hermione felt a flicker of warmth emanating from Shelley's grip, akin to a faint ember. This warmth surged through her fingertips, reaching deep into her heart, igniting a comforting power within her chest. It was a complex sensation. She felt security, courage, conviction, and perhaps even a faint glimmer of happiness. The silvery mist enveloped her, joyfully chasing the Dementor around the platform. To prevent the Dementors from being driven to the audience below and causing chaos, Sherryn opened the window and flicked his wand, sending forth a beam of white light. Upon striking the Dementor, the light propelled it out of the window, after which he swiftly shut it. The audience below could not suppress their murmurs, openly expressing their envy for Hermione's ability to master the spell in a single night. Hermione, overwhelmed with a mix of astonishment and joy at successfully conjuring her Patronus, felt a blush rise on her cheeks as she recalled the poignant emotions that had flowed through her earlier. Sherryn announced that everyone was free to practice, and he would separate from Hermione to provide guidance. He took charge of the largest group, Slytherin, while Hermione attended to the remaining 2 houses. Among the students, Daphne, receiving special attention from Sherryn, was the first to succeed, elated by the manifestation of a fully corporeal Patronus. Following her, Meredith, Astoria, Draco, and Pansy also succeeded. Witnessing even the first-year Astoria achieve success ignited a spirit of determination among the others, prompting them to practice with renewed vigor. Having addressed Slytherin, Sherryn proactively approached the other houses to check if Hermione required assistance. He caught sight of Daphne in the distance, her expression a blend of amusement and intrigue. Realizing that the astute girl had discerned his intentions behind organizing this event, in sharing his spell-casting insights and generously choosing Hermione, a Gryffindor, as his assistant, he aimed to convey his acceptance and inclusivity towards all houses, Slytherin included. Sherryn was determined to end Slytherin's isolationist stance. In his view, should Slytherin continue to indulge in self-admiration, it would inevitably fall behind in the face of progress. Under Sherryn's careful guidance, Luna and Maury were the first to successfully conjure their fully corporeal patron uses. Luna manifested a wild hare with prominent front teeth, while Maury conjured an elegant swan. Subsequently, the already exceptional Penelope and Cedric also succeeded, including Hermione and the aforementioned 9. A remarkable total of 10 individuals mastered the complete Patronus charm during this session. An extraordinary achievement. It is worth noting that even in Professor Flitwick's charms class, few could grasp a spell so swiftly, even the simplest levitation charm. This accomplishment was directly tied to Sherryn's instruction, as his teaching encompassed both theoretical and practical demonstrations, aligning closely with the students' learning habits, an aspect often lacking in other professors' methodologies. Before the conclusion of the event, more than half of the young witches and wizards successfully produced luminous mist from their wands, although they had not yet formed fully fledged patron uses. Their excitement over the evening's achievements was palpable. Amidst the grateful glances and enthusiastic applause of the crowd, Sherryn declared the event concluded, and the participants departed with satisfaction. A large group of Slytherin students, alongside Sherryn, successfully passed Filch's scrutiny and made their way to Hogsmeade. During Draco's childhood, he seemed to have visited several times. But for the reclusive Shelley, this was his inaugural foray into the only pure wizarding village in England. Thus, Draco took it upon himself to act as a tour guide for his companions. This is the Three Broomsticks, renowned for its excellent butterbeer. It is arguably the most bustling and well-informed locale in Hogsmeade, Draco explained, pointing toward the tavern. Daphne cast a sidelong glance at Shelley and remarked, "The proprietor, Madame Rosmerda, is a beauty known far and wide. Even the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and various professors frequent this establishment for a drink. Are you not curious to step inside?" "Huh, with you and Meredith around, do I really need to look at other girls?" Shelley chuckled, fully aware of the unspoken truths he must avoid. "Is that so?" Daphne's eyes sparkled with an unusual glimmer. "And what about Maury, Luna, and Hermione? Remember the expression on her face when you held her hand that day?" Daphne relentlessly probed Shelley's secrets. Now even Meredith, Pansy, and the other girls gathered around. Meredith, her face like a winter's frost, spoke with a hint of coldness. "I know about Maury. When did you and Luna and Hermione become involved?" Draco sneered. "Hermione Granger? That big front tooth?" He raised an eyebrow. "I'm not criticizing you. Shelley, you already have Daphne and Meredith. How can you be unsatisfied? All right, I concede that Maury is indeed quite a catch, worthy of the Malfoy lineage. But Hermione with that big tooth is rather." Pansy, with a hint of schadenfreude, giggled. "Oh, who would have thought, Shelley, your moves are surprisingly discreet and effective." Blaze and not looked on in admiration, tinged with envy, pondering how Shelley could be so fortunate with women. "I assure you, Luna and Hermione are completely innocent." Shelley hastily denied. "We are merely friends, not even close friends." He feigned ignorance and attempted to shift the topic. "Look, it's the Weasley twins. What kind of shop is that?" The Weasley family, often labeled as blood traitors, was despised by the little snakes of Slytherin. Shelley's exclamation successfully diverted the conversation. The group turned to see where he pointed. "Oh, that is the joke shop," Draco informed them. They observed the Weasley twins emerging from a store, laden with a plethora of prank items, extendable ears, dung bombs, and fong frisbees. A significant portion of the Weasley twins' inventory originated from that establishment. If I may say, if possible, Filch would undoubtedly relish the chance to demolish that shop. Perhaps we should visit Honeyduke's. Pansy tugged Draco forward, clearly indicating that the joke shop was not a favorite among the girls. Honeyduke's, on the other hand, was universally acknowledged as the most popular shop among Hogwarts students. Peppermint Toads. As soon as they entered Honeyduke's, several girls excitedly rushed towards the candy displays. For girls, sweets and body image have always been in a delicate balance, a conundrum even Dumbledore could not solve. However, it seems that Honeyduke's has somewhat addressed this issue, as at least the Peppermint Toads are claimed to be devoid of sugar and lack the common side effects associated with artificial sweeteners, making them the only confectionery that the young ladies of Hogwarts can indulge in without concern. Sherryn, who is not particularly interested in sweets, finds himself accompanying Daphne and Meredith on their shopping expedition, idly gazing around the store. A wizard in the crowd is distributing samples of a new milk fudge, which appears to be a trial tasting of a novel confection. Students gather around the shelves, their eyes captivated by the astonishing array of candies on display. My parents would undoubtedly adore Peppermint Toads. They're both dentists. A familiar voice penetrates his thoughts, and Sherryn abruptly turns to find Hermione engaged in a discussion with Ron about various types of sweets. Draco and 4 other boys show little interest in sugary treats, purchasing only a small amount before hastily departing, discussing their desire to visit the 3 broomsticks to admire the ladies, leaving Sherryn behind as an unceremonious porter for the girls, tasked with carrying bag after bag of sweets. Fortunately, Sherryn had brought Newt's suitcase with him, confident that even if he were asked to transport the entire Honeyduke's, it would pose no challenge. After spending a full 2 hours at Honeyduke's, the girls finally released him, satisfied as they departed. Pansy and her 3 friends opted to continue their shopping at the elegant wizard apparel store, while Daphne seemed to have other intentions, leading Sherryn, Daphne, and Meredith to part ways with them. Hogsmeade Village is relatively small, with only about a dozen shops. Since the 2 girls were not interested in the joke shop and had no desire for clothing, and having completed their visit to Honeyduke's, Sherryn scratched his head and suggested, aren't you going to buy any clothes? Shall we go find Draco and the others at the 3 broomsticks? A mischievous glint flashed in Daphne's eyes as she feigned seriousness, stating, I heard that there's a tea room nearby with particularly delectable cakes. Shall we go and give it a try? Meredith instantly grasped Daphne's intent and responded enthusiastically, You mean Madame Putafoot's tea room, right? I've heard that their refreshments are indeed delightful. Though it was Sherryn's first visit to Hogsmeade, his familiarity with the original text left him well aware of what Madame Putafoot's tea room entailed. He suppressed a smile and nodded in agreement. The 3 of them strolled down the street and eventually turned onto a side road opposite the Hogshead Inn, where a quaint pink tea room awaited. The proprietor of this establishment had undoubtedly long passed the romantic phase of life. Even Sherryn, who considered himself rather unromantic, could feel the ambience. Nevertheless, Madame Putafoot's tea room remained a favored rendezvous for couples from Hogwarts. As they stepped inside, Sherryn immediately spotted 2 familiar faces, Percy and Penelope, engrossed in conversation at a corner table. They were so absorbed in their dialogue that they did not notice the newcomers. Among them was Roger Davies, the charming Ravenclaw, recently appointed as the Quidditch captain, currently seated with a beautiful blonde girl, their fingers intertwined on the table in a tender grasp. 2 individuals, what would you like? Madame Patafu remarked as she passed by, her figure plump and her hair styled in a glossy black bun, initially intending to utter the customary pleasantries. She soon realized the uniqueness of the table before her and swiftly altered her words. Please bring us 3 cups of milk tea, Daphne requested. If this place were to undergo a renovation, I believe many couples would be inclined to visit, Shelley observed, surveying the surroundings and murmuring to himself. The decor of this establishment left much to be desired, prompting him to question whether the taste of most wizards was truly so lacking. When the milk tea arrived, Shelley took a sip and exclaimed, Oh my, this is exceedingly sweet. Daphne and Meredith stifled their laughter at the sight of Shelley's grimace from the overly sweet beverage. This tea tastes akin to syrup, Shelley grumbled under his breath. Daphne, reveling in his discomfort, chuckled and said, It seems Madame Patafu believes that couples ought to indulge in utter sweetness. Look, a little angel. Above the small round table, a creature resembling a human infant descended, adorned with a pair of tiny golden wings. Its lower half was wrapped in a strip of pure gold fabric. The little angel was incapable of speech, only emitting a series of giggles as it scattered pink confetti over the table. Observing his milk tea, now covered in confetti, Shelley sighed, pondering whether young witches favored such frivolities. He retrieved his wand, giving a gentle wave over the table, causing the confetti and teacups to vanish. With another subtle motion, he cast a silencing charm, ensuring that the commotion would not escape their immediate vicinity. He then lightly tapped the little angel, which ceased its laughter and confetti throwing, instead producing a pure golden harp, and began to play Richard Marx's Right Here Waiting. Although this piece was originally meant for the piano, the harp rendition imbued it with a haunting beauty. Daphne and Meredith, unacquainted with Muggle music, nonetheless felt the profound emotions embedded within the melody. The three of them sat in serene silence, entranced by the music. Suddenly, a series of smacking sounds broke the tranquility as Roger Davis and his girlfriend began kissing across the sugar bowl. Their actions seemed to possess a sort of enchantment, prompting other couples in the vicinity to uncontrollably mimic them, and the atmosphere within the tea house turned romantic. Shelley, however, found himself in a rather awkward position. His first kiss had been with Meredith, and he had also shared a kiss with Daphne during a summer concert. Now, with both girls present, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. Had the internet been available, Shelley would have undoubtedly sent out a frantic plea for help. Daphne and Meredith exchanged glances, then obediently positioned themselves on either side of Shelley. Daphne leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "This is your reward for spending the day with us. You must be feeling quite stifled. Hee hee." Shelley found himself without the chance to utter a single word, as Daphne's arms coiled around his neck like a serpent, her warm lips silencing any further speech. Meredith let out a soft hum as she wrapped her arms around Sherryn's neck, the two of them inhaling each other's breath, savoring the delicate and gentle touch. The grand hall was adorned with countless pumpkin lanterns, accompanied by a flurry of bats flitting about and numerous orange streamers spewing flames, languidly drifting beneath the ceiling like resplendent water serpents. The banquet fare was exquisite, and everyone appeared to be in high spirits. Before they could immerse themselves in the crowd, Professor Dumbledore arrived in haste, making his way towards the portrait of the fat lady, while the Gryffindor students jostled together to allow him passage. Harry and his friends edged closer, eager to discern the source of the commotion. Before them lay the portrait of the fat lady, maliciously vandalized. Fragments of the canvas scattered across the floor, and large swathes of fabric completely torn from the frame. "Professor McGonagall, please proceed to Filch immediately and instruct him to search every portrait in the castle for the fat lady," Dumbledore said swiftly. "Good luck." A voice cackled. It was Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist, bouncing above the crowd, reveling in the chaos and distress with his usual glee. "What did you say, Peeves?" Dumbledore inquired calmly, causing the smile to fade slightly from Peeves' face, for he dared not mock the headmaster. He adopted a more sycophantic tone, though it was no more pleasant than his previous cackling. Peeves chuckled, "My apologies, headmaster. She didn't want to be seen. She's in a terrible state. I saw her dash past the landscape painting on the 5th floor, hiding among the trees, sobbing about something dreadful." "Did she mention who was responsible?" Dumbledore asked quietly. "Oh, she did, Professor Head." Peeves huffed, as if cradling a large bomb. "She wouldn't let him in, and he was furious, you see. That Sirius Black has quite the temper." After the feast concluded, the exhilarated Slytherin students gathered in their common room, with Sherryn and his third-year classmates claiming a corner to share tales of their day in Hogsmeade, boasting about Madame Rosmerta's beauty, while Pansy and her friends flaunted their spoils from shopping spree. At that moment, the prefect Gemma burst into the common room. "Everyone attention to the hall at once." Her tone was urgent, indicating that something significant had transpired. "I don't know either. It's a command from Professor Dumbledore. It must be something serious." Gemma's voice revealed her anxiousness. Students from other houses were called as well, and they knew they must not be late. Thus, the young serpents once again filed out of the common room, hurrying towards the hall. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, but the shadows cast by the torches on the wall made the once imposing and reliable walls appear as if they were the stage for errant spirits dancing wildly. "Something has occurred. The faculty and I will conduct a thorough search of the castle," Professor Dumbledore addressed the students. His tone was far from the usual cheerfulness, laced instead with a measure of gravity and concern. At that moment, the 4 deans united to close all the doors of the auditorium. "For your own safety, I believe you may need to spend the night here," he stated. "I request the prefects to stand guard at the entrance of the auditorium, while the male and female student council presidents remain inside to oversee matters. Should any incident arise, report to me immediately," Dumbledore instructed Percy and Penelope, with Percy wearing an expression of pride befitting someone of importance. "At that time, simply send a ghost to relay the message to me." Dumbledore paused, preparing to leave the auditorium, but added, "Oh, by the way, you might need this," with a gentle wave of his wand. Long tables soared to the side of the auditorium, automatically aligning against the wall. Another flick conjured hundreds of soft, purple sleeping bags on the floor. As soon as the professors departed, the auditorium erupted with a cacophony of chatter, as Gryffindor students recounted the recent events to their peers from other houses. "Lie down and rest immediately. Lights out in 10 minutes. Percy exclaimed with an indescribable fervor and pride. Shelling gathered 4 sleeping bags and, accompanied by Daphne, Meredith, and Astoria, moved to a nearby corner. They nestled into the sleeping bags, with Daphne to Shelling's left, Meredith to her right, and Astoria with a disgruntled huff, reluctantly settling to Daphne's left, sandwiched between her and her own sister. Astoria expressed her concern. "Do you think Black is still in the castle?" Shelling replied nonchalantly, "I dare say he has already departed. Dumbledore is still in the castle. If he had not left, he would have no chance now. Tonight, the professor's search is destined to be in vain." Meredith pondered for a moment before posing a question. How did Black manage to enter Hogwarts? A glint of intelligence flashed in Shelling's eyes as she responded. "It is impossible to apparate within the grounds of Hogwarts. The Floo network and Portkeys are under surveillance, and all significant passages, including the skies above, are guarded by Dementors. Thus, invisibility charms would be ineffective, while Transfiguration or Polyjuice Potion might allow one to infiltrate Hogwarts. A fugitive like Black, without any support, would find it exceedingly difficult to accomplish. Transfiguration requires intelligence, and Polyjuice Potion necessitates ingredients. Eliminating these impossibilities, the only plausible explanation is that Black has discovered a secret passage known to no one else." The 3 girls gazed at her, astonished and impressed by the clarity and reasoning of her deduction in such a brief span of time. Then, a spark of cleverness ignited in Shelling's eyes as she continued. "Rather than discuss how Black infiltrated Hogwarts, we should consider what his intentions might be. Was it not to kill Harry?" Meredith inquired, perplexed. A slight smile graced the corners of Shelling's lips. "If it were to kill Harry, why choose this particular moment? Surely he must be aware that all the students are in the Great Hall. Furthermore, even if his intelligence were flawed, why would he tear down the portrait upon realizing he could not access the dormitory? Indeed, aside from alarming the guards, tearing the portrait served no beneficial purpose." Meredith soon came to a realization. Could it be that he escaped from Azkaban and his mind is now somewhat unhinged? Daphne hesitantly suggested. Sherryn slowly shook his head. "Do you truly believe that a deranged individual could escape from Azkaban, traverse thousands of miles across the North Sea, and infiltrate Hogwarts?" It is worth noting that Black's wanted notice was simultaneously issued in both the Wizarding and Muggle realms. The ability to elude such extensive searches without capture is a testament to his sanity. He would not engage in such a perilous endeavor that yields no advantage. Sherryn elaborated. "Had he not torn the portrait, we would have remained oblivious to Black's intrusion. It was only when the fat lady spoke up that we learned the intruder was Black, rather than another. He could not have been unaware that tearing down the portrait would not silence the fat lady." Meredith felt a sense of frustration, as if he could not quite keep pace with Sherryn's line of thought. "You mean to imply that Black's intention was not Harry? That tearing the portrait was a ruse to divert attention, and in truth, he sought to acquire something from the Gryffindor common room?" This time, Daphne was the first to respond, though she was not particularly adept in logic and reasoning. Yet she possessed an innate understanding of human nature. The 4 fell into silence. As the silence enveloped them, fatigue began to settle in, and before long, they drifted into slumber. When Sherryn opened his eyes, dawn had not yet fully broken. It was likely between 4 and 5 in the morning. Most of the students in the Great Hall were still deep in slumber, clearly exhausted from the previous night's discussions. Daphne lay beside him, her arms tightly wrapped around his left arm, her delicate features pressed against his chest, the warmth of her breath tickling his left ribcage, inducing a slight itch. Her silken golden hair sprawled across his chest, with a few mischievous strands attempting to sneak into his nostrils, provoking a sneeze. On his right side, Meredith occupied his right arm, sleeping peacefully with an air of tranquility. Upon closer inspection, the once proud little girl had gradually revealed an extraordinary grace. Her features were exquisite, a blend of valor and allure. Both girls were exceptional companions in life. To have even one was a blessing earned through many lifetimes. Sherryn reflected on his fortune to embrace them both, feeling a profound sense of contentment, as if he had not squandered the opportunity bestowed upon him to live anew. And a blissful smile broke across his face. He heard movement in the Great Hall. Not far away, Dumbledore was speaking. It was likely that he was concerned for their safety, coming to conduct a check in the early hours. Observing Dumbledore approaching Percy, Sherryn swiftly cast a spell to enhance his auditory and visual senses, a family spell of the Lestranges, known to heighten sensitivity of the senses. "How is everything here, Percy?" Dumbledore's gentle voice inquired. "Very well, sir. Everything is under control," Percy replied, his voice slightly sharp with evident excitement at the opportunity to report directly to the headmaster. "Since last night, there have been no incidents." "Excellent. Thank you for your diligence." Dumbledore seemed to nod respectfully at Percy. "Severus?" A hurried footstep approached, the robes creating a whispering wind, carrying with it a faintly acrid scent that Shelley recognized as emanating from the sliced wolfsbane. Thus, the individual must be Professor Snape. "Headmaster, I have searched the entire 4th floor. He is not there. Filch has also checked the basement classrooms, and he found nothing." Snape's voice was laced with fatigue. "Likely a result of the all-night search." "Very well, what about the astronomy tower? Professor Trelawney's room? The Ollery? The broom shed? Have those locations been examined? Has Hagrid contacted his friends to investigate the Forbidden Forest?" Dumbledore spoke softly, clearly wishing to avoid disturbing the slumbering students. "All checked. He is not there." "Good. I have always believed he would not linger indefinitely." Dumbledore's voice now carried a note of reassurance. "Then, Headmaster, do you have any thoughts on how he managed to enter the school?" Snape's tone held a hint of anger. "There are numerous possibilities, Severus. They differ greatly. Yet I am certain that the one you believe is entirely erroneous." Dumbledore's tone turned decidedly grave. "Do you recall our earlier conversation, Headmaster?" Snape's voice dropped lower, requiring Shelley's full attention to discern. "At the beginning of the term, I expressed reservations regarding your appointment." "Enough, Severus," Dumbledore interrupted. "However, without internal assistance, he would not be able to gain entry to Hogwarts." Snape appeared resolute in his stance. "Enough, Severus. I do not believe anyone within the castle would aid him in entering. That is settled. I must now seek the Dementors." Dumbledore raised his voice slightly. Then, the conversation fell into silence, suggesting that Snape had departed, leaving only Percy to patrol, whose vigilance was commendable. As the professors concluded the search, and it was revealed that Black had already left the castle, the 3 girls cast peculiar glances at Shelley. Recalling his deductions from the previous night, Dumbledore felt no disappointment. Merely ensuring that the intruder had not remained within the school was a significant achievement. Eliminating any danger concealed within the castle was of utmost importance. In the following days, the school buzzed with rumors surrounding Black. Speculations about how he infiltrated the castle grew increasingly fantastical, with Hufflepuff's Hannah Abbott claiming that Black could transform into a flowering bush. Aside from the ever-evolving gossip, many changes unfolded within the castle. For instance, the damaged portrait of the fat lady had been removed from the wall, replaced by a fully armed Sir Cadogan and his plump gray pony. Moreover, Harry was now under strict surveillance. Professors accompanied him in the corridors for various reasons, while Percy shadowed him like an excessively vigilant guard dog. Of course, these occurrences had little bearing on Shelley himself. Since the Guardian Charm Exchange event, CLN's popularity has soared to new heights. Many students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw have developed a fondness for this exceptionally skilled, yet approachable second-year student. As CLN strolls through the corridors, he frequently encounters enthusiastic greetings from students of these 2 houses, which has notably softened the overall perception of Slytherin House. The young wizards of Slytherin have begun to engage amicably with their peers from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Another factor contributing to CLN's rising fame is the successful publication of his book, My Encounter with the Basilisk at Hogwarts, at the end of September. Within a mere month, it ascended to the pinnacle of the wizarding novel sales chart, earning CLN a substantial sum of galleons and enhancing his renown. Though many were aware of CLN's feat in vanquishing the Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, few knew the intricate details or the perilous nature of the encounter. It was only after reading his book that they truly grasped the remarkable achievement of a second-year student successfully defeating such a formidable creature. Thanks to the widespread word-of-mouth promotion among students, the content of My Encounter with the Basilisk at Hogwarts has become the most talked-about topic in the entire school, even overshadowing discussions surrounding Sirius. Students worried about not fitting into the conversation rushed to procure the book from Diagon Alley, leading to a situation where nearly every student at Hogwarts possessed a copy. On that fateful Friday during defense against the Dark Arts class, students were astonished to discover that Professor Lupin was absent due to illness, and Professor Snape would be taking over the lesson. What happened to Professor Lupin? Dean Thomas inquired anxiously. "Perhaps I should teach you how to show respect to your professors, Mr. Thomas," Snape replied, a chilling smile gracing his face. "I am not Professor Lupin. I do not possess such amiable temperament. For disrupting the class and showing disrespect towards the professor, Gryffindor loses 10 points. "Apologies, Professor," Hermione interjected, regaining her composure. We were merely worried about Professor Lupin's condition. But he is the best defense against the dark arts teacher we have ever had, exclaimed Seamus Finnegan, who admired Lupin's demonstrated prowess and was a staunch supporter of the professor. You have only encountered him, Snape replied, his expression betraying neither joy nor anger. You're far too easily satisfied. I have always believed that dealing with gnomes and grindylows is the level of a first-year student. Now, let us turn to the subject at hand. He opened the textbook, rifled through the pages, and finally uttered 2 words. Werewolves. I'm sorry, Professor. Hermione stood up again. According to the syllabus, we should be learning about hinkypunks. Miss Granger, may I inquire whether you are the teacher, or am I? Snape retorted, pressing his thin lips together. I'm addressing all of you. He glared menacingly at the class. Now, who can tell me the difference between a true wolf and a werewolf? Snape asked, a peculiar gleam in his eyes. The students sat in silence, unmoving and speechless, except for Hermione, who, as usual, shot her hand up high. Is it possible? Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm. That Professor Lupin has yet to enlighten these third-year students on the distinction between the two? Silence. Snape barked. Indeed, it is astonishing that I should encounter a class of third-year students incapable of recognizing a werewolf. I must inform Professor Dumbledore just how far behind you all are. Please. Sir, Hermione interjected, raising her hand high. There are certain subtle differences between a werewolf and a true wolf, particularly in the structure of the snout. This is your second unsolicited comment, Miss Granger, Snape retorted coldly. For your intolerable know-it-all attitude, Gryffindor loses 5 points. He then turned to Seamus. You speak now. Fairly speaking, Seamus believed that Snape had a point, though the Gryffindors were indeed somewhat innocent. The ability to differentiate a werewolf was a first-year lesson that had been utterly squandered under Professor Quirrell's stammering explanations. Most of the young wizards had surely drifted into daydreams, with only Hermione's insatiable thirst for knowledge standing out as an exception. Seamus first extracted a silver tooth from his pocket, and then transfigured the desk into a stationary werewolf, positioning both side by side to illustrate their subtle differences while providing an elaborate explanation. His commentary was engaging and lively. Even the Gryffindor lions listened intently, and Hermione could not help but feel admiration. Had she been the one to explain earlier, she knew she would not have done nearly as well as Seamus. Snape was taken aback by Seamus's unexpected display, yet it pleased him, prompting him to award Slytherin an additional 15 points. This time, the Gryffindors could hardly contest the points awarded, for Seamus's explanation had indeed enlightened them. Ron, however, muttered a few complaints about showboating, but no one cared to heed him, leaving him feeling rather dull. Before class concluded, Snape assigned an essay on how to identify and kill a werewolf, requiring a minimum of 2 sheets of parchment. As the students groaned about the assignment, the first Quidditch match of the term was set to commence the following day. Originally, the match was to feature Slytherin against Gryffindor, but Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, sought to avoid competing against Gryffindor in inclement weather and concocted an excuse to swap match schedules with Hufflepuff, resulting in Gryffindor facing Hufflepuff instead. This maneuver incensed Gryffindor, while Hufflepuff also expressed their dissatisfaction with Slytherin's actions. Hufflepuff's new Quidditch captain, Cedric, had complained to Seamus about the situation on multiple occasions. Flint's antics had undeniably stirred up animosity towards Slytherin, effectively nullifying the goodwill Seamus had painstakingly earned for his house. Seamus remained unfazed. He recognized Flint as a staunch pure-blood traditionalist, and their ideological differences were clear. Seamus understood that a conflict between them was inevitable, so he chose to observe Flint's self-destructive behavior with indifference. On the morning of November 7th, Saturday, Shelley awoke early from his dormitory bed, intending to personally attend the Quidditch match that day. Although he held little interest in the sport, he was aware that an exceptional spectacle awaited. Outside, the relentless thunder rumbled on, and fierce winds battered the castle's outer walls, leaving the windows no refuge. As Shelley made his way to the first-floor corridor, he immediately perceived the howling winds and torrential rain outside, which were evidently more intense than the previous day. Strolling leisurely to the Great Hall, he prepared to enjoy his breakfast. Shortly thereafter, Daphne, Astoria, and Meredith appeared in the hall, clad in thick raincoats, casting puzzled glances at Shelley, who was lightly dressed. Their confusion was soon clarified. After finishing breakfast, the 4 of them exited the castle together. Outside, the weather was tempestuous, with gale-force winds and pouring rain. Yet, as usual, the entire school community emerged to witness the match. They dashed across the lawn towards the Quidditch pitch, sitting in the damp stands, heads bowed against the fierce winds. In contrast to the hurriedness of others, Shelley and the 3 girls strolled leisurely to the field, as if shielded by an invisible barrier. the torrential rain merely sliding away from them. Astoria, bewildered, gazed at Shelley with admiration, while Meredith, well aware of his prowess, murmured in astonishment, recognizing the protective charm that enveloped them. Even the usually composed Meredith found herself incredulous at Shelley's rapid advancement in skill, pondering why, despite her own diligent efforts. The gap between them seemed to widen. 5 minutes after the match commenced, all players were drenched, the cold weather leaving many shivering, and visibility of teammates was severely hampered, let alone the erratic bludgers. The players soared above the pitch, mere blurry figures of red and yellow, utterly oblivious to the state of the game. Amidst the roaring winds, spectators huddled beneath cloaks and the tattered remains of umbrellas, their cheers barely audible. Numerous players narrowly escaped being struck by bludgers, the downpour rendering their eyes nearly useless, unable to see the balls hurtling towards them. As Gryffindor took a lead of 50 points, Harry and Cedric suddenly spotted the golden snitch simultaneously. They both spiraled towards it, Cedric closer in proximity, yet Harry's nimble physique and the superior speed of his Nimbus 2000 allowed him to surge ahead. At that moment, something peculiar transpired. A silence, born of trepidation, enveloped the tiered stands surrounding the pitch. Although the wind remained as fierce as ever, it seemed to have forgotten its howl, as if someone had muted its voice. Like ink diffusing in water, a deep darkness loomed across the distant horizon as over 100 Dementors, drawn by the jubilant atmosphere of the Quidditch match, advanced rapidly, bringing with them an ominous chill. The Dementors seemed to have been invited to a grand feast. Draped in tattered dark gray cloaks, swirling through the air like wraiths, their decaying hands, oozing with putrid essence, trembled slowly outside their hoods, filling the atmosphere with the stench of rotting flesh. Following the icy patterns formed in the air, Shelley observed an invisible entity soaring from the spectator's stand, drawn away by the Dementors above. It was the joyful emotions of the young wizards present at the event. A flash of brilliance sparkled in Shelley's eyes as he abruptly rose, drawing his wand and aiming it at the Dementors in the center of the arena, exclaiming fiercely, "Guardian Spirit!" Instantaneously, gasps echoed throughout the crowd as they beheld a colossal dragon emanating a silvery light. This dragon's massive form dwarfed that of a human, even surpassing Hagrid. The half-giant, with wings that resembled those of a bat, broad and majestic, it fanned them gracefully, while its elegant head arched high, releasing a roar that resonated through the skies. The dragon soared swiftly, the silver mist enveloping its body, swirling and entwining as it charged magnificently towards the floating Dementors below. In midair, Harry sped towards the golden snitch. He was so close, faster than Cedric, yet time around him seemed to come to a complete halt. Harry felt as though he had entered an inescapable black hole, helplessly moving forward as the temperature plummeted, his breath beginning to freeze, the icy rain infiltrating his body and slicing through his insides. He once again heard the voice he had encountered on the train, a woman's voice, groaning within his mind, pleading for someone to spare Harry. Then, a wave of dizziness overcame him, causing him to slip from his broomstick. Just as he braced for a fall, a silvery dragon suddenly swooped in from below, catching the unconscious Harry and gently placing him upon the grass. The young wizards in the audience, engulfed by despair, powerlessness, and fear due to the overwhelming presence of the Dementors, were suddenly illuminated by the appearance of the silver dragon, akin to a glimmer of dawn in darkness, bringing the only color and light to this monochrome world. They turned in unison, witnessing an unforgettable scene. A still youthful boy, wand raised, defiantly pointing at the 100 menacing Dementors above. In stark contrast to the multitude of Dementors, his solitary figure appeared diminutive, yet paradoxically, this seemingly insignificant silhouette exuded an aura of steadfastness, as if standing tall like a mountain. In the darkness, his eyes shone with unwavering resolve, and his wand continuously released a stream of white mist, firmly blocking the path of the advancing Dementors. Everyone could sense his indomitable determination, igniting a flicker of hope within the despairing young wizards, even diminishing the impact of the Dementors. This striking image was etched in the minds of all, never to be forgotten for years to come. Look, it's Shelley. That is his Patronus. Good heavens, how did he accomplish this? In the presence of so many Dementors, was he not afraid? How could we allow him to face them alone? Sheldon, hold on. We are here to assist you. As if Sheldon's leadership had emboldened them. One by one, the young wizards bravely stood up, raising their wands and reciting the incantation for the Patronus charm. Like stars illuminating the night sky, silvery points of light began to shine from the stands, with at least 40 shimmering orbs emerging, many of which materialized into corporeal patron uses. Draco's Patronus took the form of a Komodo dragon. Pansy's was a fox. Daphne's manifested as a cobra. Meredith's appeared as a lynx. Astoria's took the shape of a peacock. Hermione's was an otter. Luna's emerged as a hare. Maury's turned into a swan. Penelope's became a red-tailed hawk. Following these 9 corporeal patron uses, a surge of white mist erupted, scattering countless halos in all directions. A magnificent silver dragon surged into the horde of Dementors, sending more than 10 flying with a single charge. It then vigorously flapped its wings and lashed out with its long tail, dispatching one Dementor after another with its fierce claws. The dragon seemed to be the natural enemy of the Dementors, moving effortlessly and without concern for the threats they posed, while the Dementors were sent scattering in disarray. The patron uses followed the dragon, launching a second wave of attack that pushed the Dementors back at least 10 feet. Behind the patron uses, the remaining young wizards conjured white mist. Although their joyous emotions were insufficient to form corporeal patron uses, the large volume of mist gradually coalesced into a magical barrier, resembling a sturdy wall that instantly dispelled fear and cold. In the next moment, a melodious cry rang out from the highest point of the castle. A massive silver phoenix flapped its wings and soared out from the headmaster's office. That was Dumbledore's Patronus. Sheldon internally scoffed. Their esteemed headmaster always favored a late entrance, only appearing in a blaze of glory at the last moment. This time, he would surely miscalculate. By the time the silver phoenix finally arrived at the Quidditch pitch, all the Dementors had been driven to the edges. The phoenix, seemingly unwilling to miss its chance for glory, fiercely pursued the fleeing Dementors, delivering a final blow before awkwardly circling twice in the air and ultimately vanishing. Harry suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself lying in the school hospital. The Gryffindor Quidditch players, covered head to toe in mud, surrounded his bed, along with Ron and Hermione. Yet they had won fairly and squarely, a fact even would acknowledged. George chimed in. Harry lay in his hospital bed, listening to Fred and George's discussion without uttering a word. They had lost, all due to his shortcomings. It was his first defeat in a Quidditch match. About 10 minutes later, Madame Pomfrey arrived to inform the team members that Harry needed to rest. The team departed, and Madame Pomfrey closed the door behind them. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance and remained. I think I saw numerous Dementors, Harry whispered. There were over 100 Dementors. Harry, Hermione replied, her voice trembling. I was so terrified I didn't know what to do. My mind was filled with dreadful thoughts. Thankfully, it was Schilling and his Patronus that roused everyone from their stupor. Enough, Hermione! Ron suddenly erupted, his frustration boiling over as he observed Hermione's demeanor. Schilling's Patronus was utterly ineffective. It was Dumbledore who drove those Dementors away. They fled upon seeing Dumbledore approach. They fear his Patronus. In my view, this is nothing but a Slytherin conspiracy. That little Malfoy has ulterior motives. If it weren't for his Patronus, Diggory might have collapsed, and if that had happened, Gryffindor would have lost. What are you talking about, Ron? Hermione exclaimed in disbelief. If it weren't for Schilling's Patronus catching Harry, he would have sustained severe injuries from falling from such a height. Ron's irritation intensified at Hermione's response. A strange anger simmered within him. He had attempted to cast the Patronus charm on the Quidditch pitch, but his wand merely emitted a faint glow before fading away. Witnessing Hermione successfully conjure her Patronus ignited a burning sensation of jealousy within him. Hermione, he is a Slytherin, a Malfoy. His father is a Death Eater. Don't forget, most Death Eaters or Dark Wizards graduated from Slytherin. Ever since you attended that wretched exchange program, it seems you have been brainwashed, always praising Malfoy. Could you both let me have a moment of peace? Harry interjected quietly. Ron's voice lowered, and the room fell into an awkward silence. Forget the Dementors. Has anyone retrieved my Clean Sweep 7? The trio fell silent, in stark contrast to the oppressive atmosphere surrounding Harry and his friends. The ambience around Schilling was one of joy and exhilaration. When the Quidditch match concluded, it was not the captains of either team, nor even Cedric, who had captured the Golden Snitch, that garnered the most acclaim. It was Schilling. It was unclear who initiated the first shout of Schilling's name, but soon the stands erupted in a fervor. Schilling, Schilling, Schilling. The crowd cheered, exerting every ounce of their strength. The resounding roar surged like tidal waves, beginning from the Slytherin stands, then spreading to Hufflepuffs, and finally to Ravenclaws. Young wizards raised their hands and shouted with abandon. In that moment, they forgot about bloodlines. They forgot about houses. They only remembered Schilling. He brought hope. He instilled courage. He led them to triumph over the terrifying Dementors. He united their hearts. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the crowd, Some individuals were so overwhelmed with emotion that tears welled in their eyes. The previously overcast sky seemed to part, revealing glimmers of golden dawn light cascading upon the field, as if the resounding applause had shattered the gloom. During dinner, students gathered in the grand hall, animatedly discussing the day's events, creating an atmosphere that was palpably vibrant. CLN approached the long table of Hufflepuff, extending his congratulations to Cedric, and, under his introduction, acquainted himself with the Hufflepuff players. After a warm exchange, the players found themselves rather fond of this polite classmate. Upon departing, CLN was unexpectedly surrounded by several upperclassmen from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, who eagerly sought his insights on the Patronus charm. Most of them were 5th years or above, having previously dismissed the Patronus exchange meeting, now regretting their earlier indifference. Clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, CLN reasoned that their excitement was merely a reaction to the day's occurrences. Firmly redirecting the conversation, he remarked, "Your performance today was remarkable. I witnessed your Patronus. To conjure a fully formed Patronus amidst so many Dementors is truly an extraordinary feat." Suddenly praised by CLN, Maury blushed and stammered, You too. I saw your Patronus today, and I must say it's impressive." CLN smiled. In truth, the strength of a Patronus is not solely determined by its size. History is replete with diminutive but powerful patron uses. For instance, the Patronus of the medieval wizard Luz was a remarkably potent mouse, and a century ago, the witch Symphoria Laurel conjured an astonishingly powerful ladybug. Thus, my Patronus may merely appear intimidating, but it is not as formidable as it seems. Maury shot CLN a skeptical glance. You remain as disingenuous as ever. Why not mention the wizard Andrus, known as Invincible, whose Patronus was of giant proportions, rendering him invincible in his era? Moreover, I can't shake the feeling that your Patronus is not in its true complete form. Did you hold back? I suspect that if you were to unleash your full power, your Patronus would rival the headmaster S. Phoenix. CLN shook his head. You truly overestimate me. I am merely a third-year student. How could I possibly compare to the headmaster? Is that all? The girl's thin skin seemed overly delicate, as CLN had anticipated at least a blush. He realized he may have been expecting too much. Dobby respectfully inquired, Young master, I have located the position of Mr. Nicholas. We can proceed at any moment. Would you like to depart now? Even before the conclusion of the Patronus exchange meeting, CLN had embarked on developing an anti-nausea bracelet. Through his relentless efforts over the past 3 weeks, he successfully crafted a prototype for trial. According to experimental results, it indeed mitigated discomfort caused by apparition. However, should the transition involve excessive spinning or prolonged duration, the bracelet risked breaking, necessitating further refinement by CLN. Although the current anti-nausea wristbands are not suitable for long-distance magical apparitions, the wealthy and resourceful Shelley certainly has his ways. After adorning each of his arms with 5 wristbands, he grasped Dobby's hand, prompting Dobby to lead him in a phantasmic manifestation. Through repeated manifestations, and after severing the 5 wristbands, they ultimately succeeded in transporting themselves to the distant Black Forest in Germany, thousands of miles away. Shelley was quite pleased with this journey. Despite losing half of his wristbands, he felt no adverse effect from the transportation. As the protagonist, he believed it beneath him to experience dizziness or nausea from magical travel. Such indignity was unacceptable. The Black Forest, true to its name, is a shadowy expanse akin to the Forbidden Forest, vast and shrouded in darkness. Within it dwelled not only the mischievous Urkling and various other magical creatures, but also darker beings such as the Mother Yasha and tribes of vampires, who had plagued Chilo during his travels here in the past. The Urkling, a distant relative of house elves, stands taller than goblins, averaging 3 feet in height, with elongated faces and a notorious fondness for the scent of children. Their piercing, cackling calls enchant children, luring them away from their guardians only to devour them. This is why, despite their ability to speak the human tongue, they are classified as beasts. The German Ministry of Magic has imposed strict regulations on the population of Urklings, resulting in a significant decline in Urkling attack incidents over the years. Legend has it that a lesser-known tribe of kobolds resides within, closely related to fairies, resembling them but with darker skin. This fairy race excels in stealth, whether through invisibility, disguise, or transformation, which accounts for their rarity in human knowledge. However, none of this concerned Shelley, as he did not need to venture deep into the Black Forest. At this moment, Shelley donned the same guise he had used in the alleyway, adopting a low, somber tone as he addressed the door in fluent German. I seek Nicholas. I come introduced by the giant spider. Come in. The man swiftly opened the door, allowing Shelley to enter before promptly shutting it behind him. The interior was minimally furnished, clearly serving as a makeshift office rather than a residence. Without wasting words, the man inquired, "I am Nicholas. What do you want?" "I require a phantom scent herb, and the price is negotiable." Nicholas scoffed derisively. "Phantom scent herbs are only found in government-monitored plantations across Europe. I fear I am powerless in this matter." Shelley, well-versed in negotiating with such individuals, retorted with a knowing smirk, "I believe that under sufficient incentive, nothing is unobtainable." He produced a vial of eight-eyed spider venom, waving it before Nicholas. "This is the venom of the eight-eyed spider. Its worth requires no elaboration, and I can acquire it with ease." Nicholas fixed a cold, covetous gaze upon the vial in Shelley's hand, his eyes shimmering with undisguised greed. "I possess a long-term channel for acquiring this venom. If you can assist me in obtaining the illusory scent grass, I believe we could establish a lasting partnership based on mutual exchange." Shelley once again cast a tempting bait. Recently, numerous events have transpired. The young wizards of Slytherin have been notably conscientious, as they must maintain their house's reputation, and nearly all have completed their assignments. The astute Meredith, skilled in observation and deduction, has even deduced Lupin's lycanthropic identity. However, at Shelley's behest, she has refrained from disclosing this to a fourth party. Save for Daphne. Of course, they remain unaware that Hermione has also arrived at the same conclusion. The creature known as the Boggart does not belong to the realm of beasts, but is classified among spirits, akin to ghosts, banshees, and poltergeists, and is managed by the Department of Magical Creatures within the Ministry of Magic. Lacking a physical form, conventional magic proves ineffective against it. Only advanced dark magic can inflict harm, such as the basilisk's gaze, which can petrify spirits. However, dealing with it is not particularly difficult, since it possesses no physicality. It cannot touch or harm wizards. As long as one learns to resist its temptations and ignores its existence, one will not be ensnared by its allure. In late November, Ravenclaw triumphed over the unfortunate Cedric of Hufflepuff. Despite his individual prowess, he could not withstand the shortcomings of his weaker teammates. And in the inaugural match between the two newly appointed Quidditch captains, he was thoroughly vanquished by Roger Davies, suffering a humiliating defeat. This event invigorated Wood, as the Gryffindor team still harbored hopes of securing the championship, albeit they could afford no further losses. He now demands relentless training from the players, and Harry and his companions frequently soar through the biting cold winds of December. In addition to his rigorous Quidditch practice, Harry must also learn the Patronus charm from Professor Lupin. He is eager to master the complete incantation to ensure no unforeseen incidents occur in the next match. In the Slytherin Prefect's exclusive lounge, seated in an imposing armchair adorned with intricate carvings of two entwined serpents, is a tall girl with straight, light brown hair. The new fifth-year prefect. Her exquisitely sculpted visage emanates an icy coldness, as if the very air in the chamber has been cloaked in frost. Were Daphne seated here, she would recognize this girl as Irina Selwyn, the legitimate eldest daughter of the Selwyn family. In the chamber, two boys stand before Irina. Confronted by her formidable presence and overwhelming pressure, their expressions decidedly grim. One is Geller Prestrange, who had previously been defeated by Shelley, and the other is Miles Bletchley, the Quidditch team's goalkeeper. Both are fifth-year students. Irina spoke. The Malfoy lad seems to be gaining increasing esteem. You witnessed his performance on the pitch today. His supporters extend beyond Slytherin, with many from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw as well. What are your thoughts on this? Miles Block nodded in agreement, acknowledging the remarkable capabilities of that young man. It must be said, his meteoric rise to fame has been swifter than a dragon's flight, driven by a series of meticulously crafted plans. Over the past 3 semesters, he has vanquished trolls, slain serpents, and triumphed in the Merlin competition. Remarkably, the so-called savior has even presented himself twice, allowing for a display of prowess against him. Recently, he has hosted a spell exchange conference and published a best-selling book, all while demonstrating his prowess against a multitude of dementors amidst the scrutiny of the Quidditch pitch. At this juncture, he sighed, acknowledging that this young man has amassed considerable momentum and is currently basking in the zenith of his power. I propose we bide our time and await a more opportune moment. A glimmer of barely perceptible derision flickered in Irina's eyes. Is this the extent of your ambition and conviction? I cannot help but question whether your family's decision to take you in as vassals was a misjudgment. Gallop raised his brows in surprise. Irina, what do you mean by that? Even though the Lestrange family finds itself in a precarious situation, we have not yet descended to the level of being subjugated. After all, his 2 uncles still live. Who knows if one day they might escape Azkaban like the Blacks did. Irina replied with calm assurance, I mean no offense. I merely believe you have lost the courage to confront Malfoy. Moreover, it seems your intelligence has lagged. You may not be aware that the Higgs family has allied with the Malfoy family through Terence Higgs, along with his close friend, Dorian Pusey, who holds considerable esteem among the Slytherin fourth-year students. She paused, allowing the two men a moment to digest this information before continuing. In our fifth-year cohort, Cassius Warrington and Graham Montague have subtly expressed their desire to align with the Malfoys. Cassius, a half-blood with little background, was chosen to participate in Merlin's trials and has usurped the position of head boy that rightfully belonged to you, Gallop. This alone speaks volumes. Adding to this, the Quidditch captain, Marcus Flint, has accepted a broomstick from the Malfoy family. His allegiance is unlikely to favor us. Thus, it appears that within the Quidditch team, at least 5 of the 7 members lean towards Malfoy, leaving us with only Miles, who stands alone and vulnerable. If we continue to heed your advice and bury our heads in the sand, doing nothing, I fear that soon, not only Quidditch, but also the position of head boy and other resources will be gradually consumed by them, and by then, it will be too late. Miles furrowed his brow. Even if your reasoning holds merit, what exactly should we do? Currently, in terms of momentum, strength, and heritage, the opposing side seems to hold the upper hand. Irina's lips, as vibrant as crimson roses, curled into a slight smile. While 4 out of the 6 head students still stand with us, we still have a considerable opportunity. Furthermore, I believe it is time to draw the Ghost Society into this murky conflict, unbeknownst to Sherryn, who is engaged in hushed discussions in the head student lounge. Only 2 weeks remained until the end of the first semester. He had successfully established contact with Nicholas, trading 3 vials of 8-eyed spider venom for a sprig of dreamroot. He also enlisted Dobby's assistance to sell the pulsating umbrella mushroom on the black market, garnering 60 gold galleons in return. With the serpent's venom, the dreamroot, and the additional materials Dobby had gathered from various apothecaries, Shelley was equipped to brew the enhancement potion during the 2-week holiday at school. This year, Ron and Hermione decided to remain at Hogwarts. Ron expressed his reluctance to spend 2 weeks with Percy, while Hermione insisted on visiting the library. However, Harry understood that their intentions were to keep him company, for which he felt profoundly grateful. In the final week of the term, they were once again permitted to venture to Hogsmeade. Everyone, save for Harry, was elated. On the morning of their trip to Hogsmeade, Fred and George surprised Harry with a Christmas gift, the Marauders map, marking one of the happiest days he had experienced since the Quidditch match. Utilizing the map, Harry successfully sneaked into Hogsmeade, locating Ron and Hermione, and overheard the story of how Black had betrayed his parents at the 3 broomsticks. That night, Harry struggled to find rest, his mind consumed by thoughts of vengeance against Black, which deeply concerned Ron and Hermione. They were well aware of Harry's reckless tendencies, and, as his close friends, they understood that if given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly engage in foolish endeavors to exact revenge on Black. Shelley inadvertently learned that Hagrid was also enduring hardships. He had received a letter from the Board of Governors regarding the incident involving Buckbeak attacking Draco. While he himself would not face punishment, Hagrid and Buckbeak were required to attend a hearing before the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. Hagrid understood that Buckbeak's chances of survival were slim, as, aside from him, no one else cared about the fate of a hippogriff. This situation gradually led Hagrid into a state of despondency, and he could occasionally be seen inebriated, attempting to drown his sorrows. Dobby once again gifted a pair of socks. Creature presented a wooden carving. Draco offered a toy from Zonkos, while Narcissa bestowed upon him a pair of exceedingly practical dueling gloves. The gloves bore the engraving of a disarming charm. When the gloved hand grasped a wand, an invisible yet firm magical connection would form between the wand and the gloves, ensuring that the wand would never leave the gloves unless its owner lost consciousness or passed away. Perhaps a wizard of Dumbledore-esque caliber could break the gloves' enchantment. But how many such powerful wizards existed in the world? Dueling gloves acquired. Daphne, Meredith, and in keeping with tradition, gifted a precious tome from their family-esque collection. Astoria, emulating her sister, chose to offer a book as well. Shelley cherished each volume, carefully adding them to his portable library, which now boasted over 400 volumes. Murray gifted a hand-knitted scarf, whose design and craftsmanship were rather unremarkable, yet Shelley could feel the heartfelt intention woven into it, making it truly cherished. Even Luna presented him with a rather peculiar pair of glasses, rumored to reveal the presence of pesky insects and nuisances. What surprised Shelley even more was the Christmas gift from Hermione. In addition to expressing gratitude for her guidance during the Patronus Charm workshop, Hermione thoughtfully included her meticulously crafted notes on key examination topics, which would undoubtedly ease Shelley's preparations for the upcoming tests. It is noteworthy that far across in Germany, Both Eberly and the Broom Company of Badmouth had not forgotten to send Shelley, their major stakeholder, a firebolt, although the firebolt was quite valuable. Shelley found neither the time nor the inclination to engage in Quidditch, thus he decided to pass it on as a Christmas gift to Draco, urging him to keep it a secret to be unveiled as a surprise weapon against Gryffindor. Draco was utterly enamored with the flying broom and eagerly promised Shelley that he would exert every effort to secure glory for Slytherin in the forthcoming Quidditch match, bringing honor to the Malfoy family. Meanwhile, a series of events unfolded among Harry and his companions. Harry received an anonymous firebolt as a Christmas gift, which thrilled both him and Ron, though Hermione insisted it should first be examined by the professors. Just as Hermione and Harry engaged in a heated debate, her cat Crookshanks attacked Ron, specifically targeting the rat in Ron's pocket, leading to an unpleasant altercation between Hermione and Ron. That evening, Hermione summoned Professor McGonagall under the pretense of needing to inspect Harry's firebolt, temporarily confiscating it, which resulted in a cold war between Hermione, Harry, and Ron. On the eve of the new term, in the experimental laboratory of his suitcase, Shelley held a vial of pale green potion, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Through relentless effort, he had successfully brewed a potion to enhance magical power. He promptly broke the wax seal and consumed the potion. Initially, he felt nothing, but as it reached his throat, it felt akin to swallowing a dreadful poison, igniting a fiery blaze within. Grasping his neck, he succumbed to a fit of violent coughing. Soon after, his body temperature began to rise. He seized a prepared bag of ice and placed it against his forehead to cool down. What followed was a noticeable acceleration of his heartbeat, as blood surged through his veins, making him feel as though he were engulfed in flames. Teetering on the brink of ecstasy, even Shelley, with his composed demeanor, could not suppress a primal roar. This dreadful sensation lingered for about 10 minutes before gradually subsiding, allowing him to return to normal, albeit drenched in sweat. After a restful slumber, he awoke the next day, invigorated, and immediately employed his magical eye to scrutinize himself closely. He discovered a significant enhancement in his magical prowess, now on par with that of upperclassmen, comparable to the elite 7th-year students like Percy and Penelope. Schelling was thoroughly pleased with the effects of the potion. Now, having resolved his most pressing issue, he could embark on the study of more advanced spells. He had long since devised a comprehensive curriculum of incantations to master, having already acquired a profound understanding of the theoretical aspects, leaving only the practical application to be addressed. Chapter 20. The Return of the Fire Crossbow. The first lesson after the term commenced was care of magical creatures. On that chilly, damp January morning, the students were most reluctant to spend 2 hours outdoors tending to the exceedingly dull flobberworms. Unexpectedly, Hagrid sought to uplift their spirits by conjuring a bonfire filled with fire lizards. Next came the alchemy class. Alchemy had begun to transform into an engaging subject. After the students had thoroughly memorized the theories of material and magical transformation, Professor Bach initiated his first practical lesson. He had amassed a plethora of damaged alchemical artifacts within Hogwarts, such as ancient flying brooms, cracked golden snitches, and rusted pocket telescopes, and tasked the students with disassembling these items to examine their inner workings while simultaneously practicing their restoration skills. The repairing charm could only mend objects that had suffered physical damage, yet most alchemical artifacts possessed potent or intricate magical properties. Attempting to repair them with a standard wand would restore their physical form, but the magical damage would remain irreparable. Of course, there were exceptions, and Schelling was aware of one such anomaly, the Elder Wand. This formidable wand's repairing charm could mend other wands, and if Schelling's assumptions held true, it could also restore various alchemical items, provided they were not excessively large or complex, such as vanishing cabinets or erased mirrors. The students found great joy in the practical lessons of restoring alchemical items, feeling as though they had acquired considerable knowledge. Professor Bach even brought in the vanishing cabinet that had been damaged by Peeves last semester, stating that once the students had mastered the foundational skills of repairing alchemical objects, the next lesson would involve fixing this cabinet. On Thursday evening, Harry officially commenced his weekly supplementary lessons in defense against the dark arts, with Professor Lupin providing him with individualized instruction in the Patronus charm. Harry, encountering difficulties in his studies, became increasingly agitated, even questioning Professor Lupin's teaching abilities. This diverged from the original narrative, where Harry had been the first in his year to master the Patronus charm. In this version, at least 60 young wizards could cast a rudimentary Patronus, with many capable of conjuring a corporeal form. Harry had heard from Hermione that she, under Schelling's guidance, had perfected the spell in a single night, and Draco, his nemesis, had achieved the same feat. The thought of falling short of Draco's academic prowess filled Harry with discontent. And this frustration led to a detrimental cycle that hindered his progress in mastering the Patronus charm. On that fateful Friday, during potions class, Professor Snape introduced the students to the intricate world of poisons. True to his penchant for selecting challenging topics, he opted for the category of undetectable poisons, substances that are colorless and tasteless, evading detection by conventional means such as silver spoons, rendering them insidiously perilous. To everyone's astonishment, every student from Slytherin displayed remarkable prowess. Even the historically inept Goyle and Crabbe showcased talents that could easily overshadow Hermione's abilities. This revelation left the Gryffindor Cubs utterly astounded, with Hermione wearing an expression of disbelief, feeling significantly disheartened. Harry and Ron grew increasingly resentful of potions class, suspecting it to be an insidious plot by Snape to undermine Gryffindor, speculating that Snape had been privately tutoring the Slytherin students. Of course, Harry conveniently overlooked the fact that he too was benefiting from Professor Lupin's clandestine tutoring sessions. Unjustly, Snape bore the brunt of the blame. The Slytherin performance was undoubtedly attributed to the efforts of their peer, Shi-Lin, who, after sharing Snape's notes in September, significantly elevated the potion-making skills of the entire third-year Slytherin cohort, enabling them to easily surpass Gryffindor. The following Saturday, Ravenclaw faced off against Slytherin in a Quidditch match. Amidst the continuous fouls committed by Marcus, Cassius, and Montague, Ravenclaw lost 2 players to injuries. Although they secured a 100-point lead through a series of penalties, Draco managed to seize the golden snitch ahead of Zhang Qiu, thus clinching victory for Slytherin, albeit narrowly. This was also due to Draco's strategic restraint. He heeded Shellen's advice and refrained from utilizing the Firebolt, opting instead for the Nimbus 2001. According to Wood, this was fortuitous news for Gryffindor, as defeating Ravenclaw would elevate them to second place. Consequently, would increase the team's practice sessions to 5 times a week. This meant that, in addition to Lupin's lessons on resisting Dementors, Harry faced a more grueling schedule than 6 Quidditch practices, leaving him with only 1 evening to complete all his homework. Nevertheless, he did not exhibit the same anxious demeanor as Hermione. The weight of her academic responsibilities seemed to finally overwhelm her. Every night, one could invariably find Hermione ensconced in a corner of the common room, surrounded by an array of textbooks, astrological charts, the Niven's dictionary, diagrams on Muggle weightlifting, and numerous densely packed notes. She rarely engaged with anyone, often responding with sharp retorts when interrupted. As January seamlessly transitioned into February, the biting cold remained unchanged. With the match against Ravenclaw drawing near, Harry had yet to order a new broomstick. After each Transfiguration class, he would inquire about the Firebolt from Professor McGonagall, while Ron stood behind him, brimming with hope, and Hermione hurried past, her face turned away. Upon returning to the Gryffindor common room, Harry was eagerly surrounded by his teammates, who had already caught wind of the news. Team Captain Wood exclaimed, "With the Firebolt, Ravenclaw stands no chance. They're riding on mere shooting stars." The Firebolt was passed around, admired from every conceivable angle. After about 10 minutes, the crowd gradually dispersed, allowing Harry and Ron to finally spot Hermione. Unlike the others, she remained engrossed in her studies, carefully avoiding their gaze. They approached her table, and, at last, she lifted her head. "Did you see Hermione?" "There was absolutely no issue," Ron declared. "Well, that might have been the case at the time," Hermione replied. "I mean, at least now you know it's safe." "Yes, that's what I was thinking too," Harry said. "I should probably take it upstairs." "I'll get it," Ron volunteered eagerly. "I need to give Scabbers some of his tonic anyway." He took the Firebolt, cradling it as if it were made of glass, and ascended the boys' dormitory stairs. As Harry and Hermione chatted, attempting to mend their friendship, Ron's shrill scream suddenly pierced the air from the dormitory. The common room fell silent, all eyes fixed on the staircase. A hurried clamor of footsteps approached, growing louder until Ron burst forth, dragging a bedsheet that bore a large bloodstain. He angrily tossed an object onto Hermione's translation assignment of runes. Both Hermione and Harry rushed to examine it. Among the peculiar, pointed characters lay several long strands of ginger cat fur. An explosive argument erupted between Ron and Hermione. Ron accused Crookshanks of having devoured Scabbers, offering Hermione no chance for explanation as he vented his fury, leaving her in tears. He even accused her of being brainwashed by Slytherin, forgetting her allegiance to Gryffindor. This incident stirred quite a commotion, reaching even the ears of students from other houses, including those from Slytherin. 2 days later, during the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, Harry's outstanding performance and the Firebolt superiority led Gryffindor to a decisive victory. winning by a staggering 200 points. Unlike in the original narrative, this semester saw a somewhat more composed and mature Draco, who, along with his companions, refrained from attempting to interfere with Harry's game using Dementors, sparing Slytherin from any loss of points and humiliation. However, one individual was conspicuously absent from the jubilant gathering. Hermione sat incredulously in a corner, attempting to read a hefty tome entitled Life and Social Customs of British Muggles. As Fred and George began to perform tricks with bottles of butterbeer, Harry seized the opportunity to leave the table and approach Hermione, asking, "Haven't you been to watch the match?" "Of course I have," Hermione replied, not lifting her gaze from the book, her tone oddly high. "We won, and I'm quite pleased. I think you did remarkably well. However, I must finish this book before Monday. Come on, Hermione, have a bite to eat." Harry cast a glance at Ron, who appeared quite cheerful at that moment. He couldn't help but wonder if Ron's mood was favorable enough for a reconciliation with Hermione. "I cannot, Harry. I still have 422 pages to read." Hermione's voice sounded somewhat hysterical, and she too glanced at Ron, whispering, "He probably wouldn't want you to participate." This was evident, for Ron had deliberately chosen this moment to exclaim, if Scabbers hadn't been eaten, he could have devoured a few of those cream fly candies that he has always relished. Suddenly, Hermione burst into tears. She had been under immense strain lately, whether from the pressures of her studies or the distress concerning Scabbers, keeping her in a state of repression. Yet, Harry had not anticipated that she would truly weep so readily. Before he could say or do anything, Hermione tucked the hefty book under her arm, sobbing, and hurriedly dashed through the doorway of the Gryffindor common room. Ron peered at the ajar door, hesitating for a moment, yet he stubbornly set his jaw. "No," Ron declared with a stern face, if she were to show any remorse, but she never admits she is wrong. Hermione is just like that. She still bore the expression as though Scabbers had merely gone on holiday or something similar. Harry hesitated, sighed, and then, with a look of resignation, ran out through the doorway. Chapter 21. Hermione's tears having consumed the enhancing potion, Sherryn felt a surge in his magical abilities. Since the conclusion of the Christmas holidays, he had devoted considerable time to practicing complex and formidable spells within Newt's suitcase space. Over the past 2 months, he had mastered the Gale Force spell and the Fiery Shield charm, honing his control over the former's wind power and direction, as well as the latter's flame, form, and consciousness. The Gale Force spell is exceptionally practical in the Fantastic Beasts films. Newt employs it as a repelling charm to send enemies flying, just one of its many applications. Once mastered, with the ability to finally manipulate the wind's strength and direction, one could conjure a tornado to lift opponents into the air, providing a dizzying experience. The Fiery Shield charm is another highly useful incantation. In the Fantastic Beasts series, Grindelwald, surrounded by adversaries, utilized the charm's distinguishing characteristics to conjure a circular firewall that could discern friend from foe. Only those utterly loyal to him could pass through the flames. Reminiscent of the protective circle employed by Sun Wukong in the classic Eastern novel Journey to the West. For Sherryn, who sought to attract followers, the ability to identify true loyalty was crucial. Upon mastering these 2 spells, Sherryn finally began to delve into the considerably challenging and perilous Fiendfire Curse and its corresponding counter-curse. It must be said that the difficulty of the Fiendfire Curse far surpassed any spells he had previously learned, demanding not only an extraordinary amount of magical power, but also an exceptional level of concentration and control. Otherwise, one could easily fall victim to the backlash of dark magic. History is replete with accounts of dark wizards who perished while practicing the Fiendfire Curse. On that fateful night, Shelley had just concluded his practice of the Fiendfire Curse. Rubbing his aching shoulders, he decided to suspend his spell work and embark on a nocturnal excursion to the library's restricted section to peruse some tomes on dark magic. Unexpectedly, in his invisible state and fatigued state of mind, he failed to notice his surroundings and collided with a rushing Hermione at the corner of the corridor. For someone of Shelley's physical prowess, such an encounter was trivial. However, for the frail Hermione, it was another matter entirely. The book she held, along with her delicate form, was sent tumbling backward. In a reflexive response devoid of thought, Shelley deftly grasped her wrist, preventing her from falling to the ground, while his other hand formed a claw-like gesture, summoning the hefty tome into his grasp with ease. In the next moment, both heard the irksome voice of the caretaker, Filch, echoing from a short distance away. "Who is there? Damn students, wandering about at night. I'll make you regret it." Gripping Hermione's hand, they sprinted away in perfect unison, the sound of Filch's relentless pursuit echoing behind them. They dashed into the abandoned girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor, where Shelley gestured for silence and tapped his wand, rendering them both invisible. Filch and his cat burst into the lavatory, standing right before them, yet wholly oblivious to their presence, before begrudgingly departing. Once they were gone, fate would have it that they encountered Harry, who had been searching for Hermione. Poor Harry turned and fled, while Filch, cursing under his breath, chased after him. Shelley and Hermione, having narrowly escaped, locked eyes, and he suddenly realized he was still gripping her hand tightly. Embarrassed, he chuckled awkwardly and released her, attempting to shift the focus of the conversation. "Well, Miss Granger, could you enlighten me as to what transpired?" After their escapade, Hermione found that the unpleasantness from the common room had faded from her mind. She shook her head and replied, "Thank you, Malfoy. I'm quite all right now." Observing her still swollen eyes, Shelley inferred the events that had unfolded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "If you don't share, allow me to speculate. What could possibly compel the ever-responsible Miss Granger to breach school rules for a midnight adventure? Was it a quarrel with a friend? Potter or Weasley?" Hermione gazed at the young man before her in astonishment. Though his features were undeniably handsome, they still bore the traces of youth. Yet his composure and accuracy in judgment were strikingly mature. Unconsciously, she felt a surge of trust towards the young man before her, and could not help but confide. "Ron believes that Crookshanks, my pet cat, has devoured his pet rat, Scabbers, and has unleashed his anger upon me. Truth be told, I am uncertain whether Scabbers has indeed met his end, yet Ron refuses to entertain my explanations. I am at a loss as to why I've been feeling so despondent lately." Cielin chuckled softly. "In truth, I know precisely where your dilemma lies." Hermione gasped softly, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. With a gentle smile, Cielin continued, "You place too much emphasis on rationality. Harry and Ron are merely 13-year-old boys. Adolescents are often prone to temperamental outbursts. Ron, under the impression that his pet has been lost, would rather sever ties with a close friend than seek the truth. This indicates that, in reality, he is indifferent to Scabbers' fate. What truly matters to him is your attitude. He perceives that you do not value his pet nor his feelings, which is why his anger has erupted. Do you comprehend my point?" Hermione was momentarily taken aback. Although her knowledge of gender psychology was scant, the academic in her recognized the validity in Cielin's words. Observing that Hermione was absorbing his insights, Cielin pressed on. "As for your own emotional turmoil, it stems from your burdening yourself with too many responsibilities, neglecting your own mental and physical limits." "Do not be so quick to interject," he interrupted as she hesitated. "I have heard that you are enrolled in 12 courses this year. While this is commendable, such a heavy academic load can suffocate anyone. Yet you, aware of your overextended studies, still concern yourself with Harry, Ron, and Hagrid." At this, Hermione felt a wave of injustice wash over her. Yes, she had meddled. She had informed Professor McGonagall about Harry's predicament with the firebolt, believing it to be for his own good. And regarding Hagrid, "I am aware that you are fervently assisting him in gathering materials for his defense. Originally, the three of you had agreed to help, yet you find yourself the sole fighter in this endeavor. Moreover, I fear that your efforts may be in vain. Deep down, you likely realize that Buckbeak stands little chance. The outcome of this hearing is bleak. It is destined for failure." As Cielin spoke, Hermione's face flushed crimson, her fists clenched tightly. She yearned to vehemently rebut him, to assert that he was mistaken, yet words eluded her. Cielin, noticing her distress, waved dismissively. "Enough with that look. You ought to understand that this so-called hearing is merely a formality. Beneath it lies a political struggle between the Ministry of Magic and Professor Dumbledore. As you know, there are many within the Ministry who harbor animosity towards Dumbledore due to his advocacy for kindness towards wizards of Muggle descent. Consequently, numerous affluent pureblood families seek to undermine Dumbledore's standing through this affair. In order to avoid offending either side, the Ministry of Magic is most likely to use Buckbeak as a scapegoat. Thus, no matter what testimony you provide, his fate is sealed." Suddenly, Hermione recalled that the boy before her belonged to the Malfoy family, the very pure-blood lineage that he had just boasted about. He was also the son of the despicable Mr. Malfoy, the brother of the insufferable Draco, a rival to her and Harry. For some inexplicable reason, a wave of melancholy and disappointment washed over her, swiftly followed by a surge of indignation. She shut her eyes and cried out, "So what? Are these words intended to undermine my resolve and make me surrender? Are you flaunting the might of your pureblood family? You are just as detestable as Draco." Scirin's words, however, were heartfelt. Pureblood is undoubtedly worthy of honor, but not due to that foolish lineage, rather because of the various legacies left by their ancestors. Scirin's rapid rise in power was indeed aided by his pureblood status. However, this does not imply that Muggle-born wizards are fated to achieve nothing. While one's background does determine the starting point, Sherryn was acutely aware that throughout the long course of life, myriad factors could influence one's destiny, such as character, talent, will, and choices. Compared to lineage, Sherryn valued an individual's character and abilities far more. Unfortunately, being raised in the notoriously infamous Malfoy family rendered his words devoid of persuasive power. Thus, he felt little inclination to engage Hermione further. If you wish to think that way, so be it. With that, Sherryn turned on his heel and departed with decisive grace. Hermione opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to speak, but no sound emerged, leaving her with a twinge of regret. Chapter 22. The Second Intrusion. Thus concluded the first private conversation between Sherryn and Hermione. In his search for Hermione, he not only failed to find her, but was also caught by Filch, who made him copy school rules for the better part of the night, nearly exhausting his hand before allowing him to leave. No. Harry seemed to hear the dormitory door slam shut. He finally located the opening of the curtains, pulling them apart just as Dean Thomas switched on the light. Ron sat up in bed, his face etched with sheer terror, exclaiming, "Sirius Black. He had a knife. Right here. Just now. He slashed the bed curtains. Woke me up." Ron continued to shout. Dean questioned whether Ron was merely dreaming. Yet the torn bed curtains indicated this was no mere figment of imagination. The five boys dashed down the stairs at full speed. Behind them, dormitory doors swung open, and numerous drowsy voices inquired after them. Who was screaming? What are you doing? The embers in the fireplace illuminated the common room, revealing a plethora of debris left from the festivities, yet the room was empty. At that moment, a few girls descended the stairs, clad in nightwear and yawning. Soon after, the boys began to appear as well. Percy exclaimed, "Sirius Black." Ron weakly exclaimed, "In our dormitory, with a knife. He woke me up." The common room fell into an immediate silence. Shortly thereafter, Professor McGonagall arrived. Upon entering the common room, she slammed shut the portrait hole behind her and cast an enraged gaze around the room. "Gryffindor has won the match, which brings me joy. But your behavior is utterly ridiculous. Percy, I had expected better from you. It wasn't a nightmare." Ron shouted desperately. "Professor, I woke up to find Sirius Black standing before me, holding a knife." Professor McGonagall stared at him incredulously, doubting his claims. However, under Ron's insistence, she inquired of Sir Cadogan, who was guarding the entrance to the common room. "Sir Cadogan, did you just allow a man to enter Gryffindor Tower?" "Of course, my lady," Sir Cadogan replied. Professor McGonagall could hardly believe it and quickly pressed him for details regarding the password, only to receive an even more astonishing response. Black had possessed the password for the entire week, having read it from a small piece of paper. Silence enveloped the room, until a timid, frightened voice broke it. Neville Longbottom slowly raised his hand. The following day, wherever they went, they observed heightened security measures. The trolls guarding the premises were not the same mountain trolls that had been defeated by shearing in their first year. They were a new breed, meticulously cultivated by wizards over generations, devoid of the repugnant odor and endowed with a greater semblance of humanity and intelligence, although their intellect still fell short of human standards. In the wizarding world, there exists a profession dedicated to training such trolls, molding them into competent security personnel, known as troll trainers. In the British wizarding community, several establishments were responsible for training troll guards, yet all were invariably linked to the Ministry of Magic. The ministry would never allow private enterprises the liberty to produce forces that could be utilized for military purposes, while the average citizen remained oblivious to these matters. Shearing was well aware that the principal shareholders of these troll security companies were, in fact, the ministry itself. Poor Neville faced the wrath of Professor McGonagall and was forbidden from visiting Hogsmeade. Moreover, she imposed a confinement upon him, barring anyone from providing him with the entrance password to the tower. The unfortunate Neville was left to wait each night in the common room, hoping someone would take him inside, during which the troll guards would invariably taunt him with unkind words. However, these penalties paled in comparison to what his grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, had prepared for him. 2 days after Black's intrusion into the tower, she sent Neville a package, which contained the most dreadful item a Hogwarts student might receive at breakfast, a howler. That day, as the school owls entered the Great Hall, delivering mail as usual, a massive barn owl landed before him, clutching a scarlet envelope. Neville was taken aback. Harry and Ron, seated across from him, immediately recognized it as a howler, having seen Ron receive one from his mother the previous year. "Run, Neville," Ron urgently advised him. Neville did not need to be told twice. He seized the envelope with a grip akin to that of a bomb and dashed out of the Grand Hall, provoking hearty laughter among the Slytherin students at his comical demeanor. Soon, the explosive roar of the howler echoed in the entrance hall, a voice magnified to 100-fold. Neville's grandmother vociferously condemned him for bringing shame upon their entire family. At the Slytherin long table, Daphne cast a silencing charm around her before whispering, "Shaylin, you were indeed correct. Black has returned." Meredith disdainfully glanced in Ron's direction, remarking, "Those foolish Gryffindors must believe that they scared Black away. How utterly shameless. If Black's target were truly Harry, it is inconceivable that he would refrain from silencing 5 feeble boys, 4 of whom were sound asleep. This does not align with the notorious brutality he is reputed to embody. It appears that there is a deeper, darker narrative behind Black's imprisonment." Having grown accustomed to Shaylin's strategic acumen, she could not help but look down upon Ron as clownish antics. Astoria blinked her charming eyes and inquired, "Brother Shaylin, what do you think Black desires?" Shaylin replied with assured confidence, "We can narrow it down. Black is certainly after something from Harry's dormitory, most likely Ron's belongings, especially since he chose to tear down Ron's bed curtains first. Although the Weasley family is an ancient pure-blood lineage, we are well aware of their abject poverty. Thus, anything of value can be dismissed. What, then, might be worth a considerable risk Black is taken to steal?" A confident smile graced Daphne's lips as she mused. Black, unbound by family or ties, must be driven by a singular obsession, vengeance, a deep-seated hatred. The object of his pursuit is undoubtedly linked to retribution. Shaylin shrugged, asserting, "What he truly seeks is known only to him. We have deduced enough. Whether Black's loyalty once lay with Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix or the Dark Lord's Death Eaters is irrelevant to us. Our families share no enmity with him. His quest for vengeance likely does not involve us. We may simply sit back and observe." Daphne cautiously asked, "So we do nothing?" Shaylin's enigmatic gaze replied, "Who can say?" That evening, Harry and Ron departed from the Gryffindor Tower, hurriedly traversing past the troll guards, heading straight for the entrance hall where Hagrid awaited them. "I have matters to discuss with you both," Hagrid stated, seating himself between them, his expression notably grave, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. "It concerns Hermione." "What's wrong with her?" Ron inquired. "She ate Scabbers," Ron interrupted angrily. "Because her cat did what all cats do," Hagrid stubbornly continued. "She's cried several times. You must understand that she is currently facing considerable difficulties, overwhelmed by her numerous aspirations. However, despite her busy schedule, she still finds the time to assist me in preparing for the Buckbeak case." "Hagrid, we should have been there to support you as well," Harry said apologetically. "I don't blame you," Hagrid replied, seemingly unfazed. "You all have your own pressing commitments. I've observed you tirelessly training on the Quidditch pitch day and night. Yet, I must convey this to you. I believe you both ought to value friendship above your flying brooms and other trivial matters. That is my counsel." Harry and Ron felt a twinge of guilt at Hagrid's heartfelt admonition, though their individual thoughts were reflective of their distinct personalities. Chapter 23, The Goblin Rebellion. The following day, Wednesday, the morning class was History of Magic. Professor Binns finally concluded his lecture on the contributions and advancements of the medieval European Wizards Federation from the 13th to the 15th centuries. Transitioning to the next topic, the Goblin Rebellion. This series of insurrections, initiated by goblins, sought to resist the discrimination and prejudice imposed by wizards. Such movements have been recurrent throughout history, yet only 3 hold significant historical importance. The first occurred in 1612 in the village of Hogsmeade, where the Three Broomsticks pub was designated as the headquarters for the rebel forces. This turmoil persisted for an extended period, profoundly impacting the merchants and residents of Hogsmeade. His successor, Basil Flack, fared little better, serving a mere 2 months, the shortest tenure of any minister to date. After the goblins allied with similarly marginalized werewolves, Flack felt the situation had escalated beyond his control and resigned in disgrace. Historians' predictions proved correct, as by the late 18th century, goblin rebellions proliferated. In 1762, one such uprising resulted in the death of a goblin named Waggot, while another infamous rebellion revolved around the incident involving a filthy creature known as Lala. Lala was humiliated by a young wizard, having his head forcibly submerged in a village pond until he was nearly suffocated. In a fit of rage and indignation, Lala led another goblin uprising, emerging as the leader of this bloody revolt. To this day, the non-wizard half-breed treatment code has been established, safeguarding the fundamental rights of goblins. Although they remain prohibited from wielding wands, their living conditions have significantly improved compared to the past, and such rebellions have become increasingly rare. Nevertheless, numerous rumors persist, suggesting that a clandestine goblin subversive group continues to operate in secrecy, plotting to overthrow the Ministry of Magic. Shaylin, possessing considerable insider knowledge, was aware that these rumors were not without foundation. Uncharacteristically, he raised his hand, quickly capturing the attention of his fellow young wizards. Aside from Hermione in second year, it was uncommon for anyone to pose a question in Professor Bin's History of Magic class. The professor, monotonously detailing the Goblin Rebellion of 1612, looked up, clearly astonished. "You are?" "I am Malfoy, Professor. I have a question. You just mentioned that the rebel headquarters was located in the Three Broomsticks. Yet the scale of the rebellion seems incongruous with the size of the establishment. Moreover, the prominent location of the Three Broomsticks makes it vulnerable to attacks from all directions, lacking the various natural barriers that would facilitate defense. It is difficult for me to fathom the incompetence of the Aurors at that time, who seemingly could not breach such a location, allowing the rebellion to persist for so long." Draco had been staring blankly out of the window, lost in thought. When he suddenly snapped back to reality, Daphne lifted her head from her arms. Pansy lowered her elbows from the table, while another student, Moray, who had been diligently taking notes, glanced up with admiration in his eyes. Professor Binns blinked slowly. He dryly remarked, "This student makes a valid point." The consensus among historians is that the Minister of Magic at the time exhibited a degree of indecision, still clinging to the hope that the goblins would surrender voluntarily, which is why he did not issue a strict order for the Aurors to attack. However, this hypothesis is not without its flaws. There's also a somewhat rumor-like conjecture that the goblins had established a secret base somewhere underground in Hogsmeade, where they stored weapons that would deter the Ministry of Magic. After the rebellion concluded, in the interest of secrecy, the goblins destroyed this so-called chamber and its weapons before their departure. Of course, this is merely one of many hypotheses. In studying history, we must boldly hypothesize and cautiously verify. I understand. Thank you, Professor. Indeed, as Shilin had surmised, the passage leading to the subterranean chamber on the 5th floor was, in fact, the goblin's secret lair, and the so-called Sacred Fire rune was evidently a core legacy of the goblin royal lineage, the Goblin Sacred Fire. This sacred fire was extracted from the depths of the earth by one of the goblin kings, Ragnarok I, and it was with this sacred flame that he forged the renowned Sword of Gryffindor. The Sword of Gryffindor, having absorbed the essence of the sacred fire's pursuit of knowledge, possesses the remarkable ability to enhance itself, capable of absorbing anything that strengthens it, such as basilisk venom. This illustrates just how formidable weapons crafted from the sacred fire can be. It seems the goblins at that time were unable to complete the creation of their secret weapon, and in their hasty retreat, they could not entirely erase the traces of the sacred fire, which is likely why that magical inscription was left behind. Of course, the goblins probably never anticipated that a wizard would notice such an inconspicuous crack on the heavily fissured stone wall. The afternoon class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Professor Lupin, having taught about boggots, redcaps, kappas, grindylows, and hinkypunks, finally began to instruct on more perilous dark creatures. The definition of dark creatures is rather broad, generally referring to beings that are inherently bloodthirsty or possess innate dark magical abilities. The most accepted definition currently is that they are species that actively enter the wizarding world and assault wizards. The classification of dark creatures differs from that of magical creatures. Magical creatures are categorized based on their behaviors into categories such as beasts, spirits, and non-existent entities. The dark creatures are classified into 3 categories: magical beasts, evil spirits, and the undead. Magical beasts are generally corporeal creatures or aberrations with an insatiable thirst for human blood or flesh. Common examples include the redcap, the kappa, the grindylow, and the water horse. Additionally, creatures inherently endowed with cursed abilities, such as the doxy, the basilisk, the man-eater, the werewolf, and the malevolent spirit, also belong to this classification. Evil spirits represent a collective term for ghosts that have undergone a transformation into malevolent entities, typically because they perished in a state of profound resentment and bitterness, often due to the actions of wizards or muggles. Thus, their lingering malice gives rise to evil spirits. For instance, the banshee is said to be the manifestation of a woman who was murdered, while the wailing woman is born from the tragic demise of a traveler ensnared in a bog. The undead constitute a rather unique classification. Like evil spirits, the undead once lived and have returned to a semblance of life after death. However, they retain fragments of their former memories and consciousness. They may even possess a corporeal form and intellect. Rather than merely having died, they have been transformed into a new species due to some curse associated with death. This category includes European vampires and ghouls, Egyptian mummies, African and South American zombies, as well as the enigmatic Chinese jiangshi. Among these, the jiangshi is particularly mysterious. The jiangshi, also known as the flying corpse, is typically created by a group of black sorcerers known as corpse raisers. They are characterized by their bodies covered in white hair, eyes gleaming red like cinnabar, and teeth resembling sharp blades protruding from their lips. Their bodies do not decay, but are as hard as iron and copper. It is said that the most advanced Jiangshi can even transform into other forms. Professor Lupin has previously delved into the first two categories of dark creatures, and today he intends to enlighten us about the undead, although it is beyond his capabilities to expound upon the intricacies of the Jiangshi. Today's lesson will focus on the most common type of vampire found in Europe. However, the aim of this class is not to teach young wizards how to hunt vampires, but rather to instruct them on how to respond when they unexpectedly encounter one. In simpler terms, it is akin to learning how to escape or seek help when confronted by a robber, rather than how to overpower them. Vampires are humanoid aberrations that sustain themselves by consuming fresh blood, with a particular preference for human blood. They are easily recognizable, typically possessing a terrifyingly pale visage, a gaunt and haggard appearance, and long, sharp fangs that are distinctly visible when they open their mouths. Professor Lupin informs the class that vampires do not genuinely require human blood. They are merely driven by a craving for the taste of fresh blood. In contemporary society, many vampires opt to keep small animals to satisfy their thirst. As he continues, he digresses into anecdotes from his travels, sharing tales such as how he once dealt with a ravenous vampire using a bloody lollipop. Currently, most vampires and werewolves are required to register with the Ministry of Magic. However, this does not imply that there are no rogue individuals. Therefore, maintaining vigilance and a sense of caution is essential, particularly for young women and underage boys and girls, who are often the favored targets of vampires. In addition to avoiding solitary ventures during the night, especially in desolate and remote areas. Another method of preventing vampire attacks is the use of protective amulets. Vampires possess an intense aversion to the aroma of garlic. Hence, chewing on a few cloves of garlic during their nocturnal wanderings serves as an effective deterrent against their attacks. Those who are not fond of garlic may opt to wear garlic-scented talismans, such as necklaces or scarves, or even apply garlic oil to their necks, which can also prove beneficial. The sharp fangs of vampire carry accursed potency, should one fall victim to a vampire's bite. 3 dire fates await: succumbing to the curse and perishing, being stripped of sanity and transformed into a mere blood thrall, or successfully suppressing the curse and becoming a new vampire. Regardless of the outcome, each is exceedingly grim. Like werewolves, vampires face significant discrimination within the wizarding world, leading to a life fraught with hardship. Moreover, it is crucial to note that each vampire is a natural animagus, capable of transforming into a bat without the need for training. In their bat form, vampires can roam freely during daylight hours. Yet their fangs still retain the vampire's cursed power, making it essential to identify those disguised as bats. This was a purely theoretical lesson. Thus, once Professor Lupin concluded his discourse on vampires and assigned an essay on the utilization of garlic to prevent vampire attacks, the class was dismissed. The following day, Friday, Hagrid set out for London with Buckbeak early in the morning. He was attending a hearing for the Dangerous Creatures Committee, although the Slytherins did not accompany him. It did not hinder their gathering to await the hearing's outcome. Blaise possessed a two-way mirror, through which he could ascertain the results from his mother as soon as they were announced. The outcome of the hearing was as anticipated by Slytherin. The moment Madame Pomfrey presented her testimony, the entire committee aligned with her stance. Hagrid, however, was quite inarticulate, completely undermining Hermione's diligent efforts to prepare his testimony. Not only did he fail to deliver a coherent defense, but his notes frequently slipped from his grasp, and he could not even remember the date accurately. After the trial concluded, the committee confirmed the execution date for Buckbeak as June 6th. However, Buckbeak still retained the opportunity to appeal. Upon hearing the news, the Slytherin wizards were particularly jubilant, especially with the Hogsmeade visit day approaching. A group of them decided to celebrate at the Three Broomsticks, with the generous Blaise footing the bill. Chapter 24. Hermione seeks help. The next day, Saturday, was the Hogsmeade visit day. The Slytherin wizards assembled in the common room before embarking on their journey to Hogsmeade. Finally, Slytherin encountered the legendary Madame Rosmerta, who, indeed, appeared well-preserved and charming, albeit a bit aged. She had been working in the pub since the days of the Quidditch players and was older than Narcissa. Slytherin could hardly fathom why Ron harbored a crush on her. Could it be a mother complex? Butterbeer is not exclusive to the Three Broomsticks. It is available in many taverns. Yet the butterbeer here possesses a unique flavor, not overly greasy, with a refreshing quality. Having attained considerable expertise in herbs and potions, Shelley speculated that moonlit grass must have been incorporated into the concoction. Moonlit grass, a flowering plant native to Scotland, blooms solely under the abundant glow of the moonlight, typically on clear, full moon nights. It serves as an essential ingredient in invigorating potions and sleep elixirs. Various forms exist, primarily utilized to aid slumber. In the 16th century, the potion genius Sigmund Bach replaced moonlit grass with wormwood, thereby creating the prototype of the most potent sleep potion, the living hell tonic, which is so powerful that it can even induce a state of apparent death, leading to a gradual decline in the use of moonlit grass. Intriguingly, the magical properties of moonlit grass were first discovered by the medieval Irish witch, Truaic Leona, which means that, generally, only wizards with profound knowledge of Truaic magical culture would incorporate moonlit grass into their daily diets. Shelley regarded Mrs. Rosmerta with keen interest, pondering whether this beautifully understated woman, who received scant mention in the original text, harbored some undisclosed identity. Subsequent events unfolded precisely as described in the original narrative. Harry, taking advantage of his invisibility, played a mischievous prank on Draco and his companions, but inadvertently tripped Crabbe, who in turn snagged Harry's invisibility cloak, yanking it away and revealing a disembodied head, which terrified Draco. Shelley's mission was to locate the Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak that Harry had hidden there. Although the cloak appeared colorless and intangible, its magical aura was sufficiently concealed to elude his magical sight, yet this posed no challenge for him. Shelley released his silver hound from the confines of a suitcase, instructing it to track Harry's scent and retrace his steps. The astute hound quickly grasped its master's intent and led Shelley to a shadowy corner, indicating that the scent was particularly strong there. After a thorough search, fortune favored the diligent, as he ultimately discovered the Deathly Hallows invisibility cloak and stealthily stowed it away in a suitcase. With the experience of previous endeavors, Shelley confirmed that this operation was flawlessly executed. Dumbledore was undoubtedly unaware of this secret passage. The best evidence of this was that, following Black's 2 incursions, he had not instructed Filch to monitor the passageway specifically. The only individual capable of divining Shelley's whereabouts, Nicole May, had already bid farewell to him in a letter a week prior, formally embracing his demise. Nicole maintained his customary discretion, with even his funeral conducted in secrecy. Thus few were privy to the news of his passing. Most of his estate was bequeathed to Beauxbatons, his alma mater, with only a small portion allocated to his scattered descendants. Even Shelley, who could be considered merely a nominal disciple, received a book. The cover bore no title and was secured with a special alchemical lock, impervious to unlocking spells or universal unlocking devices. It could only be opened once Shelley's alchemical prowess advanced sufficiently, serving as his mentor's final test for a student. Nico may be regarded as half a mentor to Sherryn. Although Sherryn cannot help but feel a tinge of sorrow, he understands that this is Nico's own choice. In this respect, the fact that Nico has chosen death through free will signifies that he has triumphed over death, aligning with the identity of the Lord of Death. Thus, Sherryn can only offer his distant blessings, wishing him a smooth journey in the afterlife. The current dilemma is that, although Sherryn has acquired the invisibility cloak of death, he cannot openly utilize it, for doing so would easily expose him to Dumbledore's scrutiny. Sherryn's plan is to study the alchemical principles behind the invisibility cloak to enhance his own supreme wizard robe, enabling it to possess invisibility and concealment effects that rival those of the Cloak of Death. The following day, after lunch, as Sherryn departed from the Great Hall, he encountered Hermione, who had been waiting for him in the corridor. Hagrid had lost his case, and Buckbeak was to be executed. Hermione's face was pale with fear, and she clutched a letter in her trembling hands. "Malfoy, can you help him?" Sherryn was taken aback and replied, "Why would you think to seek me out? After all, I'm a Malfoy." Hermione herself was unsure why she had turned to Sherryn. She simply felt an inexplicable instinct that he could assist her. Truthfully, she could not think of anyone else who might help her. Her choice differed from the original narrative. After their previous conversation, she had grasped the intricate political factors entangled in a seemingly simple case of a hippogriff attack. Moreover, Harry and Ron's performances had been significantly lacking compared to the original story. Harry was no longer the youngest seeker in history, nor the hero who vanquished the basilisk. Ron, even worse off, had lost the glory of defeating the troll and had revealed his narrow-mindedness and jealousy throughout the semester. Conversely, Sherryn, despite being in a subtly antagonistic position within Slytherin and having minimal interaction with her, most of their dialogues had ended in slight discord due to differing ideologies, had made an indelible impression on Hermione. She vividly recalled how, in their first year, Sherryn had set aside his biases to rescue her from a troll in the girls' restroom. In their second year, He had bravely ventured into the Chamber of Secrets to save Ginny. This semester, he had put aside past grievances to save Harry from a perilous fall during a Quidditch match. Recently, he had generously offered to assist her during the spell exchange meeting, selflessly sharing insights on the Patronus charm with students from other houses. Most importantly, Sherryn hailed from one of the most powerful pure-blood families, and he consistently exhibited a calm and mature demeanor, instilling a sense of trustworthiness in others. Aside from their differing allegiances, Hermione found it difficult to harbor any animosity towards him. In fact, she could subtly sense her own growing affection for this handsome young man. Her decision to seek him out was not solely for Hagrid and Buckbeak. She also wished to seize the opportunity for greater interaction with Sherryn. What do you mean? Hermione asked, momentarily taken aback. It means, Sherryn shrugged nonchalantly. Just hide it and ensure no one finds it. Isn't that simple? Is that truly possible? Hermione exclaimed in astonishment. I mean, can we truly hide it so that no one can find it? Of course, it's not that difficult, said Shelley, offering reassurance. If you consider me a friend, leave this matter to me. Just give Hagrid a heads up. Remember, do not reveal my involvement. Simply say you devised a method to conceal Buckbeak. Hermione nodded gratefully. Thank you, Malfoy. I truly appreciate your willingness to assist me. I'm sincerely sorry for the things I said to you that evening. Shelley raised an eyebrow, adopting an exaggerated expression. Miss Granger, your words declaring me a despicable, vile, and loathsome Malfoy truly shattered my heart. If you truly regard me as a friend, please refrain from calling me Malfoy in the future. Hermione, momentarily amused, burst into laughter, then blushed and stammered. Well, can I call you Shelley from now on? Certainly, and to ensure you do not take advantage of me, I shall call you Hermione as well, if that suits you. Upon receiving her nod, Shelley continued, All right, Hermione, let us conclude our conversation for today, as I have a class to attend shortly. Leave the matter concerning Hagrid to me. You need not worry any further. Though Shelley did not consider himself a paragon of kindness, he was fundamentally a man of his word. Having promised Hermione, he was determined to fulfill his commitment. Besides, aiding Hermione entailed no significant loss for him. It merely left him with a slight sense of guilt towards Blaise. Remembering that Blaise had just treated him to drinks that morning, Shelley felt a twinge of embarrassment and silently offered an apology to himself. At present, Shelley's suitcase remained rather empty. Occasionally, he would let his Silverfang wander inside, yet Silverfang could hardly be deemed a permanent inhabitant of the suitcase's space. Shelley planned to seize the opportunity that night to abduct Buckbeak, thereby making it the first long-term resident of his suitcase. Regrettably, fate had other plans, and events unfolded contrary to Shelley's expectations. That night, the sky was nearly devoid of clouds, with a full moon hanging in the heavens, casting a gentle, silvery light that bathed Hogwarts Castle in a serene blue hue. As Shelley intended to venture to Hagrid's hut to retrieve Buckbeak, he spotted a shadowy figure of a black dog at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, not far from the Whomping Willow. Can he not settle down for a moment? Shelley scratched his head and promptly pursued the figure. However, he could not reveal himself to Black, so he had to discreetly follow at a distance, making an effort not to lose track entirely. Soon, he discovered an unusual truth. Black seemed to be chasing after Fong. Chasing Fong? At this moment, a sense of foreboding washed over Shelley. It was the first instance since his rebirth that he witnessed the narrative diverging significantly from the original text. In the original story, Fong did not appear at such an early juncture. What was he up to? As Shelley prepared to quicken his pace, a sudden howl erupted from the castle, a sound laced with pain and frenzy, shattering the tranquil night sky. Amidst the astonished gazes of the two, a robust figure, cloaked in a thick mane of fur, emerged from the window. Under the exceptionally bright moonlight of the night, even from a distance, every detail of its form was illuminated. Chapter 25. The Final Battle at Luping. Beneath its seemingly resilient and sturdy coat of fur lay a muscular humanoid physique. One could easily discern its explosive strength as it effortlessly clung to the window ledge with one hand, leaping onto the rooftop of the adjacent building with its feet firmly planted against the brick wall, supported solely by its raw physical power. The figure soared high into the air before landing heavily, bounding from one turret of the castle to another, heading directly towards Sherryn. As it drew nearer, its visage became discernible, a grotesque and fearsome wolf's head, which let out occasional roars. Sherryn sighed, disregarding Blake's reaction, and sprinted towards the werewolf. Normally, werewolves do not attack animals. Thus it was evident that the creature's target was him. As he ran, Sherryn's mind raced through various spells and strategies, while his eyes remained vigilant, absorbing every environmental detail. The night was marked by a full moon and a cloudless sky, with ample light and no hint of a chilling breeze. The area was in close proximity to the Forbidden Forest, and beneath the grass lay dark, sticky clay, conducive to plant growth. When the distance between them shrank to less than 3 feet, the werewolf leaped forward. Its remarkable jumping ability was no jest. 3 feet was traversed in an instant. Unperturbed, Sherryn raised his wand and aimed at the werewolf, uttering the incantation for a spell of pure water. A high-pressure jet of water, akin to that from a fire hydrant, erupted from the tip of his wand, striking the werewolf squarely and propelling it through the air. The werewolf crashed onto the grass several feet away, and as it attempted to rise, it realized that it was not drenched in pure water, but rather a viscous substance resembling a powerful adhesive. This was Sherryn's concoction, achieved by adjusting the viscosity of the water creation spell into a sticky spell. Without pause, Sherryn executed his next sequence of spells. He directed a transfiguration spell at the ground. The dark clay beneath the grass was ideal for transforming into a swamp. As the werewolf struggled to free itself from the adhesive, it found its body sinking rapidly. The more it fought, the faster it descended. It emitted a long howl, curling its body to slow its descent while attempting to grasp the dry ground around it to pull itself from a mire. However, Sherryn would not grant it such an opportunity. With rapid movements of his wand, he summoned vines from the swampy ground, thick as a human arm. Under Sherryn's control, the vines coiled around the werewolf, binding it until only its head remained exposed. The poor werewolf was left utterly immobilized, unable even to move a finger. From the outset, Sherryn had been aware of the werewolf's formidable resistance to magic. Thus, he never intended to cast spells directly upon it. Instead, he opted for physical binding through transfiguration, a tactic that had proven remarkably effective. Sherryn turned his gaze back towards Black, only to discover that the black dog had mysteriously vanished without a trace. The commotion stirred by the battle was relatively subdued, for Sherryn had refrained from employing any grandiose spells. Although the howl of the wolf was piercing, it failed to capture the attention of the professors, as the existence of wolf packs within the Forbidden Forest was no secret. After launching a red spark into the sky, Sherryn cast the invisibility charm and stealthily made his way to Hagrid's hut. He narrowly brushed past Hagrid, who likely noticed his signal and hurried to investigate the situation. Outside Hagrid's hut, Sherryn spotted Buckbeak tethered to a post. Utilizing the methods taught in class, he earned Buckbeak's trust and subsequently concealed him within the confines of his suitcase. Sherryn then infiltrated the hut, creating a ruckus to simulate signs of a break-in, and swiped the unicorn tail hair that Hagrid had been using as bandages. This was a valuable item. A small handful of unicorn tail hair was worth 10 galleons, and the amount Sherryn pilfered was worth at least 100 galleons, certainly a waste to leave it with Hagrid. Unicorn tail hair acquired. Hippogriff Buckbeak acquired. The following morning during breakfast, Professor Lupin was notably absent from the staff table, prompting much speculation among the young wizards, none of whom understood the circumstances. However, another matter captured their interest even more. The hippogriff named Buckbeak involved in the attack on Blaze had gone missing, with rumors circulating that Hagrid's hut had been burglarized and that the thief had also taken Buckbeak. The Ministry of Magic dispatched officials to investigate, suspecting Hagrid had secretly released him. Yet, after fruitless searches around the castle and the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, the officials decided to abandon their efforts, as the fate of a single hippogriff was hardly of any real concern to anyone. Upon hearing of this incident, Hermione, aware that Sherryn was involved, sent him a thank you card, although it contained merely the word thanks. Sherryn understood that the cautious Hermione wished to avoid disclosing too much information regarding the matter in her correspondence. More pressing for Sherryn was the transformation of Professor Lupin into a werewolf. He knew that Lupin regularly consumed the Wolfsbane potion prepared by Snape, which was why Dumbledore felt assured about his teaching at the school, confident he posed no risk to the students. Furthermore, the early appearance of the dog was rather peculiar. Linking these two occurrences, it was not difficult to surmise that Wormtail had tampered with the Wolfsbane potion and had orchestrated the timing to lure Black into a confrontation with Lupin in his werewolf form. Typically, werewolves do not attack Animagi, but Black might be an exception. Given Lupin's animosity towards him, even in his werewolf state, the subconscious hatred could incite an aggressive response. With this perspective, the entire sequence of events began to make sense. Sheldon was uncertain about the reasons behind the deviations from the original storyline, yet he did not dwell excessively on the matter, for he had long resolved to confront Voldemort with his own strength. That fellow would undoubtedly return. Whether or not Peter Pettigrew was involved, the outcome would likely be the same. Nevertheless, he reminded himself not to rely too heavily on the foresight of the plot's benefits, lest he encounter trouble eventually. February came to a close. On the first Saturday of March, A Quidditch match unfolded between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. With championship hopes dashed, Hufflepuff appeared utterly demoralized, suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of Slytherin. Draco seized the golden snitch while his team led by 100 points, resulting in Slytherin achieving a flawless record of 2 victories, with a staggering net score of 300 points, a 50-point lead against Ravenclaw, and a 250-point lead against Hufflepuff, placing them 200 points ahead of the second-place Gryffindor. This meant that Gryffindor would need to win by a net score of 210 points to claim the championship, a nearly impossible task. In the original narrative, nothing transpired in March. Just as Sheldon anticipated a monotonous passage through the month, he received an unexpectedly intriguing letter on this day. The missive contained only a location and time. Devoid of signature, yet adorned with a drawing of a scarab, Sheldon swiftly deduced the identity of the sender. At midnight, Sheldon donned the invisibility cloak, stealthily exiting the castle to meet the individual who had summoned him, 7th-year prefect Gemma Farley, on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. In the depths of the woods, Gemma stood alone in the shadow of a tree. In the darkness, Sheldon could not discern her expression, but it was evident that her elaborate efforts to summon him at such an hour were not for trivial matters, nor could they be for a clandestine rendezvous, though the latter notion was perhaps a figment of Sheldon's imagination. Gemma was highly alert as Sheldon approached. She raised her wand and softly inquired, "Who goes there?" After a moment of contemplation, Sheldon shook his head and replied, "I haven't heard of it. Is there a problem?" Gemma clarified, "What about the Knights of Walpurgis?" Sheldon typically wore an air of confidence, but at this moment, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you referring to the precursor of the Death Eaters?" Gemma nodded gravely, confirming the existence of that organization. Most believed it was founded by the Dark Lord during his student years, aiming to recruit within Hogwarts and subsequently join the Death Eaters upon graduation. However, the origins of the name Knights of Walpurgis were far more ancient, tracing back to another Dark Lord, Grindelwald. This group resembled a fanatical cult of pure-blood supremacy, possessing a somewhat religious nature, with members hailing from the oldest pure-blood families across Europe. When Grindelwald rose to power, this organization sent individuals to bolster his ranks. Gemma, with a serious demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement, and for a moment, both were enveloped in silence. Cielin swallowed hard, moistening his somewhat parched throat, and then inquired, "What connection does the Walpurgis Knights have with the Ghost Society you wish to discuss?" The enigmatic figure had utilized the name of the Walpurgis Knights while recruiting within Hogwarts, perhaps believing that such a title belied his terror. Consequently, after graduation, he rebranded his faction as the Death Eaters. Nevertheless, the name Walpurgis Knights continued to echo within Hogwarts, morphing into a code for a clandestine underground student organization. Despite enduring the oppressive reigns of headmasters Armando Dippet and Albus Dumbledore, this organization ostensibly vanished into thin air. Yet it persisted in secrecy, merely adopting the moniker of the Ghost Society, which embraced a more understated and enigmatic ethos. Thus, one could perceive the Walpurgis Knights as the predecessor of the Ghost Society, albeit the latter comprised a more select group with stringent confidentiality protocols. As far as I am aware, they now exclusively recruit students from the 5th year and above, specifically those excelling academically and hailing from pure-blood families, who receive invitations to join the Ghost Society, promising personal guidance from the leader and immense power. Cielin nodded in comprehension, acknowledging that, to put it plainly, it was an organization dedicated to the study and dissemination of dark magic, enticing students to succumb to depravity through the formidable allure of dark arts, steering them along the path predetermined by the organization, such as aspiring Death Eaters or near saints. However, an ominous premonition suddenly stirred within him. Gemma's mention of these matters signified an undeniable connection to himself, coupled with his recent endeavors to rally half-blood and muggle wizards over the past 2 semesters. It was not difficult to surmise that the fervent Ghost Society, with its obsession for pure-blood supremacy, sought to target him. Just as he contemplated confirming this notion, he sensed an unsettling shift, his foreboding feeling intensifying. "Gemma, if this organization is as mysterious as you claim, how did you come by this knowledge? Could it be?" A trace of bitterness finally flickered across Gemma's visage as she nodded. "You are correct in your assumptions. I am indeed one of the members of the Ghost Society. Your actions in Slytherin have encroached upon the interests of the pure-blood hardliners. Someone has petitioned our leader to take action against you, and that person is me."